Chapter 1. The Enigmatic CEO. As Su Hang awoke from his slumber, a heavy fog enveloped his mind, rendering it as leaden as if weighed down by the very elements. Gradually, he opened his eyes, only to be met by the breathtaking visage of a stunning woman mere inches away, an encounter that struck him like a bolt from the blue. What in the world? Su Hang's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. He fixated on the unfamiliar, yet exquisitely delicate face before him, his mind a blank canvas. The woman lay on her side, her raven locks tousled across a pristine pillow, and her long lashes fluttered gently with each breath. Her crimson lips parted slightly, warm breath brushing against his cheek. What is happening? Su Hang felt a chilling wave of panic wash over him. As if all the blood in his body had congealed, the glance downward revealed that his shirt had mysteriously vanished, while the woman's porcelain-like arm was entwined around his neck, her soft body pressing against him as if in fear of his departure. This is a disaster, a complete disaster. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his fingers trembled uncontrollably. Fragments of the previous night flashed through his mind bars. Drunkenness, a brawl, and then an abyss of nothingness. Master was right. The women down the mountain are indeed perilous. Su Hang gingerly attempted to extricate her arm from around him, his movements akin to defusing a bomb. With every inch he shifted, his heart raced, terrified of awakening this enchanting stranger. If my senior sisters find out about this, I will be flayed alive. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. At the tender age of 5, he had been taken to the mountains by his master, becoming the youngest disciple of the sect, overshadowed by 7 senior sisters. 15 fleeting years passed, and one by one, his senior sisters descended the mountain, leaving the once bustling sect eerily quiet on the eve of his 20th birthday. His master, pipe in mouth and a furrowed brow, summoned him with a grave expression. My lad, it is no easy feat to earn a living for the sect these days. His master rubbed his fingers together, eyes wandering. I simply cannot afford to support you any longer. With that, he produced a bank card from a tattered cloth pouch, a pained expression etched on his face as he handed it over. This is all I have left, 3,000 yuan. Spend it wisely. Su Hang's mouth twitched as he glanced at the box of century-old ginseng that his master had just procured from an auction, a stark contrast to the paltry sum he had been given. Before he had the chance to protest, his master had already thrust him out of the mountain gate. Amidst the howling wind, Su Hang clutched the bank card, imbued with his master's warmth, gazing at the closed gate with tears unshed. With a mere 3,000 yuan to his name, he stumbled down the mountain, bewildered. As the city lights flickered to life, he passed a bar adorned with vibrant neon. Having never tasted alcohol before, he hesitated briefly before pushing open the heavy glass door. After consuming just a couple of drinks, he witnessed a group of ruffians harassing a beautiful woman. Without a second thought, he leaped into action, dispatching them with ease. In gratitude, the woman invited him to drink with her, and then he lost consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, he found himself in this absurd predicament. Just then, the woman in his arms fluttered her lashes, slowly opening her eyes. They were the most exquisite orbs, imbued with the dazed innocence of awakening, shrouded in a misty haze. She gazed at Su Hang for a fleeting moment before looking down at herself clad in naught but air da-da. Her scream nearly sent the roof soaring skyward. Su Hang, after a pause, did we sleep together last night? He asked tentatively. The woman suddenly yanked the blanket around her, her icy gaze piercing like a knife. Get out, but we already. Su Hang's words trailed off. Shut up, leave. Her voice sharply escalated. With no choice, Su Hang grabbed his clothes and slinked into the bathroom. Dressed at last, he turned on the tap. The icy water splashed onto his face, bringing him back to his senses. On the very first day off the mountain, I've already fallen. Master's third lesson, women are the most perilous beings, truly rings true. Lost in frustration, a calm voice emerged from outside. All right, come out. Su Hang opened the door and was instantly taken aback. The woman was impeccably dressed in a sharply tailored black business suit, accentuating her alluring curves. The collar of her white shirt was slightly unbuttoned, revealing a delicate collarbone, and the curvature of her chest nearly strained the buttons. Below her fitted skirt, a pair of long legs appeared, straight and graceful, adorned with stiletto heels that exuded a fierce and chilling aura. Su Hang thought to himself, This is bad, it's even more dangerous now. What's your name? He scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. Xia Lianxing crossed her arms, her cold gaze appraising him. Sunlight cast fragmented shadows on his sharply defined profile. Beneath his high bridge of a nose, his lips were slightly pursed, betraying a hint of youthful stubbornness. His face was sculpted, and despite a lingering innocence in his brow, it was unexpectedly quite pleasing to the eye. Her gaze lingered on his features for a few seconds, longer than intended. A thought stirred within Xia Lianxing, perhaps, that she lifted her chin slightly, her red lips parting. What happened last night was merely an accident. If you dare to speak of it. Her eyes narrowed. I will kill you. Su Heng inwardly lamented. Master, you were indeed right. Master's 184th lesson. Women in the valley are like demons that devour without leaving bones. A brief silence enveloped them. Xia Lianxing suddenly spoke. From today onward, you will pretend to be my fiancé. She paused. Once I resolve my family matters, you can leave. Fiancé? Su Heng's eyes widened. Don't overthink it, it's just an act. Xia Lianxing scoffed. Keep your sordid thoughts to yourself. Can I refuse? Su Heng asked defiantly. He had his dignity, after all. Xia Lianxing pulled a bank card from her bag and slapped it onto the nightstand. A monthly salary of 1 million. Will you do it? Su Heng glanced at the card, disdainfully curling his lip. Just 1 million? He snatched the card. Huh? Who do you think you're looking down on? Him in. At that moment, his dignity paled in comparison to the allure of 1 million a month. Xia Lianxing nodded in satisfaction. What is your name? Su Heng. And you? Xia Lianxing. Oh. She frowned slightly. You don't know who I am? Su Heng looked utterly bewildered. Do we know each other from before? Xia Lianxing's chest heaved in anger. She, the illustrious daughter of the Xia Group, renowned in the business realm as the iceberg president, was unexpectedly confronted by a foolish boy whom she did not even recognize. The thought of her family's pressure to marry, coupled with the realization that her innocence had been so carelessly tarnished, ignited her fury, prompting her to exclaim, I don't know you. Get lost. Why are you angry again? Su Heng murmured softly. Xia Lianxing grabbed her bag, ready to leave, when she abruptly turned around and asked, What's your phone number? I don't have a phone, Su Heng replied bashfully, fidgeting with his hands. I just came down from the mountain. And no phone? Xia Lianxing's voice rose sharply. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? And being honest, Xia Lianxing narrowed her eyes, suspicion creeping in. Could this fool be trying to escape? She sneered coldly. Fine, I'll buy you one. Su Heng nodded obediently. All right. Xia Lianxing dialed the number with skepticism. Before long, a gentle knock echoed at the door, revealing a roundhead delivery robot stationed at the threshold. She retrieved the latest model of an iPhone, swiftly set it up, and handed it to Su Heng. Take this, my number is already saved. I will contact you if needed. With that, she turned and slammed the door behind her. Su Heng cradled the phone, studying it for a considerable time before finally managing to decipher how to make a call. Cautiously, he extracted a crumpled notebook from his pocket, where the contact information of 7 senior sisters was neatly inscribed on the first page. After much hesitation, he dialed the number of his 7th sister. Beep, beep, who is this? Came a cool female voice from the other end. 7th sister. Su Heng's voice carried a hint of grievance. Junior brother? The tone of the other party shifted abruptly. Isn't there no signal on the mountain? How do you have a phone? 7th sister. Su Heng's voice quivered. Master has sent me down the mountain. Where are you now? The 7th sister's tone instantly became serious. Su Heng relayed the name of the hotel. Wait, they'll be there shortly. The sound of hurried high heels echoed on the other end of the line. By the way, you haven't encountered any trouble, have you? Su Heng glanced at the disheveled bed sheets, swallowing hard. I should be fine, I suppose. Chapter 2. The gathering at the headquarters of the Luo Group, in the chairman's office on the top floor. Luo Jin hung up the phone and delicately tapped her long fingers on the table. Xiaoyu, prepare the car. I am heading to the Jinxiu Hotel. Understood, President Luo, responded her assistant, clad in a professional suit. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Jinxiu Hotel, Su Heng had just taken a shower, pacing anxiously. He nervously rubbed his hands together, fearful that his senior sister, the 7th disciple, might perceive something amiss. The thought of her discovering that on his first day down the mountain, he could scarcely fathom the consequences. Half an hour later, a red Porsche roared onto the scene. As the door slowly opened, A pair of elegantly long legs clad in high heels gracefully touched the ground. Luo Jin, adorned in a fitted black trench coat, had her softly curled hair glistening under the sunlight. With her crimson lips pressed together, her hair danced in the breeze as her piercing gaze swept across the surroundings. Wow, it's President Luo of the Luo Group. What brings her to such a place? Could it be that she is here for that boy? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Su Hang felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. Seventh sister? Su Han turned, staring in astonishment at the fashionable and radiant woman before him. Your hair. Is my new hairstyle pretty? Luo Jin suddenly frowned. Wait, why are you staying at a hotel? Didn't Team Master arrange accommodation for you? Su Hang pouted in grievance. Master only gave me 3,000 yuan. That stubborn old man. Luo Jin stamped her foot in frustration, suddenly recalling something. She furrowed her brow and asked, Have you eaten? Su Hang shyly touched his stomach and shook his head. Not yet. Luo Jin's expression softened with concern. Come on, sister will take you out for a meal. Under the envious gazes of passers-by, Su Hang got into Luo Jin's car. Inside the Black Pearl 5-star restaurant, Luo Jin watched Su Hang devour his food with a mix of pity and amusement. Slow down. No one is competing with you. She picked up a napkin and gently wiped the sauce from the corner of his mouth. Why did Master suddenly send you down the mountain? He said he could no longer support me. Su Hang replied through a mouthful of steak, his voice muffled. He lowered his head, his tone choked with emotion. Seventh sister, I have no home and no parents. I truly don't know where to go. Luo Jin felt a pang in her heart and swiftly enveloped him in her arms. Sensing the slight tremors of his slender shoulders, she tightened her embrace. Little junior brother, this place with sister is your home. As long as I am here, no one shall bully you. Su Hang buried his face in Luo Jin's shoulder, muffledly calling out. Seventh sister, all right. Luo Jin gently patted his back, feigning ease. Once we finish eating, sister will gift you a villa. Su Hang lifted his head, hesitating as he asked, but a villa costs a lot of money, right? Seventh sister, do you have enough? Foolish junior brother. Sister's money is more than enough to support you for 10 lifetimes. Luo Jin tenderly pinched his cheek, suggesting he should save his money for snacks. Su Hang opened his mouth, the matter of the 1 million swirling on his tongue before he swallowed it back down. After their meal, Luo Jin personally drove Su Hang to the most prestigious residential area in Jinan City, Minghu Housing. The car slowly entered the community, flanked by meticulously manicured gardens. It finally came to a halt before a 3-story villa. Luo Jin took Su Hang's hand and walked towards the entrance. This is what my senior sister bought last year. It has been vacant. You will live here from now on, and my senior sister will come to see you when she has time. Senior sister. Su Hang's eyes turned slightly red. What exactly do you do to have so much money? Luo Jin chuckled, ruffling his hair. Just running a few small businesses. She glanced at her watch. My senior sister has a meeting. You should rest for now. After watching Luo Jin leave, Su Hang stood before the villa, a warm current surging within him. The 7th senior sister was the last to descend the mountain and shared the deepest bond with him. Just then, a sudden ringtone pierced the silence. The name Xia Lianxing on the screen made Su Hang's fingers freeze. Hello, where are you? The voice on the other end was as cold as ice. Minghu Housing. Minghu Housing? Xia Lianxing scoffed. I just gave you 1 million. And you're already eager to move into a mansion? No, you have to listen to me. Shut up. Xia Lianxing interrupted him. At 7 tonight, accompany me to a gathering. Dress formally. I will pick you up. Wait, what gathering? The call had already ended. Su Hang seethed, his teeth grinding in frustration. Did this woman really consider him her personal plaything? In the evening, a sapphire blue Maserati stopped at the entrance of the community. Xia Lianxing glared at Su Hang, who was wearing a crumpled t-shirt, her temples twitching. I told you to dress formally. This is the only outfit I have, Su Hang shrugged. Or should I just not go? Taking a deep breath, Xia Lianxing suppressed her anger. Get in the car. Inside the vehicle, Su Hang discreetly observed the woman beside him. Her profile was exquisitely beautiful, her lashes casting delicate shadows on her cheeks. He couldn't help but recall that outrageous night. One more look, and I will gouge out your eyes, Xia Lianxing warned coldly. After all we've done, Su Hang muttered under his breath. What did you say? Nothing. Just focus on driving. Before long, the car halted in front of an elegant European-style building. The white marble façade glowed softly in the twilight, and impeccably dressed waiters flanked the gilded entrance. The fountains sparkled with the shimmering light of crystal chandeliers. "Wait here," Xia Lianxing commanded, slamming the car door. "I'm going to change." She shot him a frosty glance. Moments later, Xia Lianxing emerged from the entrance, dressed in a champagne-colored mermaid gown that accentuated her graceful figure. She looked like a goddess under the moonlight, her diamond earrings swaying gently with her movements. Approaching Su Hang, she elegantly extended her arm. "What is this for?" Su Hang asked, bewildered. "Link arms with me." Xia Lianxing squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, desperately suppressing her fury. Su Hang obediently linked his arm with her slender one. As he inadvertently brushed against her chest, the soft sensation caused him to momentarily pause, only to realize the impropriety of the situation. Just as he intended to adjust his posture, he felt her body tremble slightly. Xia Lianxing's breath caught, a subtle tingling spreading from the point of contact, her ears flushing a delicate shade of crimson. She bit her lower lip, striving to suppress the unusual sensation while maintaining an air of graceful composure, though her grip on Su Hang's arm involuntarily tightened. Noticing her reaction, Su Hang could not help but break into a mischievous smile, deliberately slowing his pace to brush against her again. Xia Lianxing shot him a fierce glare, a spark of indignation igniting in her eyes as she softly warned, "You move another inch, and I dare you." Su Hang's lips twitched, and he refrained from making any further movements. As they entered the hall of the clubhouse, the crystal chandelier illuminated the space as if it were midday. The elite from various circles raised their glasses in conversation, but fell silent upon their arrival. A handsome man in a tailored suit approached briskly, a polite smile gracing his features. "Xing, may I ask who this is?" "Guotian, this is my fiancé," Xia Lianxing replied frostily, adding, "And please address me by my full name." A flicker of shadow passed through Guotian's eyes as he turned to Su Hang. "May I inquire how to refer to this gentleman?" Just as Su Hang was about to respond, Xia Lianxing interjected, "His name is of no concern to you." Guotian regarded Su Hang with disdain, his gaze assessing the wrinkled shirt he wore. Surely, dressing in such a manner for this occasion was a blatant disregard for those present. Xia Lianxing sensed Su Hang's arm stiffen, but tightened her grip even more. The clothing was inconsequential. What truly mattered was she gazed directly into Guotian's eyes. "He is my fiancé, and that is sufficient." Chapter 3. Turmoil. Guotian suddenly let out a derisive laugh, his slender fingers absently twirling the wine glass. "Oh, is it the old Master Xia who arranged your betrothal? Or perhaps," he elongated his tone meaningfully, "you found yourself a wild man out there?" Xia Lianxing straightened her back, her nails digging deeply into her palm. "Guotian, mind your language." Guotian's gaze turned icy, and he stepped closer, his voice lowered to a near whisper. "Xia Lianxing, do you believe the Xia family still holds the right to play such games with me?" He reached out, attempting to grasp her chin. "Now, if this impoverished boy leaves, I can pretend nothing has transpired. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Xia Lianxing took a step back, her mouth opening to retort. But she fell silent upon recalling her family's precarious financial situation. Her long eyelashes trembled as they drooped, catching the light and glistening with unshed tears. Su Hang observed the woman's struggle to maintain her composure, a pang of inexplicable concern gripping his heart. He gently clasped Xia Lianxing's icy fingers, tender yet resolute, lowering her arm from his embrace. This gesture caused her entire being to stiffen. She lifted her gaze to Su Hang, disbelief and disappointment flickering in her eyes. Was he truly planning to abandon her in this moment of crisis, leaving her to fend for herself in front of so many witnesses? Biting her lip fiercely, the expensive lip gloss cracked under the pressure. In that instant, she fully realized the depths of her despair. Not only had she sacrificed her virtue, but she had also misguidedly placed her trust in such a feeble man. Unbeknownst to her, Su Hang's left hand, which hung at his side, had quietly clenched into a fist, the knuckles turning white from the exertion. Just as everyone assumed this poorly attired young man would concede, he suddenly let out a light chuckle and, like a flash of lightning, swept his right leg out. Guotian was sent flying. crashing against a dining table 5 meters away, the sound of shattering glass accompanied by a spray of blood. A hushed silence enveloped the room, quickly followed by a cacophony of screams. 7 or 8 security guards surged in from various entrances. The leading burly man, upon seeing Guotian's plight, felt his pupils constrict sharply. Several socialites dropped their champagne flutes, the crisp sound of shattering glass echoing through the air. The suited magnates retreated, some pulling out their phones to record the incident while others had already dialed the police. Once the security captain had heard the account of events, his expression fluctuated as he approached Su Hang. "Sir, cease this at once." Suddenly, Xia Lianxing stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Su Hang. "I am Xia Lianxing of the Xia Group. Everyone stand down." Su Hang gently pressed down on her shoulder, his eyes conveying reassurance as he advanced a step. What is it to be? A duel or a brawl? At that moment, a woman clad in a deep green qipao pushed her way through the crowd. Who is this wild boy? He dares to strike young Master Gua and still appears so arrogant? What are you fools waiting for? Seize him. 7 or 8 security guards exchanged glances, some wary of Xia Lianxing's status. Yet, upon seeing Su Hang's humble attire and recalling the Guo family's influence, they ultimately decided to encircle him. Xia Lianxing tightly grasped Su Hang's arm, her voice icy. "Let us see who dares." The woman in the qipao sneered repeatedly. "Xia Lianxing, do you truly believe the Xia family is as it once was? Were it not for young Master Gu taking a liking to you and willing to extend a helping hand, the Xia family would have long since faced bankruptcy." Xia Lianxing's lips turned pale from biting. She had brought Su Hang today with the intention of severing Gu Tian's ambitions. This notorious playboy, relying on his family's influence, sought to exploit the situation. She had initially intended to deter Gu Tian under the guise of her fiancé, but she never anticipated matters would escalate to this extent. Su Hang leisurely unbuttoned his cuffs, revealing his well-defined forearms. "Shall we join forces? Render him incapacitated." The woman in the qipao shrieked in hysteria. The first security guard lunged forward, but Su Hang suddenly vanished from his line of sight. In the next instant, a precise chop struck the carotid artery, and the burly man collapsed onto the ground. The second guard swung his baton, but Su Hang deftly sidestepped, countering with an elbow strike to the ribs. The audible crack sending shivers down spines. The third and fourth guards charged simultaneously. Su Hang leapt into the air, his legs scissoring as both men were sent hurtling backward. In less than 10 seconds, all the security guards lay groaning on the ground. Su Hang stood composed, his attire untouched. He casually adjusted his crumpled collar and flashed an innocuous smile at the stunned onlookers. "Does anyone else wish to try?" The banquet hall fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the sound of collective gasps. Xia Lianxing's red lips parted slightly as she scrutinized the young man with whom she had spent an absurd night. Sunlight cascaded through the crystal chandelier, casting dappled shadows upon him. Beneath that inexpensive shirt lay a reservoir of formidable strength. Su Hang regarded the bewildered Xia Lianxing, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "What is the matter? Do you not recognize your fiancé?" You. Xia Lianxing stammered, rendered speechless as her meticulous makeup was smudged by tears. Before the horrified gazes of the crowd, Su Hang stepped forward, cradling Xia Lianxing in a princess carry. He cast a cold glare across the room. "If I hear anyone dare speak ill of her again." His gaze drifted over the moaning guards on the floor. A clear warning. Xia Lianxing instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheek pressed against his solid chest, listening to the steady thrum of his heartbeat. All the grievances of recent days burst forth, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. Over the past 3 months, she had traversed nearly every bank in Jinan, enduring drinks until she vomited, all the while maintaining a forced smile. Those greasy, middle-aged men leered at her with repugnant gazes, yet when she sought alone, they each found excuses to refuse. Once outside the club, Su Hang inquired with a hint of exasperation, "Have you cried enough?" Xia Lianxing abruptly jumped from his arms, hastily wiping her tears. Who is crying?" Su Hang, observing her reddened eyes, asked in a low voice, "What do you plan to do next?" Xia Lianxing lifted her head sharply, her voice trembling. You, how dare you ask? Do you even know whom you're dealing with? That is the heir of the Guo family. How am I to explain this to grandfather upon my return? You have ruined the last opportunity for the Xia family. Su Heng furrowed his brow. So, you mean to say that I should return and admit my fault to him? Xia Lianxing was rendered speechless, tears glimmering in her eyes beneath the moonlight. That is not my intention. It is just that. She lowered her head in despair, resigning herself to the fate of the Xia family. I have truly done my utmost. The thought of being forced into marriage with that notorious playboy sent a shiver down her spine. Observing her state, Su Heng sighed softly. Let's remain calm for now. He surveyed their surroundings and lowered his voice. This is not a suitable place for discussion. Let us find a quieter spot to converse at length. Chapter 4. The situation of the Xia family. Xia Lianxing drove in silence, ultimately halting at a secluded park. The night breeze rustled through the treetops, casting elongated shadows of two figures on the bench beneath the streetlight. Perhaps I should not inquire. Su Heng hesitated momentarily. Yet what has transpired within your family? Xia Lianxing gazed at the distant artificial lake and softly replied, the Xia Group. During my grandfather's leadership, it was once a paragon of the Jinan business community. Later, when my father took over, though it did not reach the heights of my grandfather's glory, it remained relatively stable. She slightly lifted her chin, a flicker of pride illuminating her eyes. In my inaugural year as president of the Xia Group, I managed to boost the company's profits by 27 and acquired 2 rival firms. Suddenly, her fingers tightened around the armrest. Until 6 months ago, when all cooperating banks abruptly withdrew their loans and core clients began to default, our most crucial projects fell into disarray. Her fingers instinctively twisted the hem of her garment. Subsequently, the Guo family proposed a marriage alliance, and my grandfather, alongside family elders, pressured me to acquiesce because her voice faltered, because the Guo family promised that if I wed with Tian, they would inject 10 billion to revitalize the group. Su Heng keenly observed a slight tremor in her body as she uttered Guo Tian's name. That Guo Tian. Xia Lianxing let out a bitter laugh. He is notorious in the circle for being a playboy, changing women more frequently than he changes clothes. But my grandfather insisted. The fate of the Xia family rests solely on my shoulders. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. I have exhausted all avenues, sought loans from banks, pleaded with other partners, yet they either evade me or... After listening to her lament, Su Heng remained silent for a moment before responding. I will think of a way to help you. The image of his senior sister flashed through his mind, but he hesitated again. Though she appeared affluent, after all, this was a 10 billion funding gap. He added, however, I cannot guarantee it will be effective. Xia Lianxing stared at him in disbelief, then suddenly burst into laughter. Her laughter held a hint of self-mockery. Forget it. Let's pretend last night never happened. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Heng unexpectedly grasped the back of her head and kissed her forcefully. Xia Lianxing's eyes widened, instinctively biting down hard. Hiss! Su Heng winced and released her, covering his mouth in protest. Are you a dog? You dare. Xia Lianxing's voice trembled with anger, yet her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. We've already slept together. What's wrong with a kiss? Su Heng licked the corner of his bloodied lip, playfully threatening, if you utter let's pretend it never happened again. Do you believe I want to go to your company right now and hug you while kissing you? Xia Lianxing was both embarrassed and furious. Shameless. Despicable. You're only realizing this now? Suhang suddenly adopted a serious tone. I promised I would find a solution, if all else fails. He leaned closer to her ear, lowering his voice. I will whisk you away to elope. In the future, giving birth will require descending the mountain, which poses quite a dilemma. Suhang. Xia Lianxing, blushing, playfully punched him on the shoulder, exclaiming, Who would want to bear your child? You shameless scoundrel. The night breeze swept through, dissipating her light-hearted reproach. Observing the flush on her ears, Su Heng couldn't help but smile. After watching Xia Lianxing's car depart from Minghu Houting, Su Heng returned to the villa, pacing the living room with his phone in hand. The screen flickered on and off, the name 7th Senior Sister glaring at him. He ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Even if she could assist, how would he explain the situation? Would he dare to confess, Senior Sister? I spent the night with the Xia family's daughter, and now I must take responsibility? Just the thought of her reaction sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, without the truth, what excuse could he conjure? His senior sister was astute. Any fabricated excuse would undoubtedly be seen through. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Su Hang halted, his eyes brightening. He swiftly dialed a number, mentally rehearsing his lines several times during the brief moments of waiting for the connection. On the other end, Luo Jin's efficient voice greeted him. "Junior brother, what's the matter?" The faint sounds of a meeting could be heard in the background. "Su Hang Swalulhard. Seventh senior sister, could you come over? There's something important to discuss." "All right, I'll be there in half an hour," Luo Jin replied succinctly before hanging up. Holding his phone, Su Hang repeatedly practiced what he would say. Half an hour later, Luo Jin entered, her high heels clicking against the floor. She gracefully settled onto the leather sofa. Lifting her teacup, "What's so urgent?" "Senior sister." Su Hang hesitated before speaking. "Are you familiar with the Xia Corporation?" Luo Jin raised an eyebrow, of course. Xia Lianxing, that ice-cold CEO, has recently been the focal point of the business world. "Why do you ask?" "Well," Su Hang scratched his head, his voice dropping. "I have quite a fondness for her." Luo Jin spat out her tea. "What did you say? How long have you known her?" "Just a day." Luo Jin placed her hand on her forehead. "You fell for her after just one day?" Su Hang cleared his throat awkwardly. "Senior sister, it's a long story." "Is the Xia family in dire straits?" Luo Jin set down her teacup, her expression turning serious. "Indeed, the situation is quite grim. At the current rate, the Xia Corporation can last at most 2 months. I heard old Master Xia intends to marry his granddaughter off to a scion of the Guo family." She suddenly paused, her eyes widening. "Wait a moment, the person who injured Guitian at the banquet tonight. It wouldn't happen to be you, would it?" Su Hang rubbed his nose, offering a resigned smile. Luo Jin sighed deeply. "Oh, junior brother." She couldn't help but scrutinize him. "What kind of enchantment has Xia Lianxing cast upon you? Aren't your senior sisters all exquisite beauties?" "Seventh senior sister." Su Hang's ears turned crimson. Hastily shifting the topic, "Is the Guo family very formidable?" Luo Jin replied seriously. "They are one of the 10 prominent families in Jinan. What do you think?" Su Hang's expression turned serious as he straightened his back. "Then let it be. Senior sister, I will handle this matter myself, so as not to implicate you. What's the rush?" Luo Jin suddenly revealed a playful smile. "Bring her to meet me tomorrow. I am quite curious to see what kind of girl could cause my little junior to fall head over heels at first sight." Su Hang's ears flushed crimson. "Senior sister." Luo Jin chuckled lightly, pinching his cheek. "Do not worry, I shall be here." However, she narrowed her eyes. "Shouldn't you adequately explain how you came to know Xia Lianxing?" Su Hang. The following morning, Xia Lianxing drove her Maserati to Minghu Houding. She anxiously glanced at her watch, knowing there were countless documents awaiting her attention at the office. Yet, that insufferable man had insisted on calling her, claiming there was something of utmost importance. "I must be out of my mind to come here," she muttered, yet still parked her car at the entrance of the community. From a distance, she spotted Su Hang pacing back and forth at the entrance, occasionally glancing around. For some inexplicable reason, this scene caused her heart to soften momentarily. "What do you want?" She approached Su Hang, deliberately adopting a stern expression. "You finally arrived. Su Hang Green Guaidi. Come on, let's go inside." Xia Lianxing took a cautious step back. "What are you planning? I warn you, we are merely in a contractual relationship." "Where do you think I am headed? Am I that sort of person?" Su Hang was both amused and exasperated. "Humph." Xia Lianxing crossed her arms. "Pervert, rogue, despicable lewd. If you're afraid to go in, then so be it." "Afraid? Me?" With a cold laugh, Xia Lianxing strode confidently inside. Chapter 5. The despair of Xia Lianxing on a luxurious leather sofa. A woman elegantly sipped tea, adorned in a Chanel haute couture ensemble. Her chestnut curls cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and a subtle smile lingered on her crimson lips. The Patek Philippe on her wrist glimmered coldly under the sunlight. Xia Lianxing's pupils constricted as she suddenly recognized the individual before her. "Mr. Luo." "How could you?" Luo Jin set down her teacup, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "I heard that you have enchanted my junior, compelling him to seek my assistance. Naturally, I had to come and see for myself. Junior? Xia Lianxing exclaimed, casting a bewildered glance at Su Hang. She's my fiancé. Su Hang straightened his posture with determination. Xia Lianxing's ears flushed crimson. It's not like that. Mr. Luo, we are merely friends. Friends? Luo Jin chuckled lightly. Would a mere friend cause him to plead with me to save the Xia family? Xia Lianxing's astonishment deepened as she turned her gaze toward Su Hang, who raised an eyebrow in smug satisfaction. What do you think? My senior is quite impressive, isn't she? While we ladies converse, what business is it of yours? Luo Jin retorted, her tone laced with annoyance. Su Hang fell silent, recalling how, during their time in the mountains, he was often left out of conversations between the senior sisters. Luo Jin gracefully set down her teacup, her piercing gaze fixated on Xia Lianxing. Xia, let's be direct. I can assist in saving the Xia family, but I have a condition. I require 30 of the Xia Group shares. Senior, Su Hang intoxicated. Xia Lianxing bit her lip. Contemplating this, I need to discuss it with my family. Currently, the Xia family holds 67 of the shares, and they probably won't agree. Luo Jin gently interrupted, a knowing smile curving her lips. However, I have an alternative proposal. She rose, clutching her handbag. When you find yourself truly in need, you may contact my junior. I will facilitate the connection. Xia Lianxing cast a complex glance at Su Hang and murmured, I understand. I look forward to our collaboration. Luo Jin walked with poised elegance toward the door. Thank you, Mr. Luo. Xia Lianxing inclined her head slightly. As the door closed softly, an air of silence enveloped the room. Su Hang regarded Xia Lianxing and said softly, There's little else I can do. I didn't anticipate my senior would propose such terms. No, this is already quite sufficient. Xia Lianxing shook her head, her eyes shimmering with intricate emotions. At present, no one dares to take on the Xia family's shares. Mr. Luo's willingness to assist is indeed a risk. Is that so? Su Hang scratched his head, a look of bewilderment crossing his features. Su Hang, Xia Lianxing's voice softened. Thank you. I truly don't know how to. There's no need for gratitude. Su Hang interrupted firmly. You are my woman. Who else would I assist if not you? What do you mean by my woman? Xia Lianxing's face flushed bright red. I just said we are merely. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Hang had enveloped her in his arms. Xia Lianxing's soft form trembled slightly against him. Do not utter such words again. Su Hang tightened his embrace, his voice low and serious. Otherwise, I might genuinely become angry. Release me. Let go of me. Xia Lianxing struggled, her voice growing fainter. You scoundrel. Rogue. Not a chance. Su Hang responded. Suddenly, Xia Lianxing fell silent, her voice barely a whisper. Too soon. Could you give me a moment? Please? After a brief silence, Su Hang slowly loosened his grip. I apologize. I was too hasty. It's fine. Xia Lianxing lowered her head, her steps faltering as she turned, nearly tripping over her high heels. In a flurry, she steadied herself and hurried away without glancing back. Su Hang watched her unsteady retreat, a faint smile gracing his lips. Inside the Maserati, Xia Lianxing gripped the steering wheel tightly, inhaling deeply. Luo Jin's assistance felt like a beacon of hope amidst darkness, finally illuminating her path to escape the shackles of her marriage. The prospect of exchanging 30 of the shares for the revival of the Xia family was an irresistible deal. She was certain her grandfather and father would concur. Nevertheless, the complexities of the world render it impossible for every matter to unfold as one desires. Standing in the ancient, elegant living room of the Xia family, the light from the crystal chandelier elongated her shadow as she relayed Luo Jin's terms. The atmosphere thickened with suffocating silence. Xia Qiming's aged fingers tapped rhythmically against the armrest of the mahogany chair, producing a dull sound. Lianxing, he finally spoke, his voice echoing as if from a distant place. You should marry Guitian. Grandfather. Xia Lianxing's voice trembled as she stepped forward. Why, Mr. Luo would never deceive me. There is no need for deception. 30 of the shares. Xia Qiming raised his clouded eyes. This signified the Xia family would forfeit its absolute controlling stake. Meanwhile, the Guo family assured her that the shares would remain unchanged after the marriage. Xia Lianxing felt her legs weaken. She grasped the edge of the coffee table. You all know I do not love Guitian. Am I not worth those shares in your eyes? Impudent. Xia Yuan thundered, slamming his palm down, causing the teacups to rattle. Since ancient times, marriage has been dictated by parental authority and matchmaking. Such matters cannot be trifled with. Xia Lianxing looked up at her father, whose familiar visage now seemed so alien. Guitian had personally vowed to remain faithful after their marriage. Xia Qiming sighed, his tone softening somewhat. The Guo family has promised that once you agree, the funds will be immediately available. Lianxing, the Xia family cannot withstand any turmoil. We cannot offend the Guo family. He paused, forcing a strained smile. Emotions can develop over time, can't they? Xia Lianxing clutched her skirt tightly, the luxurious silk wrinkling under her fingers. The light refracted through the crystal chandelier, shattered into countless glittering points in her eyes, mirroring her fragmented hopes. She turned to her mother, Lin Wanrong, casting a pleading gaze filled with tears. Yet, Lin Wanrong merely sighed deeply, averting her face, unable to meet her daughter's eyes. There's one more thing. Xia Qiming suddenly darkened his expression, his cane striking the ground with a heavy thud. The so-called fiancé you brought last night had the audacity to injure Guitian. Hand him over. The Guo family demands retribution. Xia Lianxing's gaze dimmed abruptly, her voice barely a whisper. He is Luo Jin's younger brother. What? The cane in Xia Qiming's hand swayed, a flicker of panic crossing his muddled eyes. So he is the esteemed Mr. Luo's kin. He hastily turned to Xia Yuan. Inform the Guo family. This matter is beyond our control. Mr. Luo is not someone we can afford to offend. Understood, father. Xia Yuan replied respectfully and hastened away. Xia Lianxing remained rooted in place, suddenly feeling that this home, which she had inhabited for over 20 years, had become alien. The crystal chandelier still glittered brilliantly, yet it failed to illuminate the chill deep within her heart. In a daze, the impish smile of Su Hang floated before her, the man who always delighted in provoking her ire. He possessed a warm embrace that assured her, and a comical audacity that left one both amused and exasperated. Xia Qiming set down his teacup, his gaze penetrating as he stared out the window. Lianxing, prepare yourself in the coming days. Once Guitian is discharged from the hospital, you shall wed. Xia Lianxing's slender fingers tightened suddenly, her knuckles paling. She lowered her eyelids, her voice so soft it was nearly inaudible. I understand, grandfather. After a pause, she spoke again, struggling with her words. May I have a few days alone to reflect? Please entrust the affairs of the corporation to father for the time being. Xia Qiming furrowed his brow, about to refuse, but upon seeing his granddaughter's pallid complexion, his heart inexplicably quivered. With a heavy sigh, the elder's tone softened, a rarity. Very well, do as you wish. A little time to clear your mind would be beneficial. Yet as he turned, he sternly added, but do not stray far and absolutely refrain from any foolishness. Chapter 6. Emotional turmoil. The night was deep and somber as Xia Lianxing aimlessly maneuvered her Maserati. The neon lights outside blurred into a kaleidoscope, mirroring the fragmented fate she now endured. The destiny of a politically arranged marriage had been sealed. She was merely a pawn sacrificed by her family. She could not fathom how her father, who once hoisted her upon his shoulders, could now callously cast her into the abyss. Her mother, usually gentle and nurturing, had not uttered a single word of support in this moment of despair. Suddenly, the car came to an abrupt halt, and Xia Lianxing found herself staring blankly at the grand letters spelling out Minghu Houting. By instinct, she had arrived at the residence of the man who had wronged her. Trembling, she fished out her phone, her fingertips hovering uncertainly over Su Hang's number, unable to press the dial button. The words spoken by Luo Jin reverberated in her ears. Xia, when you find yourself at a dead end. She dialed the number. Hello? Su Hang's signature cheeky voice resonated from the other end. Xia Lianxing remained silent. Hello? Why so quiet? This signal is as poor as being on a mountain. Suhan Matev. It's me, she finally managed to say. What's wrong? Su Hang immediately sensed something amiss. I'm at the entrance of your community. The confession felt as though it drained her of every ounce of strength. Silence lingered for 2 seconds on the line. "Wait there. I'll be right over." Before long, a series of knocks on the window jolted her from her thoughts. Rolling down the window, she was met with Xu Hang's concerned face. "Who has bullied you?" he asked, his voice low and grave. Xia Lianxing shook her head, and after a long pause, she uttered, "This is the last time I will see you. Forget me. Get out of the car," Xu Hang commanded, his tone imbued with undeniable determination. Since it was their final meeting, it would be remiss to bid farewell within the confines of the vehicle. Hesitating, she opened the door, only to be swept into his warm embrace the next moment. Xia Lianxing feebly struggled for a moment before succumbing to silence. In her despair, she thought that since she had already given him her most precious treasures, it was futile to resist this final warmth. Yet, as a strong heartbeat resonated in her ears and his familiar scent enveloped her, the facade of strength she had maintained crumbled into dust. Uncontrollable tears streamed down her face, soaking his clothing. It dawned on her that the tears shed over the past few days exceeded those of the last 20 years combined. Feeling the dampness on his chest, Xu Hang tightened his embrace. He lowered his gaze to the weeping figure in his arms and suddenly bent down to lift her effortlessly. Where are you taking me?" Xia Lianxing grasped his collar in a panic, her voice still tinged with sobs. With firm strides, Xu Hang replied, his voice deep and resolute. "Home." In the VIP ward of the hospital, the scent of disinfectant mingled with expensive perfume. Guetian lay on the hospital bed, each breath sending sharp pains through his fractured ribs. Xu Hang's seemingly casual kick had precisely broken 2 of them. Clenching the sheets, Guetian's knuckles turned white. From childhood to the present, who would dare to utter a single dissenting word to him? What is Xiao? He had long grown accustomed to the sycophantic expressions and obsequious postures of those around him. Yet today, someone had the audacity to confront him in front of an audience. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a mobile phone shattered his thoughts. "Dad." He suppressed his fury as he answered the call. "The background of that kid has been thoroughly investigated," came a commanding voice from the other end. It was Luo Jin's younger brother. "This matter ends here." Guetian's pupils constricted sharply. "Dad, do you realize? I have 2 broken ribs. I have never suffered such a grievous injury in my life, and now you expect me to endure it?" A brief silence ensued on the line, followed by a barely audible sigh. "Handle it discreetly. Do not leave any incriminating evidence." "Understood." Guetian ended the call, a sinister smile creeping onto his pale face. In Minghu howling, Xu Hang gently placed Xia Lianxing on the sofa, yet he was reluctant to release her from his embrace. Her soft form pressed closely against him, the faint fragrance of her hair enveloping his senses. Xia Lianxing could distinctly feel the changes in his body. Her heart raced so fervently it seemed ready to burst from her chest. Her eyelashes fluttered and fell, seemingly resigning as she closed her eyes. Xu Hang's breathing grew heavy as he slowly lowered his head, pausing just before their lips would meet, as if granting her one last chance to refuse. Not seeing her retreat, he finally pressed his lips against hers. This kiss was both domineering and tender. Xia Lianxing felt as though the world spun around her, her hands instinctively wrapping around his neck. All rational thought crumbled in that moment, leaving her at his mercy, allowing him to conquer her completely. It was only when they were on the brink of breathlessness that Xu Hang reluctantly released her. He rested his forehead against hers, gazing at her glistening lips and dazed eyes, his throat involuntarily tightening. Without conscious volition, his hand slipped into her clothing, and when his palm met the softness beneath, Xia Lianxing suddenly grasped his wrist tightly. He looked down to find her stubbornly biting her lower lip, crystalline tears silently tracing down her cheeks. Her tear-filled eyes clearly conveyed a plea for him to stop, yet her taut body betrayed a willingness to yield. As long as he persisted, she would acquiesce. In a moment of clarity, Xu Hang abruptly withdrew his hand, delivering a sharp slap to his own face. He enveloped her in his arms once more, gently kissing away the traces of her tears. "Em sorry." His voice was hoarse as he rested his chin lightly atop her head. "I was out of my mind just now." Xia Lianxing softly shook her head, nudging her nose against his chest. In that instant, a profound sense of fulfillment and emotion surged within her. This man, who honored her wishes even in moments of passion, stirred her heart more than any sweet words could. Xia Lianxing lifted her glistening eyes and whispered, "Su Hang, we've only known each other for 2 days. Isn't this too fast?" Her voice dwindled to a whisper, her cheeks flushed with a captivating hue. Su Hang internally scoffed. We already share a bed at our first meeting? And now she claims it's too fast. However, uttering such words is undoubtedly perilous. Master S. Aphorism number 29, women are ever fickle. He lifted a gentle smile. Fool, I actually find it too slow. Had I known, I would have locked you in my embrace at the hotel and not let you leave. You're incorrigible. Xia Lianxing playfully punched him, only to soon reveal a worried expression. Su Hang, do you treat every newly acquainted girl this way? Here it comes. This seemingly simple question is, in reality, a treacherous one. If he were to respond, how could that be? You are the only one I treat this way. He would need to prepare for an immediate retreat, erasing and blocking all connections. Su Hang feigned contemplation and countered. Why do you ask? Is there something I am lacking? Xia Lianxing shook her head, softly replying, It's just, you are too good to me. Su Hang gently cupped her face. Because I admire the strength in your character and the bravery that lies within you. Remember, before me, you can always be your most authentic self. He paused, adding, As for arranged marriages, let them go to hell. Touched, Xia Lianxing pecked him softly on the lips and said, Su Hang, you are truly wonderful. Success. Su Hang's heart soared with joy. At this moment, he knew he must seize the opportunity. He gazed deeply into her eyes, his voice low and resolute. Lianxing, in this lifetime, I shall be good to you alone. Really? Her eyes sparkled with delight. Yes, I swear, Su Hang declared solemnly, raising 3 fingers. Master S. Aphorism number 23. Oaths taken in pivotal moments hold the most weight. At last, Xia Lianxing broke into a smile, her entire being relaxing as she nestled into his embrace. Su Hang exhaled a silent sigh of relief, gently stroking her long hair. Chapter 7. The chess game of the senior sister. As night deepened, the hour hand on the wall pointed to 11 o'clock. Su Hang softly suggested, Lianxing, let me escort you home. Upon hearing the word home, Xia Lianxing trembled, her complexion instantly paling. Su Hang, I do not wish to return. Her voice was tinged with a suppressed sob. Su Hang felt a pang in his heart and immediately embraced her tighter. All right, we won't go back. You can stay with me tonight. My grandfather said, I must go with Guitian soon. She could not continue, her slender fingers tightly clutching the hem of Su Hang's shirt. Shoo! Su Hang gently caressed her cheek. As long as I am here, no one can force you to do anything. Tomorrow, I will seek counsel from the senior sister. He carried Xia Lianxing into the bedroom and gently laid her on the bed. Just as he was about to leave, his shirt was tugged. Su Hang, her voice was barely audible. Do you think I am using you? Su Hang was taken aback for a moment, then affectionately pinched her nose. Silly girl, why are you overthinking? Xia Lianxing wanted to argue, but he interrupted her, pulling the blanket over her. Now close your eyes and sleep. In that moment, she bore no resemblance to the icy CEO. She was simply a helpless, ordinary girl. Xia Lianxing timidly lifted her eyes. Su King, I'm a bit scared. Could you just sleep beside me? As long as you do not misbehave. Su Hang considered himself a man of virtue. Thus, he nimbly turned onto the bed. Xia Lianxing cautiously nestled into his embrace, instinctively seeking the most comfortable position. Don't move. Su Hang held sharply. If you do, I cannot guarantee what will happen. Xia Lianxing's ears flushed crimson, and she obediently stilled. In the reassuring embrace, she soon drifted into slumber. Once he confirmed she was asleep, Su Hang's gaze turned suddenly cold. Guotan, the Xia family, he sneered inwardly. Dare to touch my woman? Just wait. As morning light filtered through the curtains, Xia Lianxing awoke groggily, realizing the space beside her was empty. Just as she was about to rise, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Awake? Su Hang entered with breakfast. I bought breakfast. Hurry up and wash up. Upon seeing his gentle smile in the sunlight, a long-lost warmth surged in Xia Lianxing's heart. Last night had been the most peaceful night of sleep she had experienced in years. The morning sun spilled onto the dining table when suddenly Su Hang's phone rang. As he answered, Luo Jin's lazy voice came through. Junior brother, did you manage to win over the young lady from the Xia family last night? Cough. Su Hang nearly choked on his milk, almost dropping the phone, and cautiously glanced around. Senior sister, you. Don't misunderstand, it's just my guess. Laughter echoed from the other end. I knew from the start that the Xia family would not accept my terms. I figured she would have to come to you. Su Hang stole a glance at Xia Lianxing, who was sipping her porridge. Then, what next? Is she still with you? Upon receiving a positive response, Luo Jin decisively stated, I will come by this afternoon. By the way, tell her not to wander around. Suddenly, the voice of the secretary on the other end urged, President Luo, the board members are waiting for you. With that, Luo Jin hastily hung up but added, inform Xia Lianxing that I will be there shortly. Setting down the phone, Su Hang met Xia Lianxing's anxious gaze. Was that President Luo? He inquired. Xia Lianxing tightened her grip on the napkin, a mixture of anticipation and unease washing over her. Do not fret, Su Hang reassured her, grasping her cool hand. Senior sister has her ways. If all else fails. He winked playfully. I shall whisk you away to the mountains. To the mountains? Xia Lianxing finally voiced her curiosity. You keep mentioning the mountains. What do you mean? I was raised in the mountains. Su Hang replied with a smile as he served her more porridge. My master brought me up there. Not to mention the 8 senior sisters who constantly tormented me, he added in his mind. Noticing her silence, Su Hang leaned in closer. How about we have a little monkey of our own up there? Who will want to have a child with you? You rogue, Xia Lianxing exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she playfully hit him, only to be enveloped in his embrace. If I were truly a rogue, Su Hang whispered in her ear, I could have kept you in bed all day after last night. Don't say that. Xia Lianxing buried her face in his chest, yet a sweet smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the doorbell of the villa rang. Xia Lianxing hurried to answer it, finding Luo Jin clad in a fitted royal blue dress, complemented by a matching blazer. She stood at the threshold, a refined briefcase in hand. Ah, President Xia, Luo Jin said with a playful smirk. Didn't you claim you were merely friends? Living together already? Xia Lianxing's ears turned crimson. President Luo, we. Just teasing. Luo Jin chuckled lightly as she stepped inside, transitioning to business matters. In the living room, Su Hang promptly approached senior sister. Next, Luo Jin disregarded him entirely. Let us discuss matters in the study. With that, she took Xia Lianxing by the hand and led her upstairs. As Su Hang prepared to follow, Luo Jin shot him a sharp glance. When women are conversing, men should not interfere. Watching the study door close firmly, Su Hang slumped onto the sofa, feeling increasingly vexed. At that moment, the phrase women are capricious echoed relentlessly in his mind. 2 hours later, the study door finally opened. Luo Jin emerged gracefully, glancing at the sulking Su Hang. Junior brother, I must take my leave. Su Hang turned away, choosing to ignore her. Luo Jin chuckled softly, approaching to ruffle his hair. Are you still upset with senior sister? Is it not permissible for her to air? What exactly did you discuss? Su Hang couldn't help but ask. A secret, Luo Jin winked. This is but a game of chess. Do not worry. Your little darling will not escape. Coughing slightly, Su Hang nearly choked on his own saliva. After bidding farewell to Luo Jin, he gently pushed open the study door. His eyes fell upon Xia Lianxing standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. Hearing the sound, she turned to face him, her eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions. What is it? Su Hang instinctively softened his footsteps, his voice taking on a gentler tone. Xia Lianxing did not respond, but slowly approached, burying her face in his chest. Su Hang immediately wrapped his arms around her delicate waist, feeling her body tremble slightly. You can share any worries with me, he murmured, his fingers unconsciously playing with her hair. Suddenly, Xia Lianxing lifted her face, and before Su Hang could react, her soft lips pressed against his. The unexpected kiss momentarily froze Su Hang, but merely a fraction of a second later, he regained control. One hand cradled the back of her head while the other tightened around her slender waist, deepening the kiss. Xia Lianxing felt her legs weaken under his kiss, forcing her to cling tightly to his clothing for support. When they finally parted, Xia Lianxing was breathless, her cheeks flushed like the evening glow. Mr. Luo has agreed to help me. Su Hang chuckled softly, his thumb gently brushing against the damp corner of her lips. "See, I told you my senior sister is the most reliable." His voice carried an unmistakable pride, yet was laced with tenderness. Chapter 8. Assassination atop the World Trade Center. The emblem of the Gua Corporation gleamed brilliantly against the night sky. In the chairman's office, Gui Yuheng was engrossed in reviewing documents. Working late into the night had become a routine for the chairman of the group. Suddenly, the shrill ring of the telephone pierced the silence. "Speak," he answered curtly. "Boss, the young master has contacted the Dark Raven organization. They should be taking action within the next few days." A frown creased Gui Yuheng's brow. "Understood." The Dark Raven organization held a formidable reputation in the underworld, known for handling unsavory tasks for the powerful, provided the remuneration was sufficiently generous. The young master insists on being present. With their involvement, success is all but guaranteed. "Nonsense." Gui Yuheng slammed his hand on the table, asserting that he must not go. Luo Jin was not to be trifled with. If she uncovered any trace of their plans, it would spell trouble. In a hospital ward, a middle-aged man ended the call, casting a resigned glance at Guitian, whose eyes were filled with a fierce intensity. "Young master, you heard him." Guitian forced a menacing smile. "Ignore the old man's words. I must avenge this grudge myself." The image of Su Hang kneeling before him in supplication ignited a frenzied light in his eyes. Since he did not agree, there was no need for further reports. Just the thought of that scene made Guitian's breath grow heavy, the pain from his fractured ribs a mere reminder of his blazing hatred. "Let them do it now." Immediately, at once, he repeated obsessively, his bed shaking with his violent movements. "I can't wait another moment." The middle-aged man sighed deeply, understood. In a suburban residence of Jinan City, 7 figures clad in black were seated around a table. Ming Sha pushed a photograph across the surface. "The new commission from the Guo family. Take a look." As the group perused the image, disdainful smiles emerged on their faces. The youth depicted appeared to be only 18 or 19, clad in a cheap white shirt, exuding no sense of threat. Ming Sha rapped the table. "Do not underestimate him." He managed to kick Guitian's ribs apart, indicating he possesses some skill. One of the black-clad individuals stood, scoffing. "Boss, a spoiled brat like Guitian? I could easily kick 3 of them away. How formidable could this kid possibly be?" Ming Sha shook his head. "The employer demands the target remain alive. Guitian wants to handle it personally." Dissatisfaction murmured among the ranks. "Double the remuneration," Ming Sha declared, silencing the dissent. He pointed to 2 individuals. "Guiyu, Shuirun, you 2 will go. Make it clean and efficient." The 2 black-clad figures rose in silence, their forms swiftly vanishing into the embrace of the night. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, silence reigned supreme. 2 shadows appeared quietly outside the Ming Lake Mansion community. Shuirun lowered his voice, gesturing in the darkness. "According to the information, the target is within this community. To be prudent, we will wait until we have complete control before notifying the employer." Guiyu nodded silently, his voice a low rasp. "I will scout ahead. Wait for my signal here." Shuirun signaled reassurance. As skilled operatives in covert assassination, Guiyu's stealth capabilities ranked among the top 3 in the entire blood slaughter organization. This reconnaissance mission was but a trivial affair for him. In a fleeting motion, he effortlessly vaulted over the 3-meter-high wall. Concealed by the cloak of night, he glided through the community with an ethereal grace. Before long, he arrived outside the target villa. The information provided by his employer indicated that the young man resided there. Inside the bedroom, Su Heng, cradling Xia Lianxing in slumber, suddenly felt a chill coursing down his spine, as if unseen eyes were watching him from the shadows. He jolted awake, muscles taut. Yet all he could perceive were the sporadic chirps of insects outside the window. Xia Lianxing, startled by his abrupt movement, groggily wrapped her arms around his neck, her drowsy voice murmuring, "What's wrong?" Su Heng gently caressed her hair, his voice soothing as a gentle stream. "It's nothing, go back to sleep." Xia Lianxing nuzzled against him, soon drifting back into a tranquil sleep. Su Heng gazed at her serene visage, but his expression abruptly turned icy. He slowly shifted his gaze toward the pitch-black night outside, a glimmer of coldness igniting in his eyes. The lingering chill that had enveloped him was now identifiable. It was the aura of death, cold and viscous, spreading from the depths of darkness. He quietly laid Xia Lianxing's arm back onto the bedding and rose silently. The moment he pushed open the door, the insect chorus outside fell eerily silent. Like a shadow, he slipped into the villa's courtyard, landing without disturbing even a blade of grass. He retrieved his phone, his thumb poised to press the send button when a sudden prickling sensation raised the hairs on the back of his neck. Years of assassin instincts propelled him to draw his dagger and stab backward in a flash. Crack. The sound of a wrist bone shattering pierced the silence. Before he could emit a cry of pain, a precise chop struck the side of his neck. Xu Heng caught the limp body, whispering, "Your stealth skills are commendable, but your face-to-face combat leaves much to be desired." He glanced at the unsent message on his phone, a cold smile creeping across his lips. It seemed there were accomplices. Outside the community wall, Bloodblade paced restlessly. The appointed time had passed, yet there was no sign of Guiyu. He scaled the wall and, following the marked location in the intel, made his way directly to Xu Heng's villa. The closer he drew, the more palpable his unease became. Just as he was about to step through the courtyard gate, a tall figure emerged under the moonlight. Bloodblade's pupils dilated. There stood their target, the young man casually toying with Guiyu's personal dagger. "Where's Guiyu?" Bloodblade asked in a low voice, his right hand already gripping the blood-colored short blade at his waist. Xu Heng halted his motion of twirling the dagger, the blade gleaming coldly in the moonlight. "Rest assured, I shall promptly send you to meet him." In an instant, both figures sprang into action. Sparks flew from the clash of metal in the darkness. As for why not to use a gun, don't be ridiculous. That only works on ordinary people. In close-quarters combat, the sharp sound of cold weapons slicing through the air is often more lethal than the report of a firearm. Xu Heng's pupils constricted. A flash of crimson blade came slicing towards him. He slightly shifted his body, the cold blade grazing his clothing before he retaliated with a cunning upward thrust. The dagger aimed directly at his opponent's throat. Bloodblade, caught off guard, leaned back, the blade still carving a line of blood across his chin. The onslaught of Xu Heng remained relentless, with blades flashing like torrential rain. The clashing of metal resonating violently in the courtyard. After a dozen exchanges, the opponent suddenly staggered back, exposing an unguarded chest. Xu Han lunged forward, only to be met with a sudden glimmer of cold steel. A second dagger launched from the bloody sleeve. A surge of lethal intent surged in his eyes as the dagger struck like a venomous serpent, piercing through the opponent's wrist. The bloodied assailant let out a cry that never escaped his lips as the blade swiftly grazed his neck. Clutching his gushing throat, he collapsed to the ground, disbelief etched in his eyes. Xu Heng approached cautiously, confirming the assailant had drawn his last breath before meticulously searching his garments. Apart from the two daggers, he discovered only a mobile phone in the pocket. Suddenly, he noticed an abnormal bulge in the deceased's groin. A chill coursed through him. Could this man have been fighting him while concealing a firearm? Yet, he soon realized something was amiss. The shape he prodded it gently with his finger, feeling its hard, cold surface. His lips involuntarily twitched as a realization dawned upon him. Upon lifting the bloody assailant's shirt, he indeed found a pitch-black gun handle protruding from the waistband. Madman Xu Heng muttered under his breath, carefully extracting the hidden handgun from the groin, unperturbed by the risk of accidental discharge. Had the assailant still been alive, he might have smugly explained his obsession with such life-threatening thrills. Since one could not constantly hold a gun to their own temple, concealing it in one's trousers seemed a fitting alternative. Of course, Xu Heng would never fathom such a twisted rationale. All he knew was that it was wise for the bloodied assailant not to draw the weapon from his trousers. An elite-level martial artist possesses reaction speeds thrice that of an ordinary person. Disarming opponents is merely basic technique. With his peak elite-level prowess, had the opponent truly dared to draw the gun, it would have only hastened his demise. Reflecting on the fact that his senior sisters had already entered the realm of the extraordinary, Xu Heng could not help but click his tongue. As for his master, that ancient being at the very least, he was of legendary caliber. Over the years, he had never witnessed the old man engage in earnest combat. Chapter 9. 9 Needles questioning the heart. Su Hang retrieved his phone and had just dialed Luo Jin's number when a furious shout erupted from the receiver. It's the middle of the night. What on earth is wrong with you? If you're not sleeping, why should anyone else? Su Hang winced, his eardrums vibrating from the outburst, and his lips involuntarily twitched. Senior sister. Someone is attempting to assassinate me. A sudden silence fell on the other end of the line for a few seconds, before Luo Jin's voice turned serious. Are you all right? I'm fine. I dealt with one, but left a live one tied up in the backyard. Just wait. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Su Hang dragged the body into a corner of the yard. 20 minutes later, the sound of screeching brakes echoed outside the villa. Luo Jin burst in, clad in a loose sweatshirt and jeans, her hair hastily tied into a ponytail, clutching a black handbag. Clearly, she had rushed out without even changing properly after receiving his call. She crouched down to inspect the body, her brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. I don't recognize this person. Su Hang handed her the bloodied short knife. This was his weapon. Luo Jin's fingertips brushed over the blade's edge, her gaze turning icy. It's a member of the Dark Crow. Dark Crow? Su Hang raised an eyebrow. A mercenary assassination organization. Luo Jin explained, spinning the short knife in her palm. This blood drink is their signature weapon, and its owner is reputed to be the ace assassin known as Bloodblade. Suddenly, she looked up, her eyes piercing as they fixed on Su Hang. Are you certain you aren't injured? Su Hang waved his hand dismissively. He was rather mediocre, just a novice in the elite ranks. What about the live one? Su Hang led Luo Jin to the storage room in the backyard. Under the dim light, a man in black was bound tightly with nylon ropes, a cloth stuffed in his mouth, still unconscious. Luo Jin narrowed her eyes. Wake him up, understanding her intent. Su Hang turned and fetched a bucket of icy water, unhesitatingly splashing it over the man's head. The man jolted awake, eyes flying open as the cold water streamed down his face. In his blurred vision, a man and a woman loomed above him. He strained against the nylon ropes that had cut into his wrists, despair washing over him. This time, he was utterly finished. What is your code name in the Dark Crow organization? The woman asked coldly. The man's pupils constricted in fear. They knew about the Dark Crow, suppressing his shock. He retorted, if you know about the Dark Crow, why don't you let us go? If our boss finds out. Su Hang shook his head with a sense of pity in his gaze for the man. He had witnessed the interrogation methods of the seventh senior sister firsthand. Those models riddled with silver needles were a haunting memory, a gentler version under their master's direct guidance. Luo Jin's lips curled slightly as her fingertip pressed gently against the man's Adam's apple. Don't count on your comrades to rescue you. Before her words faded, the man realized with horror that he could not utter a sound. Before long, you will beg me to send you to meet him. She leisurely retrieved a sandalwood needle box from her bag, lifting the lid to reveal 9 silver needles glinting ominously under the light. The pupils of Guiyu suddenly constricted as he watched the first silver needle pierce the Baihui point, an instant headache threatening to split his skull. The second needle penetrated the Shanzhong point, setting his entire body ablaze with an unbearable itch akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart. The third needle struck the Jianjing point, sending excruciating pain radiating through his joints. Was he already crumbling under the third needle? Luo Jin observed his contorted expression, her fingertips delicately brushing the needle's tail. The 9 needles had only just begun, and we have ample time. Su Hang silently turned his face away. After all these years, Seventh Senior Sister's exquisite technique of the 9 needles of hard inquiry remained as unique as ever. He couldn't help but recall the small thief who had inadvertently trespassed their mountain gate, who had wept like a 200-pound child after just the second needle. Guiyu trembled violently, tears mingled with cold sweat streaming down his face. He nodded frantically, his eyes filled with desperation, his throat emitting hoarse, raspy sounds. Yet he could not articulate a single coherent word. Luo Jin's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Wouldn't it have been better to cooperate from the start? She leisurely withdrew the silver needles, reminding him that his life was now in her hands. Su Hang shook his head in disbelief. He still vividly remembered how that small thief had wet himself upon being rescued by his master. Now, this Dark Crow assassin had finally come to understand what Seventh Senior Sister's gentleness entailed. Luo Jin's fingertips flickered like lightning as she gently tapped Guiyu's throat. Cough! Cough! Guiyu instantly felt as though he had been granted amnesty, bending over and gasping for air, saliva uncontrollably spilling from the corner of his mouth. Code name? Luo Jin's voice was as cold as ice. Guiyu, he replied hoarsely. Who is the employer? Xia Group. The objective? Guiyu trembled as he glanced at Xu Hang. To kill him, then paused, quickly adding must leave him a breath. Until Guitian arrives, to take care of it personally. A glint of cold light flashed in Luo Jin's eyes, her lips curling into a chilling smile. Very well. Now, send a message to Guitian, instructing him to come. Guiyu's face revealed hesitation. Yet he shivered at the moment their eyes met. Can you untie my hands first? Without a word, Xu Hang drew his dagger and severed the ropes. He harbored no concerns about the possibility of the other escaping, given Guiyu's current state. Attempting to flee under their watchful eyes was nothing short of a fantasy. Guiyu flexed his stiff left hand, a piercing pain radiating from his fractured right wrist. Trembling, he accepted the phone that Xu Hang offered and sent a text to his employer. Mission accomplished. Luo Jin's fingertips shimmered with silver as she coldly inquired, What is your leader's strength? What is the code name? Guiyu's face turned pale as he stammered. The code name is Ming. Ming Sha. No one knows his true power. He struggled to swallow, but continued. But he can easily defeat me and Bloodblade working together. Xu Hang couldn't help but roll his eyes, silently thinking, with your level of skill, I could easily handle this myself. Thank you very much. What does this signify? Luo Jin nodded, suddenly striking out. A silver needle precisely piercing his temple. Guiyu collapsed to the ground, breath abruptly ceased. In the hospital room, the middle-aged man fixed his gaze on the mobile screen, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing his eyes. Young master, we have received news from that side. The matter is accomplished. Guitian abruptly lifted his head, a morbid smile emerging on his pallid face, his eyes glinting with a frenzied light. Good. Very good. He struggled to rise from the sickbed, declaring, I shall make that wretch kneel and lick the soles of my shoes, and then. His voice trembled with excitement. Before that vile, Xia Lianxing, I shall shatter every bone in his body, one by one. The middle-aged man, long accustomed to his young master's ferocity, silently supported him out of the hospital room. The black Mercedes sped through the night, heading straight for Minghu Houting. As the vehicle halted at the entrance of the community, Guitian instantly recognized the sapphire blue Maserati in the parking space. His expression twisted in fury. That wretch. Indeed, here she is. His nails dug deeply into his palm, the image of Xia Lianxing's face crumbling in despair as she watched her beloved suffer flashed in his mind. The middle-aged man presented a gilded business card to the security guard on duty, stating, Xia Group purchased property here last night and now seeks to conduct an inspection. The security guard, upon examining the card under the light, hesitated. At this hour, perhaps you could come back tomorrow. Open the gate if you wish to keep your job. The middle-aged man coldly interrupted. The iron gate slowly creaked open. Guitian, dragging his still unhealed body, limped toward Xu Hang's villa, each step laden with profound hatred. Chapter 10. The truth the night was profound, and the gates of Xu Hang's villa stood ominously ajar, as if awaiting the arrival of an unknown guest. Guitian exchanged a wary glance with the middle-aged man in a suit before cautiously stepping into the courtyard. Just as they crossed the threshold, a chilling voice emerged from the shadows. Young Master Xia, visiting at such an hour, seems your injuries have healed quite swiftly? Xu Hang ambled leisurely from behind a column, his hands stuffed in his pockets, a faint, elusive smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Impossible. Guitian's complexion paled dramatically, and he staggered backward in shock. The middle-aged man reacted quickly, stepping in front of Guitian. Young master, flee. Ignoring the pain in his chest, Guitian turned to escape. Yet the instant he moved, a dull thud reverberated behind him. Just a few steps away, he felt a sudden chill at the back of his neck. He halted, rigid, as Xu Hang had inexplicably appeared before him, their breaths mingling in close proximity. Young Master Xia, Xu Hang tilted his head, his eyes glinting with cold light. Since you are here, why not come in for a cup of tea? You dare. Guo face contorted in fear, his voice trembling. I am the heir of the Xia Group. Before he could finish, Su Hang delivered a precise kick to Guo chest, striking the same spot as before. The sound of cracking bones echoed sharply in the stillness of the night. Guo spat blood and collapsed, unconscious. Sighing, Su Hang called out into the courtyard, "Senior sister, no need to hide." Under the moonlight, Luo Jin emerged gracefully from behind the trees, her lips curling into a slight smile. "Little junior brother, your skills have improved. Senior sister, please don't tease me." Su Hang nudged the unconscious Guo with his foot. "You heard what he said. If I were to dispose of him, would it cause you trouble?" He shrugged. "I wouldn't mind taking Lianxing back to the mountain for a while." "Oh dear," Luo Jin suddenly leaned closer, playfully blinking, "and in just a few days, you've grown so affectionate." Lianxing, senior sister. Su Hang's ears flushed slightly, and he helplessly rubbed his forehead. Luo Jin's teasing demeanor faded as she pointed at the two on the ground. "First, let us move them to the storage room. I need to interrogate them." A shiver ran through Su Hang at her words. "Interrogation? About what? Are you not curious about what transpired between me and Xia Lianxing in the study that day?" Luo Jin twirled a silver needle in her fingers, her smile enigmatic. "Now is the perfect opportunity for you to understand. The troubles faced by the Xia family are far from simple." Su Hang furrowed his brow, refraining from further comment. He grasped Guo by the nape and dragged the middle-aged man along, treating them as mere refuse on his way to the storage room. As Guo regained consciousness amidst excruciating pain, his body swayed with the movement. He suddenly opened his eyes, locking gazes with Luo Jin, whose eyes sparkled with amusement, sending a chill down his spine. Luo Jin." His voice quivered with fear. "Young Master Guo, your late-night visit to my humble abode surely isn't merely a social call." Luo Jin mused, playing with the silver needle. "President Luo." Guo Tianxiang composed himself, aware of his identity. "Release me, and I assure you." Luo Jin deftly twirled a silver needle, its cold gleam slicing through the air before Guo eyes. "Mr. Guo, shall we strike a bargain? All I ask is for your honesty." She leaned in suddenly, her crimson lips parting slightly. "I will allow you to leave unscathed." Guo throat constricted, cold sweat trickling down his temple. "Luo, what does Miss Luo wish to know?" "The crisis of the Xia Corporation. Was it orchestrated by you alone?" Luo Jin's voice was laced with frost. Guo pupils dilated, a chill coursing down his spine. Impossible. He had executed this scheme flawlessly. Even the cunning old fox of the Xia family remained oblivious. Miss Luo must be jesting. He forced a smile more grotesque than tears. "How could I possibly?" Outside, Su Hang clenched his fists. So that was it. No wonder Lianxing's eyes had harbored unspoken grievances when she mentioned the puzzling client defaults and the bank's inexplicable withdrawal of funds. Very well. With a flick of her finger, the needle emitted a sharp sound, rendering Guo face as pale as parchment. As the needle pierced the first acupoint, Guo body convulsed, his eyes bloodshot, desperately shaking his head in plea. The contrast to Guo Yu's endurance until the third needle was stark. "Mr. Guo," Luo Jin chuckled softly as she withdrew the needle. "I anticipated you would last longer." She pressed her fingertip against his throat, commanding, "Do not make me ask a second time." Trembling like a leaf in the wind, Guo stammered the truth. It had been at the celebratory banquet for Xia Lianxing's ascension as president of the Xia Corporation. Dressed in a moon-white evening gown, and utterly dim, Guo immediately pursued her fervently, showering her with luxury cars and jewelry, even publicly kneeling to propose, only to be met with her icy dismissal. That wretched woman. Guo expression twisted in fury. No one had ever dared to treat him thus. Upon returning to the Guo family villa, he and his father were in accord. The astute Guo Yuheng had long set his sights on the Xia Corporation. A merger through marriage would enable the Guo family to dominate the business landscape of Jinan. Guo Yuheng toyed with the cigar in his hand, recognizing that the Xia family, though seemingly strong, was indeed vulnerable, a prime opportunity for absorption. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, he scoffed, "Xia Qiming is nearing his end, running out of time. while Xia Yuan is utterly mediocre. As for Xia Lianxing, the cigarette but was crushed fiercely in the ashtray. No matter her capabilities, the girl was ultimately too inexperienced. We merely needed to wait for the right moment. Soon, the opportunity arose as Xia Qiming fell gravely ill, teetering between life and death. Xia Yuan juggled responsibilities between the hospital and the company, leaving Xia Lianxing to uphold the corporation single-handedly. In the ensuing months, Guotian employed both coercion and temptation. He first lavished money on the Xia shareholders, then used incriminating evidence to threaten members of the board. The most devastating blow came when he pilfered confidential information regarding the Xia Corporation's key clients. The Xia Group found itself in a precarious position in the market, suffering a substantial loss of clientele. Meanwhile, Guo Yuheng leveraged his political and business connections to instruct the banks to abruptly withdraw their loans. Within a mere 3 months, this predatory father-son duo had driven the Xia Group to the brink of collapse. Upon Xia Qiming's recovery and discharge from the hospital, he was confronted with the dismal state of the company. Despite his years of navigating the tumultuous waters of business and weathering countless storms, despair unmistakably etched itself upon his features. He understood that the tide had irrevocably turned, and he was powerless to alter the course. Outside, Su Heng listened intently to Guo Tian's confession, a fiery tumult brewing within his chest. His thoughts drifted to Xia Lianxing, peacefully slumbering in the bedroom, eliciting a wave of heartache. Young Master Guo, Luo Jin suddenly smiled, her demeanor shifting. "Thank you for your cooperation." Guo Tian, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, ingratiatingly replied, "Rest assured, President Luo, I want to breathe a word about tonight." "You misunderstand," Luo Jin interjected, a glint of silver flashing at her fingertips. "I meant it is time for you to depart." In an instant, the silver needle pierced Guo Tian's temple. His face still frozen in a simpering smile, yet his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Wait!" The middle-aged man, just awakening, was on the verge of a scream when Su Heng, like a specter, appeared behind him. A sharp crack echoed in the stillness of the night as the neck bone shattered. With Guotian already dealt with, this witness could not be spared either. Su Heng regarded the lifeless body with cold detachment, his eyes betraying no emotion. Chapter 11. Shopping. Luo Jin dialed a special number and briefly conveyed a message before hanging up. Within 30 minutes, four figures clad in black attire and donning specially crafted masks appeared at the villa's entrance like phantoms. "Miss." The four knelt in unison, their movements synchronized, voices deep and resolute. Luo Jin nodded slightly, raising her delicate hand. "Clean this place thoroughly. Dispose of the body in the desolate mountains, far enough to avoid immediate discovery." "Understood." The lead figure responded in a solemn tone, promptly making a professional gesture. The four sprang into action. One sprayed a special solvent to erase bloodstains. 2 others expertly wrapped the body in body bags, while the last meticulously inspected every corner. The entire process flowed seamlessly, and in less than 10 minutes, the villa returned to its pristine state, devoid of any trace of the gruesome incident. "Senior sister, who are these people?" Su Heng inquired, frowning as he watched the black-clad figures depart. Luo Jin casually replied, "They are the assassins trained by the Luo family." Turning to Su Heng, she smiled slightly. "Rest assured, they are professionals in handling such matters." Su Heng pondered for a moment before asking, "Senior sister, Guotian is the heir of the Guo family. Why did he only bring one person tonight?" Luo Jin snorted softly, poking his forehead with her finger. "Really? Can you not think a little? This is a high-end villa district. If he were to flaunt a large entourage of bodyguards, it would be blatantly obvious that he intended to commit a nefarious act." Crossing her arms, she continued to explain, "Tonight, he aims to kill, targeting my brother. Naturally, the fewer who know about it, the better. Bringing one trusted aide is already a precaution, especially with the Dark Raven's assassins involved. He surely feels invulnerable." Su Heng grasped the situation, nodding in realization. "I see." Then recalling something, he pressed on, "By the way, senior sister, didn't you promise him that he could leave if he spoke the truth?" Luo Jin's expression turned serious. "Little junior brother, This is the first lesson I must impart to you after your descent from the mountain. She raised a finger, emphasizing, when dealing with a dog, strike it down decisively. Otherwise, it may turn and bite you in madness. Su Heng thought to himself, Master Sing, number 99, a woman's words are deceitful phantoms. He managed a wry smile. Senior sister, I understand. Luo Jin gently ruffled Su Heng's hair, chuckling. I shall take my leave now. Go back to your little delicate wife. Tomorrow, Gui Yuheng will likely be beside himself, and I need to prepare in advance. Su Heng felt a twinge of guilt. Senior sister, I'm sorry for causing you trouble this time. Luo Jin pinched his cheek affectionately, her eyes filled with fondness. Be good. Who else would I care for if not my little junior brother? As he watched Luo Jin depart, Su Heng took a deep breath and returned to his bedroom. The moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting mottled shadows across the bed. Xia Lianxing was still sound asleep, her chest rising and falling gently with each breath. Su Heng gazed at her serene, sleeping face, reflecting on how, had it not been for their chance encounter at the bar that night, Gui Tian's plan might have succeeded. With that thought, his fingertips instinctively brushed against her cheek. Please, I don't want to marry him. Summer Lianxing suddenly murmured, her voice tinged with a whimper. I beg you, let me go. Su Heng's heart tightened sharply. He cautiously lay down, turning to his side, and gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist, drawing her closer to him. In her slumber, Summer seemed to sense this warmth, instinctively nuzzling against him, her forehead resting against his collarbone. Her tense body gradually relaxed, and her breathing became even and prolonged once more. Su Heng gazed at her serene, sleeping face, his taut nerves finally loosening. Unable to restrain himself, he leaned down and placed a feather-like kiss upon her soft lips. It's all right. I'm here. The morning light filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a gentle golden hue in the bedroom. Summer Lianxing's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes, discovering herself embraced by Su Heng's sturdy arms. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at his tranquil, sleeping face, the corner of his lips usually curled in a playful smirk, now relaxed in a subtle line. Holding her breath, she cautiously leaned closer, clearly feeling the warmth of his breath brush against her cheek. Her heart raced like a drum, and she quickly pecked his lips before attempting to pull away. Suddenly, Su Heng opened his eyes, mischief sparkling within them. You're awake? Summer Lianxing's face flushed crimson, and she sought to escape his embrace. Su Heng's lips curved up slightly. Did you sneak in some mischief while I was asleep? Don't say such nonsense. Summer Lianxing's ears turned bright red, and she anxiously turned her face away. I need to get up. In her fluster, she tried to rise, but Su Heng deftly flipped over, pinning her beneath him. You think you can take advantage of me and just leave? It is well known that male hormones are most potent in the morning. Experts refer to this phenomenon as cough cough. When Summer Lianxing felt a certain warmth, her entire being ignited. You get up, Before she could finish her sentence, Su Heng had already descended to kiss her. At the dining table, Su Heng looked at her swollen lips with a sense of triumph. Summer Lianxing bit into her bun angrily, muttering in her heart, I'll bite you. I'll bite you. Shall we continue? He teased her deliberately. No. She hastily corrected herself, clutching herself like a startled rabbit. You don't come over. I'll call for help. Shout all you want, no one will come to your rescue. Su Heng advanced boldly, enveloping her in his embrace. Internally, he scoffed. This line feels strangely familiar. Wait. Summer Lianxing, thinking quickly, said, how about, I take you shopping for clothes? You've worn those 2 shirts for ages. Su Heng paused, glancing down at the shirt he had indeed worn for quite some time. Buy clothes? Really? Yes. Xia Lianxing seized the opportunity to slip out from beneath him. Counting on her fingers, you've only exchanged 2 shirts back and forth, and they are so outdated. She tilted her head, revealing a mischievous smile. Come accompany me for a shopping spree, all right. Su Heng nodded in agreement without a moment's hesitation. If only time could rewind, he would surely cover his mouth, which had given an answer too swiftly, and deliver himself 2 resounding slaps. Alas, in this world, there exists no such remedy for regret. 3 hours later, Su Heng sat despondently on the lounge chair at the entrance of a luxury boutique, a mountain of shopping bags of various sizes piled at his feet. This defies logic. He murmured to himself, staring at his slightly trembling legs. Despite possessing the physique of an elite, he now felt as if his feet were shackled by leaden weights. He cast a resentful glance at the ever-energetic Xia Lianxing beside him. "Get up," Xia Lianxing gently nudged his sneakers with her toes. "There are only 3 stores left." "Not going. Not even if it kills me." Su Heng shook his head vehemently like a rattle. Xia Lianxing shot him an exasperated yet amused look before turning on her heel and heading toward the next store. Upon returning to the villa, Su Heng tossed the shopping bags onto the floor and sprinted towards the bed with the speed of a 100-meter dash. He sprawled out on the bed, his body in a star shape, unwilling to lift even a finger. "Hey!" Xia Lianxing stood at the door, observing the motionless figure on the bed, unable to suppress a laugh. Is it really necessary to be this dramatic? Chapter 12. A storm approaches in the main study of the Guo family mansion. The crystal chandelier cast the shadow of Gui Yuheng as he paced restlessly across the opulent carpet. He dialed his son's number for the 9th time, but the frigid tone of the line echoed back. "The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Not even old Zhang's phone is connecting." He spun around abruptly, his voice suppressing a tempest of rage. The butler, trembling, shook his head. "No one has answered." With a resounding crash, Gui Yuheng slammed his fist onto the mahogany desk, causing the teacups to rattle. Something has undoubtedly gone awry. Just then, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Gui Yuheng lunged towards the desk, seizing the device. "Speak, boss." The surveillance shows that the young master's Mercedes stopped at the entrance of Minghu Haoding at 1:23 a.m. Then he went inside with old Zhang. The voice on the other end hesitated, but he never came out. Gui Yuheng's countenance darkened, a storm brewing within, as he slowly uttered 3 words. "Understood." He ended the call, gripping the phone tightly. Guitian was his most cherished son, although the boy had been spoiled since childhood. With a tempestuous and capricious nature, he had also inherited a keen business acumen and an innate sense of pressure at the negotiating table, qualities that were his father's legacy. Gui Yuheng's trembling fingers caressed Guitian's framed photograph. He had originally planned to hand over the entire Gui empire to his son once he matured. But now, he forcefully slammed the frame onto the table, his eyes igniting with a ferocious glint. "Whoever dares to harm my Gui Yuheng's son." His voice resonated like a demon emerging from the depths of hell. "I shall make them experience the utmost tortures of this world, leaving them wishing for life, yet unable to escape death." In the dining hall of Minghu Haoding, the crystal chandelier cast a gentle halo over the dining plates. Su Heng was serving food to Xia Lianxing when her phone abruptly vibrated on the table. Xia Lianxing glanced at the caller ID, her chopsticks poised in midair. After a moment of hesitation, she pressed the answer button. "Grandfather?" "Lianxing, where are you right now?" Xia Qiming's voice came through the receiver, imbued with an unusual gravity. "I'm at a friend's house." She unconsciously glanced at Su Heng, her fingers tightening around the napkin. "Specific location." Xia Qiming suddenly raised his voice. Minghu Haoding. Before she could finish, there was a chilling silence on the other end. After a long pause, Xia Qiming's voice returned, each word landing like a heavy hammer. "Guitian went missing last night at Minghu Haoding. You weren't involved in anything, were you?" Xia Lianxing dropped her chopsticks with a clatter. She gazed at Su Heng in terror. "I know nothing about this." "Girl." Xia Qiming's voice suddenly aged, fraught with urgency. "Grandfather knows you do not wish to marry him, but there are certain boundaries that must not be crossed." The Guo family is now furious, and the entire business community of Jinan is in turmoil. If this escalates, our Xia family cannot bear such a cataclysmic wrath. Xia Qiming's words struck her heart like thunderclaps. "Grandfather, I truly do not know." Her voice began to tremble. "Enough." Xia Qiming sighed deeply. "Do not return home just yet. Wait until the storm passes, then we shall discuss it." Xia Lianxing slowly set down her phone, her pearly teeth sinking into her lower lip, a complex gaze fixed upon Su Heng's face. Shock, fear, gratitude, a myriad of emotions intertwined within her eyes. Xia Lianxing quivered, her lips trembling as she whispered, "Su Heng, about Guitian. It was you." Su Heng met her gaze without hesitation, his voice resolute. It was I. Why? Her tears threatened to spill from her eyes. For you. Those three simple words bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Suddenly, Xia Lianxing felt as though her heart had been struck fiercely. Guotian, the heir of the Guo family, who commanded power in Jinan, had fallen just like that. For you, for you. These words echoed ceaselessly in her mind. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she first sobbed in relief. Yet in the next moment, a wave of immense fear engulfed her. You fool! She lunged at Su Hang, grasping his collar. Do you realize you could be sentenced to death? Su Hang gently cupped her tear-streaked face. Silly girl, for you, I would willingly do anything, even face death. Unable to contain herself any longer, Xia Lianxing threw herself into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. I cannot bear to lose you. You must not die. Su Hang effortlessly lifted her, settling onto the sofa. Gazing at her reddened nose, he bent down to kiss away her tears. Do not fear, I am still here. Let me share a secret with you. A fortune teller once said, I have 9 lives. I'm not so easily lost. Xia Lianxing offered no reply, instead tightening her grip around Su Hang's neck, burying her face deep into his shoulder. Her arms trembled as they clutched him. As if he would vanish the moment she loosened her hold. Su Hang felt her rapid heartbeat through the thin fabric of their clothing. So urgent, so restless. I am here. He whispered softly in her ear, his voice tender. Always. In the living room of the Xia family's ancestral home. Incense wafted gracefully from the bronze burner. Xia Qiming slowly lowered his phone, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the intricately carved armrest. What do you think? A glimmer of sharpness flickered in the elder's murky eyes. Xia Yuan pondered for a moment. Lianxing is likely unaware. Yet this coincidence is rather. Coincidence? Xia Qiming scoffed, his dragon-headed cane striking the ground with a heavy thud. Guotian vanished from Minghu Haoding, and Lianxing just happened to be there. Do you believe Gui Yuheng would consider this mere coincidence? Xia Yuan furrowed his brow, asking gravely, Father, in your opinion, how should we respond? Xia Qiming slowly set down his teacup, the porcelain clinking against the sandalwood table with a crisp sound. How have I taught you to approach matters? His gaze was piercing, aiming straight for the crux of the issue. The fate of Guotian is already sealed, and dwelling on it is utterly futile. The elder rose from his seat and strolled to the window, turning his back to Xia Yuan as he continued. At this moment, the most crucial matter is not the safety of Lianxing, but rather, he abruptly turned around, his eyes gleaming with insight. Who is she visiting at Minghu Haoding? Xia Yuan's pupils constricted, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly raised his head. Luo Jin's brother. Finally, the realization dawned. Xia Qiming approached the window, gazing at the withering parasol trees in the courtyard. This is the crux of the game. Let the Guo family take on the formidable Luo family. Remember, from this moment forth, the Xia family must approach this matter with. He turned around, revealing a cunning smile, determined to act as if he were deaf and blind. Xia Yuan bowed deeply. Son understands what must be done. Chapter 13. The Guo family's counterattack the following morning. The piercing wail of police sirens shattered the tranquility of Minghu Haoding. 5 police cars screeched to a halt, and a dozen fully armed officers streamed into the premises. After the Guo family reported the incident, news of the mysterious disappearance of the Guo heir within Minghu Haoding spread like wildfire throughout Jinan City. As for the source of this information, it was undoubtedly the handiwork of certain media personnel with extensive connections. The police first reviewed the surveillance footage at the entrance of the community, which clearly showed Guotian entering but not re-emerging. However, there were no internal surveillance records, as the residents of this affluent neighborhood prioritized privacy above all else. In this very villa, the leading officer compared the information provided by the Guo family, noting that the homeowner, Su Hang, had previously had a physical altercation with Guotian. When questioned by the police, Su Hang, clad in pajamas and bleary-eyed, opened the door. Officer, I did have a scuffle with him. He rubbed his eyes, recalling that it had occurred just a few days prior. Why did you fight? I couldn't stand his arrogant demeanor. He shrugged. I just gave him a gentle kick. Who knew he was so fragile? He feigned innocence, adding, if I truly wanted to harm him, I would have done so at the time. Just as the police were preparing to place Su Hang in handcuffs for further questioning, Xia Lianxing rushed out of the villa in haste. Her face was pale, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her clothing, her eyes filled with alarm. Su Heng, she called, her voice trembling. Su Heng turned, winking at her in the sunlight, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. He subtly made an okay gesture and silently mouthed, "Wait for me." At that moment, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, approached briskly, a briefcase in hand. "I am Zhang Wei, Mr. Su's legal representative," he declared, displaying his credentials with a steady and authoritative voice. "From now on, I shall accompany my client throughout this process." Xia Lianxing felt a slight sense of relief. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Su Heng's figure as he was led away. She stood there until the police car vanished from sight, her fingers unconsciously tracing the direction of the gesture he had made towards her. In the interrogation room, after listening to the police's inquiries, Lawyer Zhang adjusted his glasses. "Is it merely based on a prior conflict with a missing person that you presume guilt? My client is willing to cooperate with the investigation, but we request the police to present conclusive evidence." By 8 that evening, lacking direct evidence, the police were compelled to release Su Heng. The scene investigation revealed no signs of Guo Tian's visit, nor any indications of a struggle or bloodshed. As they exited the police station, Lawyer Zhang lowered his voice. "President Luo has asked me to inform you that she will handle subsequent matters appropriately." Upon returning to the villa, Xia Lianxing rushed towards Su Heng like a startled deer, throwing herself into his arms. Su Heng gently caressed her soft hair. "I told you I'm fine." He effortlessly lifted her in his arms, making his way toward the bedroom. "Wait." Xia Lianxing suddenly squirmed. You need a shower first? You're filthy." "No shower, no bed." Su Heng chuckled softly and obediently walked into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, he emerged with his hair dried, droplets cascading down his sculpted abdomen. Upon catching sight of this scene, Xia Lianxing immediately buried her head under the covers. "Why aren't you wearing pajamas?" she exclaimed. "I wish to sleep in the nude tonight." Su Heng grinned as he lifted the blanket and nestled in beside her, wrapping his arms around her. Xia Lianxing froze instantly, her heart racing at the warmth of their skin touching. The fresh scent of his post-bath fragrance mingled with his unique masculine allure, leaving her dizzy. "Little beauty." Su Heng gently tilted her chin, allowing the young master to admire her properly. Xia Lianxing, blushing fiercely, tried to burrow deeper into his embrace, inadvertently brushing against a heated area. Su Heng inhaled sharply. "If you keep moving like that, you won't sleep tonight." The person in his arms immediately became still, though her flushed face remained hidden against his chest, refusing to look up. The revenge of the Guo family was merely beginning. In the early morning, while Su Heng stood at the sink brushing his teeth, Xia Lianxing suddenly rushed into the bathroom in a panic. Something happened. The Luo Group. Su Heng's electric toothbrush halted abruptly. He took her phone, and the screen displayed explosive news. Tax storm. The Luo Group is suspected of massive tax evasion, and President Luo Jin has been taken by the police for investigation. Should I ask Grandpa for specifics? Xia Lianxing's voice trembled. Su Heng rinsed his mouth, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Underestimating my senior sister? He turned and pulled her into his embrace, assuring her that they would find out when she returned to inquire. "But," Xia Lianxing's eyes turned red, "it's all my fault for causing trouble." Before she could finish, Su Heng suddenly grasped the back of her head, sealing her lips with a minty kiss that was both deep and lingering, releasing her only when she was breathless. "If you dare utter such words again." Su Heng pressed his forehead against hers, his voice low and dangerous. "I shall keep you bedbound for 3 days." Blushing, Xia Lianxing pushed him away and stumbled out of the bathroom, her legs still slightly trembling. In the night, the police station's entrance was illuminated as brightly as day by flashing lights. Luo Jin stepped out gracefully in 7-centimeter Jimmy Choo heels, adorned in an elegant dark green silk cheongsam paired with a beige cashmere shawl, exuding an air of unassailable authority. President Luo. Journalists surged forward, microphones almost thrusting into her face. Is the tax evasion allegation true? Is it financial oversight or a deliberate act? Will the Luo Group face bankruptcy? Is it true that the amount involved is as high as 1 billion? Will partner enterprises? Luo Jin suddenly paused, raising her hand for silence. The crowd fell instantly quiet. Ladies and gentlemen, she began, her red lips parting as she spoke calmly. Since its establishment, the Luo Group has always adhered to business ethics and paid taxes in accordance with the law. The gleam of her Patek Philippe watch reflected coldly under the lights. We are fully cooperating with the investigation, and until an official conclusion is reached, she surveyed the crowd, a slight smile gracing her lips. I shall refrain from commenting. The bodyguards skillfully parted the crowd, allowing Luo Jin to stride confidently into the long-awaited Maybach. In the villa's backyard, Su Hang was diligently practicing, his bare torso glistening with sweat. He had stagnated at the pinnacle of elite mastery for years, unable to break through the final barrier. His master once remarked that the opportunity had not yet arrived. At his age, he had already surpassed the progress of several senior sisters in their time. Just then, Xia Lianxing hurriedly emerged from the villa, her phone raised high. Su Hang, President Luo has come out. Su Hang paused his movements and wiped the sweat from his brow. All right, let me call my senior sister. The call connected swiftly, and Luo Jin's languid voice resonated through the line. Junior brother, what is it? Senior sister, are you all right? I saw something in the news. Just a minor inconvenience. Luo Jin chuckled lightly. Gui Yuheng's true trump card is yet to come. Is there anything you need me to do? First, attend to your little girlfriend, Luo Jin teased. If I need you, I will reach out. After hanging up, Xia Lianxing anxiously inquired, how did it go? Nothing to worry about. Su Hang smiled. Senior sister is quite capable. Relieved, suddenly noticed Su Hang's body, sveti torso. Her cheeks flushing bright red. Quick, go take a shower. You smell awful. Embarrassed, Su Hang ruffled his hair and picked up the t-shirt draped nearby as he made his way to the bathroom. Chapter 14. The dark ravens mobilize in a concealed meeting room of an abandoned factory on the outskirts. The dim lighting cast a sinister pallor on Ming Sha's countenance. He slowly set down the communicator in his hand. Gui Yu and Shui Ren had been missing for over 24 hours. The loss of 2 members consecutively marked an unprecedented occurrence in the organization's 5-year history. Speak up. Ming Sha's fingers drummed against the metallic tabletop. Should we proceed with the mission or withdraw? Boss. A scarred man abruptly rose, his facial scar twisting grotesquely under the light. That kid Gui Yu always charges to the front in every mission, and Shui Ren has made significant contributions to the organization. If we don't avenge this, how can the brothers survive on the streets in the future? A lanky figure in the corner sneered coldly. The enemy managed to take out both of them simultaneously. Their strength cannot be underestimated. If we continue to confront them head-on, we risk losing all our brothers. Ming Sha surveyed the room. Since opinions are divided, let us vote. The results emerged swiftly. 2 votes in favor of continuing, 2 against, and 1 abstention. All eyes were fixed on Ming Sha. He slowly rose, his eyes glinting with a predatory coldness from the shadows. The mission continues. We fight to the bitter end. 5 figures clad in black stood at attention. Understood. The following morning, an explosive news story swept across major media platforms. The hashtag "an employee of Cha Yu Time from the Roth Group assaults customer" surged to the top of trending topics. Surveillance footage depicting the uniformed employee assaulting a customer sparked nationwide outrage. In an industry centered around service, the employee's actions undoubtedly crossed a critical line. Despite the Roth Group's prompt dismissal of the involved employee within 2 hours of the incident, the storm of public opinion had already gathered momentum. The revenue of Cha Yu Time's nationwide stores plummeted by 30, continuing to decline at a rate of 5 daily. The capital market reacted even more vehemently. Day 1, Roth stock price fell by 5. Day 2, major partners halted new project discussions. Day 3, Roth Group's market value evaporated by over 10, an anonymous investment analyst remarked. This is no mere coincidence. It is clearly an organized commercial assault. All negative news coincided with Luo Jin's investigation, indicating a remarkably precise timing. The retaliation from the Guo family had come with astonishing ferocity, as Luo Jin found himself ensnared in the maelstrom of corporate warfare. A new crisis awaited Su Hang. That evening, with the steam from the bathroom still lingering, Su Hang lay sprawled on his bed in a starfish position. His vacant gaze was fixed upon the ceiling. Xia Lianxing entered, and upon seeing his despondent state, could not help but inquire, "What is wrong?" "I'm in a dire situation," Su Hang lamented, turning his head in despair. "Every day, I hold such a stunning beauty in my arms, yet I can only admire her from afar. My self-control must rival that of a statue in a temple." Xia Lianxing's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. She understood Su Hang's torment all too well. Each time he held her close, she could feel his restrained impulses. However, the first time was rather confusing. I had given in without truly feeling ready, only to endure lingering pain afterward. Now, she must remain conscious. It was truly. Xia Lianxing gently bit her lower lip as she slowly approached the bedside, leaning down to rest her head on his chest. "Su Hang, sorry. I wasn't prepared." Before her words could fully escape, Su Hang abruptly rolled over, pinning her beneath him. His fervent gaze lingered on her face, his long fingers caressing her cheek, his voice husky. "Lianxing." His kisses fell like raindrops from her forehead to the tip of her nose, finally landing on her soft lips. Xia Lianxing felt as if the world was spinning. When she regained her senses, she realized several buttons of her nightgown had been undone, leaving her attire half exposed. "Lianxing, may I?" Su Hang stifled his desires, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Xia Lianxing gasped, her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling. She cast him a sidelong glance and turned her head away. This gesture signified her tacit consent. Overwhelmed with joy, Su Hang was about to continue when a chilling sensation surged from his spine to the nape of his neck. The intent to kill this time was more pronounced than before. He abruptly halted, awakening from the haze of passion. Xia Lianxing had yet to react when he gently lifted her. "Shoo." Su Hang placed a finger against her lips, his voice barely above a whisper. "There are people outside." His gaze sharpened, fierce as an eagle. "You must hide in the study upstairs. No matter what you hear, do not come out." Xia Lianxing's expression changed, her fingers gripping his shirt tightly. "What about you?" "Be good." Su Hang pressed a kiss to her forehead. "You know my skills, don't you?" Xia Lianxing bit her lip and nodded, understanding her presence here might hinder him. Just as she was about to turn away, she glanced back. Her voice choked with emotion. "Su Hang, be careful. If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't survive either." Su Hang solemnly nodded, watching her ascend the stairs safely before the tenderness on his face faded instantly. He flexed his wrist and strode toward the balcony. Under the moonlight, four dark figures stood silently in the backyard, as if they were specters solidified from the night. They remained motionless, seemingly merging with the shadows. As soon as Su Hang stepped into the yard, one of the shadows lunged at him like a cannonball. The scarred man, muscles taut, aimed a powerful right punch directly at Su Hang's face. Su Hang stepped back, feeling the rush of air graze his nose, leaving a stinging sensation on his cheek. "Interesting." Su Hang raised an eyebrow. The scarred man quickly changed tactics, his left leg sweeping like a steel whip with such force that it shattered a stone bench in the yard. As debris flew, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike accompanied by a fierce wind, clearly showcasing his prowess in external martial arts. Su Hang retreated 3 steps, then suddenly seized the opening in the man's attack, delivering a powerful shoulder charge that collided with the scarred man's chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed as blood gushed from his mouth. Before he could collapse, Su Hang executed a spinning kick, sending him hurtling backward until he crashed into a tree the thickness of a bowl, finally coming to a halt. As the 3 figures clad in black observed the unfolding scene, they swiftly converged from different angles. The one on the left extended his hands into claw-like shapes, his fingertips emanating an eerie blue glow, clearly laced with deadly poison. To the right, another wielded a triangular military dagger, executing vicious and cunning maneuvers. The final assailant launched a surprise attack from behind, 2 short blades sliding from his sleeve, aimed directly at Su Hang's back. With a cold smirk, Su Hang moved like a phantom. He first delivered a devastating palm strike to the wrist of the poison assailant, the sound of shattering bone resonating in the air. He then deftly sidestepped the dagger, seizing his opponent by the throat and executing a powerful shoulder throw that sent the man crashing to the ground. Finally, he leaped into the air, his legs scissoring around the neck of the assailant with the dual blades, using the momentum of his descent to slam him brutally down. In a mere 10 seconds, all three skilled assassins lay on the ground, groaning in defeat. Just as Su Heng exhaled a sigh of relief, an unsettling chill ran down his spine. A barely audible sound pierced the air, a sniper. In a life-or-death moment, he instinctively dodged to the side. With a sharp crack, a bullet pierced through his left arm, spraying a crimson mist. Looking up, he spotted a glint of reflective lenses 300 meters away atop a villa. It was the elusive Spirit Fox. The injured black-clad figure on the ground sneered wickedly. The second bullet whistled through the air, and Su Heng rolled behind a stone pillar for cover. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A distinct, lighter gunshot echoed from the opposite direction, and the cold light from the distant rooftop abruptly extinguished. Su Heng's pupils constricted. This sudden emergence of a third party made him cautious, compelling him to remain tightly pressed against the cover. Blood dripped from his left arm, blooming like crimson plum blossoms on the stone pavement. The three black-clad figures, struggling to regain their footing with blood at their lips, formed a triangular formation around Su Heng. Just then, heavy footsteps resonated from the courtyard entrance. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, strode in slowly. Each step he took caused the stone slabs to tremble slightly. The three assassins instantly perked up. Their leader had arrived. Ming Sha raised a hand, signaling his subordinates to fall back, his copper-like eyes fixated intently on Su Heng. His bare arms were marred with grotesque scars, muscles bulging like iron. As their gazes locked in that moment, it felt as if sparks ignited in the air. Su Heng maintained a composed demeanor, adjusting his breathing as a dull pain throbbed from the bullet wound in his arm. The true formidable adversary had finally made his entrance. Chapter 15 retreats suddenly. Ming Sha took a step forward, causing the blue stone slab beneath him to crack. His right fist thundered forth like a cannonball, the air compressing with a resounding blast. Su Heng, bracing himself, stood firm. Despite the injury to his left arm, he did not yield, matching the strike with a punch of his own. Boom! The collision of their fists sent a shockwave that scattered leaves throughout the courtyard. Su Heng staggered back 3 paces, each step leaving a deep imprint in the ground, while Ming Sha stumbled back 7 steps, his right arm trembling involuntarily. How is this possible? Ming Sha stared at Su Heng's bloodied left arm. Disbelief etched across his face. Su Heng shook out his numb right hand and suddenly grinned. This punch embodies 20 years of mastery. Before he could finish his thought, his figure blurred. Can you withstand this? As the last word fell, his fist was but 3 inches from Ming Sha's face. Ming Sha crossed his arms in a defensive posture, yet he was forced to retreat repeatedly by the sheer force of the blow. His shoes carving deep furrows in the earth. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he abruptly changed tactics, delivering a whip-like kick aimed squarely at Su Heng's injured left arm. Bang! Su Heng hastily sidestepped, but the kick sent him hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. Ming Sha too felt the repercussions, having received a jarring elbow strike from Su Heng, propelling him several meters away. The 3 black-clad figures saw their opportunity and lunged forward. At that moment, whoosh! A bullet struck the foremost attacker squarely in the chest, a spray of crimson erupting before him. Shadow poison. Another black-clad man shouted in terror. Realizing it was not Ling Hu's gunfire, Ming Sha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and decisively ordered, retreat. The remaining 2 black-clad figures hoisted their wounded comrade and vanished into the night with swift movements. Ming Sha dashed towards the corner of the courtyard, lifting the unconscious, scarred man, casting a lingering glance back at Su Heng before departing. In the shadows, the cold gleam of a sniper scope flickered momentarily. Su Heng staggered to his feet, coughing up more blood. Trembling, he retrieved his phone and dialed Luo Jin's number. Junior sister? Luo Jin's voice came through. Sister. Su Heng wiped the blood from his lips. I've been shot. What? A chair clattered to the ground on the other end. Is it serious? Has the bullet been removed? It's a through-and-through wound on my left arm. It's nothing serious. Su Heng glanced at the corpse on the ground. The dark crow must have mobilized entirely this time. Was the falcon not there to support you? Luo Jin inquired urgently. The falcon? Su Heng paused, realization dawning upon him. So the other sniper was one of yours. Luo Jin's tone turned icy. What about the dark crow members? They all escaped with injuries. It's still possible to pursue them. I'll arrange it right away. Luo Jin paused. Stay safe at home. I'll be there shortly. Ending the call. Su Heng looked toward the direction of the sniper, the cold light now absent. In the study, Xia Lianxing clutched the curtains tightly, her knuckles turning white. The sounds of battle below, the sharp crack of bullets piercing through walls, struck her heart like heavy hammers. Please, don't let anything happen. Please. She silently prayed, tears welling in her eyes. When all fell silent, she grasped the doorknob several times before relinquishing her hold. In her moment of indecision, the door hinge emitted a faint creak. Su Heng. The sight before her caused her heart to halt. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, and the gunshot wound on his left arm bled profusely, saturating his white t-shirt. It's nothing. Su Heng attempted to wipe away her tears with his hand. Yet the movement jolted him with pain, merely a minor injury. Xia Lianxing trembled as she touched his wound, tears streaming uncontrollably. We must go to the hospital. No. Su Heng shook his head, reaching for alcohol and bandages. Seeing her ready to argue, he spoke gently. There may still be an ambush outside. I cannot. His words fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly awakening Xia Lianxing. She pressed her lips tightly together and strode towards the adjacent room. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain composure, her fingers steadily pulling open the cabinet to swiftly retrieve the first aid kit. Upon returning to Su Heng's side, the kit cradled in her arms, her hands trembled uncontrollably. As she twisted the cap off the alcohol bottle, it wobbled precariously in her palm, nearly slipping away. Su Heng took the bottle from her, unhesitatingly pouring the clear liquid onto the gory wound. A sharp hiss escaped his lips as veins bulged on his forehead, cold sweat cascading down. Before Xia Lianxing could react, he bit open a folding knife, its tip expertly probing the injury. Don't look. His voice was hoarse, yet his hands remained steadfast. Xia Lianxing pressed her mouth shut, her gaze fixed on Su Heng's taut arm, watching as the bloodied bullet was extracted and clattered into the tray. His complexion shifted from ashen to a deep shade of gray. When the last blood-stained bandage was removed, she could no longer contain herself, collapsing into Su Heng's embrace, sobbing loudly, as if to expel all the fear she had just experienced. Su Heng gently patted her back, soothingly saying, "It's all right, it's all over." Xia Lianxing kept her face buried in his shoulder, refusing to lift her head. Su Heng looked down at her tear-streaked nose and damp eyelashes, suddenly chuckling. "Lianxing, your crying face is quite unbecoming." "You." Xia Lianxing, flustered and annoyed, playfully struck him, inadvertently brushing against his wound. "Ouch." Su Heng exaggeratedly gasped. "Are you attempting to murder your own husband?" Xia Lianxing huffed, retreating back into his embrace. Su Heng wrapped an arm around her waist. "I can't carry you like a princess this time. Let us head downstairs." Xia Lianxing carefully assisted Su Heng to the living room. Just as they settled on the sofa, the sharp ring of the doorbell pierced the air. Tension gripped her as she clutched Su Heng's shirt. "Do not fear." Su Heng squeezed her chilly palm. "It's likely senior sister. I shall answer the door." However, Xia Lianxing stubbornly supported him to rise. "I will go with you." With a resigned shake of his head, Su Heng approached the door and suddenly called out cheerfully, "Ants climbing the tree." From outside came Luo Jin's playful reply, "Open sesame." Xia Lianxing's eyes widened in astonishment. "This is..." She gazed at Su Heng's triumphant expression, a mix of exasperation and amusement washing over her. Just then, with a creak, the door was gently pushed open, and Luo Jin strode in with purpose. Her gaze immediately fell upon the conspicuous bandage adorning Su Heng's left arm, and her brow furrowed slightly. "Are you all right?" Su Heng shook his head lightly. "Senior sister, did you send someone to pursue those rascals?" Luo Jin's demeanor shifted, her expression hardening with an unmistakable decisiveness. "Rest assured, the falcon has already caught up with them." As she spoke, an aura of formidable intensity radiated from her, sending a chill down the spine. Standing off to the side, Xia Lianxing wore a look of remorse and softly uttered, "Director Luo, I apologize, it's all my fault." Upon noticing this, Luo Jin's lips curled into a slight smile. "If you keep saying that, the junior brother might get upset." At her words, Xia Lianxing hurriedly turned to Su Heng, noticing his genuine displeasure. She quickly took his arm, as if to silently console him. Su Heng then looked up at Luo Jin and inquired, "Senior sister, I heard the situation on your end isn't too optimistic either. How did you find the time to come here?" Luo Jin, exuding confidence, tilted her head back slightly, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. "Fear not. When have I ever engaged in battle unprepared?" At her assurance, Su Heng finally nodded in relief. Chapter 16. The tactics of Luo Jin in the upper-level conference room of the World Trade Center. The vibrant nightscape of Jinan City sprawled beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Gui Yuheng sat at the head of the table, his fingertips lightly tapping the solid wooden surface. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the latest strategy concerning the Luo Group." The secretary promptly distributed a stack of classified documents to the board members present. As the documents reached the third recipient, Director Wang furrowed his brow. "President Gua, with all due respect, our original strategic target was clearly the Xia Group." "Director Wang, you worry excessively," Gui Yuheng replied with a faint smile, his gaze sharp as a blade behind his glasses. "The Xia family is barely surviving and poses no threat." He rose from his seat, placing his hands on the conference table. "As for the Luo family, I have already reached a consensus with 3 major shareholders. Once the stock price falls below 30, they will sell their shares. After devouring the Luo Group, we shall have no rivals in Jinan." An oppressive silence enveloped the room. "Are there any dissenting opinions?" Gui Yuheng surveyed the attendees, and upon receiving no response, he pressed the communicator on the table. "Then let us proceed." The following morning, explosive news swept across major financial publications. Luo Group exposed in financial fraud scandal. Executives suspected of embezzlement. Tea-time food safety issues resurface. These reports, akin to a meticulously orchestrated symphony, stirred up seismic waves in the capital market. In the study of the Guam Manor, fragrant steam rose from the pu'er tea resting on a Zeton incense table. The butler entered quietly, leaning in to whisper a few words into Gui Yuheng's ear. With a loud clap, the teacup was forcefully placed on the table, and a glint of cold light flickered in Gui Yuheng's eyes. A group of professional assassins cannot handle a mere novice? There have been heavy casualties on the Dark Crow side. Requesting urgent support, the secretary said cautiously. Gui Yuheng slowly stood, pacing the study with his hands clasped behind his back. He gazed deeply out the window, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. If the elite assassin organization, Dark Crow, could be completely subdued, future operations in the shadows would be significantly bolstered. He turned and commanded, "Deploy the Black Tiger Squad for support. If circumstances become untenable, there is no need to press on." As the butler bowed and exited, Gui Yuheng's expression suddenly darkened. I underestimated this young man. Amidst the media storm engulfing the Luo Group, a series of astounding revelations swept across the internet. Exclusive, Luo Jin secretly keeps dozens of male lovers. Shock. Female CEO's nightclub drug use video leaked. Bloodthirsty maniac? The unknown vices of Luo Jin. Beneath these sensational headlines were indistinct, so-called evidentiary photographs. The comment section erupted in chaos. However, as the situation escalated, things began to take a turn. People were not fools. Increasingly rational voices emerged. This video is clearly an AI face swap. President Luo was inspecting a Hope primary school project in the mountains last week. As for the drug use claims, look at this. Photos shared by Luo Group employees showing the president's office lit up at 3 a.m. Drinking blood? This slander is utterly absurd. Some seasoned media professionals have begun to delve into the origins of the incident. The employee involved from Cheyu Wang is merely a temporary worker. Having been on the job for only 3 days, the purported evidence of financial fraud consists solely of unilateral accusations. The testing reports featured in food safety reports are fabricated. The public discourse swiftly divided into 2 camps. Supporters, the list of Hope schools funded by Mr. Luo over the years is here. keyboard warriors? Open your eyes and take a look. Clearly, someone is attempting to undermine the Luo Group. How can this not be apparent? Opponents, there could be no smoke without fire. With so many allegations, there must be some truth. No capitalist is benevolent. What pretense of philanthropy is this? Both sides steadfastly hold their ground, unable to persuade one another. In the living room of Minghu Haoding, Su Heng and Xia Lianxing were nestled on the sofa, watching the news. Xia Lianxing's beautiful eyes were glued to the screen, filled with admiration. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Mr. Luo truly is adept. How did I not consider this angle?" Su Heng, upon hearing this, instinctively scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. Huh? The internet is flooded with her scandals. What cleverness. Xia Lianxing shook her head in exasperation, lightly tapping Su Heng's forehead with her fingertip. "You blockhead. If scandals are overused, they may backfire. Do you really think internet users are easily fooled?" Seeing Su Heng still bewildered, she patiently elaborated. "It's akin to someone claiming you have a bad temper. Some might believe it, but if they were to say you have 3 heads and 6 arms, she couldn't help but laugh. Who would take such absurdity seriously?" So, Su Heng's eyes lit up, realizing that all these outrageous scandals were intentionally fabricated by his senior sister. "Precisely," Xia Lianxing affirmed. "Once netizens catch on, they will naturally investigate the original source of the allegations. Then why not clarify from the start?" Su Heng scratched his head. Xia Lianxing sighed, resting her forehead on her hand. When someone is angry, the more they explain, the more it seems like a cover-up. It's better to remain silent until the absurd rumors accumulate to a certain extent. She poked Su Heng's chest, and by then, people will start to harbor doubts themselves. Such a simple principle, and you still don't understand. How foolish can you be? Su Heng suddenly lifted Xia Lianxing onto his lap, resting his chin atop her head. "Having a wife is enough for me. Why bother thinking so much who? Who is your wife?" Xia Lianxing's ears turned crimson in an instant, her fingers unconsciously tugging at his collar. How brazen. Su Heng suddenly leaned in with a mischievous smile. "Since you've already called me shameless." He wrapped one arm around her slender waist, the other hand lifting her chin. "Then I must solidify this accusation." Their warm lips met, and although Xia Lianxing symbolically pushed him away for a moment, she soon melted into his embrace. Su Heng deepened the kiss with insistent fervor, leaving her breathless. After a considerable moment, Xia Lianxing was finally released, her lips slightly swollen, her chest rising and falling rapidly. You only know how to bully me," she protested. Su Heng, filled with satisfaction, playfully nudged her nose. "Who told you to be my wife?" This time, Xia Lianxing offered no retort, her fingertips gently brushing against his bandaged wound. "Does it still hurt?" Instantly adopting a pitiful demeanor. "If only my wife could blow on it." Just as Xia Lianxing leaned closer to tend to his injury, she suddenly realized, blushing with embarrassment, and bit his shoulder in playful annoyance. "You rascal." Flushed, she hopped off his lap, declaring, "I want to talk to you." Su Heng watched her storm away, her back brimming with indignation, while he chuckled, touching the spot where she had bitten him. There remained 2 faint imprints of her teeth. Chapter 17. The End in the Deep of Night. Lingyun Mountain lay enveloped in profound tranquility. As the highest peak in Jinan City, its altitude of 1,200 meters rendered the night breeze particularly biting. In the thicket at the foot of the mountain, cicadas occasionally emitted feeble cries. The rustling of footsteps shattered the serene atmosphere of the forest. The formidable figure of Ming Sha burst forth from the underbrush, pursued by 2 staggering figures clad in black. One of them, pallid and gasping, coughed up blood with every few steps, clearly nearing his limit. At this moment, Ming Sha's heart brimmed with regret. Had he known that the young man named Su Heng was not only immensely powerful, but also backed by such formidable forces, he would have never dared to provoke him. After retreating from the villa, an unsettling feeling had gripped him. Upon returning to their stronghold, they were immediately encircled by dozens of individuals wearing specialized tactical masks. While these foes might not have bested him in a one-on-one confrontation, facing a coordinated assault from 20 or 30 trained experts left even him feeling powerless. As they fled, The once elite members of the Dark Crow organization had dwindled to just the three of them. "Boss, cough, you all should go on without me," said the black-clad figure at the rear, his face ashen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth with each cough. Leaning against a tree, he wavered, clearly at his breaking point. "Bloodbat," the other black-clad figure growled through gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot. "There are only three of us left. How could we possibly abandon you?" Bloodbat managed a sorrowful smile, coughing up a mouthful of blood, yet his gaze remained eerily calm. He turned to the frontmost figure, Ming Xia, his voice hoarse. "Boss, grant me this final journey." Ming Xia paused, then slowly approached him. The night wind wailed, and the shadows of the trees danced, as if the very heavens held their breath. He gazed down at his brother, who had followed him for many years, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. Ultimately, he closed his eyes, raised his hand, bang. With a single strike, Bloodbat's body slumped to the ground. Yet a look of relief lingered on his face. "Boss, you?" The black-clad figure beside him froze, his pupils dilating in shock as if struck by lightning. Ming Xia withdrew his hand, his knuckles cracking ominously, a suppressed roar escaping his throat. "This grievance, I shall avenge." He abruptly raised his head, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Even if I cannot kill him, I will ensure that everyone around him perishes one by one. I will make him wish he were dead. Unfortunately, you will not achieve that." A chilling female voice suddenly pierced the night, like a cold blade slicing through the darkness. Ming Xia's pupils constricted as he spun around. Emerging from the depths of the shadows was a slender figure. Her softly curling hair danced in the wind, and her black tactical attire accentuated her sharp silhouette. Moonlight cast upon her striking features revealed a pair of eyes devoid of warmth. "Lo Jin?" Ming Xia narrowed his eyes, then let out a sinister laugh. "The illustrious president of the Luo Corporation has come personally to meet her demise?" As the leader of an assassin organization, he naturally recognized the president of the Luo Corporation. Luo Jin's lips curled slightly, yet the smile did not reach her eyes. With one hand resting upon the hilt of her long sword at her waist, the scabbard glimmered with a chilling sheen under the moonlight. "To send you to your doom?" she murmured softly. "No, I am here to escort you on your journey." Luo Jin's figure shifted, leaving behind only a blurred shadow amidst the night. Whoosh! A cold light flashed, slicing through the darkness like a bolt of lightning. Ming Xia barely had time to react before a dull thud resonated behind him. The body of the cloaked man froze in place, a thin line of crimson emerging at his throat. Blood then erupted forth, cascading silently to the ground. "What?" Ming Xia's pupils constricted, his blood running cold. He could scarcely fathom that this formidable businesswoman possessed such terrifying martial prowess. Fear coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent, compelling him to flee instinctively. Swish! The icy blade had already pierced his back, emerging from his chest. Ming Xia looked down, staring blankly at the blood-stained tip of the sword, a trickle of crimson escaping his lips. Such a swift sword! He opened his mouth, wishing to utter something more, but life slipped away like sand through his fingers. Ultimately, he collapsed heavily to the ground, his eyes reflecting disbelief and despair. Luo Jin sheathed her sword, casting a cold glance at the corpse below, finally exhaling a long breath. "Letting you bully my junior disciple." She scoffed lightly, lifting her foot to kick Ming Xia's head, her tone tinged with disdain, yet mingled with a sense of vindication. With the demise of the Dark Ravens, the turmoil surrounding the assassination of Su Hang had reached its conclusion. However, the storm of public opinion online surged ever more fiercely, overwhelming waves of insults and doubts spiraling the situation out of control. Faced with the rising tide of public sentiment, the state finally intervened. First, the central government dispatched a special investigative team to thoroughly examine the entire incident. Simultaneously, the tax authorities accelerated their review of the Luo Group, determined to provide the public with an explanation. As the investigation deepened, the truth began to surface. The malicious slanders aimed at Luo Jin and the illegal accusations against the company's executives were all proven to be baseless fabrications. Even more shocking was the truth behind the tax issues. The initial part of the whistleblower's accounts was indeed accurate, yet the latter half was artfully forged. Upon verification, the Luo Group's tax compliance was found to be largely in order, with only a few million in unpaid dues. Ironically, this shortfall was not incited by Luo Jin, but rather the result of an executive misappropriating funds for gambling. Guai Yuheng had seized upon this weakness, orchestrating an assault against the Luo Group. Now, as the truth emerged, this farce finally approached its conclusion. The moment the authorities released a clarification announcement, the entire financial market erupted in fervor. Countless investors holding shares in the Luo Group rejoiced. The stock price soared like a phoenix reborn from the flames. Media outlets that had once joined in the smear campaign hastily reversed their narratives, scrambling to publish congratulatory reports. Amidst this clamor, only a select few were aware that the shadow of the Guo family lurked behind the turmoil. Within the villa, Xia Lianxing gazed at the news scrolling across the television and softly uttered, "It is over." Su Hang stood beside her, his eyes imbued with depth, and remarked, "Is this the nature of business warfare? A moment's carelessness leads to total defeat." Indeed, a trace of bitterness graced the corners of Xia Lianxing's lips as she recalled the insidious tactics employed by the Guo family against her. Su Hang wrapped his arms around her, his voice resolute. "Lianxing, with me by your side, no one shall ever harm you again." Xia Lianxing tilted her face upward, peering into his profound gaze. "Su Hang, do you know? The most fortunate moment of my life was the day I walked into that bar." "Me too," Su Hang replied tenderly, his fingertips gently brushing against her hair. The two stood entwined, as if time had come to a standstill in that instant. "Oh, it seems I have arrived at an opportune moment." A teasing voice suddenly pierced the air from behind them. Xia Lianxing, startled like a frightened fawn, sprang from Su Hang's embrace. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson as she dashed upstairs without a backward glance. Su Hang turned helplessly. "Senior sister, what brings you here?" Luo Jin leaned against the doorframe, an amused expression gracing her features as she raised an eyebrow. "What is this? Am I interrupting a tender moment with your little wife?" She feigned a sigh of sorrow. How quickly one forgets their senior sister once they have spouse. "All the affection I have shown you seems in vain." Su Hang felt a chill run down his spine and quickly pleaded, "Senior sister, I was wrong." Only then did Luo Jin let out a satisfied hum. Chapter 18. Lu Ting was courtyard with a resounding crash. An exquisite blue and white porcelain teacup shattered on the floor, shards scattering in every direction. Following that, a fit of frenzied rage erupted from the study. What a remarkable scheme by Luo Jin. Guai Yuheng's face contorted with fury, his fingers turning pale from attention. He never anticipated that the meticulously crafted trap he had set would be unraveled by the opponent in such a cunning manner. Initially, he planned to manipulate public opinion, waiting for the Luo family's stock to plunge below a critical threshold, which would incite panic among several discreetly contacted shareholders. At that moment, he would be poised to methodically dismantle the Luo family's empire. Yet that woman had turned the tables. Instead of proving her innocence, she exacerbated the situation, transforming herself into a figure of public outrage. This bizarre maneuver ignited an overwhelming curiosity across the internet, swiftly shifting the narrative from a one-sided condemnation to a chaotic battleground of accusations and defenses. So close, Guai Yuheng slammed his fist against the desk. If only he had 7 more days, no, even 3 days, he was certain he could compel those old foxes to surrender their shares willingly. "Boss," a robust, middle-aged man briskly entered. It was Lin Jun, the captain of the Black Tiger Squad. His expression was grave. "We arrived too late. The Dark Crow organization has been completely annihilated. We discovered Ming Sha's body at the foot of Lingyun Mountain." "What?" Guai Yuheng's gaze shot up. "How did he die?" "By a sword wound." Lin Jun's throat bobbed. One strike to the heart. There were no signs of a struggle at the scene. Guai Yuheng's pupils constricted. He was well aware of Ming Sha's prowess. Even if he was not as skilled as Lin Jun, he was not far behind. For such a master to exhibit no signs of resistance. "Have you determined who did it?" "Not yet." Lin Jun shook his head. "But someone capable of such a feat." He hesitated, words unspoken. Suddenly, Guai Yuheng's expression shifted dramatically. "Could it be that young man?" "No. It's impossible." He quickly dismissed the thought. If he possessed such strength, Ming Sha would never have escaped from the villa. At that moment, a shrill ring shattered the silence. Gui Yuheng glanced at the caller ID, his body instinctively tensing. "Hello, Gui Yuheng. You old fossil. Where's my son? Why can't I reach him?" A piercing female voice erupted from the other end of the line. Even without the speakerphone, Lin Jun could hear the desperate tone clearly. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Jun discreetly exited the study. Gui Yuheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Dear, let me explain." He recounted the entire situation, and the line fell into a heavy silence. After a long pause, Luo Jin, Xia Lianxing, Su Heng. Lu Ting's voice emerged, strained as if forced out between clenched teeth. "What a family, the Luo family. What a family, the Xia family. I demand blood for blood. Honey, please don't tell Xiao Cheng about this," Gu Yuheng urged hastily. "I fear it may affect his treatment." "Gu Yuheng." Lu Ting's voice suddenly rose in pitch. "How did I ask you to take care of Xiao Tian before I took Xiao Cheng abroad? What did you promise me then? It is my fault. I have already booked the tickets. We return home in 3 days." Lu Ting replied coldly. "You need not worry about Xiao Cheng. I won't let him know." As the call ended, Gu Yuheng collapsed onto the leather chair, despondent. His wife, Lu Ting, was once the cherished jewel of the Lu family conglomerate. Their families united in matrimony, but just a few years later, his father-in-law, Lu Yuan, succumbed to a sudden illness. With the Lu family gradually merging into the Gu family, the Gu Group ascended to the ranks of the top 10 conglomerates. Lu Ting, having been indulged since childhood, possessed a fierce and tempestuous temperament. The erratic disposition of their eldest son, Gu Tian, was largely inherited from her. Their second son, Gu Cheng, had been frail since childhood, afflicted with a severe heart condition. Half a year prior, a novel treatment was developed abroad, prompting Lu Ting to personally escort her younger son overseas for therapy. At this moment, Gu Yuheng gazed at his haggard reflection in the glass and sighed deeply. In the study of the Xia family, the fragrance of tea wafted through the air as the elderly patriarch's bony fingers rapped lightly on the table. "See that? This is Luo Jin. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves further ashore," he remarked. Xia Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Father, I'm afraid Gu Tian has already. Should we not consider an alliance with the Gu family? Do you believe the Xia family, in its current state, is qualified to contend with the Gu family?" Xia Qiming scoffed, a glimmer of astuteness flashing in his murky eyes. "The Luo family possesses sufficient capital to turn the tide. What do we have?" Xia Yuan's throat constricted, his back drenched in perspiration. "But the matter of the alliance is already in motion. The Gu family certainly won't assist us with financing. What comes next? Have you forgotten the Luo family?" Xia Qiming suddenly wore a knowing smile. "Doesn't Lianxing have a particular affection for Luo Jin's brother? Let us indulge her wishes." However, his tone shifted. "The distribution of shares must be redefined." "I understand." Xia Yuan immediately grasped the implication. In the corner, Lin Wanrong, who had remained silent, clutched the hem of her qipao tightly. The pain of her nails digging into her palm paled in comparison to the chill in her heart when they discussed her daughter. It felt as though they were deliberating over a mere antique for sale. As a member of a lesser family, she had never held a voice in the Xia household. Her continued presence there was solely contingent upon having borne Lianxing, a bargaining chip in their dealings. As dusk deepened outside, the shadows of the 3 figures in the study elongated, yet they did not encompass the one who ought to be present. At that moment, Xia Lianxing nestled in Su Heng's embrace. After Luo Jin's departure, Su Heng naturally made his way to the bedroom to continue the unfinished business from earlier. At that moment, her lips resembled 2 petals suffused with the hues of the sunset. The man, once again, launched a fresh wave of advances upon her. He gently caressed Xia Lianxing's flowing hair. "Lianxing, once all these matters come to a close, will you return to your role as President Xia?" Xia Lianxing's body stiffened slightly, a complex expression flitting across her eyes. She was a woman with an unwavering ambition. In the past, holding the reins of the Xia Group would have been her most fervent aspiration. But now, she opened her mouth, her voice tinged with a hint of bitterness. The family frequently treated her as a mere pawn in their marriage alliances, Could she truly return to such a Xia family? Had she not encountered Su Hang, perhaps she would have resigned herself to this fate. Born into a wealthy family, she had long recognized that marriage was merely an exchange of interests, a destiny she had understood since childhood. Yet now, Xia Lianxing lifted her gaze to meet Su Hang's eyes, which were always filled with gentle warmth, now intently focused on her. Suddenly, she felt a pang in her heart. How could she bear to leave this man who guarded her with his very life? Su Hang noticed the furrow in Xia Lianxing's brow, and with a tender heart, drew her closer into his embrace. Do not overthink it. Perhaps tomorrow your grandfather will propose that you marry me. You. Xia Lianxing's face flushed crimson in an instant, indignantly giving him a playful punch. Who would marry you? Su Hang, with a mischievous grin, leaned closer to her ear and whispered, We have already shared a night together. Who else could you possibly marry? Don't say that. Xia Lianxing hurriedly covered his mouth. The moment her fingertips brushed against his warm lips, she recoiled as if scalded, her ears burning hot. Su Hang chuckled softly, swiftly kissing her palm before turning off the light to prevent her from getting riled up further. All right, no more teasing. Time to sleep. In the darkness, Xia Lianxing turned her back in a huff, but as she felt the warmth emanating from behind her, she instinctively leaned closer into his embrace. Before long, their breaths melded into a harmonious rhythm, and they succumbed to a deep slumber enveloped in each other's warmth. Chapter 19. Thunderous measures at the Jinan International Airport. The glass facade of the terminal loomed under a heavy blanket of ominous clouds. Amidst the bustling crowd, a striking blonde woman donned in sunglasses stood out distinctly. Clad in a sharply tailored black trench coat, her high heels resonated sharply against the marble floor, their rhythmic sound reminiscent of a countdown. Guo Yuheng, catching sight of her silhouette from a distance, hastened towards her. Wife. Lu Ting cast a cold glance in his direction, her gaze from behind the sunglasses cutting like a blade. She bypassed her husband's outstretched hand, walking silently towards the exit. Guo Yuheng's hand hung awkwardly in the air before he withdrew it with a bitter smile, silently trailing behind her. At the Guo Manor, heavy curtains shielded the sunlight, leaving the study illuminated only by a dim yellow lamp. Have you found Xiao Tian's body? Lu Ting's voice was eerily calm. Over the past 3 days, she had shed every tear she possessed. At this moment, her heart felt hollow, echoing with but 2 words, revenge. Revenge. Guo Yuheng swallowed hard, perhaps. Perhaps Xiao Tian is still. Lu Ting slowly removed her sunglasses, revealing her swollen eyes. Do you truly believe Xiao Tian could still be alive? Silence enveloped the room. It's all because of that wretched woman from the Xia family. Lu Ting suddenly let out a chilling laugh that sent a shiver down Guo Yuheng's spine. Let us start with the Xia family. You know what to do without my instruction, don't you? She turned to gaze out the window, her reflection revealing a distorted visage. As for the Luo family, we shall settle that later. Guo Yuheng observed his wife's haggard face. Guilt surged within him like a tidal wave. He reached out to embrace her, but upon meeting her wary gaze, he despondently retracted his hand. I will arrange it immediately, he said hoarsely. You can rest assured. In the World Trade Center, in the office of the chairman of the Xia Group, morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Guo Yuheng stood before an electronic screen, deftly swiping to reveal a series of data charts. The cold glow of the screen illuminated his grim face, rendering it particularly chilling. The Xia family is now but meat on the chopping block. He tapped the screen, which displayed a steep decline in the stock prices of the Xia Group. The trap we laid months ago is ready to be triggered. Standing beside him, his secretary presented a document. The bank is prepared and can initiate the asset freeze application at any moment. Excellent. Guo Yuheng smirked coldly. Notify the Financial Daily to release the information regarding the Xia family's financial fraud. Remember, it must be done in batches, ensuring their stock price plummets daily. Lu Ting, seated on the sofa, gently caressed a photograph of their son, Guo Tian, before speaking. What about the shareholders? Rest assured, the financial director adjusted his glasses. Our offshore company has already acquired 25 of the Xia family shares. Guo Yuheng approached the liquor cabinet and poured himself a glass of whiskey. He took a sip, watching the amber liquid swirl within the glass. Once today's revelations surface, the collateral will lose its value, and the bank will act immediately to liquidate. The following day, the front page of the Financial Daily unveiled an exclusive report on the financial fraud perpetrated by the Xia Group. The stock price plummeted at the opening, resulting in the instantaneous evaporation of billions in market value. The bank swiftly froze all accounts belonging to the Xia family and announced the premature recall of loans. Concurrently, suppliers collectively severed their ties, plunging the entire Xia Group into paralysis. In the ensuing days, Xia Lianxing, burdened by illness, tirelessly sought to salvage the situation. He exhausted all his connections, yet was met only with apathetic refusals. It was not until an old friend subtly hinted, "Old Xia, this time, the Guo family wants you dead," that Xia Lianxing experienced a moment of clarity. This was all a vendetta orchestrated by Guo. Within the opulent confines of the Minghu villa, the night sky darkened like ink, gradually tinting the horizon. Suddenly, Xia Lianxing's phone vibrated, displaying her father's name on the screen. She stared at it for several moments, her finger hovering over the answer key, but ultimately swiped the screen to accept the call. "Lianxing, the Xia family's financial chain has completely collapsed." The voice of Xia Yuan emerged, strained as though forced through clenched teeth. He coughed violently before continuing. "Only the Luo family can save us now." Xia Lianxing's fingers tightened around the phone, turning pale, yet her voice remained remarkably calm. "Father, do you believe I have any right to plead with Mr. Luo?" "Isn't that an absurd question?" Xia Yuan's voice escalated in urgency, accompanied by the sound of papers scattering. "The entire Xia Corporation is on the brink of collapse. The bank will be here in a few days to seize our assets. You're living with Luo Jin's brother. Once you marry, he will be considered our son-in-law. Can you truly turn a blind eye to our plight?" Xia Lianxing's fingers dug deep in her palm, the pain sharpening her awareness. "So, in your eyes, my relationship with Su Hang is merely a tool to rescue the Xia family? What else could it be?" Xia Yuan's tone sharpened, revealing a hint of desperation. "If you hadn't stubbornly run away from your wedding, the Guo family would be our greatest ally now. You're panting like an old man, suddenly aged by 10 years. All you need to do is have Su Hang ask Mr. Luo for assistance. It's a simple matter, Lianxing, I beg you." Xia Lianxing offered no response, her gaze slowly descending. A wave of absurdity washed over her. She realized that in her father's eyes, she had never been a daughter, but rather a commodity awaiting the right price. From the moment of her birth, her life had been appraised. Marriage alliances, benefits, the rise and fall of the family. And now, even the love she had painstakingly fought for was to be wielded as a bargaining chip. After the call ended, she sat motionless on the edge of her bed, her fingers mindlessly tracing the fabric of the sheets. "Lianxing, it's time to eat." Su Hang entered the room, but halted upon seeing her pallid complexion. "What's wrong?" Xia Lianxing lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. She loved Su Hang, this was beyond doubt. Yet when this affection was treated by her father as a lifeline, a means of exchange, she suddenly felt a heaviness in her chest, as though something precious had been sullied. "It's nothing." She forced a smile that was more tragic than tears. Su Hang stepped closer and gently took her hand. "Did your family call?" he inquired. After a moment of silence, Xia Lianxing finally whispered, "My father wants you to seek help from President Luo for the Xia family." She paused, her voice barely audible. "He said that once we are married, you will be the son-in-law of the Xia family." She did not continue, yet Su Hang grasped the implication. The room fell into a hushed stillness, punctuated only by the distant whisper of the wind outside. Xia Lianxing felt her heart torn asunder, one half filled with genuine affection for Su Hang, the other steeped in resistance against the exploitation of that affection. What she yearned for was never a marriage steeped in calculation. Xia Lianxing trembled slightly in Su Hang's embrace, her hand clenched tightly around his lapel as if it were her sole anchor. "Su Hang," her voice was hoarse. "Why must even love be affixed with a price tag?" Su Hang tightened his hold, his chin brushing against her soft hair. "Foolish girl, this is not your fault." He hesitated, his Adam's apple bobbing. "If you wish, I can contact my senior sister immediately." Xia Lianxing's head snapped up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Memories flooded her mind. Her father's large hands teaching her to ride a bicycle at 5, the fireworks that brightened her 10th birthday. Her father's proud smile during her first ball at 15. But now all those warmth had turned into cold commodities. I don't want that. She shook her head, tears finally spilling over. I don't want our relationship to become a transaction. Suhang senset her silai tidamors, akin to an injured creature. He gently caressed her back. All right, let's not speak of this any longer. Let's go eat, shall we? Xia Lianxing offered no reply, allowing him to lift her effortlessly. In the dining room, exquisite dishes lay untouched, yet no one dared to lift their chopsticks. Under the soft glow of the lights, Xia Lianxing stared blankly at her plate. Su Hang observed her in silence, knowing that at this moment, the quiet spoke volumes more than any words could convey. Chapter 20. The choice of Xia Qiming, the headquarters of the Xia Group, was ablaze with light. Xia Qiming sat in the chairman's office, his gaze fixed on the financial reports laid before him, which revealed alarming figures. The group's market value had plummeted by 40, nearly half of its core clients had vanished, and a bank's withdrawal of loans had left its cash flow nearly depleted. Father, we must seek assistance, Xia Yuan said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Xia Qiming's fingers trembled slightly as he spoke in a hoarse voice. How could the Guo family suddenly turn against us? Gui Yuheng should harbor more resentment towards Luo Jin and her brother. Xia Yuan replied in a hushed tone, I heard. Lu Ting has returned. She believes that the matter concerning Lianxing and Guotian is inextricably linked. Xia Qiming closed his eyes, drawing in a deep breath as if to suppress the turmoil within him. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, his voice low and weary. Contact President Luo. Inform her that we agree to transfer 30 of our shares, provided she rescues the Xia Group. On the video conference screen, Luo Jin, clad in a sleek black business attire, delicately held a coffee cup with her long fingers. Her demeanor was both graceful and composed. A faint smile graced her lips, yet her eyes held a chilling coldness. Chairman Xia, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. What brings you here? Her voice was soft, yet imbued with an unmistakable distance. Xia Yuan hastily interjected, President Luo, let us get straight to the point. For Lianxing's sake. Oh. Luo Jin set her coffee cup down, tilting her head slightly, her gaze playful. Lianxing is currently my brother's girlfriend. What concern is that of the Xia family? Xia Qiming suppressed his rising anger and replied in a low tone, we can formally consent to their marriage, as long as the Luo family is willing to invest. Luo Jin let out a light laugh, the sarcasm in her eyes unmasked. A mere Xia Lianxing. Does she merit my effort to save the entire Xia family? Xia Yuan gritted his teeth. President Luo, we accept your previous terms and are willing to transfer 30 of our shares. Luo Jin shook her head, her tone nonchalant. Not enough. I require 40. Xia Yuan's expression changed dramatically. President Luo, you clearly stated before. Times have changed, Luo Jin interrupted, her fingertips lightly tapping the table. Back then, you had Guotian as a bargaining chip, so you felt secure. She smiled slightly, but now, you have no way out. She lifted her coffee cup and took a leisurely sip, her tone casual. You may take your time to consider. As the screen went dark, Xia Yuan's hand froze in midair before it slowly descended. Xia Qiming sat in his office chair, his gaze fixed intently on the phone on the desk. He dialed the first number, Li Guodong, his former subordinate and the company's ex-financial director, now a partner at an investment firm. Old Li, it's me. Xia Qiming's voice was hoarse. The current situation of the Xia Group. A moment of silence lingered on the other end of the line, followed by Li Guodong's somewhat awkward response. Old Xia, I'm currently on a business trip in Australia, and the signal is poor. Shall we discuss this when I return? Xia Qiming's fingers clenched tightly, his knuckles turning pale. Old Li, our 2 decades of friendship. Hello. Hello. Old Xia. Oh dear, the signal's lost. A busy tone echoed from the phone. Xia Qiming slowly placed the receiver down and dialed a second number. President Zhao of Huaran Bank. President Zhao, this is Xia Qiming. I would like to invite you to dinner. Ah, Chairman Xia. What unfortunate timing. Our headquarters is currently undergoing inspections, and I simply cannot spare the time. President Zhao's voice exuded feigned enthusiasm. How about next week? I will definitely make arrangements. Xia Qiming closed his eyes, his voice subdued. All right, next week. He hung up and dialed the third number, Wang Zhenghua, an old friend from the political realm who now held a high position. The phone rang for an eternity before it was finally answered by a secretary. Hello. Secretary Wang is in a meeting. May I ask who is calling? A heavy stone seemed to press upon Xia Qiming's chest, making it hard for him to breathe. I am Xia Qiming. I urgently need to speak with Secretary Wang. Chairman Xia. The secretary's tone paused subtly. Secretary Wang's schedule is quite full today. I fear he may not have time to take your call. Would you like to send an email instead? Xia Qiming's hand trembled slightly as he slowly placed the phone down. Outside the window, the night was deepening, the city lights still shining brilliantly. Yet he felt as if the entire world was drifting away from him. Friends who once called him brother now avoided him. Partners who had once collaborated closely now observed him with cold indifference. This was the nature of business, a realm where victors and vanquished existed, and where the world turned callous. He rose slowly, walking to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the brilliantly lit city below. The Xia Group's building had once been a landmark of the city. Now, it was crumbling. The following morning, Luo Jin's red Porsche parked in front of the villa. Without hesitation, she pulled Xia Lianxing directly into the study, a scene that made Su Hang roll his eyes in exasperation. Upon entering the study, noticing the unease in Xia Lianxing's eyes, Luo Jin spoke first, gently saying, Don't be nervous. The Xia family is the Xia family, and you are you. I understand. Xia Lianxing bit her red lip lightly, softly retorting, President Luo. My relationship with Su Hang is not for the sake of the Xia family. Luo Ji nodded slightly, replying, Yes, I understand. I have come today to discuss a matter with you. The Xia family intends to relinquish 40 of its shares. What are your thoughts on this? A bitter smile crept onto Xia Lianxing's lips as she sighed. It's merely sacrificing the vehicle to protect the commander. What else is there to say? Luo Jin's gaze deepened as she fixed her eyes on her, asking, Do you know why I am seeking 40 of his shares? Xia Lianxing shook her head gently. With a serious expression, Luo Jin slowly revealed, I have received insider information that the Guo family currently holds a significant proportion of shares in the Xia family. While the exact amount is unclear, it is certainly no less than 20. Upon hearing this, Xia Lianxing fell into a profound silence. Luo Jin continued her analysis. If the Guo family were to establish a connection with Xia Qiming at this moment, and if their shares were to reach 51, the Xia Corporation would inevitably bear the Guo surname. Xia Lianxing raised her gaze to Luo Jin and inquired, President Luo, what is your plan? Luo Jin crossed her arms and replied solemnly, That depends on your grandfather's decision. She slid a shareholding structure chart across the table to Xia Lianxing, pointing to the critical figures with her fingertip. Currently, your grandfather holds 67 of the shares, while the Guo family, her finger drifted to another figure, has at least acquired 20. Xia Lianxing stared at the chart, her breath instinctively slowing. The first option, Luo Jin's voice was calm and clear, is to sell 31 to the Guo family. She drew a line between the two figures, indicating that the Guo family would then hold 51, leaving the Xia family with 36. Xia Lianxing's eyes widened. 36. Just surpassing the 34 needed for a veto. Luo Jin continued, though the company may change hands, the Xia family would still retain the final say. The shadows of the trees outside danced across the documents, and Xia Lianxing's fingers unconsciously curled. The second option, Luo Jin's tone softened suddenly, is to accept my terms and relinquish 40. She locked eyes with Xia Lianxing. This would reduce the Xia family's stake to 27, stripping away the veto power. Grandfather would never sell the shares to the Guo family. Xia Lianxing instinctively countered. Luo Jin nodded in agreement, stating, That is also my belief. Now that you are with Su Hang, they should rightfully take a gamble. Even if they sell 40 to me, they would still retain 27, and with your support, they're likely to take that risk. Xia Lianxing let out a self-deprecating laugh, murmuring, I never imagined I was so significant. Luo Jin's gaze intensified as she pressed. If you held 67 of the Xia family shares, what would be your course of action? How would you position your family? Xia Lianxing was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head in panic, murmuring, I don't know. Luo Jin sighed softly, her tone earnest. I understand your turmoil, but you must make a decision promptly. Otherwise, you and Su Heng may find yourselves fated to be apart. Xia Lianxing felt as though struck by a sudden realization. After a moment of stillness, she replied softly, I understand. Luo Jin secretly sighed, already formulating her plans. Should Xia Lianxing prioritize protecting the Xia family, she would consider granting her a significant shareholding in light of her bond with the junior disciple, ensuring that the Xia family would still possess considerable authority within the corporation. Conversely, if Xia Lianxing chose to align with Su Heng, she would transfer the acquired shares entirely to her, empowering her with absolute authority within the company. For Luo Jin indeed recognized Xia Lianxing's capabilities. As she stepped out of the study in her high heels, Su Heng immediately approached. Senior sister, how did it go? Luo Jin looked directly into his eyes. Do you genuinely care for her? Su Heng's expression turned serious. I do. How may I assist you? Just do your best. He replied. Su Heng replied with calmness, stating that if he could save her, he would. However, if it came to the worst, Luo Jin suddenly interjected. If the Xia family falls, she will have nothing. What do you intend to do? Su Heng was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. Why will my senior sister pose such a foolish question? I shall simply take her back to the mountain, where she can accompany our master in his twilight years. You. Luo Jin could not help but chuckle. Our master might be driven to exasperation by your antics. She shook her head and headed towards the door. As the sound of the door closing echoed, Su Heng's smile vanished in an instant. He hurried upstairs and opened the door to find Xia Lianxing sitting by the window, her fragile figure seeming as if it could shatter with a mere touch. Su Heng approached and gently lifted her into his arms. Xia Lianxing immediately clung to him like a drowning person seizing a lifeline, burying her face deeply into the crook of his shoulder. Su Heng, I love you. Her voice quavered. Su Heng enveloped her in his embrace and placed a kiss in her hair, whispering, I love you too. Chapter 21. The invitation from the Xia family late night. Xia Corporation headquarters. Xia, Qiming slowly, set down his fountain pen. His shoulders were slightly hunched, as if the mere act of signing had drained him of all his energy. Mr. Luo, congratulations. You have become the largest shareholder of Xia Corporation. His voice was hoarse and deep. Xia Qiming gazed at his reflection in the glass, once a formidable figure in the business world. Now his eyes were filled solely with profound fatigue and helplessness. The 40 stake was valued at 15 billion. The initial 3 billion had already been transferred, with the remaining 12 billion to be injected in multiple phases. Luo Jin accepted the documents, a slight smile playing at the corners of her lips. Mr. Xia, tomorrow my elite management team will commence their work at Xia Corporation, comprehensively restructuring the business and optimizing processes. With that, she neatly closed the folder. She added, moreover, Luo Corporation will certainly prioritize collaborating with Xia Corporation to advance various potential projects, jointly expanding our commercial landscape. The following day, major media outlets scrambled for headlines, bombarding the public with impactful reports. Breaking. Luo Corporation acquires stake in Xia Corporation, 3 billion fund injection. In depth. Can the struggling Xia Corporation rejuvenate itself? Business insight. With strong support, can Xia Corporation reverse its decline? With the vigorous intervention of Luo Corporation, Xia Corporation rapidly revitalized. Luo Jin decisively replaced several underperforming executives, inserting her elite team into key positions. With capital infusion and project reactivation, the entire corporation began to operate like a finely tuned machine once more. Surprisingly, the Gua Corporation exhibited no response, seemingly acquiescing to the outcome of this capital contest. Xia Lianxing's phone suddenly rang, the screen displaying the word grandfather. After the call ended, she cast a complex gaze towards Su Heng, who was busy in the kitchen. Grandfather wants to invite you over for dinner. Su Heng paused his chopping. When? Tomorrow evening. Xia Lianxing fidgeted with her fingers. If you don't want to go, I'm contemplating what identity I should adopt for the visit. Su Heng set down the knife and wiped his hands. Just say it is. Xia Lianxing suddenly recalled their absurd initial agreement, her voice trailing off. My fiancé. Su Heng raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk creeping onto his face as he moved closer. What? Is the CEO considering a contract renewal? I recall someone initially demanded a monthly salary of 1 million. Don't say that. Xia Lianxing blushed as she playfully hit him. That was the deal with Guitian. Yet, the farce had turned real, and Su Heng embraced her tightly, teasing, "On the first day, you already invested yourself?" Xia Lianxing buried her face in his chest, murmuring, "Are you going or not?" "Of course," Su Heng replied, leaning down to kiss the top of her head. A fiancé ought to meet his future in-laws. The Xia family estate was nestled halfway up a hill, the grand wrought iron gates slowly opening to reveal a spacious European-style courtyard. In the neatly trimmed lawn, a marble fountain bubbled gently. The main residence was a 3-story French villa, its cream-colored exterior glowing softly in the evening sun. The stone pillars flanking the porch are entwined with blooming roses, infusing this grand residence with a touch of vitality. A jewel-blue Maserati gracefully arcs before the entrance of the Xia family estate, coming to a poised halt. The door swings open, and Su Heng steps out in a casual ensemble. Light gray hoodie paired with black trousers and limited-edition sneakers, exuding an air of nonchalance. Following him, Xia Lianxing cannot resist casting him a disapproving glare. She had meticulously prepared 5 formal outfits that morning, yet the obstinate man refused to wear any, confidently asserting that a suit and tie felt suffocating for a mere meeting, not a negotiation. "Miss, the elderly butler in a tailcoat has been waiting at the entrance." Slightly bowing, "The chairman and your relatives are in the reception room awaiting your arrival." Xia Lianxing takes a deep breath and adjusts Su Heng's slightly disheveled collar before linking her arm with his as they proceed inside. Su Heng senses a tremor in her fingertips and reassuringly pats the back of her hand. Inside the living room, the Xia family members are already on high alert. Xia Qiming occupies the main seat in a mahogany armchair, his bony fingers tapping the armrest, producing a dull thud. The Xia Yuan couple is seated on either side, with several uncles and aunts lined up, each face bearing an expression of scrutiny. "You are Su Heng?" Xia Qiming's voice is as coarse as sandpaper, and indeed, he is a striking figure. "Thank you for the compliment, old sir." Su Heng responds with understated confidence, meeting the gazes of those present with poise. A subtle tension hangs in the air. The elders exchange knowing glances. This seemingly laid-back young man is intricately connected to the recent turmoil, the bizarre disappearance of Guitian, Luo Jin's forceful intervention, and even Xia Lianxing's impending marriage. "Lianxing," Xia Qiming suddenly raises his voice. "Aren't you going to seat your fiancé?" Xia Lianxing's ears flush crimson as she hurriedly ushers Su Heng to the designated spot. "Vixes on Sukeng Lark Ahok, Sukeng." "What insights do you offer regarding the current situation of the Xia family?" "Old sir." Su Heng lifts the teacup to his lips, taking a delicate sip. "I generally refrain from meddling in business matters. It is my sister who manages those affairs." The clink of the teacup against its saucer resonates crisply. Xia Yuan furrows his brow, slamming his teacup onto the table. "As you are to become my son-in-law, shouldn't you contribute to the family?" "Indeed. Indeed, this is a matter of responsibility." Voices of agreement ripple through the room. Xia Lianxing's fingertips dig deep into her palm, leaving crescent-shaped marks. Her worst fears are unfolding before her. The family members are like wolves, weighing their emotions against the scales of profit. Suddenly, Su Heng chuckles lightly, the teacup clinking as he sets it down. "It seems you have all misunderstood." He turns to Xia Lianxing, his gaze softening. "I wish to marry Lianxing herself, not the Xia Group." Just as Xia Yuan opens his mouth to respond, Xia Qiming's frail hand is already raised to halt him. The murky depths of the old man's eyes flickered with a glimmer of insight. "Lianxing is a member of the Xia family. If you were to marry her, you would naturally become part of the Xia clan. Should the Xia family encounter misfortune." He cast a meaningful glance at Xia Lianxing, implying that you would not wish to see her in distress. "Would you?" Su Heng lightly tapped his fingers on the teacup. This old fox was indeed shrewd, hitting him right where it hurt with just a few words. "Elder Xia, I am willing to assist, but my elder sister holds the reins of power." Before he could finish, a middle-aged man seated at the end of the table suddenly snickered. "I thought we were discussing someone of great significance. But it turns out he is merely a kept man. What use does the Xia family have for such a son-in-law? Second uncle?" Xia Lianxing exclaimed, rising indignantly, only to be pressed back in her seat by Su Hang. The onlookers observed this perpetually languid young man slowly rise, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Yet his gaze was as frigid as ice. You must be the second uncle? Before my sister intervened, the Xia family was already teetering on the brink. Without this investment of 3 billion, I fear that everyone present today would have been reduced to a pack of stray dogs. An uproar ensued. Not to mention, Su Hang suddenly leaned over the tea table, casting a shadow over the second uncle. Those shares you all have pledged that are now at risk. My sister is willing to take them off your hands. You should be counting your blessings. Xia Hui, step back. Xia Qiming's aged voice resonated, neither loud nor soft. Yet it silenced the entire room in an instant. Xia Hui's face shifted through shades of pale and green, and though he opened his mouth as if to argue, he ultimately slumped back into his seat under the old man's piercing gaze. Mr. Luo's assistance will surely be remembered by the Xia family. Xia Qiming turned to the two, his expression softening slightly. Lianxing, please escort Su Hang to rest. The butler will inform you when dinner is ready later. Xia Lianxing felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and immediately pulled Su Hang to his feet. As they turned, Su Hang distinctly noticed the old man's bony fingers gently tapping the armrest twice. The rhythm was strikingly reminiscent of the gesture often employed by Luo Jin when deep in thought. Chapter 22. The boudoir of Xia Lianxing. Once Su Hang and his companion departed, Xia Hui abruptly slammed the table, exclaiming, I was under the impression he was a golden son-in-law. Had I known this, I should have allowed Lianxing to marry Guitian. The Xia family would not have fallen to such depths. The room fell silent, faces reflecting a myriad of emotions. Xia Qiming, stroking his rosewood cane, remarked thoughtfully, This young man is not to be underestimated. He remains composed amidst adversity and speaks with precision. His cane came to a sudden halt. Gaining his genuine allegiance would require patience. Lin Wanrong lowered her gaze, sipping her tea to conceal the smile at the corner of her lips. Her daughter breaking free from the shackles of an arranged marriage to discover true love was a profound source of comfort for her. Pushing open the intricately carved wooden door, a warm glow flooded the room. Su Hang raised an eyebrow at the bed adorned with plush toys. A teddy bear, nearly as tall as a person, tilted its head, playfully juxtaposed with a ballet music box on a nightstand. His fingertips brushed against a collection of yellowed fairy tale books on the shelf. Who would have imagined that the renowned Xia in the business world had such a whimsical boudoir? Xia Lianxing's ears flushed crimson in an instant. She had intended to lead him to the guest room, but, inexplicably, found herself guiding him into her private sanctuary. As she fumed internally, she suddenly noticed Su Hang holding a photograph from her 6th birthday, a little girl with a bow, joyfully riding a carousel, her smile radiant. Give that back, she exclaimed, lunging to reclaim it, only to be caught in his embrace. So the esteemed Xia was quite the adorable child. He teased, elongating the words, his nose nearly touching her cheek, so soft and charming. You, Xia Lianxing, flustered and annoyed, playfully struck his shoulder, but he swiftly silenced her with a kiss. The familiar scent of pine enveloped her, and she widened her eyes in shock. This was the Xia family estate. She pressed her fingertips against his chest, attempting to push away, but he held her tighter. In a moment of desperation, she bit her lip, only to hear him gasp, prompting her to release her hold. As Su Hang peered down, he found her face blooming like a peach blossom, her eyes shimmering, just as he intended to lean closer. Xia Lianxing gently held him back, a hint of pleading in her gaze. Su Hang, this is my home. Could you show me a bit of restraint? He paused, the fervor in his eyes gradually dimming. After a moment of silence, he released her, settling back on the edge of the bed, murmuring, I apologize. I acted impulsively. Xia Lianxing sat beside him, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her dress, softly saying, Do not take their words to heart. Suhan check it lightly. I spoke nothing but the truth. They simply refused to believe it. Xia Lianxing bit her lip, hesitating if they give you a hard time in the future. Suddenly, he leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Then you shall bear me a child. By then, the die will be cast, and we shall see how they respond. He chuckled softly. Do you think, after last time, it might already be you? Xia Lianxing's face turned a deep shade of red, and in a flurry of embarrassment and irritation, she playfully smacked him. You rogue. Scoundrel. Do not say another word. Su Heng laughed as he evaded her playful blows. All right, I shall say no more. He reached out, ruffling her hair gently, but I am quite serious. Xia Lianxing's heart skipped a beat as she turned her face away. A gentle knocking resonated from outside the door, and Lin Wanrong's voice seeped through the crack. Lianxing, are you there? Hastily smoothing her slightly disheveled clothing, Xia Lianxing hurried to open the door. Mom, what brings you here? Lin Wanrong stood at the threshold, her gaze drifting over her daughter's shoulder to catch sight of Su Heng within the room, momentarily taken aback. Am I interrupting something? No. Xia Lianxing recalled the previous scene, her cheeks flushing slightly. Grasping her mother's wrist, she ushered her inside. Su Heng immediately rose, respectfully greeting, Hello, Annie? Lin Wanrong scrutinized the young man before her, her expression a blend of warmth and complexity. Su Heng, I entrust Lianxing to you from now on. Gently stroking her daughter's hair, she added, This child can be quite willful at times, so I hope you can be understanding. Rest assured, Su Heng assured her earnestly. I will treat her well. Lin Wanrong's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she embraced her daughter. It is I who have wronged you. Born into the Xia family, you have no control over your own marriage. Her voice trembled, yet the sight of her daughter finding someone she truly loves filled her with joy. Xia Lianxing buried her face in her mother's shoulder, whispering, Mom, I don't blame you. Su Heng quietly observed the bond between mother and daughter, feeling a surge of emotions. Though Lin Wanrong held the esteemed title of Madame Xia, she remained voiceless, unable to protect her daughter. In this moment, she could only transform her love and guilt into a simple plea. Lin Wanrong hesitated, casting a glance at Su Heng. About what happened in the hall earlier. Don't worry, Auntie, Su Heng gently interjected. I have not taken it to heart. Only then did Lin Wanrong's tense shoulders relax slightly. She had come specifically to alleviate any potential resentment Su Heng might harbor towards Lianxing due to the family's earlier machinations. That's good, she replied, a relieved smile gracing her lips as she lightly patted her daughter's hand. I shall take my leave now. You too. Enjoy your time together. After bidding farewell to Lin Wanrong, Su Heng softly observed, Your mother cares for you deeply. Yes, Xia Lianxing leaned against his chest, her voice barely above a whisper. Since childhood, she has always stood by my side. Su Heng wrapped his arms around her tighter, replying, I promised your mother that I will cherish you for life. In his embrace, Xia Lianxing offered no verbal response, instead burrowing closer, akin to a small creature seeking refuge. Before long, the butler gently knocked at the door, respectfully announcing, Young Master Su Miss, the chairman requests your presence in the dining room. The two followed the butler through the corridor adorned with Persian carpets, the intricately carved wooden doors of the dining room slowly opening. Xia Qiming sat at the head of the table, and upon their entrance, a warm smile spread across his face. Come, Su Heng, sit next to me. Beneath the crystal chandelier, an exquisite array of Huaiyang cuisine wafted an enticing aroma. Xia Lianxing noticed her father, Xia Yuan, seated at the leftmost position, scrutinizing Su Heng with a discerning gaze. Several uncles occupied the sides, and her second uncle, Xia Hui, wore a faintly discernible smirk on his lips. Savor this sweet and sour spare ribs. Summer Qiming personally rotates the dining table, utilizing the meat from free-range black pigs raised in the countryside. Su Heng picked up a piece, its amber sauce shimmering under the light. The ribs melted in his mouth, and he sincerely exclaimed, The cooking time is just right, and the flavor is exquisite. If you enjoy it, do indulge further. Summer Qiming, with a cheerful smile, served him another piece, adding, I've heard that young people today are quite health-conscious, but today, you must make an exception. Summer Lianxing quietly breathed a sigh of relief, yet upon raising her gaze, she met her mother Lin Wanrong's worried glance. It was then that she realized, although the atmosphere at the dining table appeared harmonious, there were undercurrents of tension swirling beneath the surface. Chapter 23 shocks Su Heng. The elderly man's murky gaze pierced through the rising steam. You and President Luo. It appears you are not siblings by blood? As Su Hang poised to lift a piece of jade shrimp dumpling, his chopsticks hesitated slightly upon hearing those words. Xia Lianxing's fingers instinctively tightened around the napkin, leaving several creases on the pristine fabric. She is indeed my acknowledged sister. Su Hang placed the shrimp dumpling into Xia Lianxing's bowl. His tone as calm as if discussing the weather. Xia Yuan's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, the wine glass in his hand suspended in midair. Seated at the end of the table, Xia Hui curled his lips in disdain, his expression unmistakably contemptuous. "Ah, I see." Xia Qiming leisurely wiped the corner of his mouth. "Your esteemed parents are no longer with us." Su Hang's voice was soft. It sent a tremor through Xia Lianxing's heart. She discreetly clasped his hand beneath the table, feeling the warmth radiating from his palm. Lin Wanrong's gaze lingered on their intertwined hands for a moment, a flicker of solace flashing in her eyes. "I have been raised by my master since childhood." Su Hang reversed his grip, gently stroking the back of Xia Lianxing's hand with his thumb. Xia Qiming leaned forward slightly. "May I inquire about your esteemed master?" "A recluse from the mountains, hardly worth mentioning," Su Hang replied, raising his teacup, the steam obscuring his expression. At the other end of the table, several uncles exchanged significant glances. Xia Lianxing's aunt covered her mouth with a silk handkerchief, whispering something to her third uncle. Too modest, Xia Qiming suddenly raised his voice, startling the butler standing nearby, who trembled slightly. "I heard you sent that young man from the Guo family flying with a single kick?" With a sharp clatter, Xia Lianxing's chopsticks fell to the floor. Her complexion turned pale, and her lips quivered slightly. Su Hang comfortingly squeezed her hand, only to find her fingertips icy cold. The restaurant was enveloped in an eerie silence. Even the attendants held their breath, hesitant to approach and collect the fallen utensils. Mirlidak Suhan Chekev, though his gaze was as frigid as ice. He surveyed the room, taking in the astonished and bewildered expressions of those present. Xia Qiming suddenly clapped his hands, the sound reverberating harshly in the stillness of the restaurant. A robust man clad in a black suit entered, the fabric stretched taut over his muscles. "This is Xiao Lei, our family's most skilled bodyguard, a former special forces operative. Would you care to spar? Just keep it light." Xiao Lei stepped forward, his tailored suit accentuating his chiseled physique. He slightly bowed. "Young Master Su, I await your guidance." Xia Lianxing abruptly stood, her chair screeching against the marble floor. "Grandfather." Yet Su Hang remained composed, gently placing the napkin down and patting Xia Lianxing's tense shoulder as he rose. "It's all right." The gathering moved to the courtyard. The moonlight cascaded like water, illuminating the bluestone-paved area. Xiao Lei unbuttoned his suit, revealing a tactical vest beneath, assuming a standard combat stance. Su Hang stood casually, his hands still tucked in his pockets. Xia Qiming leaned on his cane from the corridor, a glimmer of sharpness flickering in his murky eyes. Xia Yuan instinctively held his breath, while his uncle, Xia Hui, leaned forward with eager anticipation. The night breeze rustled through the air, and a single sycamore leaf gracefully descended onto the ground between the two. Suddenly, Xiao Lei lunged forward, delivering a fierce straight punch aimed directly at Su Hang's face. Su Hang slightly shifted his stance, effortlessly deflecting the punch with a casual flick of his left hand, the wind from the blow grazing his ear. Xiao Lei swiftly altered his attack, his right leg whipping towards Su Hang's lower body, but Su Hang nimbly tapped his toes, retreating like a willow seed drifting in the wind. Observing this, Xiao Lei intensified his assault, unleashing a series of brutal strikes. Yet all were deftly neutralized by Su Hang's seemingly nonchalant blocks and evasions. Frustrated by his inability to land a blow, Xiao Lei's eyes widened with fury as he summoned all his strength for a final onslaught. As Xiao Lei closed in, Su Hang finally ceased evading. With a deft twist of his wrist, he locked onto Xiao Lei's pressure point, delivering a swift kick that sent him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Crashing heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his throat. Uncle Xia Hui's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, shock and resentment flooding his gaze. Xia Yuan, holding a cup of tea, froze in midair, the liquid rippling within. Xia Lianxing's tense shoulders suddenly relaxed as she gazed at Su Hang, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Xia Qiming burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Well done, young man. Truly, heroes emerge in youth." Suang humbly nodded in acknowledgement. The disdainful looks from those present transformed into a newfound respect. Suddenly, Xia Qiming adopted a serious tone, saying, "Su Heng, choose an auspicious day and marry Lianxing." Xia Lianxing's cheeks flushed crimson as she tugged at her grandfather's sleeve, murmuring, "Grandpa." Su Heng glanced at Xia Lianxing and gently replied, "There is no rush for the wedding. Lianxing and I wish to take some time to understand each other better." After a moment of contemplation, Xia Qiming nodded with a smile. "Very well, you young ones can decide for yourselves." When Su Heng took his leave, Xia Qiming gestured for Xia Yuan to see him off. Upon reaching the estate's entrance, Xia Yuan furrowed his brow and remarked, "Lianxing, you are of marrying age. It is more appropriate for you to remain at home to avoid any gossip." Su Heng naturally draped his arm over Xia Lianxing's shoulders, reassuring, "Uncle Xia need not worry. Lianxing is accustomed to being by my side. Should anyone speak ill of us, they may come to me." Xia Yuan opened his mouth, intending to offer further counsel, but he was met with Xia Lianxing linking her arm with Su Heng's, gazing up at him with eyes full of trust. His words faded into a long sigh. "Very well, you two may go." Once Xia Yuan's figure vanished beyond the estate's gates, Su Heng leaned closer to Xia Lianxing's ear, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe, whispering, "Call me husband." "You." Xia Lianxing's ears instantly flushed a deep red. In a fit of embarrassment, her delicate fingers pinched the soft flesh at his waist and twisted. "Ouch!" Su Heng exaggerated his cry of pain, but he instinctively pulled her closer. "Are you attempting to murder your husband?" Xia Lianxing struggled, but could not break free, opting instead to bury her burning face into his chest, murmuring, "Rascal." The streetlight cast elongated shadows of the two, entwined and inseparable. In the late-night villa, only a warm lamp by the bedside remained lit. Su Heng emerged from the bathroom, his hair still damp. Upon noticing Xia Lianxing reclining against the headboard in a silk nightgown, the subtle curve of her neckline caused his throat to tighten. "Lianxing," he rasped, lunging towards her and pressing her into the soft bedding. "Let me kiss you. I've been longing for this all day." Xia Lianxing's initially resisting hands soon surrendered, and the slip of her nightgown's strap elicited a soft, feline whimper. Su Heng's heated lips and tongue lingered on her collarbone before suddenly capturing that delicate shade of cherry blossom. MMM. She arched her back, fingers tangling in his hair, torn between pushing him away and pulling him closer. "So fragrant." Su Heng chuckled softly near her ear, his hand gliding down her waist. Just as his fingertips approached the hem of her sleep pants, Xia Lianxing abruptly squeezed her legs together. Wait, she murmured. Her cheeks flushed as she leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "I've started my period." Su Heng froze, his expression collapsing in an instant. Xia Lianxing couldn't help but laugh at his sudden dismay. "You can't blame me. Who told you to act so mischievously from the start?" Before she could finish, Su Heng had already dashed back in the bathroom. Amid the sound of rushing water, muffled shouts of frustration echoed. Wrapped in the blanket, Xia Lianxing stifled her laughter, but her face flushed anew as she felt the marks left on her collarbone. Chapter 24. The demolition plan for Huangshan Village. At the entrance of Huangshan Village, dust swirled as dozens of villagers wielded hoes and shovels, barricading the road to prevent entry. Across from them stood the development team of the Xia Group, led by the impeccably dressed Li Chong. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Chong spoke as calmly as he could. "Our compensation proposal is exceedingly generous. The resettlement houses are fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy, and the demolition compensation exceeds that of other villages by over 30%. Old Village Chief Zhang Yutian, leaning on his jujube cane, slowly emerged from the crowd. "Leaders," Zhang squinted, revealing his smoke-stained teeth. "Our village has convened and decided that we cannot accept this price." Li Chong furrowed his brow. "Village Chief Zhang, didn't we reach an agreement last week? Each family would receive one resettlement house or demolition compensation at 1.5 times the market rate." "That was last week," Zhang Yutian retorted, turning to the villagers. "Fellow townsfolk, how much do we want now?" "At least 2 houses." bellowed a burly man, brandishing his shovel. Triple the compensation. Several women chimed in, their voices sharp. Li Chang's legal advisor whispered urgently, "Mr. Li, it's clear someone is orchestrating this from behind the scenes." Taking a deep breath, Li Chang pointed to several dilapidated earthen houses in the village. Village Chief Zhang, look at these dangerous structures. They could collapse in a heavy rain. The compensation we are offering is sufficient for you to move into a modern resettlement community. We have lived here for generations. We don't need your concern. Zhang Yutian's demeanor shifted abruptly. He thumped his cane on the ground. If you wish to proceed with the demolition, it must be on our terms, or you may leave. A few young men stepped forward, their farming tools gleaming ominously. Li Chang's bodyguards immediately positioned themselves protectively around him, the tension palpable. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Very well, we shall consult our headquarters." As he turned, he heard the piercing sound of whistles and jeers from behind. Once Li Chang's convoy disappeared around the corner of the village, Guzi hurried to Zhang Yutian's side. "Village chief, you mentioned that rejecting them would lead to a better company taking over, but we are all quite anxious." Zhang Yutian scanned the crowd. Noticing many villagers gazing at him expectantly, their tools drooping in their hands. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice. "Director Yu of the Xia Group came to see me personally and assured me that if we refuse the Xia family, they will triple our compensation." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Young men's eyes sparkled with hope, while older villagers muttered, "The Xia Group? Aren't they as big as the Xia family? I've heard they've built many high-rises in the city. If they truly can triple the compensation, my 3-tiled houses." Guzi rubbed his hands together, a smile finally breaking across his face. "With your words, we feel reassured." Zhang Yutian beamed at the villagers, their postures straightening with renewed determination. He added, "Director, you said they would come to sign the contract by next month at the latest. Our task now is to protect our village. We must not allow anyone to enter." The crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers, and shovels and hoes were raised high. Standing before the expansive windows of the Xia Group headquarters, Luo Jin lightly tapped the project report in her hands. Huangshan Village, a small hamlet nestled in the heart of the development project, had now become the greatest obstacle. President Luo, Project Director Li Chang stood beside her, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. "The compensation we offered is already 5 times the market rate, and the resettlement housing has been prepared to the highest standards. Just last week, we reached an agreement with the village representatives, yet today they have suddenly reneged." Luo Jin's gaze turned icy as she scanned the data on the document. "Have we investigated thoroughly? Is anyone inciting them from behind the scenes?" "As of now, there is no direct evidence," Li Chang replied quietly, but the sudden shift in attitude from village chief Zhang Yutian is perplexing, as if he has received some encouragement. He hesitated, unsure whether to voice his suspicions. Luo Jin raised her eyes, her sharp glance compelling Li Chang to swallow the remainder of his thought. She pivoted towards her desk, the sound of her black high heels resonating crisply against the floor. "Continue to follow up." Her voice was calm, yet authoritative. "Do not alarm the villagers for now. We must ascertain the true reason behind their abrupt change." After Li Chang nodded and exited the office, Luo Jin remained alone by the window. She sensed that this demolition dispute was far from simple. In the early morning, the backyard of Minghu Houding was enveloped in a shroud of mist. Suhang stood barichestiv. The contours of his muscles subtly revealed with each movement of his martial arts practice, beads of sweat trailing down his spine, glinting in the morning light. Suddenly, his phone on the stone table vibrated. Suhang ceased his practice and glanced at the screen. It was Luo Jin, junior brother. On the other end, Luo Jin's voice carried a hint of languor. "I have a favor to ask of you." Suhang wiped his brow and smiled. "Sister, what could be so urgent that you called so early?" "There has been an issue with the demolition project in Huangshan Village." Luo Jin's tone grew serious. "The villagers have suddenly backtracked, demanding triple the compensation to move." Suhang raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it enough to send a project manager to negotiate?" "I suspect there are ulterior motives at play." Luo Jin's voice turned frosty. "It could be the Guo family." Suhang rolled his eyes, exasperated. "Sister, I can handle a fight, but this commercial entanglement is beyond my capabilities. I wouldn't trust anyone else. Luo Jin chuckled lightly. You possess both skill and intellect, but you tend to be lazy. Su Hang sighed. All right then, who could refuse you, my dear sister? In the bedroom, Xia Lianxing was leaning against the headboard, engrossed in a book when the door burst open. She looked up to see Su Hang rush in, and with a startled gasp, she instantly retreated under the covers, revealing only her vigilant eyes. Lianxing, darling. Su Hang grinned mischievously as he leaped onto the bed, accurately locating her beneath the blanket. Get away, you rogue, scoundrel, pervert. Muffled protests emanated from the blanket, accompanied by a pillow that was hurled from a gap. Su Hang caught the pillow, exclaiming helplessly, this time it's truly important. Then, just say it directly, came a muffled voice from beneath the covers, as Xia Lianxing wrapped herself tighter in the blanket. Su Hang sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed, poking the figure concealed under the silk quilt. Senior sister sent me to Huangshan village. He recounted the instructions given by Luo Jin in detail. At this, Xia Lianxing peeked out from the covers, her long, dark hair tousled over her shoulders. She furrowed her delicate brows. Huangshan village. I've heard of that place. It's the core area of the future new city, immensely valuable. Su Hang leaned in closer. Lianxing, do you have any good ideas? Xia Lianxing shot him a disdainful glance. After a moment of contemplation, her eyes sparkled with inspiration. Didn't you grow up on the mountain with your master? Can't you read feng shui? Not all. Su Hang scratched his head. Fool. Xia Lianxing poked his forehead. You must know some tricks. Seeing Su Hang still looking bewildered, she beckoned him closer with a finger. Su Hang leaned down, and Xia Lianxing whispered a few words in his ear. His eyes lit up, and he promptly pressed a loud kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, Darling, you're simply brilliant. Xia Lianxing blushed and pushed him away. All right, I've told you the method. Now go out and don't disturb me while I read. That one do. Su Hang grinned mischievously, leaning in closer. You've helped me so much. I must properly thank you. Xia Lianxing, wary, tried to burrow back under the covers, but Su Hang swiftly pulled them away. In a swift motion, he flipped over and pinned her down as she pouted and hit his shoulder. You scoundrel. Let MMM. Her words were silenced by a passionate kiss. Su Hang's kiss was both domineering and lingering, and he only released her when she felt utterly weakened, her eyes glistening with red. If you try to hide from me next time, he playfully nibbled on her earlobe. It won't be so simple. Watching Su Hang's triumphant departure, Xia Lianxing angrily adjusted her disheveled nightclothes. That scoundrel, he always effortlessly breached her defenses. Chapter 25. Su Banxian, Su Hang at noon. Su Hang parked his vehicle 2 kilometers away from Huangshan village in an abandoned parking lot. From the trunk, he retrieved a pale yellow banner emblazoned with the 4 vermilion characters Feng Shui to change fate. The matching dark blue robe and round sunglasses were brand new, and even the compass was purposely chosen to appear antiquated. The expenditure was well worth it. He muttered to himself as he donned the attire and adjusted his false beard in the rearview mirror. With the pale yellow banner in hand, inscribed with the 4 vermilion characters, Su Hang ambled toward the entrance of Huangshan village. Clad in a green robe, with round sunglasses perched on his nose and an ancient compass at his waist, he resembled a quintessential wandering sorcerer. As he approached, a villager named Wang Erniu, armed with a hoe, scrutinized him suspiciously. Who are you? What business do you have in our village? Su Hang raised one hand in a gesture of authority. Adopting a high-pitched voice, I am but a humble disciple of Master Yangdu, the 81st successor of the revered Giguzi. I have delved into the arts of the 8 houses and the flying stars, and I possess the ability to perceive heavenly changes. What nonsense is this? Wang Erniu interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. Another wandering charlatan. Just scram, or I'll give you a beating. Su Hang shook his head with a sigh. Alas, I perceive a malignant aura gathering above your village, with ominous bloodshed lurking in the southeast. A calamity is imminent within 3 days. What a pity. Enough of your drivel. Wang Erniu exploded in anger, raising his hoe menacingly. If you keep spouting this rubbish, I swear I'll make you regret it. Unfazed, Su Hang took 2 steps back and waved dismissively. Very well, very well. Since fate has not favored us, I shall not impose. Yet this impending disaster. He deliberately trailed off, turning as if to leave. Just as the dispute escalated, a burly villager approached, inquiring, "What is going on? Why the commotion?" The earlier villager scoffed. "Some fraud claims there's a great calamity looming over our village, clearly here to swindle us." The robust villager scrutinized Su Hang, his gaze lingering on the compass in his hand. He then lowered his voice. "Perhaps I should consult the village chief first?" He rubbed his hands together, pondering the possibility that he might be a genuine master. Internally amused, Su Hang maintained an air of profundity, stroking his fake beard. "Infinite celestial honor. I have wandered here and perceived the unique feng shui of your village. I had intended to offer some guidance." "Wait here." The burly villager hastily retreated towards the village, turning back to remind, "Be courteous." The earlier villager reluctantly set down his shovel, mumbling, pretending to be a mystic. With his hands clasped behind his back, Su Hang feigned a contemplative inspection of the ancient tree at the village entrance, contemplating his next move. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yutian arrived in haste, accompanied by a dozen villagers. From a distance, they spotted a figure clad in a dark blue robe, sunglasses adorning his face, and an ancient compass in hand, exuding an unmistakable aura of a celestial being. This master, Zhang Yutian squinted as he approached, pondering the lineage of this enigmatic individual. With a flick of his whisk, Su Hang once again invoked the words of Su Banjian, the 81st descendant of Giguzi. Before Zhang Yutian could utter a word, a villager nearby leaned in and whispered, "Village chief, I reckon this man is nothing but a charlatan." Silence. Zhang Yutian shot him a glare, then turned to Su Hang with a forced smile. "Master Su, what peculiar phenomenon did you observe in our village?" Feigning profundity, Su Hang calculated with his fingers. "Upon examining the feng shui of this village, I find that the position of the white tiger eclipses that of the azure dragon. Within 10 days, bloodshed shall ensue." Zhang Yutian, though skeptical, replied, "Master Su, it's not that I doubt you, but surely there must be some basis for this claim?" Adjusting his long sleeves, Su Hang's expression turned grave. "Very well. Today, I shall demonstrate my true abilities, that you may be convinced." He surveyed the surroundings and pointed towards the village entrance. "Fetch me a slab of that blue stone." Zhang Yutian quickly commanded, "You two, hurry. Bring a piece from the ancestral hall." Before long, 2 sturdy men huffed and puffed as they brought forth a thick blue stone slab, glistening coldly under the sun. The villagers formed a circle, murmuring amongst themselves. Su Hang held his breath and focused, suddenly gesturing with his hands and loudly proclaiming, "The central yellow energy enters my being, assisting me in manifesting my divine powers." With a resounding clap, he struck the slab, which split into several pieces with a loud crack. As debris scattered, the villagers stood in stunned silence. "Incredible! A true master!" they exclaimed, with some elderly folk even preparing to kneel in reverence. Zhang Yutian, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, quickly bowed in apology. "Master, forgive our ignorance. Please, enter the village and offer your guidance." With a flourish of his sleeve, Su Hang strode into the village. He brandished a compass as he wandered, occasionally gesturing and shaking his head in lament. Finally, he halted beside an ancient well at the village's center, his countenance grave. "This is dire. Far more perilous than what I observed outside. Malevolent energies are gathering. Within 7 days, a calamity shall arise." "Calamity? What sort of calamity?" Zhang Yutian's voice trembled. "It could disturb household peace or worse." Su Hang lowered his voice ominously. "Bloodshed." Recalling the promise made by the Guo family, Zhang Yutian steeled himself. "Master, is there a way to avert this? We still have to reside here for at least 3 months." Su Hang closed his eyes and shook his head. "The fate has been sealed. There is no turning back. Farewell." With that, he turned and departed. "Master, wait." Zhang Yutian hurried a few steps after him, yet dared not insist on a stay. Once Su Hang had vanished from sight, the villagers converged. "Village chief, what shall we do?" Zhang Yutian wiped the sweat from his brow. "Let us observe for a few days. If it truly comes to pass, we shall consider moving." He gazed at Su Hang's retreating figure, his heart pounding with unease. In the dead of night, Air Guzi, in a drowsy stupor, was abruptly roused by strange creaking sound from outside. He sat up with a start, recalling the warnings of the feng shui master from earlier that day, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Who? Who is out there? He quavered, grasping a pole behind the door. Outside, an eerie silence reigned. Trembling, Guzzi cautiously approached the doorway, and as he cracked it open, just a sliver, bang, a shadow suddenly materialized before him. The pallid mask glimmered with an eerie hue under the moonlight, and the blood-red corners of its mouth stretched unnaturally to the roots of its ears. A specter, a ghost. Guzzi's legs weakened, and he collapsed on the ground, his trousers instantly soaked. The apparition slowly bent down, its voice resonating as if emerging from the depths of the earth. I am a harbinger of death, sent to collect souls. Spare me, Great One. Have mercy, Great One. Guzzi desperately knocked his head against the ground, the sound echoing like a drum. On the ledger of life and death, your days are not yet numbered. The voice behind the mask fluctuated, now distant, now near. Why do you linger in this realm of the dead? It is the village chief. It was all the village chief's idea. Guzzi's face was smeared with snot and tears as he recounted how the Xia Group had made promises, how the village chief had led them to reject the Xia Group, and all the events that had transpired. The shadow seethed with rage. Foolish mortals, I did not expect you to be so consumed by greed. Know this. The underworld knows no age, and the laws of the dead show no mercy. Guzzi trembled in terror. Great One, forgive us. We shall leave at once. Immediately, the shadow pondered with hands clasped behind its back, its garments billowing. Considering you still possess some measure of life, I shall grant you a reprieve of 7 days. When 100 ghosts parade, even with divine protection, escape from your fate will be impossible. Thank you, Great One. Thank you, Great One. Guzzi bowed incessantly, his forehead caked with dirt. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he looked up to find the shadow had vanished. He sat dazed on the ground, oblivious to the fact that he had wed himself once again. Chapter 26. A smooth acquisition. The early morning in Huangshan village erupted into chaos. Guzzi, disheveled and barefoot, sprinted through the village, knocking on doors. Hurry, evacuate. There are ghosts haunting the village. The emissary of death is coming for souls. His eyes were bloodshot, his trousers stained with last night's urine, presenting a vivid picture of madness. The villagers gathered in front of the ancestral hall, murmuring amongst themselves. A few timid women clutched their children, trembling in fear, while the young men wore skeptical expressions. Silence. Zhang Yutian banged a gong, pointing at the cowering Guzzi. Speak clearly about what you have seen. Guzzi trembled uncontrollably. The emissary, with a green face and sharp teeth, vanished in an instant. He said 7 days later. Before he could finish, he clutched his head in terror. Could it be that someone is playing tricks? Zhang Yutian forced calmness, though his back was already drenched in sweat. He could not help but recall the prediction of the Taoist priest from the previous day. The white tiger suppresses the green dragon. A calamity of blood. Impossible. Guzzi suddenly screamed. He just disappeared. It must be a ghost. As anxiety gripped the hearts of the villagers, a villager rushed in. Village chief, Mr. Li from the Xia Group, has come with his people. The ancestral hall fell into a hushed silence, all eyes turning to Zhang Yutian. His gaze darted, as if a realization struck him, his expression fluctuating. Could this all be a scheme by the Xia Group? While he pondered, Li Chong entered the ancestral hall, flanked by several well-dressed bodyguards. The villagers instinctively parted to make way, the atmosphere tense. Mr. Li, what brings you here? Zhang Yutian forced a smile, although his eyes were filled with suspicion. Li Chong surveyed the crowd side and announced, I am here to inform you that the Xia Group has decided to abandon the Huangshan Village Development Project. What? The smile froze on Zhang Yutian's face as unrest erupted among the villagers. After our investigation, Li Chong continued earnestly, we found that the villagers here are quite simple-hearted, and we cannot bear to proceed. He hesitated, suggesting that everyone should seek alternative paths. Cold sweat beaded on Zhang Yutian's forehead. Mr. Li, what do you mean by this? Li Chong leaned in, whispering, this land is not clean. He pointed to the ground. The feng shui master we consulted said this place is haunted. With a thunderous impact, Zhang Yutian felt as though struck by lightning, his legs turning to jelly. Behind him, several elders had already collapsed in fear. With that, Li Chong bowed to the villagers, saying, "Take care." As they watched Li Chong's departing figure, the ancestral hall descended into turmoil. A few women began to wail. The young men exchanged bewildered glances, while Zhang Yutian stood frozen, his pipe clattering to the ground. What are the Guo family's promises, the Xia family's warnings, and Guzi's encounter with the emissary? What was the truth amidst this chaos? Village chief, what shall we do now? A few villagers clustered anxiously around Zhang Yutian, their voices tinged with desperation. Zhang Yutian raked his hair in frustration. The Guo group said they would need a month too. But what if they too had heard the rumors of hauntings? A middle-aged man interjected, his complexion ashen. At the utterance of these words, the surrounding villagers erupted in commotion. Zhang Yutian emphatically slapped his thigh, urging, "Quick, go stop Mr. Li." Several agile youths immediately dashed out. At that moment, Li Chong was leisurely making his way out of the village, accompanied by bodyguards. "Slow down," he murmured to one of his bodyguards. "Don't walk too fast." Although the bodyguard were puzzled, they complied and reduced their pace. "Mr. Li, please hold on." An urgent shout rang from behind. Li Chong subtly raised the corner of his mouth, then feigned confusion as he turned around. "Is there something else?" A few villagers, panting heavily, caught up with the leading young man's face flushed. "Mr. Li, our village chief wishes to speak with you." Li Chong raised an eyebrow. "We've already decided to abandon this project. Is there any further discussion needed?" The villagers exchanged glances at a loss for words. Just then, Zhang Yutian arrived in haste, accompanied by a throng of villagers, calling out from a distance, "Mr. Li, Mr. Li, please wait." Zhang Yutian rushed to Li Chong, sweat glistening on his forehead under the sun. Grasping Li Chong's arm, his voice trembled. "Mr. Li, let us renegotiate. We can lower the land price, and simple renovations will suffice. Just compensate us according to market rates for the relocation." Li Chong's expression turned troubled as he gently released Zhang Yutian's grip. "Village chief, it's not merely a matter of money. If word gets out about the haunting in this area, we promise not to say a word," Zhang Yutian exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration. Then turning to the villagers, "Isn't that right, everyone?" "Absolutely. We will keep it a secret." The villagers chimed in, voices overlapping. Li Chong sighed deeply. "Very well. Seeing that you all seem honest, I will call Mr. Luo and see what can be done," he said, pulling out his phone and stepping aside under the eager gaze of the crowd. Zhang Yutian paced nervously, glancing furtively at Li Chong's expression. After concluding the call, Li Chong slowly returned amidst the villagers' hopeful stares. He took a deep breath, donning a reluctant expression. "Village chief, after much persuasion, Mr. Luo has finally agreed." Zhang Yutian trembled with excitement, nearly kneeling. "However, there is one condition." Li Chong suddenly grew serious. "The matter regarding the haunting must remain confidential. If it leaks out..." He surveyed the crowd. "All compensation will be revoked." The villagers erupted in protest. "We will never speak of it. Whoever does is a scoundrel." Some elders even swore oaths right then and there. Li Chong gestured for his assistant to produce the confidentiality agreement that had been prepared in advance. "Come, everyone line up. Once you sign, you will receive the initial compensation." A long queue quickly formed at the signing table. Some trembled as they pressed their fingerprints, while others grinned broadly after signing, eagerly discussing plans for new homes. Once the final household had signed, Li Chong collected the documents and whispered to his assistant, "Inform Mr. Luo, Huangshan village is secured." As the sun set, the villagers dispersed joyfully. Under the ancient locust tree at the village entrance, only Zhang Yutian remained, gazing at the village on the brink of disappearance, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Chapter 27. The stiletto as Su hang into the call with Luo Jin. He exhaled a sigh of relief. He had even prepared a second night's worth of ghostly dialogue, but to his surprise, it had only taken one attempt to succeed. Upon arriving at the luxurious residence, as the engine's roar ceased outside, he rushed into the villa, eagerly sweeping up the floor, arranging Xia Lianxing and twirling her around. "Darling wife, we did it. Put me down, Xia Lianxing exclaimed, her hands releasing the roses that scattered across the floor, reflecting her astonishment. However, Su Hang promptly set her down onto the sofa, his nose brushing against her earlobe. What reward does my esteemed strategist desire? Who said anything about your reward? Xia Lianxing protested, pushing him away, yet her palm felt the searing warmth of his chest beneath. Su Hang chuckled softly, securing her wrist. This is not up to you. Before she could finish her retort, his warm lips captured hers. Xia Lianxing's final protest transformed into a soft hum, her fingers unconsciously clutching at the collar of his shirt. In the top-floor office of the World Trade Center, Gui Yuheng stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city's night skyline. His fingers lightly tapped on the wooden desk, each sound resonating like a hammer striking Yu Feng's heart. Speak. Gui Yuheng's voice was eerily calm. How did it fail? Yu Feng swallowed hard, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Chairman, we had clearly reached a secret agreement with Zhang Yutian, the village chief of Huangshan Village, as long as the Xia Group withdrew its investment. And what happened? Gui Yuheng abruptly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade. They suddenly signed the demolition agreement. Yu Feng's voice dwindled just this afternoon. Gui Yuheng's brows furrowed deeply. Have you investigated the reasons? Did the Xia Group employ any underhanded tactics? It doesn't seem like coercion, Yu Feng hastily clarified. Zhang Yutian expressed gratitude towards the Xia Group over the phone, saying something like thanks to President Li's benevolence. Crash! The crystal ashtray shattered on the floor, shards flying and grazing Yu Feng's trousers. He trembled, nearly collapsing. Incompetent fool. Gui Yuheng's temples throbbed with fury. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. The office door swung open abruptly, and Lu Ting entered, her high heels clicking on the floor. She cast a cold glance at Yu Feng, who scurried away as if granted mercy. Did you all hear that? Gui Yuheng loosened his tie. Lu Ting's crimson lips curled into a cold smirk. Gui Yuheng, your methods are growing increasingly inept. Luo Jin is too cunning. Give me a little more time. I cannot wait any longer. Lu Ting suddenly shrieked, her meticulously manicured nails digging deep into her palm. Tian cries in my dreams every night. He says he hurts. He says he is cold. Her voice dropped sharply. I want them to pay blood for blood. Gui Yuheng slowly closed his eyes, swallowing hard. Speak. What do you intend to do? Lu Ting's fingers, painted in a vivid crimson, scraped across the table with a piercing sound. I will contact the stiletto. Her voice was as soft as a serpent's flicker, compelling the Black Tiger Squad to assist her in dismembering Su Hang. As for Luo Jin and Xia Lianxing, she suddenly burst into laughter, a hint of madness concealed within the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. I shall personally torment them. Once I've had my fill of play, I will sell them to the most sordid den in the Golden Triangle. A chill surged down Gui Yuheng's spine. Yet the haunting images of his son's tragic demise quickly dispelled any discomfort. He opened his eyes, his voice hoarse. Very well, I shall make arrangements. The blade, an urban legend within Jinin's underworld. It was said that he could cleave a bullet mid-flight with a single strike. 3 years ago, he single-handedly obliterated the lair of a Southeast Asian drug lord. More terrifying still, this madman accepted contracts not for monetary gain, but in pursuit of an almost artistic form of slaughter. His famous adage was, I bloom in the act of killing, akin to flowers in the dawn. Lu Ting's father had once saved the Blade's life. Thus the Blade had promised to assist their family with 3 tasks within his capacity. If it involved eliminating specific individuals, each life was worth 1 task. In the top conference room of the Xia Group, Luo Jin sat at the helm in a sleek black suit, her fingertips lightly tapping against the latest financial report. Xia Qiming sat to her right, his demeanor as tranquil as a still pond. Following a board resolution, Luo Jin pushed forth a document announcing that the Luo-affiliated fund would issue an additional 10 billion new shares. The room erupted in commotion. Several shareholders' faces paled. This meant that without further investment, their equity would be significantly diluted. All eyes turned towards Xia Qiming. The elder leisurely smoothed the creases of his suit. I support President Luo's decision. This is a supplementary clause, Luo Jin interjected, rapping the table. Shareholders holding over 5. Should the actual controllers be involved in competing businesses? Her crimson lips curled slightly. Their voting rights shall automatically be reduced to 5. In the corner, Director Zhao's pen clattered to the floor. Though he ostensibly held 25 of the shares, he was, in fact, a hidden pawn of the Guo family. Once the last shareholder exited the conference room, the heavy wooden door closed slowly. Xia Lianxing stroked the dragon head of his cane, suddenly chuckling. President Luo's issuance of new shares is truly exquisite. Luo Jin tucked the document into a gilded folder, her lips subtly curling. I must also extend my gratitude for Director Xia's robust support. Among family, there is no need for formality. Xia Lianxing rose, leaning on his cane as the setting sun elongated his hunched silhouette. What does President Luo intend next? He inquired, feigning ignorance. Luo Jin abruptly turned, her gaze sharp as a blade. Surely, you must have noticed the treachery of that Zhao director before I did? The elder erupted into laughter, the sound echoing in the empty conference room. I had prepared countermeasures long before he secretly acquired shares months ago. I simply did not anticipate that President Luo would arrive at the same conclusion. Luo Jin approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the city's twinkling lights. Indeed, experience is a formidable teacher. Likewise, he replied. Xia Lianxing approached her side, a flicker of brilliance gleaming in his murky eyes. However, Gu Yuheng was unlikely to relent easily. The glass window reflected Luo Jin's icy smile. Just right. I too wish to observe what hidden cards the Gu family still possesses. In the World Trade Center, Gu Yuheng tapped the cigar in his hand against the ashtray, gray-white ash cascading down. He had just terminated a confidential call with Director Zhao. The Xia Group's issuance expansion plan weighing heavily on his mind. Are they forcing my hand to co-invest? Or, he scrutinized the figures on the financial report, his knuckles unconsciously drumming against the mahogany table. Lu Ting reclined on the leather sofa, her scarlet nails gently tracing the image of Luo Jin on the tablet. After all, should tea survive this month? Why bother with these numerical games? Gu Yuheng turned to his wife, who was adorned in a red qipao today. Have they already contacted the knife? The operation is set for 3 days hence. Lu Ting flipped the tablet face down onto the coffee table, producing a crisp click, suggesting they'd join in the investment for now, and when the time comes to collect the bodies, they would reclaim their capital along with interest. Suddenly, Gu Yuheng chuckled, picking up the internal phone. Finance Department, prepare funds to co-invest in the Xia Group's expansion. After hanging up, he gazed out the window towards the Xia Group, his expression shifting between light and shadow, inexplicably burdened by an ominous premonition. Chapter 28. The Cunning Fox in the Morning. A momentous announcement sent shockwaves through the financial sector. Luo Jin, the president of the Luo Group, alongside Xia Lianxing, the chairman of the Xia Group, jointly submitted an urgent report to the Securities Regulatory Commission regarding the alleged acquisition violations by the Guo Group. Accompanying this report were several key pieces of evidence, including 1. Secret transfer records between senior executives of the Guo Group and the former financial director of the Xia Group, suspected of illicit benefit transfer. 2. Audio recordings of Guo Group executives threatening minority shareholders, involving coercive trading. 3. A flowchart depicting the asset transfer through offshore companies by the Guo Group, suspected of hollowing out the listed company. Upon the release of this news, the Securities Regulatory Commission swiftly initiated an investigation. By noon, dozens of financial reporters flocked to the headquarters of the Xia Group, eager to uncover further insights. Amidst the barrage of cameras, Xia Lianxing emerged, escorted by security personnel. His demeanor was composed as he raised his hand to signal for silence. Dear media friends, thank you for your attention. This evening at 8 o'clock, I will hold a press conference to elucidate the complete circumstances surrounding this matter. Until then, the Xia Group will not entertain any private interviews. With that, he hastily entered the building accompanied by his assistant, leaving the gathered journalists buzzing with speculation. In the World Trade Center, outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, flashes from cameras erupted like a torrential downpour. Reporters raised their cameras high, surrounding the entrance to the building, while the security personnel formed a precarious wall that swayed under pressure. Gu Yuheng stood by the window, the ash from his cigar falling unheeded as he spoke in a low tone, sharp as a poisoned dagger. Did you not assure me of its infallibility? Where did that recording come from? On the other end of the line, Director Zhao's breath was heavy and trembling. I truly do not know. How could they? Useless. The crystal Pai Xiao statue shattered against the hardwood floor, splintering into shards that cut into his hand. Blood dripped down his palm. Yet he seemed impervious to the pain, fixated on the ant-like crowd below. President Guo, what? What should we do now? Director Zhao's voice trembled with despair. Gui Yuheng abruptly severed the call. He slowly raised his bloodied hand, pressing it against the window to leave a crimson handprint. In the reflection on the glass, his lips twisted into a grotesque smile. If only Luo Jin were to vanish, all could still be salvaged. As for the Luo family backing her, he could hardly afford to concern himself with that any longer. Luo Jin, you have forced my hand. In the press conference hall, the flashes of cameras illuminated the room like snowflakes, the red lights of cameras blinking incessantly. In the midst of this throng, Xia Lianxing, clad in a deep gray three-piece suit, ascended the podium with measured strides. His gait was steady, yet there was a hint of fatigue, the silver strands at his temples glinting under the bright lights. The room fell into an immediate hush, save for the sporadic clicks of shutters. He gave a slight nod, placing his hands gently on the podium, his voice deep and resonant. Thank you to all the media friends for your presence. This evening, on behalf of all shareholders and employees of the Xia Group, I wish to articulate a pressing truth. He paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, his throat constricting as if suppressing a profound emotion. We were on the brink of losing Xia. A reporter from the Financial Daily was the first to raise his hand. Mr. Xia, among the evidence you and the Luo Group have submitted against the Guo Group, there exists a recording that reveals threats made by Guo executives towards minority shareholders. Could you disclose the source of this recording? Xia Lianxing inhaled deeply, his knuckles turning pale. That recording was provided at great personal risk by a former employee of Xia. His voice suddenly turned hoarse, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Earlier this year, our renewable energy project faced malicious loan withdrawals, nearly severing our financial lifeline. As for the Guo Group, he clenched his fists tightly, then gradually released them, as if forcing himself to maintain composure. They did not come to extinguish flames. Rather, they came to ignite them. Under the guise of rescue, they coerced minority shareholders to relinquish their shares at a mere 30% of the market value. Should they refuse to sign, they threatened to sever supplier collaborations. And even, his voice broke, and he adjusted his glasses, the cold reflection from the lenses obscuring his reddened eyes. They even threatened the families of employees. A murmur of shock rippled through the audience. Xia Lianxing suddenly raised his voice, a rare fury erupting from his aging frame. And now, they seek to plunder Xia's core assets, those patented technologies that embody the dedication of 3 generations, the production lines upon which thousands of employees depend for their livelihoods. He slammed his palm on the podium, the sound reverberating in the hushed hall. In the next moment, his tone softened, reminiscent of a weary yet resolute elder. Fortunately, the Luo Group extended their hand in our moment of dire need. He gazed into the camera, his eyes ablaze, as if addressing the millions watching the live broadcast. I stand here today not merely for Xia, but for all enterprises oppressed by capital bullies. We will not bow down. Each word was deliberate, his voice hoarse yet unwavering, as he implored the government, suppliers, and every friend of Xia to ensure their schemes do not succeed. Upon finishing, he bowed deeply for 10 seconds. As he rose, an observant reporter noted a small stain on the cuff of the suit worn by this business titan. Known for his iron-fisted approach, we will fully cooperate with the subsequent investigations led by the Securities Regulatory Commission. He turned away from the podium, his silhouette cast in stark loneliness beneath the spotlight, yet standing tall. In the audience, someone initiated applause, which rapidly crescendoed, engulfing the entire venue. In the president's office of the Luo Group, the resonant yet aged voice of Xia Lianxing echoed through the office from the 85-inch LCD screen. As the camera zoomed in on his reddened eyes, Luo Jin's slender fingers delicately swirled her wine glass. Clap, clap, clap. she suddenly applauded thrice at the screen, a playful smile gracing her lips. Exquisite. Assistant Lin Yu stood beside, clutching a tablet, her eyes slightly reddened. President Luo, when Chairman Xia mentioned the threats to employees' families, I felt a chill run down my spine. She instinctively rubbed her arms. Even those unaware of the details must now harbor a deep resentment towards the Guo family. Luo Jin chuckled softly, her high heels tapping lightly as her swivel chair turned slowly toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Suddenly, she squinted, her fingertip gliding over a photo of Xia Lianxing on the tablet. This cunning old fox had evidently prepared a more explosive script. She accessed an encrypted document, the screen prominently displaying Xia Corporation Equity Incentive Plan, additional clauses, with a line circled in red at the bottom, effective upon the marriage of Xia Lianxing and Guo Tian. Lin Yu nearly dropped the tablet in disbelief. Is this a marriage coercion agreement? The office fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the ongoing speech of Xia Qiming on the screen. We shall never bow to the tyrants of capital. Lin Yu's voice trembled, but Miss Xia is his own granddaughter. Xiao Yu, Luo Jin suddenly turned, the neon lights outside casting an eerie blue glow on her profile. Do you know why I never keep goldfish? She pressed the remote, and the screen abruptly went dark. Because starving fish will even devour their own offspring. Her gaze pierced through the glass, directed towards the city of Kyoto. Chapter 29. The summer heiress refuses to give up. Xia Lianxing sat on the sofa, cradling a cup of hot tea, her gaze fixed intently on the television screen. There, Xia Qiming was tearfully denouncing the misdeeds of the Guo Group. His expression was one of profound sorrow, reminiscent of a man driven to the brink of despair. Xia Lianxing blinked, rubbing her eyes to confirm her perception. Grandfather, is this a performance? Having grown up in the Xia household, her grandfather had always been an imposing figure, exuding authority and wisdom in the business realm. Even during the financial crisis that beset the Xia family, he remained composed, sipping tea in his study while simultaneously strategizing and playing chess. Yet now, he was actually choking up on camera. Beside her, Su Hang was leisurely munching on a grape, casually remarking, "So what do you think? Your grandfather's acting deserves an Oscar, don't you think?" Xia Lianxing shot him a glare. "Be quiet." Su Hang shrugged, popping another grape into his mouth, mumbling, "Honestly, this emotional shift and subtle expression control. Even I was almost convinced." Xia Lianxing bit her lip, murmuring, "This is the first time I've seen him like this." Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she sat up straight, exclaiming, "Thank goodness he didn't mention the forced marriage with the Guo family. Otherwise, I would be utterly humiliated." Su Hang raised an eyebrow, leaning closer with a mischievous grin. "What are you afraid of? I wouldn't think any less of you." Xia Lianxing's cheeks flushed as she pushed his face away. "Get away. We girls care about our dignity. You know." Seizing her wrist, Su Hang grinned playfully. "But what if they found out that the Xia heirs got drunk in a bar and ended up in bed with a dashing young man?" Xia Lianxing immediately flared up. "Su Hang, say that again." He quickly raised his hands in surrender. All right, I won't say it again." He had learned his lesson. The last time he teased her, she had coldly banished him from her room, leaving him tossing and turning in the next room all night long. With a huff, Xia Lianxing turned her attention back to the television. As the press conference concluded and the screen faded to black, she absent-mindedly traced the edge of the remote control with her fingers. "Su Hang," she suddenly spoke, her voice as soft as a feather landing on water. "Do you think I should go back?" Su Hang, sitting cross-legged on the carpet while peeling an apple, slipped the knife as he heard her, causing the skin to snap. He looked up, raising an eyebrow. "Go back. Do you want to continue being your icy CEO self?" They had discussed this matter before. Then, she was like a frightened cat, preferring to hide in the study, poring over financial reports rather than stepping foot into the Xia building. But now, her fingers tapped on the armrest, as though calculating an invisible ledger. "I can't just hide away here forever, can I?" Su Hang scrutinized her for a moment before abruptly handing her the freshly peeled apple. "Lianxing, you're not seriously considering that you got inspired by the old man's performance, are you?" "Absolutely not." She took a bite of the apple, the juice splattering at the corners of her lips, which she wiped away in a fit of petulance. "I can't help but feel utterly useless in my current state. This statement landed like a stone, abruptly disturbing the stillness of the lake. Su Hang was momentarily taken aback. Xia Lianxing lowered her eyelashes, her voice barely above a whisper. You are now President Luo's Jr. Even grandfather must consider the Luo family's standing. And what about me? She chuckled self-deprecatingly, remarking that her days were spent either shopping or reading, akin to a mistress hidden away in a gilded cage. Su Hang interjected suddenly. Xia Lianxing seized a cushion and hurled it at him. Su Hang. He caught the cushion with a hearty laugh, but unexpectedly flipped over, pinning her wrist down, his nose nearly brushing against her delicate face. Lianxing, his breath warm and fervent. When you first hired me, did you truly believe I was unworthy of you? Xia Lianxing's ears flushed crimson. Well, that was because... She turned her face away, her voice barely audible. At the time I thought you were handsome, and should be able to intimidate Guotian. Su Hang's Adam's apple bobbed, his gaze suddenly darkening. Oh, so you were coveting my looks from the very beginning, Miss Xia? He deliberately elongated his words, his thumb grazing her heated cheek. $1 million monthly salary, just to keep me? You silence yourself. Xia Lianxing, flustered and annoyed, attempted to cover his mouth, only to have her fingers firmly grasped and pinned against the sofa. Amidst their intertwined breaths, Su Hang suddenly chuckled. How about, I seek out my senior sister tomorrow? Xia Lianxing froze. Why would you look for President Luo? To have her arrange a position for you. Su Hang's fingers entwined with a lock of her hair. After all, my senior sister had long said, if it weren't for the fear of someone being reluctant, I would have called Lianxing to be the vice president long ago. Xia Lianxing's eyes widened. Did President Luo truly say that? Su Hang nodded, a mischievous glint in his eyes. However, there's a dilemma now. What? He suddenly leaned down, biting lightly at her collarbone. If you truly return to be the president, who will warm my bed at night? Su Hang. In the end, the apple rolled forlornly onto the carpet, while the bedroom door upstairs was forcefully kicked shut by someone. As night descended, the dazzling lights of the shopping mall cascaded like a galaxy. Xia Lianxing walked across the mirror-like marble floor in her stilettos, the heels creating a crisp sound against the surface. Beyond the mall's grand glass dome lay a deep blue night sky, with a few stars flickering in the urban neon glow. Su Hang lazily trailed behind her, already burdened with 7 or 8 luxury shopping bags. How about this one? Xia Lianxing held up a deep blue professional suit in front of her. Su Hang leaned against the counter, his gaze lingering on her. The vice president looks stunning in anything. Xia Lianxing shot him a glance, though she could not hide the smile tugging at her lips. Just yesterday, Luo Jin's voice echoed in her ears. Lianxing, come to report on Monday. The vice president position is reserved for you. This arrangement is quite ingenious. Luo Jin simultaneously presides over the Luo and Xia conglomerates. Although she holds a substantial 40% stake in the Xia Group, she finds herself stretched thin. Meanwhile, the elder Xia Qiming, although still the chairman, has retreated to the sidelines with his 27% share. Appointing Xia Lianxing as vice president not only stabilizes the old guard of the Xia Group, but also allows Luo Jin to extricate herself from the burdensome responsibilities. Were you contemplating? Su Hang suddenly leaned closer, his warm breath brushing past her ear. I'm thinking. Xia Lianxing turned to face him. I may not have as much time to spend with you moving forward. Su Hang chuckled softly, taking the clothing from her hands and handing it to the attendant. Then let us seize the moment to purchase a few more outfits so I can truly appreciate them. His fingers brushed against her wrist inadvertently, and they both recalled Luo Jin's cryptic words from yesterday. You have a 7-day vacation, after which, Xia Lianxing would return to that battlefield devoid of gunfire. And now, this moment belongs to their final tender interlude. Chapter 30. The killing game. Under the moonlight, the private parking lot behind the shopping mall was shrouded in a pale, ghostly light. Xia Lianxing walked ahead, suddenly noticing that the footsteps behind her had ceased. She turned back in confusion, asking what's wrong. Su Hang's pupils constricted slightly. It was too quiet. No engine sounds, no footsteps, not even the chirping of insects. The security room's window stood wide open, the monitoring screens flickering, yet the duty personnel were conspicuously absent. Lianxing, Su Hang's voice lowered ominously. No matter what happens, immediately take refuge in the security room and lock the door. Before Xia Lianxing could react, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Bang! Su Hang's muscles tensed instantaneously as he rolled to the side, with Xia Lianxing in his arms, their shopping bags scattering across the ground. A bullet grazed the tips of Xia Lianxing's hair, embedding itself into the earth and igniting a shower of sparks. Get inside. Rising swiftly, Su Hang thrust Xia Lianxing into the security room and slammed the door shut behind them. Almost simultaneously, 3 bullets clanged against the iron door. The parking lot suddenly erupted into chaos. Su Hang's figure vanished like a wraith. A figure clad in black, hidden behind an Audi, aimed a gun, only to find Su Hang had inexplicably disappeared from view. A chill gripped his heart, and before he could comprehend the situation, he felt a cold hand clasping his throat from behind. Crack! The sound of his cervical vertebrae breaking was nearly inaudible, as the body slumped lifelessly. The doors of 5 surrounding vehicles swung open simultaneously. 5 shadowy figures emerged, the glint of long and short blades flashing ominously in the darkness. Su Hang narrowed his eyes. Who are you? The black-clad figures remained as silent as iron, their blades glistening coldly in the moonlight. Suddenly, all 5 lunged at once. The figure on the far left swung a long knife, the blade slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. The 2 on the right wielded short knives in a deadly cross, closing off any escape, and a man from behind launched a heavy punch aimed at Su Hang's back. The force of his strike causing Su Hang's clothing to flutter violently. A cold smile crept onto Su Hang's lips as his form blurred unexpectedly. Bang! His right leg descended like a war axe, cleaving through the first assailant's long knife with a resounding snap. The residual force of his kick caving in the attacker's chest. In the instant before the body hit the ground, Su Hang spun, seizing the wrist of the second attacker and using his momentum to hurl him towards the third. Crack! At the moment of collision, Su Hang's knuckles landed precisely on the spine of the 2 men, rendering them limp as though made of clay. The fourth assailant lunged, his short knife poised to stab 3 inches beneath Su Hang's rib. In a sudden shift, Su Hang sidestepped, the blade barely grazing his shirt, before his right hand clamped onto the attacker's wrist like a vice, twisting it violently. Sizzle! The brittle sound of a wrist bone fracturing echoed as Su Hang snatched the short knife and brought the hilt crashing down upon the temple of the last burly man. All 5 bodies collapsed almost simultaneously. Some writhed in agony, clutching their mangled wrists, while others coughed blood and fell unconscious. At that moment, the sound of steady footsteps emerged from the shadows. A man stepped forward, his visage resolute, a sparse stubble adorning his chin, the hem of his black trench coat swaying silently. In his right hand, he grasped an ancient tang knife, its sheath entwined with dark red silk. You are formidable. The man spoke, his voice deep and resonant. Su Hang narrowed his eyes, his muscles tautening instinctively. Who are you? The man replied nonchalantly, gently nudging the sheath to reveal a blade glinting with a chilling light. A shiver coursed through Su Hang, who instinctively sensed an unprecedented threat. With a swift motion, he kicked up the long knife from the ground, catching it firmly in his grasp. Under the moonlight, their figures suddenly intertwined. This tang knife sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. Su Hang continuously shifted his stance, the long knife in his hand deftly parrying each attack. The sparks from their metal clash illuminated the darkness with an almost blinding brilliance. This onslaught grew increasingly ferocious, the tang knife in his hand seeming to possess a life of its own, each strike aimed directly at vital points. Beads of sweat formed on Su Hang's forehead, yet his gaze remained unwavering. Clang! Another fierce collision resonated. He abruptly altered his approach, the tang knife coming at an awkward angle. Su Hang barely managed to evade, shifting his body to the side. In that moment, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. His form suddenly blurred, the tang knife striking with a speed that was nearly imperceptible. The momentary slash. This was his renowned technique, one that had never been evaded. Su Hang perceived a flash of silver before instinctively leaning back. The icy blade grazed the tip of his nose, leaving a scarlet mark across his chest. He was momentarily stunned, unable to believe that this young man had evaded his lethal move. Though injured, he was still alive, something he had never experienced before. After a brief moment of astonishment, they launched another assault, this time with even greater ferocity. Amidst the sparks, this tang knife suddenly thrust upward at an acute angle. A sharp sound rang out as Xu Hang's long knife trembled violently, his grip faltering. The weapon flew from his grasp, spinning through the air before embedding itself into the concrete 5 meters away. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed directly for Xu Hang's throat. In that critical moment, a flash of crimson light erupted from Xu Hang's sleeve. PFF! Suddenly, he felt a chill at his throat. Staggering back, he clutched his neck as warm blood gushed forth. His fading vision settled upon the bloodied short knife in Xu Hang's hand, still stained with his own life's essence. In that instant, he comprehended everything. The earlier loss of his long knife had not been a mere accident, but a meticulously crafted trap. This young man had feigned weakness, orchestrating a deadly counterattack. A strained smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, blood spilling from his lips. No. Disgrace. This was his final thought. As a warrior, meeting his end at the hands of a stronger opponent was far preferable to languishing on a sickbed. In the last moment before consciousness faded, he glimpsed once more that stunning flash of crimson light, a beauty that was utterly intoxicating. Xu Hang pressed his hand against the wound on his chest, blood seeping through his fingers. He staggered to the security room's entrance, only to find the iron door ajar and the interior utterly deserted. Lianxing? The night breeze carried a metallic scent of blood that assaulted his senses. Behind him, the sound of polished shoes crunching on shattered glass echoed, prompting Xu Hang to whirl around. Lin Jun's imposing figure materialized from the shadows. One arm was tightly coiled around Xia Lianxing's neck. The glint of the dagger was painfully vivid against her porcelain skin, and the rag stuffed in her mouth had drawn crimson streaks. His coarse fingers caressed her delicate throat, his eyes glinting with lascivious intent. Miss Xia, your physique. Tsk, I must admit, I hesitate to harm you. He inhaled greedily the fragrance wafting from her hair, the dagger trailing lightly along her collarbone. Release her. Xu Hang's voice was as frigid as ice. I will allow you to leave alive. Ha ha ha. Lin Jun suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, the dagger's tip deftly unfastening the first button of Xia Lianxing's blouse, if not for the time constraint. I would truly relish the opportunity to take her right here in this parking lot. Before his words could settle, Xu Hang's pupils constricted to pinpricks. This statement ignited the latent brutality within him like a fuse. Drop the knife, Lin Jun roared, pressing the dagger viciously into Xia Lianxing's neck, a trickle of blood snaking down the blade. Xia Lianxing shook her head desperately, tears mingling with blood soaking the rag in her mouth. Damn bitch. Lin Jun yanked her hair back. Make another move, and I will mar your face. Xu Hang's knuckles cracked ominously, the crimson blade quivering under the moonlight. Just as he was about to relent, suddenly, a piercing flash of steel sliced through the air like a shooting star. Swish. Lin Jun's menacing expression froze instantaneously, his right arm severed cleanly at the shoulder, the dagger clattering to the ground. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, casting an eerie dark red hue in the moonlight. A chilling scream pierced the night. In a heartbeat, Xu Hang darted forward, enveloping Xia Lianxing in his embrace amidst the swirling mist of blood. He executed a swift sidekick. Lin Jun's hefty frame propelled several meters, crashing against a pillar of the parking garage. It's all right. Xu Hang gently removed the rag from Xia Lianxing's mouth, tenderly wiping away her tears. It was then that he noticed a figure stepping forth from shadows. Luo Jin stood with a long sword reminiscent of autumn waters, her softly curling hair dancing in the night breeze. A droplet of blood trickled from the sword's tip, blooming into a small crimson flower on the concrete floor. Senior sister. Xu Hang exhaled in relief. Luo Jin approached with measured strides, each step resonating like a precise beat in the expansive parking lot. She gazed down with disdain at Lin Jun, who cowered in the corner, clutching his severed arm and howling in agony, her crimson lips parting. Trash. Chapter 31. The graceful Luo Jin Su Heng tightly embraced the trembling figure in his arms, softly murmuring, it's all right, I'm here." His palm gently caressed Xia Lianxing's back, feeling the rapid beating of her heart. With a whimper, Xia Lianxing finally emerged from her shock, collapsing into Su Heng's embrace, weeping uncontrollably, her tears instantly soaking his shirt. "I'm sorry, I arrived late." Su Heng's heart ached profoundly, his voice laced with self-reproach. He carefully assisted Xia Lianxing to her feet, only to inadvertently tug at the wound on his chest, causing a trickle of blood to seep from beneath his shirt. Su Heng, you're injured. Xia Lianxing finally noticed the blood oozing from his chest. Su Heng forced a smile. "It's nothing. It doesn't hurt at all. Don't believe me? Feel for yourself." I say, Luo Jin sighed, pressing her forehead in exasperation. "Isn't there a limit to your flirtations?" Only then did Xia Lianxing notice Luo Jin standing nearby, her hand gripping a glimmering sword. "Luo, President Luo, what brings you here?" Luo Jin raised an eyebrow. "Surprised, are we?" She elegantly twirled her sword. "If I weren't capable, would I be worthy of being his senior sister?" "Thank you, President Luo." Xia Lianxing expressed her gratitude sincerely. "Enough of that. No need for thanks." Luo Jin waved her hand, suddenly wearing a mysterious smile. "However, it would be best for you to close your eyes now." "Huh?" Xia Lianxing appeared bewildered. Su Heng immediately understood, gently pulling her into his embrace. "Listen to your senior sister." Under the moonlight, a dangerous curve graced Luo Jin's lips. She delicately retrieved a sandalwood needle box from her bosom, the lid snapping open with a soft click. 9 silver needles glimmered ominously in the moonlight. Xia Lianxing inadvertently caught sight of the chilling silver needles, her pupils dilating in fear, as she observed Luo Jin approaching Lin Jun with the needles in hand. She instinctively took a step back. Luo Jin advanced gracefully towards the still wailing Lin Jun, her boots splashing through the pool of blood, scattering tiny droplets. Su Heng coldly observed the scene, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Given Lin Jun's vile words, he had already sealed his fate. Luo Jin slowly crouched, the sound of her leather attire creating a faint rustle. With deft fingers, she precisely targeted Lin Jun's throat, silencing his shrieks abruptly, leaving only labored breaths in their wake. Luo Jin's tongue brushed lightly over her lips, her eyes sparkling with the thrill of a predator. She elegantly selected the first silver needle, as if choosing a cherished toy. Do not fear. Her voice, tender yet laced with a chilling undertone, hinted at a slight pain to come. Before her words could fully dissipate, the silver needle transformed into a streak of cold light. The first needle, Bai Wei. As the needle pierced the crown of Lin Jun's head, his face contorted into a grotesque mask, his eyes bulging, and his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Luo Jin narrowed her eyes, relishing every agonizing detail of her prey's suffering. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Yes, headaches are a normal occurrence. Her crimson lips curled into a satisfied sigh as the second needle was administered, piercing through flesh. His body began to convulse violently, fingers frantically clawing at his own skin until it was a bloody mess. Veins bulged ominously at his neck, threatening to burst forth. "Be good, don't look," Su Heng urged, pressing Xia Lianxing's head against his chest. He could feel her trembling in his embrace. The third needle struck at the shoulder well. A series of excruciating cracks echoed as his joints contorted at impossible angles, bones fracturing with each movement. Luo Jin tilted her head, observing the scene with delight, her fingertips tapping rhythmically on the needle box as if orchestrating this torment. Her eyes sparkled with a morbid pleasure, as if she were witnessing a flawless performance. The fourth needle found its mark at Shaoshang, followed by the fifth at Jiang. When the ninth needle descended, Lin Jun was no longer recognizable. His limbs twisted into grotesque angles, his spine bent like a dying serpent, facial muscles contorted into a mask of agony. Yet he remained conscious, emitting only faint gasps. Luo Jin elegantly released his mute point. "Kill me." Lin Jun's voice emerged as a hoarse whisper, trembling on the brink of death. "Please, you." Luo Jin chuckled softly, as if she had heard a particularly amusing joke. She meticulously adjusted her sleeve, relishing in her praise, final pleas. One by one, she retrieved the silver needles, her movements graceful and composed, akin to a musician delicately caressing the strings after a performance. As the last needle was withdrawn, Lin Jun's pupils dilated suddenly, the final flicker of life extinguishing from his eyes. Though Su Hang had witnessed the 9 needles of inquiry before, seeing them executed in unison was a first. The brutal torture that left one longing for death shook him to his core. Only after confirming that everything had concluded did he sense the tremors in his embrace begin to subside, allowing him to ease his hold slightly. Truly, a flawless performance. Luo Jin caressed the silver needles in her hand, a satisfied smile gracing her features, observing his senior's almost deranged delight. Su Heng couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Senior, let us go." "No," Luo Jin replied, gracefully stowing the needle box, a cold smile playing on her lips. "Next, we must report to the authorities." "What?" Su Heng nearly bit his tongue. If they reported it, Gui Yuheng would immediately learn that all his men were dead. Luo Jin leisurely arranged her leather sleeves, a glint of cruel satisfaction flashing in her eyes. Only then would he truly feel fear. "Su Hang Fronith, what if the police trace it back to us?" Luo Jin smiled mysteriously and pulled out her phone, dialing a number. "I'll have someone take care of it. Don't worry." She spoke quietly into the phone, her tone as casual as if ordering takeout. Su Heng immediately understood. This was the same group of professionals who had dealt with Guitian's body, recalling their expertise in cleaning up the scene. His anxious heart began to settle. "Lianxing, let us go home." He lowered his head and whispered softly into Xia Lianxing's ear, his warm breath caressing her icy earlobe. The girl nestled in his embrace let out a gentle murmur, her delicate face still buried against his chest, unwilling to lift it. Su Heng tenderly stroked her back and lifted her horizontally into his arms. "You may go ahead. I shall handle things here." Luo Jin strode through the pool of blood in her leather boots, as if surveying her domain. The night wind carried the metallic scent of blood, brushing past as Su Heng carried Xia Lianxing towards the parking lot's exit. Chapter 32. The police arrived. The moonlight flowed like water, gently cascading onto the bedroom floor. Su Heng lay on his side, gazing at the sleeping Xia Lianxing beside him. Her long eyelashes still bore traces of unshed tears, and her delicate nose was faintly flushed, occasionally quivering even in slumber. Unconsciously, he tightened his embrace, drawing her closer, his warm palm caressing her slender back. The recent assassination attempts felt like a sharp thorn embedded deep within Su Heng's heart. In the darkness, his gaze deepened, his fingers instinctively tensing. Did the Guo family truly believe he was a soft target, easily manipulated? Suddenly, the girl in his arms shivered slightly, prompting Su Heng to relax his grip and gently pat her back. He leaned down, pressing a soft kiss to her smooth forehead, silently vowing to himself he would never allow his dear one to experience any fear again. The thought of the danger Xia Lianxing faced yesterday ignited a fierce, killing intent within him. As dawn's sunlight streamed through the gauzy curtains into the living room, the doorbell rang abruptly. Su Heng opened the door to find 2 uniformed police officers standing outside. The older officer presented his credentials. "Mr. Su, we apologize for the intrusion. We are from the city's criminal police department and need to inquire about a few matters." Once seated, the older officer got straight to the point. "May I ask where you and Miss Xia were between 10 and 11 last night?" "At Longhu Shopping Mall," Su Heng replied calmly. "Did you observe anything unusual during that time?" Su Heng lifted his teacup and took a sip. "You wish to inquire about the murder in the parking lot, don't you?" "Last night, Lianxing and I indeed witnessed it, but someone had already called the police, so we left without entering. Our car is still parked there." Just as the younger officer was about to press for more details, the older officer interjected. "Is Miss Xia at home now? We would like to speak with her regarding the incident. She was quite shaken last night and is still resting," Su Heng replied, setting down his teacup, his tone turning colder. It would be inconvenient for her to accept inquiries. The 2 officers exchanged glances, and the older officer closed his notebook. "In that case, we shall visit on another day." Once the police car departed, Su Heng returned to the bedroom. Xia Lianxing was curled up at the head of the bed, anxiously looking up. "Su Heng, have the police left?" Yes, he responded, sitting beside her and gently stroking her long hair. There's no need to worry. Senior sister will manage everything. Seeing the slight redness around Xia Lianxing's eyes and the tremor of her eyelashes tightened his heart. Slowly, Su Hang moved closer, enveloping her slender figure in his embrace. He tenderly cupped her face, using his thumb to wipe away the moisture at the corner of her eye, his voice barely above a whisper as if fearing to disturb something fragile. Don't be afraid. I'm right here. Xia Lianxing buried her face into his chest, feeling the strength of his heartbeat and the warmth of his body. Su Hang, she murmured softly. Su Hang gazed down at her slightly parted lips, the rosy hue particularly enticing in the morning light. He slowly leaned in, capturing her soft lips with his own. Xia Lianxing initially froze in surprise, but soon responded with fervor, her slender arms wrapping tightly around him as if to dispel all her fears through this kiss. After a long interval, Su Hang reluctantly parted from her lips, his thumb gently caressing her flushed cheek. My dear, are you still afraid? Xia Lian's starry eyes shimmered with confusion as she softly shook her head, instinctively curling into his embrace like a frightened creature. In the Guo family estate, the cold glow of the LCD television illuminated Gui Yuheng's somber visage, while the mechanical voice of a news anchor echoed through the living room. Last night, a heinous murder occurred in the parking lot of Longhu Mall, where multiple bodies were discovered. The police have established a special task force. Bang! Lu Ting seized a blue and white porcelain vase and hurled it at the television, the screen shattering in an instant as she screamed in despair. Useless. All of you are useless. You couldn't even kill 2 people. Gui Yuheng sat on the sofa, his expression darkening. He could not fathom how the mercenary, along with the entire Black Tiger squad, had been annihilated. The loss of the mercenary was one thing, as he was merely a hired assassin. However, the Black Tiger squad had been meticulously cultivated by him over many years, particularly Lin Jun, who had handled many clandestine affairs for him over the years, serving as his most reliable right-hand man. The fact that the police had intervened so swiftly made the situation more troublesome than he had anticipated. The doorbell rang abruptly, interrupting the chaos in the living room. Gui Yuheng adjusted his suit collar, maintaining a composed demeanor as he opened the door. Outside stood several uniformed detectives, their presence solemn. The leading officer cast a sharp gaze over the disheveled living room, furrowing his brow slightly. Mr. Gua, we are from the city's criminal police unit. We require your assistance regarding the murder case at Longhu parking lot last night. Gui Yuheng's expression remained unchanged, his tone steady. I see. We had a small disagreement at home just now. I apologize for the commotion. He stepped aside to allow them entry, inquiring, What is it that you need us to cooperate with? Lu Ting, standing beside the sofa with her arms crossed, scoffed. Why come to us instead of apprehending the murderer? We stayed at home all night. The leading officer maintained a calm demeanor, speaking in a professional manner. We require further details, and we ask that you both come to the station for a discussion. Gui Yuheng paused, contemplating for a moment before nodding. Very well, we will cooperate. He cast a profound glance at Lu Ting, aware that, given the circumstances, they had no choice but to accompany the police. At the police station, in the interrogation room, the stark white light illuminated the space as 2 detectives slowly presented photographs of the scene before Gui Yuheng. Mr. Gua, do you recognize any of these bodies? Gui Yuheng's gaze swept calmly over the photos, not even a brow furrowing. I do not. The detective turned to Lu Ting. And you, Ms. Lu? Lu Ting adjusted her shawl and shook her head. I do not recognize them. The officers spread the crime scene photographs across the table, their tone calm yet imposing. Mr. Gua, we discovered a mobile phone on one of the bodies which contains call records linked to you. He pointed to the screen, verifying the phone's contents, revealing that the deceased was named Lin Jun. A barely perceptible twitch crossed Gui Yuheng's eye. Fortunately, Lin Jun had always operated in the shadows, rarely making an appearance in public. Indeed, he did not recognize him. He calmly adjusted his cuff. As the chairman of the group, I receive dozens of nuisance calls each day, merely relying on a call log. The police did not respond immediately, but instead extracted another photograph from the folder. And who is this individual? The final call made from his encrypted phone was to Ms. Lu. The officer's gaze, sharp as a blade, turned towards Lu Ting, Ms. Liu, do you recognize this person? Liu Ting stared at the photograph, her pupils constricting in shock at the ghastly, rigid face resembling a bayonet. Unconsciously, her fingertips dug in her palm, yet she feigned composure. I do not recognize him. I have never seen him before. Guo Yuheng abruptly rose, the fabric of his suit brushing against the table with a faint sound. His voice resonated deeply. Is the police's case solely reliant on a few call records for conviction? He then let out a cold laugh, adding that if there were no substantial evidence, any further inquiries should be directed to his lawyer. The two officers exchanged glances, the elder of the two closing the notebook. Mr. Guo, we hope you understand that cooperating with the investigation is beneficial for everyone involved. Guo Yuheng adjusted his tie, his gaze icy. We have already complied with what is necessary. The interrogation room fell into silence. Regardless of the officer's persistent questioning, the couple remained resolute in their silence. Chapter 33. The demise of the Guo Group. On a crisp morning, the financial district was awakened by explosive news. The chairman of the Guo Group, Guo Yuheng, had been taken into custody by the police for investigation. Major media outlets vied for headlines. Guo Group leaders suspected of homicide taken by police last night. With ongoing acquisition violations, the Guo Empire faces criminal turmoil, from business titan to prisoner. The future of the Guo Group in jeopardy. Simultaneously, an investigation team from the Securities Regulatory Commission had arrived on the scene. Outside the Guo building, a dozen uniformed law enforcement officers stood in formation. Leading the charge, Director Wang affixed his identification badge to his crisp suit, the metallic click echoing ominously in the hushed lobby. According to Article 193 of the Securities Law, a field investigation into the Guo Group's suspected information disclosure violations was now underway. Director Wang's voice held an authoritative weight. As his words settled, the enforcement officers uniformly displayed their documents stamped with a red seal. The chief financial officer instinctively reached for his phone, only to have a young officer swiftly restrain his wrist. No contact with the outside world during the investigation. His voice was low, yet it sent a shiver through all the executives present. The door to the archives was opened in succession. Boxes marked top secret filled with financial documents being loaded onto enforcement vehicles. In the surveillance room, the security chief could only watch helplessly as the officers seized the hard drives, paralyzed with fear. At the very moment the Guo Group was engulfed in crisis, Luo Jin unleashed a formidable commercial assault. The public relations machine of the Luo Group roared to life. A renowned financial blogger published an extensive expose, delving into the dual sins of the Guo Group's capital operations and criminal activities. An anonymous insider leaked confidential documents to the media, revealing that the Guo Group's financial lifeline was on the verge of collapse. A meticulously edited video of employees collectively resigning went viral across social platforms. Subsequently, the Luo business team mobilized overnight. For existing clients, offers of 3 years of interest-free installments and a comprehensive waiver of penalties. For potential clients, a carefully prepared risk analysis report on the Guo Group, emphasizing the dangers of collaboration. For strategic clients, the business director personally led visits, promising preferential supply rights. Soon after, the supply chain director of the Luo Group personally contacted key suppliers. Should you continue to supply the Guo Group, the Luo and Xia Groups will terminate all cooperation with your company. Concurrently, a team was dispatched to acquire critical raw material inventories at a 30% premium. Lastly, the two groups collaborated with financial and investment institutions to sell off substantial holdings of Guo Group stocks in the market, triggering a steep decline in share prices. By disseminating negative research reports and downgrading the company's rating, they induced other investors to follow suit, resulting in significant volatility and a drastic reduction in the Guo Group's market value. In just 3 days, the Guo Group's stock plummeted by 35%, erasing nearly 20 billion in market capitalization. As Guo Yuheng and his wife exited the police station, the Guo Group lay in ruins. News articles flooded the media, all proclaiming the impending bankruptcy of the Guo family enterprise. Upon returning to their desolate home, Liu Ting sank into the sofa, her spirit shattered. Guo Yuheng surveyed the fragmented remnants of their once vibrant household, silently lighting a cigarette. "My dear," he rasped, You should leave for abroad to take care of Xiaocheng. Lu Ting suddenly looked up, her eyes wide. And you? I cannot leave, Gui Yuheng replied with a bitter smile. The Xia Group has been the culmination of my life's work. Its collapse means my own demise. Lu Ting clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. She could scarcely fathom the ruthless tactics employed by Luo Jin, who had plunged the Xia family into an abyss in mere days. Let's depart together, she urged, her voice trembling, and start anew elsewhere. Gui Yuheng shook his head, his gaze resolute. I will sell all my shares and transfer the funds to your name. You must leave today. Any delay could be fatal. Lu Ting stared blankly at the man with whom she had shared a bed in dreams for over 2 decades. In this moment of despair, his thoughts were solely for her and their child's safety. Husband, she choked out, I have brought you misfortune. Gui Yuheng shuddered at the title he had not heard from her lips in over a decade. He gently stroked her hair. I understand you have always suspected I harmed your father, but I swear I had no part in it. After a brief pause, he added, I do not blame you. Xiao Tian is gone. Whether you seek vengeance or not, I shall act. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lu Ting collapsed into his embrace. Sobbing uncontrollably, her tears soaked his suit, yet could not wash away the deep-seated remorse within him. Regrettably, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. As dusk deepened, Gui Yuheng stood at the airport's VIP passage, watching Lu Ting's flight ascend into the sky. He turned and dialed a number. 3 hours later, all his shares were transferred for the sum of 15 billion. As the notification of the transaction echoed in his ears, he cast one last glance at the photograph of his son on his phone. At midnight, the Xia residence was ablaze with light. Su Heng pushed open the slightly ajar door. The sound of Luo Jin's high heels echoed crisply against the marble floor. In the dining room, Gui Yuheng was leisurely slicing steak, the red wine in his glass reflecting the chandelier, casting a sanguine glow upon the floor. Would you care for a drink? He asked, not lifting his gaze as he swirled the wine in his glass. Su Heng and Luo Jin exchanged a knowing glance. Upon their arrival, the Xia estate had been eerily empty, and a sense of foreboding settled in their hearts. Gui Yuheng slowly began to speak. Gui Yuheng, began my journey at 20. Entering the Lu Group, ascended to general manager by 30, married the Lu heiress, and by 40, absorbed the Lu family business to establish the Xia Group, nurturing it to greatness. He took a sip of wine, reflecting on a life filled with countless transgressions, where karma had inevitably caught up with him. Alas, dust returns to dust, he mused. Luo Jin regarded the man before her, cornered and desperate. Mr. Xia, do you have any final words to impart? Gui Yuheng's hand trembled violently around the glass. Is my son, Gui Tian, truly dead? His murky eyes erupted with the last flicker of hope. Su Heng tightened his hand at his side. Once you descend, you shall see him. Ah! Gui Yuheng suddenly threw his head back in laughter, declaring, to be defeated by you siblings, I have no grievances. Witnessing the once mighty tyrant's deranged demeanor, the two turned in silence. A heavy thud resonated behind them as a glass tumbled to the marble floor, shattering with a particularly jarring sound. Upon returning home, Su Heng pushed open the villa's door, discovering the bedroom lights still aglow. He quietly entered, only to find Xia Lianxing seated cross-legged in the center of the bed, clad in her pajamas. She clutched his pillow, her almond eyes fixed intently upon him. Returning so late, she pursed her lips. Where have you been? Su Heng feigned a stern expression. I was out on a date with another girl. Su Heng. Xia Lianxing seized the pillow and hurled it at him, but he deftly caught it. In the next moment, the world spun, and she found herself toppled onto the down comforter. Su Heng propped himself above her. The warm glow of the bedside lamp reflected in his eyes. I was merely jesting. With my dear Lianxing by my side, there is no room for anyone else. Xia Lianxing turned her head away, yet her ears betrayed her, turning a delicate shade of crimson. During this time, she had grown accustomed to falling asleep in his embrace. Without that warm hold, she would often awaken in the dead of night. However, such matters must never be revealed to this insatiable man. Su Heng gazed at her flushed cheeks and suddenly nibbled on her alabaster earlobe. Lianxing, your aunt, is set to leave tomorrow, is she not? You. Xia Lianxing trembled. Her words cut short as he grasped her chin. When Su Hang's kiss descended, she clutched the bedsheet tightly. It found herself instinctively tilting her head back. The following morning, the shrill scream of a cleaner shattered the tranquility of the Gu residence. Chairman of Gu Group found dead by suicide. The collapse of a commercial empire overnight. The demise of Gu Group. Police confirm it was suicide, ruling out foul play. The headlines swept across the internet like falling snowflakes. The name that once commanded the business world, now forever etched in the financial pages in such a manner. At a country's international airport, Lu Ting clutched her newly activated phone, the screen displaying Gu Yuheng's memorial photo piercing her eyes with pain. Husband, shouted on. She bit her lip until it bled, her nails digging crescent-shaped marks in her palm. This grudge, she vowed, would be avenged. Chapter 34. Hua Xiangrong Xia Qiming set down the delicate celadon teacup, the liquid crystal television broadcasting news of the Xia Group's bankruptcy and liquidation. The elderly man squinted, his wrinkles concealing a tumult of emotions. The Xia Group, which had dominated the business world for 2 decades, had met such a dismal fate. Xia Yuan respectfully presented a cup of ginseng tea. Luo Jin's methods truly deserve the title of queen of the business world. As the cup rotated in his palm, Xia Qiming abruptly shifted the conversation. Has that girl Lianxing still not decided to marry Su Hang? They've been living together for quite some time. Xia Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. I asked her just yesterday. She said she wasn't ready yet. Very well. Xia Qiming gazed toward the peonies blooming in the courtyard. A girl should not be kept too long. Let her be. Xia Yuan lowered his voice. Father. A few days ago, President Luo hinted that Lianxing would join the group as vice president next week. She will undoubtedly support Lianxing in holding shares. Xia Qiming's eyes suddenly sharpened. What are you implying? We possess 27 of the shares. Xia Yuan leaned forward unconsciously. If President Luo supports Lianxing further, we could. Foolishness. Xia Qiming's cane struck heavily against the marble floor, producing a crisp sound. Do you think Luo Jin is a fool? Who is responsible for Xia's revival? Xia Yuan's face flushed. But the group now has to consider Luo Jin's opinion even for project approvals. I have discussed this with the second brother. Silence. Xia Qiming interrupted sternly. Are you also going to follow that brainless second brother in making a fool of yourself? You have seen Luo Jin's capabilities. The elder rose abruptly, leaving a faint scratch on the floor with his cane. Do not mention this matter again. Watching his father's retreating figure, Xia Yuan struck his fist against the rosewood tea table, causing the cups to clink. He stared at the swirling tea in his cup, a flash of malevolence flickering in his eyes. With the complete collapse of the Xia Group, the Luo Group had voraciously taken over its core clientele, with over 70 of Xia's executives collectively switching allegiances along with their teams. Within a mere week, Luo's market value surpassed the trillion mark, establishing itself as the unequivocal ruler of the Jinan business scene. Luo Group, President's office. Before the floor-to-ceiling windows, Luo Jin, clad in a sharply tailored black professional outfit, held a wine glass that reflected the rolling dark clouds outside. It's going to rain, she murmured softly. President Luo, Lin Yuqing knocked lightly on the door. The old man from Kyoto is on the line. Tell him to wait. Luo Jin replied without turning, her voice as cold as ice. Once the office door closed again, she dialed an encrypted number. Fifth sister. Her tone softened slightly. I will return to Kyoto in a while. Oh my, our little 7 has finally remembered her sister? A sweet, melodic laugh echoed from the other end. Come to Kyoto with peace of mind. Who would dare to give you a hard time? I'll have them chopped up and fed to the fish. Luo Jin rubbed her temples. Let us speak seriously. All right, no more teasing. The voice suddenly turned earnest. By the way, has the little apprentice been bullied while with you? Luo Jin's lips curled into a faintly exasperated arc. His life was quite indulgent, basking in the affections of the young lady from the Xia family. Unconsciously, her fingertips grazed the surface of her pen. As a senior sister, she found herself daily consuming dog food. That little rascal. The sound of a teacup being heavily placed on the table echoed from the other end of the line. Has he already begun to flirt around just days after descending the mountain? Just wait until I go to Jinan and break his third leg. No need for that. Luo Jin turned her wrist, the pen glinting coldly between her fingers. When the time comes, I will take him to Kyoto. A glint of mischief flickered in her eyes. anticipating how fifth sister would discipline him. How is his cultivation progressing? Half a step to the extraordinary. Luo Jin gazed out at the increasingly dense rain. Perfect. A female voice, filled with excitement, exclaimed that once Xiao Lu emerges, the three sisters would properly guide him. As the remnants of the call faded, Lin Yu gently rapped on the door again. Luo Zong. The old master is growing impatient. Luo Jin closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. As she pushed back her chair, the leather seat scraped noisily against the floor. She cast one last glance at the Kyoto Luo Family Industrial Assessment Report on her desk before striding toward the door. In Kyoto, at the Hongxiu Biyuan, the golden incense burner released curling wisps of blue smoke. Hua Xiangrong, having hung up the phone, languidly sank into her leather sofa. In her early 20s, she possessed enchanting phoenix eyes, her red lips resembling dew-kissed roses, while a fitted red dress accentuated her graceful curves. Her curly hair cascaded onto her snowy shoulders, gently swaying as she stretched. That heartless little, she twirled a strand of her hair around her finger, her lips slightly pursed. It hadn't been long since descending the mountain, yet he had already learned to attract attention. Suddenly recalling something, a glint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Had she known earlier, she would have disposed of that thing of his and fed it to the dogs. Memories surged back to her days on the mountain. She recalled the sight of the youth fleeing in embarrassment, covering his pants, startling the mountain sparrows that flitted over the medicinal fields. Unable to suppress a chuckle, she absent-mindedly tapped her toes against the carpet. Her gaze shifted to the ancient iron-stone door deep within the courtyard, her smile gradually fading. That martial arts fanatic, Xiao Lu. With her fingertips squeezing a grape, juice splattered everywhere. If he doesn't come out soon, I might just suffocate. Hua Xiangrong suddenly stood, bare feet gliding over the cool, white jade tiles, approaching the stone door. Her crimson-tipped fingers traced the ancient cloud patterns on the door. Xiao Lu. Her voice dripped with sweetness. I'm telling you, the junior brother has come down from the mountain and has even charmed a flower-like young lady. If you don't come out, she leaned closer to the stone door, her breath fragrant as orchids. You might miss him. The stone door remained silent as a chasm. Oomph. She stomped her foot, her skirt swirling in a vibrant arc as she turned. Two heartless rascals. Unbeknownst to her, a slender crack silently appeared in the ironstone door. Chapter 35. Getting in the car of the night was deep and somber, with thunder rumbling outside the Minghu Houting Villa, and torrential rain pouring down. Xia Lianxing curled up on the soft bed, her fingers involuntarily gripping the quilt. Each time lightning split the night sky, her body trembled slightly. Her gaze drifted towards the bathroom, where the silhouette of Su Hang could be faintly seen through the frosted glass, offering her a modicum of reassurance. Yet, another thought quickly stirred her heart into disarray. Her aunt was gone. This realization sent her heartbeat racing. Su Hang's demeanor added to her unease. All day he had regarded her with that ambiguous smile, and his words were notably fewer than usual, though each glance felt charged with electricity, rendering her restless. Another thunderclap erupted. Xia Lianxing jolted, wrapping the quilt more tightly around herself. She vividly recalled that night, when she had tacitly acquiesced. Had it not been for the sudden intrusion of an assassin, who knows what might have transpired at this thought, her ears burned with embarrassment. She knew Su Hang had been holding back and understood her allure for him. Each unintentional touch made her acutely aware of his muscles tensing in response. The sound of water from the bathroom abruptly ceased, and her heartbeat intensified, threatening to burst from her chest. She squeezed her eyes shut, her eyelashes fluttering nervously, her fingertips unconsciously digging into the sheets, waiting and suffering in silence. Creak! The bathroom door opened softly, and a wave of warm, steamy air enveloped her. Xia Lianxing held her breath, feeling the mattress dip beside her as the quilt was gently pulled back, and a heated body pressed against her back. The familiar scent enveloped her, mingling the freshness of a shower with his unique, intoxicating aroma, and she instantly stiffened. This man, of all things, was still clad in nothing. A soft moan escaped her lips uncontrollably. Su Hang chuckled lowly, his strong arm encircling her entirely. His palm tenderly patted her back, his warm breath caressing her ear. Lianxing. Xia Lianxing's taut body gradually softened, yet she could still sense his suppressed desire. Su Heng cupped her flushed cheeks, his thumb gently stroking her skin. In the split-second lightning illuminated the night, he caught sight of the misty glimmer in her eyes, and his breath hitched. This time, his voice was husky, laden with promise. There would be no interruptions. Before his words could finish, his lips descended upon hers. Xia Lianxing's breath faltered, her fingertips instinctively tightening on the sheets. Even after so many kisses, her response remained a tender tremor. His kiss was fiercer than before, yet he eased his intensity upon sensing her tension. Outside, thunder rolled and raindrops battered the glass. His lips traveled along the side of her neck, igniting shivers in their wake. Be good, relax. Su Heng's voice was gravelly, and his other hand, driven by instinct, reached for the buttons of her nightgown. 1. Xia Lianxing's body quivered gently. 2. Her breathing was utterly disordered. As the final button was undone, the pink silk nightgown slipped down her smooth skin and fell to the floor, revealing a delicate lace undergarment. Once again, she presented herself to him without reservation, just as they had on the night they first met at the hotel. Amidst the rumbling thunder, Su Heng's kisses trailed down her long neck, his palm feeling the increasingly heated skin beneath. Xia Lianxing, blushing, turned her face away, only to be pulled back by him for a deeper kiss. A faint hint of intoxication lingered in the air, their soft whispers mingling with the ambience of the dimly lit room. The moment felt both tender and painful, as if echoing a poetic refrain. For reasons unknown, Su Heng recalled a poem his master often recited on the mountain. As Su Heng's body slowly enveloped hers, a sudden wave of intense fear surged within Xia Lianxing. Instinctively, she bent her knees. This unexpected reaction nearly caused Su Heng, who was about to drive up the mountain, to stall the car. He struggled to maintain his composure, his voice trembling slightly as he quietly inquired, "What's wrong?" Xia Lianxing's voice, delicate and trembling, revealed her evident panic. I'm scared." Su Heng paused, taken aback, and pressed further. "What are you afraid of?" Biting her lower lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she replied, "Last time, after we went back, it hurt terribly." Realization dawned upon Su Heng, his gaze filled with tenderness as he softly reassured her, "It won't hurt this time, trust me." Yet, Xia Lianxing remained uneasy, murmuring, I'm still afraid." In response, Su Heng ceased speaking, gently kissing her lips once more, soothing her anxiety with his affectionate embrace. Under his tender and loving onslaught, Xia Lianxing's rigid form gradually relaxed, softening in his arms. At that moment, a thunderclap echoed outside, prompting Xia Lianxing to emit a muffled sound of distress. Soon after, the bed creaked slightly with gentle movements, harmonizing with the storm's symphony, narrating the intimacy within the room. As the thunder subsided and raindrops traced winding patterns on the glass at 3 in the morning, tranquility returned. Su Heng tenderly brushed aside the damp strands of hair clinging to Xia Lianxing's forehead. "See, I didn't deceive you, did I?" His voice brimmed with satisfaction. Came a cat-like murmur from her nestled against him. She was too languid to lift her eyelids, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist. Su Heng gazed at the ceiling, feeling that the sleepless nights he had endured were worth it. His mind was remarkably clear, as if he could solve the most complex mathematical equations, even contemplating rising to pen a thesis, if only the soft warmth in his arms would allow him to do so. Some experts refer to this state as the sage mode. His hand caressed Xia Lianxing's smooth back gently, nearly drifting into dreams of a long future ahead. "Su Heng, I can't take it anymore." The sleepy warning from the person in his embrace brought him back to reality. Su Heng looked down to see the redness at the corners of her eyes, and all his fanciful thoughts melted away like spring water. He tightened his embrace and placed a pure kiss atop her head, whispering, "Sleep now." As the final raindrop cascaded from the window, he gently wiped away the unshed tears lingering at the corner of her eye. Chapter 36. Memories of Kyoto, the morning light, filtered through the gauzy curtains, cast dappled shadows upon the disheveled bed linens. Xia Lianxing furrowed her brow as she awakened, the warmth beside her long gone, leaving only the indentation on the pillow as evidence of last night's tumult. The silk quilt slipped from her shoulders, revealing her fair skin marred by crimson marks. Glancing down, she caught sight of her bare body, adorned with suggestive red imprints, and the ludicrous memories of the previous night surged forth like a tidal wave. Initially, he had approached her with gentle probing, only to suddenly unleash a fervent assault, leaving her to plead for mercy in retreat. At this thought, she hastily grasped the quilt's edge, her ears flushing a deep crimson. After refreshing herself, in front of the bathroom mirror, Xia Lianxing bit her lip as she wiped away the kiss marks on her collarbone. The reflection revealed a lingering hint of spring in her eyes, while her neck bore several bruises, reminiscent of plum petals fallen upon the snow. How delightfully mischievous, as her fingertips grazed those marks. An involuntary smile crept upon her lips. The door creaked softly, and a figure suddenly appeared in the mirror. Su Hang embraced her from behind, resting his chin atop her head, the neckline of his robe revealing a chest similarly marked with scratches. "You rascal!" She nestled deeper into his embrace, her fingers playfully pinching the soft flesh at his side, though her touch was as light as a feather. Su Hang chuckled softly, capturing her flushed earlobe with his warm breath. "You weren't calling me that when you were pleading last night." In a swift motion, he tightened his arms and swept her off her feet. At the dining table, a sumptuous breakfast awaited: bird's nest porridge, Cantonese shrimp dumplings, and shao mai, alongside freshly squeezed orange juice and a delicate platter of Chinese pastries. Xia Lianxing found herself settled on his lap, gazing at the evidently painstakingly prepared meal, a ripple of warmth blossoming in her heart. "You rascal," she muttered softly, yet leaned into him a little more. "Come, let me feed you." Su Hang lifted a bone china spoon, scooping a warm spoonful of bird's nest porridge and gently bringing it to her lips. She took a bite, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction, curling up like a lazy cat in his embrace. Su Hang gazed at her glistening red lips, suddenly taking a mouthful of porridge, and leaned down to press it against her lips. Xia Lianxing's eyes widened in surprise as the warm porridge flowed into her mouth. Instinctively, she swallowed, her ears turning a vivid shade of crimson. "Would you like more?" he murmured softly against her forehead. Her grip on his collar tightened and then relaxed, ultimately biting down on his chin in a fit of playful frustration. "Yes." Thus, their breakfast extended over half an hour. By the end, Xia Lianxing's lipstick had vanished, while Su Hang's shirt collar bore several suspicious stains from the porridge. In the afternoon, the warm sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the living room, where Su Hang lounged lazily on the sofa. Xia Lianxing curled up in his arms, watching television, occasionally breaking into laughter at his playful antics. Suddenly, a sharp screech of brakes at the door shattered the tranquility. Xia Lianxing sprang from his lap like a startled deer, hastily adjusting her slightly disheveled clothing. Su Hang turned to look at the doorway, where Luo Jin stood clad in a misty blue cropped knit sweater, paired with high-waisted tailored trousers. The crisp sound of her white ankle boots echoed against the marble floor. "Senior sister?" Su Hang exclaimed in surprise, rising to his feet. "What brings you here?" Luo Jin raised an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping between the two, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment." Xia Lianxing's face flushed crimson, her fingers instinctively twisting together. Clearing his throat to mask the awkwardness, Su Hang replied, "Not at all. Senior sister is always welcome." "All right," Luo Jin said gracefully, waving her hand. "Let us discuss this in the study. There's important business at hand." Exchanging a glance filled with curiosity, the two followed Luo Jin into the study. She leaned against the edge of the desk and got straight to the point. "I will be going to Kyoto next month." Her gaze softened as it fell on Xia Lianxing. "Su Hang must accompany me. What about you? Will you stay, or—" "I want to go with him." Xia Lianxing responded without hesitation. Only after speaking did she realize her eagerness, her ears turning a deeper shade of red. Luo Jin's smile was one of anticipated understanding. "I knew you would say that." Su Hang queried, puzzled. "Senior sister, what is the sudden trip to Kyoto for?" Luo Jin's eyes drifted toward the window. "Little junior brother, I believe I have never shared my background with you, have I? Huh. Su Heng was taken aback. Xia Lianxing, sensing the shift, stood up. You two carry on. I'll step outside. Watching her retreating figure, Luo Jin softly remarked, that girl is quite perceptive. She turned her attention back to Su Heng, her expression suddenly serious. You must treat her well from now on. Rest assured, senior sister. Su Heng nodded earnestly. Luo Jin sighed lightly. I was rescued by my master when I was a child. My parents were fleeing for their lives, but were pursued relentlessly. My master dealt with the assassins. But my parents had already. Senior sister's parents were from Kyoto? Su Heng keenly picked up on the crucial detail. Luo Jin nodded. I was too young to remember anything. My master only told me that my name is Luo Jin, as my parents mentioned it before their passing. Her voice carried a hint of nostalgia. At that time, there were already 6 senior sisters upon my arrival, ranked by the order of entry, irrespective of age. She paused for a moment before continuing. Shortly after descending from the mountain, the Luo family from Kyoto came looking for me. It turned out that I am the biological granddaughter of the current head of the family, with my father being the eldest son. The Luo family has been searching for my whereabouts for years because Luo Jin's voice grew somber. They only found my parents' remains. Su Heng furrowed his brow. Then why has senior sister remained in Jinan? The old man wishes for me to inherit the family business, but my uncles would never agree to that. Luo Jin scoffed. In the end, we made a wager. He would provide me with 50 billion as capital, and I must achieve a market value of 100 billion within 3 years. So now senior sister intends to. I have no interest in that wretched position of head of the family. Luo Jin's eyes glinted with determination. This time I return, not just to fulfill a promise, but more importantly, to uncover the true culprit behind my parents' deaths. Su Heng, without a moment's hesitation, remarked, so that is how it is. Senior sister, rest assured, I shall accompany you back. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Luo Jin's eyes as she affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, at last, my efforts in nurturing you, my little junior, have not been in vain. She withdrew her hand and stated earnestly, Lianxing will accompany me as my vice president. This will facilitate matters. Not a problem. Su Heng readily agreed, subsequently donning a relaxed smile. After all, we have a month to prepare. There is no rush. Suddenly, Luo Jin cleared her throat twice, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. By the way, there is something I must remind you of. 5th sister and 6th sister are currently in Kyoto. It would be wise for you to behave. 5th sister is also there. Su Heng's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice involuntarily rising an octave. What? Are you frightened? Luo Jin inquired, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Images of Hua Xiangrong's radiant smile flashed in Su Heng's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Senior sister. Is there any way I can avoid going? And what do you think? Luo Jin narrowed her eyes, a dangerous smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. Shall I call 5th sister right now? Chapter 37. This newcomer is quite arrogant. The threat from Luo Jin echoed in Su Heng's mind, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Yet, the mere thought of his 5th senior sister, Hua Xiangrong, with her enchanting visage, sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. Back on the mountain, that lady would often wield scissors near his trousers, under the pretense of helping her junior brother trim the weeds. In hindsight, he still felt a lingering chill. However, the trip to Kyoto was a month away, and what truly drove Su Heng to distraction was that ever since Xia Lianxing began working at the Xia Group, his once blissful life had plummeted into despair. I'm back. At 10:30 in the evening, Xia Lianxing pushed open the bedroom door. Her weary form barely able to muster the energy to change out of her professional attire as she collapsed onto the sofa. With half-closed eyes, she lethargically cast a glance at Su Heng, who lay sprawled on the bed like a starfish. Her gaze unmistakably conveyed, "Dare to touch me, and you shall meet your demise." Su Heng gazed at her with a look of forlorn despair, resembling a dog deprived of its bone. Ever since he had been abruptly thrust into a vegetarian lifestyle, he felt as though every pore in his body was protesting. Yet, seeing Xia Lianxing's pallid complexion, he could not bring himself to act. "Would you like a massage?" he mumbled, dragging himself over to her, his hands expertly kneading her shoulders. "MMM." Xia Lianxing responded with a comfortable hum, but her peripheral vision caught sight of a rather conspicuous bulge beneath Su Hang's waistline, causing her lips to curl into a subtle smirk. This lecher, clearly in distress, was still attempting to maintain an air of propriety. Just as his hands began to slide lower, she suddenly rolled over, pressing a folder against his chest. "Tomorrow morning's meeting. I need to sleep," she declared, planting a swift kiss on his cheek before promptly cocooning herself in the blankets. Su Hang stood frozen in place, staring at the makeshift tent he had unwittingly created, feeling utterly despondent. "Oh, my ancestor, are you seeking my demise?" The following morning, Xia Lianxing departed for work, as usual, leaving Su Hang languishing at home, practicing his martial arts. The vast villa fell into an eerie silence. After executing a series of punches in the backyard, he found himself increasingly lackluster. Typically at this hour, Lianxing would be nestled in bed with a book, allowing him the occasional opportunity for a stolen kiss. Unable to bear it any longer, he abruptly ceased his practice and leaped to his feet. "No, I must go to work." He slapped his thigh decisively, his gaze resolute. "Not sure how to work. No matter, I can learn. After all, my goal is not to seek promotion or raise, but rather to be glued to my wife for 24 hours. As he retrieved his phone, his fingers hovered over Luo Jin's number for a moment before he finally mustered the courage to dial. "Senior sister." The melodious tone of his voice startled Luo Jin, causing her to spill half a cup of coffee. "Speak properly," Luo Jin admonished, holding the phone at a distance with disdain. Su Hang cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. "Senior sister, I wish to work at the Xia Group. Would that be permissible?" Luo Jin fell silent for a second before a mocking smile crept across her face. "What is this? Are you missing your little darling?" Su Hang immediately refuted, cough, cough. "I merely wish to experience the feeling of being a workhorse. Do not overthink it." Luo Jin let out a meaningful sound, saying, "All right, this is what you yourself have stated. Come to report tomorrow, and I shall arrange a clerical position for you. I will have Xiao Yu guide you." Su Hang's face instantly brightened with joy, exclaiming, "Senior sister, you truly are the best in the world. I am immensely touched." Luo Jin chuckled. "But let me make it clear, do not engage in a half-hearted effort. Rest assured, I shall be devoted and conscientious." Su Hang bowed earnestly. That evening, when Xia Lianxing returned home, she found that someone unusually was not waiting at the door like a stone statue. The bathroom echoed with off-key singing. By the time she changed into her sleepwear, Su Hang was already comfortably lying on the bed, engrossed in his phone, not even sparing her a glance. Xia Lianxing scrutinized him suspiciously, poking his shoulder. "What is going on with you today? Why so obedient?" Su Hang rolled over, declaring with righteous indignation, "What is wrong? I am a serious person." Xia Lianxing rolled her eyes. "Who would believe you? This guy must be up to something nefarious." Early the next morning, Su Hang appeared punctually in front of the Xia Group building. Lin Yu was already waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing him, she offered a slight smile. After all, he was the brother of President Luo, and she could not afford to be negligent. "Are you Su Hang?" She approached to confirm. "Yes, you must be my sister's assistant." "Shall you?" Su Hang nodded. "Indeed, that's me," Lin Yu replied warmly. "Come, I will take you to your post." As they entered the elevator, Su Hang casually inquired, "On which floor is President Xia's office?" "The 45th floor," Lin Yu replied, then looked at him curiously. "What is up?" "Oh, nothing. Just asking." Su Hang feigned calmness, while internally he raged. "Senior sister, you have led me astray. The 45th floor." He wouldn't even have a chance to bump into her in the elevator. Lin Yu eyed him suspiciously but did not press further, leading him directly to the administrative office on the 29th floor. Upon entering, they found 7 or 8 employees engrossed in their work, the sounds of typing and printers blending harmoniously, creating an atmosphere thick with industriousness. Lin Yu brought him to his workstation and began patiently explaining his duties: drafting, printing, copying, and binding various documents, classifying and archiving files, organizing, collecting, and compiling various data. An hour later, Su Hang stared blankly at the printer before him, his gaze vacant. He had never felt so exhausted in his life. At least practicing martial arts allowed for some physical movement, but this job, all I have learned is how to operate a printer and bind documents. Despairing, he tugged at his hair, beginning to question his existence. "Senior sister, Are you sure this is work and not a prison sentence? At that moment, Lin Yu's phone suddenly rang. She answered quickly and nodded. All right, President Luo, I will be there shortly. After hanging up, she turned to Su Hang with a hint of apology. Su Hang, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please take your time to learn here. No problem. You go ahead, Su Hang readily replied. As soon as Lin Yu left, the atmosphere in the office shifted subtly. The bespectacled man in the adjacent cubicle adjusted his glasses and leaned closer, lowering his voice. Mate, how did you manage to get in here if you can't even operate a printer? Su Hang stroked his chin, a serious expression crossing his face. Perhaps my striking good looks led Director Xia to make an exception for my hiring? The man's lips twitched, casting him a look that suggested he might be a fool. Just then, a shadow appeared at the office door. Oh no, the ruthless supervisor is here. The bespectacled man instantly retreated to his workstation, feigning earnestness in his tasks. Su Hang was still processing the situation when a piercing gaze locked onto him. You're new? Wang Mei, the head of the administrative department, often referred to as the ruthless supervisor, approached him, her demeanor as cold as ice. Su Hang nodded. Yes, it's my first day. Without uttering another word, Wang Mei tossed a stack of documents at him. This is the business data. Compile a summary report and give it to me in an hour. Su Hang glanced down at the papers, the dense array of numbers and tables causing his vision to blur. Supervisor, he stammered, I just arrived. I'm not quite familiar with. What did you say? Wang Mei narrowed her eyes, her voice suddenly escalating. The office fell silent, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. I meant to say, could you grant me a day or two to learn? Incompetent. Wang Mei's roar made the glass tremble. Who brought you in? Su Hang clenched his fists, the sound echoing in the stillness. But remembering that revealing the truth would embarrass his senior, he suppressed his frustration. I applied on my own. Wang Mei regarded him with disdain. You can leave right now. You needn't stay any longer. The atmosphere in the office became palpably tense. Chapter 38. The melodies of workplace romance. Su Hang raised an eyebrow and inquired, Are you truly able to dismiss employees at will just because you are a supervisor? Wang Mei let out a cold laugh. Who do you think you are? Do you even comprehend the responsibilities of a supervisor? I admit, I am new and know very little. Su Hang's expression darkened. However, is it not excessive for you to resort to insults right away? Wang Mei waved her hand impatiently. Stop the nonsense. Pack your belongings and leave immediately. She produced a walkie-talkie. If you don't leave, I shall call security. Just as Su Hang was about to retort, a crisp female voice echoed from the office door. Supervisor Wang, you certainly have quite the authority. Everyone turned towards the voice, and to their surprise, Xia Lianxing and Lin Yu stood at the entrance, having arrived unnoticed. Wang Mei's expression shifted dramatically as she hurriedly approached. President Xia. This individual was allowed in without my knowledge and knows nothing. I was just about to. Xia Lianxing completely disregarded her, swiftly walking to Su Hang's side with a suddenly gentle tone. Are you all right? Su Hang shook his head, somewhat astonished. What brings you here? The atmosphere in the office seemed to freeze. Wang Mei's legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. This so-called useless person had garnered the personal attention of the president. The employees present widened their eyes, not daring to breathe. Lin Yu quickly approached, her face full of apology. Su Hang, I'm so sorry for being late. It's fine, I don't blame you. Su Hang waved his hand dismissively. Xia Lianxing softly remarked, I happened to encounter Xiao Yu in the elevator. She mentioned that President Luo's brother had arrived at the company, and I deduced it must be you. Her eyes held a hint of curiosity. What prompted your sudden desire to come to work? Su Hang naturally took her hand. I missed you. These words struck like a thunderclap, plunging the entire office into a profound silence. Wang Mei sank to the floor, her face ashen. She had just insulted the boyfriend of President Xia, the brother of President Luo. Xia Lianxing's ears turned slightly red, but when she turned to Wang Mei, her gaze had sharpened. Supervisor Wang, you may leave for the day. There is no need for you to return tomorrow. President Xia, Wang Mei pleaded, tears in her eyes. I truly did not know. I recently divorced, and my emotions have been. I am aware, Xia Lianxing interrupted. Thus, I have overlooked your distractions and lackadaisical attitude during meetings this past month. However, Her tone suddenly turned icy. It is inexcusable to vent your personal frustrations on your colleagues. Wang Mei attempted to defend herself, but Xia Lianxing's glare silenced her. Leave. Do not compel me to repeat myself. Preserve some dignity for yourself. Wang Mei departed the office in a daze, her demeanor appearing particularly disheveled. Xia Lianxing then turned her attention to Su Hang. Noticing his stunned expression, she assumed her assertiveness had intimidated him, and she quickly softened her demeanor, gently taking his hand. Let us go, she murmured, her fingertips lightly caressing his palm. Lin Yu, observing the scene, stifled a chuckle. So you are President Xia's boyfriend. No wonder you inquired about her office upon your arrival. Xia Lianxing smiled warmly, leading Su Hang outside, while Lin Yu discreetly followed at a respectful distance. In the office, the bespectacled man gazed at the departing figures of the three individuals, suddenly recalling Su Hang's remark about possibly being handsome. Frustrated, he smacked his lips, finally comprehending that the statement was indeed a candid truth. Such a splendid opportunity to forge connections was unwittingly dismissed by him as mere folly. Once the door to the president's office closed, Su Hang eagerly pressed Xia Lianxing against the door panel and leaned down to kiss her. Caught off guard, Xia Lianxing instinctively pushed against his chest, her teeth poised to bite at his mischievous tongue when, without warning, she found herself lifted off the ground. Su Hang effortlessly cradled her in his arms and strode to the office chair, sitting down with her in his lap. Put me down, Xia Lianxing protested, flustered and struggling. This is the company. What if someone sees us? Su Hang tightened his grip around her waist, a playful smirk gracing his lips. The door is locked. What is there to fear? Before she could respond, he sealed her lips with another kiss. This one was profound and fervent, and only when Xia Lianxing's breathing became erratic did he pull back slightly. Yet his hand, betraying his restraint, ventured into her professional attire, finding its way to that soft, inviting curve. Su Hang, she exclaimed, pressing his wandering hand down, her breath unsteady. This is not right. We really shouldn't. Her ears flushed crimson, her voice trembling. Let us go home. I'll give you what you want there, all right? Su Hang's eyes sparkled with mischief. Really? Will you keep your word? Xia Lianxing, embarrassed, turned her face away and softly agreed. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hand, but still held her tightly, resting his chin atop her head. It's a promise, then. You must not go back on your word tonight. Xia Lianxing gently pushed against his chest. Let me go. I still have work to attend to. Su Hang tightened his embrace, burying his face in her neck. Just 5 more minutes. Seeing him act petulantly, Xia Lianxing sighed in resignation. His firm hold around her slender waist left her with no choice but to acquiesce. Darling. Su Hang suddenly looked up with an exaggeratedly pitiful expression. If you had been even a moment later, that old which would have tormented me terribly. Xia Lianxing raised an eyebrow. You deserve it. Had I known, I wouldn't have come to your rescue. As her words faded, she felt an audacious hand stealthily slipping beneath her clothing. She hastily pressed down on his hand. Don't be silly. I admit my fault. Is that not enough? What did you air? Su Hang pressed closer, his tone teasing. Not supposed to be harsh with you. She murmured softly, her cheeks aflame. Su Hang's lips curled into a grin. A kiss will suffice for forgiveness. Xia Lianxing glared at him, but in that moment of locked gazes, she succumbed. Quickly, she pressed her lips to his, intending to retreat, but he grasped the back of her head, deepening the kiss. After what felt like an eternity, he reluctantly released her, his fingertips gently pinching her waist before he turned to the sofa. Blushing, Xia Lianxing smoothed her crumpled attire and sat back down at her desk, feigning composure as she opened her laptop. What are you still doing here? She feigned seriousness, directing a stern look at him. Su Hang sprawled comfortably on the sofa, nonchalantly picking up a financial magazine from the coffee table. Wasn't it you, General Manager Xia, who personally invited me here? What? Am I to be dismissed as soon as you're done? Xia Lianxing felt a flush on her ears, lowering her head to feign perusing documents. Then, please remain quiet and do not disturb my work. As you command, President Xia, Su Hang replied with a smile, making a gesture to seal his lips, though his gaze lingered on her reddening earlobes. In the ensuing hours, Su Hang finally witnessed the daily work routine of this icy president. Xia Lianxing's fingers danced across the keyboard, swiftly organizing the day's core tasks through emails and reports, establishing clear priorities. During brief interludes, she bowed her head to review essential documents and contracts, leaving no business detail overlooked. Even the fleeting moments spent sipping water were occupied by responses to partners and clients. Initially, Su Hang's scrutiny made Xia Lianxing feel quite uneasy. However, as the pace of work intensified, she gradually found her rhythm, becoming wholly absorbed in her busyness. Casting aside the gaze beside her, slowly, the office was filled only with the sounds of typing and the soft rustle of pages turning. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, quietly intertwining their shadows. Chapter 39. My esteemed president. As noon approached, Xia Lianxing finally completed her tasks and lifted her gaze to Su Hang, who lounged on the sofa. Are you hungry? Let me take you out for a meal. Su Hang stretched languidly. Sure, where shall we go? Xia Lianxing pondered for a moment, but found herself unable to think of a suitable restaurant. Doesn't your company have a cafeteria? Su Hang suggested, let's just eat there. After a brief hesitation, Xia Lianxing nodded in agreement. All right. In the cafeteria, the two settled at a table with their trays, drawing curious glances from surrounding employees. Most were unfamiliar with Su Hang, yet the morning's incident had already circulated through the company. Xia's boyfriend was scolded by manager Wang. Now, everyone was speculating if this was indeed Xia's significant other. Xia Lianxing felt her ears flush under the weight of their stares, lowering her head to eat delicately. Su Hang, however, remained unfazed, even playfully adding a piece of meat to her bowl. Eat more, don't starve yourself. Su Hang. She gently kicked him under the table, signaling him to tone it down. With a chuckle, Su Hang glanced around. By the way, where are your dad and grandpa? Xia Lianxing shook her head. Grandpa rarely comes to the office these days, and my dad. She paused. He's the HR director, but he hasn't been at work lately either. Su Hang frowned. Aren't you exhausting yourself? I'm used to it. She poked at her rice with her chopsticks. Besides, I like this version of myself. It proves I'm not just a pretty face. Su Hang studied her for a moment before suddenly pulling out his phone. No way. I need to inform my senior sister. Who's going to take responsibility if my wife wears herself out? Xia Lianxing quickly pressed down on his hand. No, please. She smiled helplessly. I truly am fine, and besides. Lowering her voice, she added, if you keep this up, the entire company will know you're my fiancé. Su Hang raised an eyebrow. So what? Am I someone to be hidden away? Xia Lianxing fell silent. In the office, Xia Lianxing focused intently on her computer screen, her fingers producing a crisp sound against the keyboard. Observing her slightly furrowed brow, Su Hang tenderly poured a cup of warm water and placed it beside her. Darling, have a sip, he said softly. Seeing that Xia Lianxing did not respond, Su Hang moved behind her, his long fingers gently resting on her shoulder, kneading with just the right amount of pressure. How's your husband's technique? Oomph. Xia Lianxing made a sound of mild protest, yet the corners of her mouth subtly lifted. She remained silent, but the tension in her shoulders visibly eased. With him by her side, even the most tedious reports became enjoyable. Xia Lianxing noticed her work efficiency had significantly improved, perhaps because she knew she could glance up to see that mischievous smile. Before long, it was dinner time, and the cafeteria buzzed with even more activity than at noon. As Su Hang and Xia Lianxing walked in side by side, a momentary hush fell over the room, swiftly followed by a chorus of whispers. Look, it's President Xia and her boyfriend. My goodness. Is it possible that President Xia would actually dine in the employee cafeteria? They seemed so well-matched. Xia Lianxing feigned calmness as she held her tray, though her ears subtly tinged with crimson. Su Hang, on the other hand, remained unperturbed, even deliberately adding an extra piece of pork rib to her plate. Eat more? You've grown so thin. Under the scrutiny of countless fervent gazes, Xia Lianxing felt as though she were seated on pins and needles during this meal. Meanwhile, the instigator wore a smug grin, occasionally winking at her. Su Hang, she whispered, warning him. What's wrong? He feigned innocence. Is it a crime to dine with my fiancé? Xia Lianxing. The employees internally exclaimed, Help! This is too sweet. The clock on the wall struck 10, and Xia Lianxing finally closed the last document. Stretching her aching back, she stood up. Su Hang, it's time to leave work, she softly called, only to turn and find him curled up on the sofa, sound asleep. The midnight light gently outlined his handsome features. His usually mischievous smile now replaced by an unusually tranquil expression. She approached quietly, crouching down, her gaze softening involuntarily. This rascal, bullying her all day, yet now he sleeps so soundly. But gazing at his unguarded countenance, a part of her heart melted completely, compelled by an unseen force. Xia Lianxing leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. "You naughty boy. Always picking on me." Su Hang drowsily opened his eyes, meeting her gaze mere inches away. "Is it over?" "Yes." She smiled as she stood, extending her hand to him. "Let us go home." Su Hang seized her wrist, pulling her into his embrace with a slight force. "Just hold me a little longer." "Stop it." Xia Lianxing blushed, pushing him away. "This is the office. Then we can continue at home?" He teased, releasing her just before she could retaliate. "Come on, my esteemed president." Upon returning to the villa, Su Hang collapsed onto the bed, dramatically sighing as he watched Xia Lianxing, who had just set down her bag. "Look at my Lianxing. Working all day, she is more exhausted than I am at work." Xia Lianxing stood at the bedside, hands on her hips. "Get up. Go take a shower first. Just 5 minutes." "No way." She tugged at his arm, insisting that he couldn't get on the bed without showering. Reluctantly, Su Hang shuffled towards the bathroom. 10 minutes later, he dried his hair and returned to the bed clad in loose pajamas. When Xia Lianxing emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a silk robe after her shower, the man who had pretended to be asleep suddenly sprang up, and before she could utter a sound of surprise, he swept her off her feet and firmly nestled her into the soft bedding. He retracted his arm, holding the person in his embrace tightly. "Darling, today you promised me with your own lips you cannot go back on your word." Xia Lianxing buried her entire face against his sturdy chest, her ears burning with embarrassment. "Su Hang, could we perhaps postpone this?" A dangerous glint flickered in Su Hang's narrowed eyes as his long fingers, insistent and unyielding, lifted her chin, precisely capturing her soft lips. The kiss was both fierce and urgent, leaving Xia Lianxing breathless, her fingers helplessly clutching the bed sheets. When Su Hang finally released her, she was already utterly weakened, leaning against him as she gasped for air. "Turn off the lights." Her voice was a mere whisper, trembling like a delicate thread. With a soft click, the bedroom was engulfed in complete darkness. The sound of clothes rustling to the floor echoed sharply in the silence. First the robe, then the trousers, and finally, the lace underwear fluttered down to the carpet. A muffled whimper escaped her throat, swiftly transforming into fragmented breaths. The wooden bed began to emit rhythmic creaks, initially restrained, but gradually intensifying. In the darkness, chaotic breaths intertwined with the ambiguous sounds of water. Suddenly, a gasp pierced the veil of darkness, and Xia Lianxing arched her back sharply, her fingertips digging deep into Su Hang's muscular back. The lingering sensations made her tremble uncontrollably, as if she had been pulled from the depths of water. Su Hang tenderly drew her sweaty body into his embrace, placing a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. "Sleep now." His deep voice brimmed with affection. Xia Lianxing found herself devoid of strength even to lift her fingers, surrendering to his adjustments as he secured her firmly within his hold. In the obscurity, she heard the man's triumphant chuckle, along with the rapid rhythm of her own heartbeat. Chapter 40. The coup in recent days. Su Hang, serving as a special assistant, had grown increasingly adept at his role, though the tasks assigned to him merely entailed massaging General Manager Xia's shoulders and brewing coffee. Occasionally, he would steal a kiss, considering it a form of compensation. He refrained from engaging in any serious business matters, showing no inclination to learn. One day, Su Hang had just sauntered back from the restroom. As is well known, a man can hardly emerge from such a sanctuary in less than half an hour. He hummed a cheerful tune as he approached the president's office, only to be met with the sound of a fierce argument within. "Rinxing, you must sign this agreement." Xia Yuan's voice brooked no dissent. "Dad, this was a gift from President Luo." Xia Rinxing's voice trembled. "What is she to dictate terms?" Xia Hui slammed his hand down. "The Xia Group belongs to our family. She has no right to interfere." Peering through the frosted glass, Su Hang observed Chen Yu shielding Xia Lianxing. The formidable general manager Xia, usually a force to be reckoned with in the business world, now had reddened eyes. Clutching a pen tightly, the old man entrusted me with 27 of his shares. That signifies his trust. Xia Yuan shoved the document closer. If you do not sign today, you shall not leave this office. Suddenly, the office door was flung open with a thud, and Su Hang stormed in with a grim expression. His gaze swept over Xia Lianxing's tear-filled eyes, the contract in Xia Yuan's grasp, and the aggressive demeanor of his uncle, Xia Hui. Isn't this Su, the young master? Xia Hui sneered, his eyes laced with contempt. What makes you think this is a place for you? Disregarding the provocation, Su Hang strode to Xia Lianxing's side, seized the contract from the table, and crumpled it violently before hurling it at Xia Hui's face. Su Heng, Xia Yuan shouted, rising to his feet. What is the meaning of this? Su Heng enveloped the trembling Xia Lianxing with one arm, gently patting her back. Do not be afraid. He turned toward Xia Yuan, his eyes sharp as blades. Uncle, out of respect for you as Lianxing's father, I grant you some measure of courtesy. However, should you continue to coerce her, do not blame me for being ruthless. Huh? Xia Hui regained his composure, mocking a mere gigolo. Thinking he can act tough just because he knows a bit of martial arts? Go ahead, try to touch a single hair on me. Xia Yuan maintained his composure. Su Heng, this is a matter concerning our family. Suddenly, like a flash of lightning, Su Heng executed a swift kick. Xia Hui was sent flying, crashing against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed, unconscious. I touched a hair, Su Heng remarked coldly, retracting his leg. Are you satisfied now? Su Heng. Xia Yuan's face contorted with fury. Do you not recognize the principles of respect for elders? Uncle, Su Heng calmly adjusted his cuff. If medical assistance is not summoned, your uncle may not survive this. Xia Yuan's face darkened, ultimately gritting his teeth as he staggered to lift the unconscious Xia Hui and depart. The office fell back into silence. It is over. Su Heng turned to embrace the shivering Xia Lianxing, gently caressing her long hair. He lifted his gaze towards the terrified Chenyu and asked, What happened? Chenyu, with reddened eyes, replied, They are forcing President Xia to sign the equity transfer agreement, which pertains to the 40 shares previously granted by President Luo. I understand. Su Heng interrupted her. You may leave for now. Once the door closed, he cradled the tear-streaked face of Xia Lianxing, saying gently, Silly girl, why didn't you tell me sooner? With tender fingers, he wiped away her tears, assuring her, As long as I am here, the sky could fall, but you need not bear the weight. Overwhelmed, Xia Lianxing finally succumbed, collapsing into Su Heng's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Her scorching tears drenched his shirt, searing his heart. Su Heng felt an ache in his chest, breathing heavily at the sight of the girl he cherished. Someone he could hardly bear to speak harshly to, now reduced to such despair. After an indeterminate time spent crying, Xia Lianxing noticed his shirt was completely soaked. Instinctively, she tried to pull away, but Su Heng's strong hand pressed her firmly against him. Fool! He lifted her by the bend of her legs and settled into his office chair, allowing her to curl up in his arms. Xia Lianxing looked up, her tear-stained face revealing vulnerability. Su Heng, am I truly useless? Nonsense, he chided lightly, flicking her forehead. Yet, her fingers clutched his shirt unconsciously. Hush! Su Heng drew her closer. Let me handle this matter, all right? He placed a kiss atop her head, adding, You should rest at home for the next few days. Xia Lianxing met his determined gaze and nodded earnestly, then buried her face in the crook of his neck. In the president's office of the Luo Corporation, Luo Jin listened to Chenyu's report, her fingers lightly tapping the mahogany desk as she sneered. Xia Yuan is quite the good father. Indeed, it's enlightening. Chenyu, filled with concern, said, President Luo, what if President Xia truly returns the shares? She won't, Luo Jin asserted with unwavering certainty, then arched an eyebrow. Wait, did you just say Xia Hui was kicked away by Su Heng? Chenyu nodded vigorously. He vomited blood on the spot and fainted. President Luo, will the Xia family retaliate? A glint of cold light flashed in Luo Jin's eyes. If they dare lay a finger on my junior, I will ensure the Xia family vanishes from Jinan. Chenyu secretly scoffed at the protective fervor of her superior, but replied respectfully, President Luo, what shall we do next? I heard that old man Xia Qiming has been hospitalized again. Luo Jin suddenly changed the subject. Yes, his condition deteriorated suddenly a few days ago, and he has been in a coma ever since. Luo Jin regarded Chunyu with a meaningful look. Xiaoyu, what are your thoughts? Chunyu was taken aback. The old man is quite elderly. Illness is not unexpected. Suddenly, her eyes widened. President Luo, you can't mean. Luo Jin slowly stood and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, it seems. Xia Yuan is even more ruthless than I had imagined. Chunyu stuttered. No way. Last time, old Master Xia was gravely ill, and he was bustling about to attend to him. Luo Jin let out a cold laugh. How convenient, Xiaoyu. How can there be so many coincidences in this world? Chunyu opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Luo Jin continued. If it weren't for the Gu family's interference back then, the Xia Group would have long been in Xia Yuan's grasp. She stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the entire city. A person who has waited for so many years suddenly realizes that he is but a step away from power. What do you think he would do? A chill ran down Chunyu's spine as she murmured, but that's his biological father. Luo Jin scoffed. What does familial love matter in the face of power? She turned around, her gaze icy. I want to know every detail about Xia Qiming's hospitalization this time. Attending physician, medication records, visitors. Nothing can be overlooked. Chinyu took a deep breath and nodded. Understood. I will attend to it immediately. Chapter 41. The passing of Xia Qiming that night. After Su Hang had lulled Xia Lianxing to sleep, his phone suddenly vibrated on the bedside table. Glancing at the caller ID, he carefully slipped out of bed and quietly closed the door as he made his way into the corridor. Senior sister? He whispered. On the other end, Luo Jin's voice was chillingly calm. Junior brother, Xia Qiming has passed away. What? Su Hang's hand trembled, nearly dropping the phone. What happened? Myocardial infarction. Despite efforts at the hospital, he was pronounced dead just moments ago. Leaning against the wall, Su Hang struggled to process the shocking news. The elderly Xia had been vibrant just days before. How could he have departed so suddenly? How could this happen? He asked, his voice tightening. Xia Qiming has been in the hospital for days, and you were unaware? Luo Jin's tone sharpened. Lianxing never mentioned it to me. Su Hang froneth, recalling her only stating that the old man had not been to the company recently. Don't misunderstand, Luo Jin interrupted, her voice softening. I believe Lianxing was also kept in the dark. A chill from a night breeze seeped through the corridor window, and Su Hang felt a sudden coldness. Gripping his phone, he began to sense the gravity of the situation. Senior sister, do you suspect Xia Yuan? He was not dull. The scene from earlier that day, where Xia Yuan and his second uncle Xia Hui had pressured Lianxing to sign documents, flashed in his mind. After a moment of silence, Luo Jin spoke slowly. I have an 80% certainty. Taking a deep breath, Su Hang glanced towards the bedroom. Through the partially ajar door, he could see Xia Lianxing's peaceful face as she slept. What do you plan to do, senior sister? The funeral, Luo Jin replied succinctly. Xia Yuan will certainly notify you to attend. At that time, he will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to coerce Lianxing into relinquishing her shares. She paused. If Lianxing is ensnared by familial ties, you must support her. I understand. Su Hang inhaled deeply. And you, senior sister? I will investigate the true cause of the old man's death. Perhaps there will be unexpected discoveries. Luo Jin's voice carried a hint of danger. As the call ended, Su Hang remained rooted in place, the screen of his phone dimming gradually. He stared at the darkened display, the echoes of Luo Jin's words lingering in his mind, momentarily paralyzed by the weight of it all. After a long pause, Su Hang quietly returned to the bedroom. Gazing at Xia Lianxing's slumbering visage illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, a tumult of complex emotions surged within him. The grandfather who once forced her into an arranged marriage was ultimately a blood relative. Given her nature, even if she held resentment, she would undoubtedly find it difficult to accept the loss, not to mention the deeper, harsher truths yet to unfold. With this thought, a heaviness settled in Su Hang's chest. He carefully lay down, pulling the fragile girl into his embrace. In her dreams, Xia Lianxing instinctively nestled closer, seeking the warmth she recognized. Su Hang tightened his arms around her. A sleepless night ensued, as dawn's light filtered through the sheer curtains. Xia Lianxing awoke in Su Hang's embrace. She opened her eyes to find his gaze shadowed by faint dark circles, his complexion slightly weary, as though he had not slept throughout the night. Su Hang, she whispered softly, are you awake? Su Hang turned instantly daning a yentelismai, his fingertips brushing against her cheek. Xia Lianxing bit her lip in guilt. Did my restless sleep keep you from resting well last night? Su Hang pinched the tip of her nose playfully. Silly girl, what are you imagining? But you clearly, she said, her hand reaching up to caress the shadows beneath his eyes. He suddenly leaned in with a mischievous grin. Last night, I wanted to be intimate with my dear wife. But you were sleeping so soundly, so I had to endure. Su Hang's warm breath brushed against her earlobe. Rascal! Xia Lianxing blushed and pushed him away, hastily making her way to the bathroom. The moment the bathroom door closed, the smile on Su Hang's face vanished abruptly. He gazed at the blurred silhouette behind the frosted glass and let out a silent sigh. After washing up, he noticed Xia Lianxing was intently tidying the bedroom. Amidst the hum of the vacuum cleaner, he raised his voice. Lianxing, I'm going to buy breakfast. Be careful on the way, she replied without looking up, her hair gently swaying with the movement. On the way back, exhaustion and turmoil etched across his face from a sleepless night. He rubbed his temples, still unable to find the right words to say. 20 minutes later, he returned with steaming buns and soy milk. Darling, come out for breakfast. The room was enveloped in silence. Su Hang's heart raced as he dashed to the bedroom door. Xia Lianxing sat dazed on the edge of the bed, her hands tightly gripping her phone, her knuckles pale. She slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes vacant as she looked at Su Hang. Grandfather has passed away. In a swift motion, Su Hang rushed forward to embrace her. When did this happen? Dad just called. She spoke softly, her voice as light as a feather. He said grandfather had been in the hospital these past few days, not wanting me to worry. Yesterday, he had a sudden heart attack, and resuscitation was unsuccessful. Su Hang tightened his hold, his fists clenching behind her back. That beast, Xia Yuan, still weaving lies. Lianxing, do not grieve. At least, the old man left without suffering. He suppressed his anger, gently stroking her back. Tears streamed silently down Xia Lianxing's cheeks. I clearly hated him so much. But why does it hurt? So much here? She clutched her chest. Su Hang held her even tighter, resting his chin atop her head. I understand. I truly understand. Su Hang. Xia Lianxing clutched his shirt, her voice trembling. Can you accompany me to grandfather's funeral? Su Hang leaned down to kiss her damp eyelashes. Silly girl. How could I not be there to support you? When is it? Tonight. We need to keep vigil. She lifted her pale face. I will be with you. He interrupted her hesitation, his thumb brushing against her cold cheek. Xia Lianxing gazed at him for a long moment before softly saying, Su Hang, thank you. Su Hang lightly smacked her rear, saying, if you utter another word of gratitude, I shall invoke the family rules. At last, a faint smile graced her lips as she buried her face in his chest. Su Hang tenderly caressed her flowing hair, yet his gaze drifted beyond the window pane, casting a cold and piercing look into the distance. Chapter 42. The tumult at the morning hall as twilight enveloped the Xia family estate. The sapphire-blue Maserati glided to a halt before the entrance. Xia Lianxing pushed open the car door, her gaze lingering on the residence that held over 2 decades of her memories, her steps involuntarily faltering. The elderly butler, clad in mourning attire, had been waiting patiently. Master Su is inside. The morning hall has been set up in the main hall. Xia Lianxing instinctively took a step back until her back met the familiar warmth. Su Hang's arm securely encircled her shoulder. In that moment, she suddenly comprehended the rarity of having a beloved companion by her side during life's darkest hours. Su Hang clasped her cool hand. Lead the way. The butler nodded respectfully, then lowered his voice. Mississippi. Your father is also in the morning hall. With a significant glance at Su Hang, he turned to guide them. Xia Lianxing followed in a daze. While Su Hang narrowed his eyes, there was an unspoken message in the butler's expression. Inside the morning hall, the air was thick with the scent of sandalwood. A dark wooden coffin lay solemnly at the center, with a portrait of Xia Qiming hanging above. The elderly man in the black and white photograph exuded an imposing presence. Relatives draped in mourning attire filled the room, Yet one figure was conspicuously absent. I shall refrain from mentioning who, as he remains in the hospital, lamenting. Xia Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse. Lianxing, you've come. Dad. Xia Lianxing bit her lip fiercely, her voice trembling. How could her grandfather have suddenly suffered a heart attack? Why had they not informed her of his hospitalization and resuscitation over these past few days? She gazed at her father's familiar yet foreign face. The questions that had churned within her all night finally broke free from their confines. Xia Yuan's expression shifted abruptly. Are you questioning me? He pointed at the coffin. Your grandfather has passed. I am in more pain than anyone. I am not. Xia Lianxing's face turned ashen. Enough, enough. Aunt Lin Wanrong hastily intervened. Let us not let a father and daughter quarrel at such a time. Suddenly, second Aunt Chun Xiaolan interjected with a sardonic tone. Indeed, it's clear that not all members of a family belong under the same roof. One strikes at elders, while the other questions their own father in the morning hall. Xia Lianxing's eyes instantly welled with tears, her fingers tightly twisting the fabric of her clothes. Su Hang stepped forward, shielding her behind him. Second aunt? Mind your words. Chun Xiaolan retorted sharply. And who are you to address me as second aunt? You haven't even tied the knot yet. Why do you have to act so high and mighty here? She pointed a finger at Su Hang. What? Do you intend to resort to violence in front of the late master's portrait? With that, she suddenly flung herself before the portrait of Xia Qiming, wailing, Father, from your heavenly abode, behold, this is the grandson-in-law you have chosen. He dares to threaten your daughter-in-law in your presence. Su Hang's knuckles turned white, a chilling glint in his eyes. Enough, Xia Yuan barked, slamming his hand down on the altar. The old master has just passed, and you dare to create such a ruckus. What manner of behavior is this? Eldest Aunt Xia Shuzhen cast a cold glance at Su Hang before stepping forward to comfort the sobbing Chen Xiaolan. Third Uncle Xia Tian stood in the corner, his expression complex as he glanced at Xia Yuan, yet remained silent. This lifelong bachelor had always been a figure of little consequence within the Xia family. Xia Lianxing numbly accepted the paper money handed to her by Lin Wanrong, mechanically tossing it into the fire pit. The flickering flames cast a glow on her pale face, highlighting the traces of tears. Lianxing, Xia Yuan suddenly crouched down, deliberately softening his tone. Yesterday, it was my father's fault. However, the old man transferred the shares to me. The Xia family must have a leader. Xia Yuan, Lin Wanrong could no longer contain herself, interrupting. Your father has barely been laid to rest, and you already. This is not your place to speak. Get out. Xia Yuan suddenly barked. A burst of sparks erupted from the paper money in the fire pit, illuminating Xia Lianxing's trembling fingers. Lin Wanrong fell silent and stepped back, the morning hall descending into a profound stillness. A single tear fell onto the edge of the fire pit, producing a soft hissing sound. Xia Lianxing gazed at her father's face, and an overwhelming chill coursed through her veins. This was her flesh and blood, her biological father, who, in front of her grandfather's coffin, used the most gentle tone to coerce her into surrendering the shares. Su Hang swiftly enveloped her in his embrace. Xia Yuan, you truly disgust me. His voice was soft yet as sharp as a blade. Do you even deserve to be called a father? You wretched scoundrel. Xia Yuan's temples throbbed with rage. This is a family matter of the Xia family. He pointed a finger at Su Hang. You aren't even married yet. What right do you have to speak here? Su Hang scoffed coldly. You heartless wretches. Even if you get the shares, you will squander them in no time. He tightened his hold on the trembling Xia Lianxing. These shares were given to Lianxing by my sister Luo Jin, not the Xia family. Xia Yuan's face darkened ominously. Lianxing bears the Xia surname. Everything about her belongs to the Xia family. Su Hang, filled with indignation, retorted with a bitter laugh. When a marriage alliance is needed, she is merely a tool. When shares are at stake, she suddenly becomes part of the Xia family. He spat. You can actually stoop so low as to rob your own daughter of her possessions. Xia Shuzhen chimed in with a mocking tone. Su Hang, your words are utterly unreasonable. She cast a sidelong glance at Xia Lianxing. Xia Yuan is the old man's appointed heir. If the shares are not handed over to the family head, should they be left for outsiders to laugh at? She deliberately emphasized the word outsider. her gaze sweeping over Su Hang, continuing, "What would it look like for the esteemed Xia Group if the family head shares were less than those of his own daughter?" Chun Xiaolan shrieked in agreement. "I knew it. Helping outsiders fight for family assets before even getting married. Truly a raised, white-eyed wolf. Remarkable. Truly remarkable." The cold light in Su Hang's eyes was piercing. "Today has truly opened my eyes. The concept of shamelessness can be interpreted to such an extent." He stepped forward, shielding Xia Lianxing behind him, his voice as frigid as ice. "Let me make this clear. If anyone pushes her again, I won't hesitate to accompany them to the hospital to be with Xia Hui." Xia Lianxing slowly pushed Su Hang away and walked unsteadily toward Xia Yuan. The white candles in the morning hall cast flickering shadows in her hollow gaze. "The shares are yours." Her voice was as light as a feather, yet weighed heavily with finality. "From this day forth, you and I, father and daughter, are forever severed." Xia Yuan furrowed his brow, then forced a fatherly smile, saying, "Silly child, after 100 years, all of this will belong to you. Father is merely—" A cold scoff echoed from outside the morning hall. The crowd turned to behold Luo Jin striding in with her leather boots, her crimson lips curling into a perilous arc. "Xia Yuan, your words truly leave me in awe." Chapter 43. The ambition of Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan's expression changed abruptly, instinctively taking a step back. "Mr. Luo, what brings you here?" "I heard." Luo Jin leisurely caressed the coffin. "Someone intends to seize the shares I bestowed upon Lianxing." She suddenly lifted her gaze. "I naturally must see who is so foolish." "Mr. Luo, this is a family matter of the Xia clan," Xia Yuan argued, struggling to maintain composure. "A family matter?" Luo Jin let out a sudden, light laugh, continuing her slow caress of the coffin. "To covet one's daughter's belongings, and you dare to speak of it so grandly?" Xia Shuzhen, with a stiff demeanor, interjected, "Mr. Luo, Xia Yuan is the head of the family after all. Did I permit you to speak?" Luo Jin did not lift her eyelids, interject again, "And I would not hesitate to sew your mouth shut." Xia Shuzhen's face turned pale, retreating submissively to the back. Xia Yuan finally tore off the facade. "Luo Jin, do not go too far." Su Hang swiftly shielded Xia Lianxing behind him, his voice as cold as ice. "When you were coercing Lianxing, did you not think you were overstepping?" Xia Yuan's countenance darkened instantly. Luo Jin gently stroked the coffin, speaking in a somber tone. "I had collaborated with Elder Xia for a while and held great respect for his business acumen." She suddenly raised her gaze, her sharp eyes piercing Xia Yuan. His death, while unexpected, was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. The crowd exchanged glances. Only Su Hang tightened his embrace around the trembling Xia Lianxing. "What do you mean by that?" Xia Yuan's eyes flickered, his voice wavering. "What do I mean?" Luo Jin suddenly chuckled. "Elder Xia had always been robust. How could he just—" She paused meaningfully. "Do you not harbor the slightest doubt?" "Luo Jin." Xia Yuan slammed his hand on the offering table. "Do not think that just because you are the president of the Luo Corporation, you can speak recklessly. Are you anxious?" Luo Jin chuckled lightly. "The best is yet to come." Xia Lianxing stood frozen in place, a chilling dread creeping up from her feet to her heart. She gazed at her father's frantic expression. A terrifying thought spiraled wildly in her mind. Su Hang's gaze swept over the faces of those present. Lin Wanrong stumbled back 2 steps, hands covering her mouth, eyes wide with horror. Xia Shuzhen stood in disbelief, staring at Xia Yuan. Uncle Xiatan wore a bitter expression, the wrinkles on his face deepening. Chun Xiaolan's eyes wandered, hands nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing. "Come in." Luo Jin's crisp clapping echoed in the morning hall. The old steward entered with a bow, followed by 7 or 8 guards wearing black tactical masks. They escorted 4 medical personnel clad in white coats. 2 doctors were pale, and 2 nurses trembled uncontrollably. "Outrageous! Who permitted you to enter?" Xia Yuan bellowed. "Come." The wooden door of the adjacent room burst open, and over 20 armed guards streamed out. The leader, a burly figure, was none other than Xiao Lei, who had previously fallen to Su Hang. "Is there an ambush?" Su Hang scoffed, shielding Xia Lianxing behind him. "No wonder Uncle Xia feels so unrestrained." Lo Jin clapped slowly. Xia Yuan, It seems you have meticulously orchestrated today's events for quite some time, haven't you? What are you waiting for? Xia Yuan's face contorted with rage. Make your move. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Lei, a towering figure, lunged toward Lo Jin. He had calculated that since he could not overpower Su Hang, capturing this seemingly delicate woman would suffice. Bang! Lo Jin's boot struck his chest like a bolt of lightning. The onlookers barely registered the movement before the nearly 200-pound behemoth was sent flying, crashing heavily beside the coffin. Simultaneously, 7 or 8 masked figures darted like phantoms, and the Xia family guards fell one after another. Su Hang had only incapacitated 3 assailants approaching Xia Lianxing, and the skirmish was over, its entirety lasting no more than 3 breaths. Xia Yuan slumped to the ground, his complexion ashen. The guards he had painstakingly arranged had been utterly vanquished in an instant. Lo Jin gracefully circled past him, halting before the 4 trembling medical staff. Please spare us. Miss Lo, the elderly doctor pleaded, kneeling. It was all Xia Yuan's coercion. The other 3 crumpled to the ground, shaking uncontrollably. Lo Jin's crimson lips parted. Rest assured, if you speak the truth, I shall ensure your safety. I am the private physician of Chairman Xia, the elderly doctor stammered. 6 months ago, Xia Yuan approached me in secret, promising me 10 million, and compelled me to add diuretics to the old man's medication over an extended period. Lo Jin turned to the assembly. Allow me to elucidate what diuretics are. The doctor swallowed hard. These diuretics, when used in small amounts, can control blood pressure. However, prolonged use disrupts electrolyte balance, leading to arrhythmias. Xia Lianxing's vision darkened, her delicate form swaying backward. Su Hang, quick to react, firmly caught her in his embrace. You're lying, Xia Shuzhen screamed, her nails digging painfully into her palm. Suddenly, another doctor knelt down. I am the chief of cardiothoracic surgery at Rena Hospital. His forehead struck the ground heavily. Chairman Xia had the chance for salvation when he was admitted. It was Xia Yuan who offered me 5 million to tamper with the surgery. 2 nurses wept. Someone has kidnapped my brother-father, forcing us to add digoxin to the 4. One of them raised her phone, displaying a picture of the bound hostage. Bang! Xia Shuzhen collapsed to the ground. Chun Xiaolan's lips trembled violently, her face contorted in a grotesque expression. Xia Tian clenched and then released his fists, ultimately turning away, swallowing his words with a visible struggle. Lin Wanrong staggered, supporting herself against the offering table, her knuckles turning white from strain. Lo Jin looked down imperiously at the prostrate Xia Yuan. Now, what do you have to say? Xia Yuan suddenly erupted in maniacal laughter. That old fool should have died long ago. His face twisted as he cast a venomous glare at Xia Lianxing. I have repeatedly hinted to him to relinquish the position of chairman to me, yet he feigned ignorance. Had it not been for the sudden crisis the group faced, I would have succeeded. Luo Jin observed coldly. Please continue. At that time, the Xia Group was on the verge of collapse. Xia Yuan nervously tugged at his collar. I was compelled to halt my plans and even sought ways to save him, only to find this old fool utterly incapable of being propped up. He suddenly grinned menacingly. Fortunate that Guotian came to propose, and I found common ground with the old man. I initially thought that once I wed off Lianxing, the Guo family would invest. At that moment, Xia Lianxing stirred awake, coincidentally overhearing her father's words. Tears instantly welled in her eyes. Su Hang gently patted her back to comfort her. Xia Yuan suddenly roared, pointing at Xia Lianxing. You have brought about Guotian's demise. What awaits us is the Guo family's reprisal. He furiously pounded the ground, 40% of the shares. Just like that, given away. Su Hang looked down coldly. So upon learning that the shares were transferred to Lianxing, you restarted your patricidal scheme? Ha ha. Xia Yuan's laughter resembled that of a night owl. Every additional day this old man lived was a waste. He extended his trembling finger to enumerate: private doctor, chief of cardiothoracic surgery, Xia family guards. Suddenly, in a chilling whisper, even Xiao Lei has been bought off by me. Luo Jin coldly interjected. How involved was Xia Hui? That fool almost ruined everything. Xia Yuan gritted his teeth. The plan was originally flawless. Yet the old man suddenly grew suspicious, forcing us to act prematurely. his face contorted with fury as he clenched his fists. Those two nurses' families were abducted by Xia Hui's men. Xia Yuan smirked sinisterly. This move was supposed to be foolproof, but I never anticipated the old man would notice their odd behavior. Xia Shuzhen looked at her own brother in disbelief, trembling all over. She rushed in front of Xia Yuan, swinging her arm to deliver a sharp slap. "You beast!" Xia Yuan tilted his head, laughing grotesquely. "What pretense of moral superiority do you uphold? If the old man were not dead, would you inherit such wealth?" He spat out a mouthful of blood, adding in comparison, "You are even more hypocritical than I." Xia Shuzhen staggered backward, her well-maintained hands trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 44. The dust settles suddenly. The phone in Luo Jin's pocket vibrated. She glanced at the screen, a cold smile curling her lips. "Thank you for your candor, Master Xia." She raised her hand, signaling the masked men in black to withdraw in an orderly manner. In the distance, the sound of police sirens grew louder, piercing the night sky. Next, Luo Jin looked down at the slumped figure of Xia Yuan on the ground. "You shall remain in prison, savoring your dreams of grandeur." Xia Yuan bowed his head in defeat, the earlier mania replaced by resignation. He understood better than anyone the harsh truth of victors and vanquished. "President Luo, I was coerced." Chun Xiaolan suddenly lunged forward, tears streaming down her face as she clung to Luo Jin's leg. "Xia Yuan threatened me. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to go to jail." Xia Tian turned away, contempt evident in his eyes. Xia Shuzhen spat in disdain, her meticulously maintained features reflecting her revulsion. A dozen police officers swiftly entered the hall. Luo Jin pointed decisively to two doctors. "These two are accomplices." Then she indicated two nurses, their coerced accomplices forced to participate. Finally, she pointed to Chun Xiaolan and Xia Yuan. "She is also an accomplice, while Xia Yuan is the mastermind." She handed the police officer her phone. "The complete confession recording is here, detailing their respective crimes." The lead officer nodded. "Accepting the device, take them away." The police efficiently placed handcuffs on the 6 individuals. The two doctors looked pallid, trembling as they extended their hands for the cuffs. The embroidery of Rinha Hospital on their lab coats glaring under the police badge's light. The two young nurses were already in tears, one pleading, "Please save my brother," but was assisted away by 2 female officers, stumbling. Xia Yuan kept his head bowed, the earlier arrogance gone. Chun Xiaolan continued to wail and struggle, her pearl necklace snapping under the strain, the lustrous beads scattering across the floor. After the police departed, Su Heng gently stroked Xia Lianxing's back, whispering, "Darling, are you all right?" The girl in his arms merely shook her head, burying her face deeper into his chest, as if wishing to conceal over 20 years of grievances within. Suddenly, Xia Tian spoke up. "Eldest sister, I have decided to become a monk." He caressed the prayer beads on his wrist, recalling how the old man had forbidden it. Now, he could finally reclaim his autonomy. Xia Shuzhen gazed at her brother's graying temples, finally exhaling a long sigh. "Do as you wish." Lin Wanrong trembled as she extended her hand. "Lianxing, you are all I have left." "Mom." Xia Lianxing lifted her head from Su Heng's embrace, her eyes red and resolute. "Please take care of yourself." Lin Wanrong staggered forward, her meticulously styled hair now disheveled. "You don't want a mother anymore?" She quietly observed her mother's tear-streaked face. "Wherever Su Heng is, that is my home." Su Heng solemnly grasped Lin Wanrong's trembling hand. "Auntie, rest assured, I will take good care of Lianxing." Xia Shuzhen sighed softly, supporting the wavering Lin Wanrong. "The child has grown. She must learn to fly." Turning to Xia Lianxing, tears glimmering in her eyes, she murmured, "Lianxing, I'm sorry." Xia Lianxing pressed her lips tightly together, ultimately only nodding slightly. Su Heng wrapped his arms around her and turned to leave, faint sounds of Lin Wanrong's suppressed sobs trailing behind them. Luo Jin cast a fleeting glance at them before also turning to depart. The three arrived at the entrance of the estate. "Senior sister, this time I owe you a great deal," Su Heng expressed sincerely. Luo Jin leaned against the car door, her crimson lips curving into a smile. "Are you being so formal with me?" She suddenly flicked Su Heng's forehead with her finger. "If I find out you bully Lianxing." "How could I dare?" Su Hang rubbed his forehead. She is my little ancestor. Luo Jin chuckled lightly as she settled into the driver's seat, the Porsche's engine growling softly. Meanwhile, Xia Lianxing had silently entered her sapphire blue Maserati. Su Hang hurried after her, softly inquiring, heading home? She nodded, her fingertips unconsciously caressing the leather seats. As Su Hang closed the car door, he noticed her gazing through the window, casting a final glance at the Xia family estate. The next day, major media outlets boldly headlined, "Patricide and Power Grab. Xia Lianxing, HR Director of the Xia Group, arrested with a subheading quoting Article 1125 of the Civil Code. An heir who deliberately kills the deceased, whether successful or unsuccessful, loses their inheritance rights. Xia Hui, the second son, to face charges of conspiracy to commit murder. The third son, Xia Tian, has taken vows at Longquan Temple." As Xia Shuzhen signed the document relinquishing her inheritance rights, the pen smudged, leaving a dark blot on the signature line. Xia Lianxing arranged for her and her mother to have residency rights in the estate, along with a trust fund sufficient for a lifetime of indulgence. In the Xia Group's president's office, the finance director respectfully closed the report. "President Xia, you currently hold 67 of the group's shares." Xia Lianxing nodded gently. The finance director then turned to leave, thoughtfully hanging a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door handle as he exited. Xia Lianxing leaned into Su Hang's embrace, feeling a sense of relief. Sensing her dependence, Su Hang lowered his head and kissed her soft lips. Surprisingly, this time she not only did not shy away, but responded fervently. They parted only when both were breathless. "Darling," Su Hang caressed her flushed cheek, "what will happen to the Xia Group if we go to Kyoto? Let Xiaoyu manage it for now." Xia Lianxing, still catching her breath, began, I can manage remotely." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly froze. His hand had mischievously slipped into her collar, grasping at her softness. "Su Hang," she exclaimed, hurriedly pressing his wandering hand down. This is the office. Just a little squeeze. We can discuss at home later." Her ears burned crimson, her voice barely above a whisper. Su Hang reluctantly withdrew his hand, planting a gentle kiss on her nose. "I knew you were the best, my dear." Xia Lianxing gazed at his triumphant smile, suddenly biting his earlobe. "Su Hang, I no longer have a home. Will you one day decide to abandon me?" Having deeply absorbed the true teachings of his master, Su Hang instantly recognized that her behavior stemmed from a lack of security. He tightened his embrace, holding her firmly within his arms. "Little fool, my heart has long been yours. Where could it possibly escape to?" "Oomph." She grasped his collar, challenging him. "So, will you like other girls in the future?" "Of course." Su Hang deliberately elongated his tone, adding, "Not only will I like her, but you'll also have to take care of her every day." Just as Xia Lianxing was about to explode in anger, she heard the rogue man lean closer to her ear. "Our daughter. Who else but you will care for her?" In an instant, her eyes glistened with tears, and she pounded her delicate fists against his chest. Who said I would give you a daughter?" Yet her voice softened, losing its strength. Chapter 45, Kyoto. The Luo family soon. It was the eve of their departure to Kyoto. The warm, golden light from the bedside lamp softly enveloped their entwined figures, casting a languid, golden hue upon their silhouettes. Xia Lianxing rested her head on Su Hang's sweat-drenched chest, droplets of joy glistening on her forehead. "Su Hang, karesit herkudimi." "Radiant back, you must be exhausted. It's time to sleep." Suddenly, Xia Lianxing propped up her chin, her cheeks tinted with a rosy flush, and puffed. "Su Hang, do you prefer a son or a daughter?" "A daughter." He chuckled, playfully pinching her nose. "As long as she takes after her mother and has a penchant for biting." She gazed at him, her eyes seemingly overflowing with galaxies. "Su Hang, I love you so much." "I love you too." He held her close, his voice tender. "Now sleep, my dear." Outside the window, the morning star quietly illuminated the sky. In the airport terminal, Su Hang pulled a suitcase with one hand while holding Xia Lianxing's hand with the other. From a distance, he spotted Luo Jin, elegantly clad in a white shirt paired with high-waisted, wide-leg trousers, sunglasses perched on her nose, a silver carry-on suitcase at her feet. "Senior sister." Su Hang stealthily approached her from behind and suddenly shouted, "Ah!" Luo Jin, startled, nearly dropped her phone. She spun around, and playfully tugged at his ear. Have you developed some skills? How do you scare me? Ouch. Please spare me, senior sister. Su Hang grimaced. Xia Lianxing stifled a giggle beside them. Before long, it was time to board, and the three of them took their places on the plane. Once airborne, Xia Lianxing leaned her head against Su Hang's shoulder. Her thick lashes fluttered gently with each breath, clearly exhausted from their passionate entanglement the previous night. Su Hang carefully adjusted his position, ensuring she could rest more comfortably. The spacious first-class seat proved exceptionally practical at that moment. He gently lifted the armrest between them, allowing Xia Lianxing to nestle fully in his embrace. As a flight attendant wheeled the meal cart down the aisle, Su Hang made a gesture for silence, receiving an understanding smile in return. Luo Jin caught sight of the mark on Xia Lianxing's neck and raised an eyebrow. Did you two misbehave last night? Cough, cough. Su Hang suddenly felt embarrassed. Senior sister, please keep your voice down. Heh. Luo Jin snapped her magazine shut. Once we meet fifth sister, she'll insist on cutting that thing of yours off. Please, no. Su Hang nearly jumped out of his seat, hastily stabilizing the slumbering Xia Lianxing in his arms. Have mercy on me. Luo Jin simply donned her noise-canceling headphones, signaling her refusal to engage further. Outside the window, the clouds stretched like a snowy expanse into the horizon. 3 hours later, as the plane touched down, the view outside the window revealed Kyoto. The splendor of this capital city of the Dragon Kingdom far surpassed that of Jinan. The glass facades of skyscrapers reflected vibrant neon lights, while the traffic on the overpass flowed like luminous ribbons. This place was a convergence of the nation's most formidable financial titans. A fleeting encounter with any sharply dressed individual might unveil a hidden magnate of some industry. Su Hang gently pinched Xia Lianxing's cheek. Darling, we have arrived in Kyoto. As the drowsy Xia Lianxing slowly opened her eyes, her voice was thick with sleepiness, so tired. Be good. You'll get plenty of rest at the hotel. Su Hang said, gently smoothing her tousled hair. Reluctantly, Xia Lianxing sat up, stretching like a languid cat. Ahead, Luo Jin glanced back at this scene and snorted softly, quickening his pace. This display of affection from the young couple was an affront to the dignity of the single. As the trio exited the terminal, a distinguished old butler clad in a refined black tailcoat approached, accompanied by a dozen bodyguards. With meticulously combed silver hair and a golden chain of his pocket watch swaying gently with his steps, the butler bowed respectfully. Miss, the master has prepared a welcome banquet at home. Luo Jin removed his sunglasses, revealing weary eyes. I want to go back to the hotel first. But the master... I said I'm tired. Luo Jin's voice turned icy. The butler sighed and waved his hand, prompting 4 bodyguards to step forward. Escort the young lady to the hotel. You... Luo Jin was about to erupt. The butler then turned to Su Hang and the others. And you two are? This is my junior and my vice president. Luo Jin replied curtly. The butler immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle. Greetings to you both. My surname is Chun, and I am the butler of the Luo family. Su Hang clasped his hands in return. Chunbo, you are too kind. Xia Lianxing slightly nodded, stifling a yawn. Before long, 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms came to a gentle halt in front of the Yunk Lan Ting Hotel. This establishment, hailed as the Pearl of Kyoto, exclusively catered to dignitaries and top magnates from around the world. May I ask who you are? The receptionist approached with a standard smile. The butler calmly presented a black and gold business card. Luo family. The receptionist's pupils dilated. Please wait a moment. She nearly ran off to find the manager. In less than a minute, the hotel manager approached briskly, respectfully inquiring, What can I do for our esteemed guests? The butler, Chunbo, nodded slightly. Please prepare 3 suites for us. No, 2 suites will suffice. Su Hang interjected suddenly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Xia Lianxing's ears turned slightly red at his words, discreetly pinching his arm. The manager quickly scanned the group and nodded in understanding. No problem, please follow me. He gestured. We have prepared the finest suites for you. Miss, please rest here first. The butler said, bowing, I must return to report to the master. Luo Jin, with a stern face, dragged his suitcase straight to the elevator. Su Hang hurriedly followed, supporting the drowsy Xia Lianxing. Watching the 3 enter the elevator, the butler finally exhaled deeply, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. In Kyoto, the Luo, Yilin, and Su families are collectively known as the four premier aristocratic clans. The prominent status of these four families stems from a shared core, the venerable patriarchs, who have weathered the storms of time, yet remain alive. These elderly gentlemen are iron-blooded warriors who have emerged from the tumult of warfare, embodying the profound memories of the Dragon Nation. In that tumultuous and extraordinary era, when countless heroes faced injustice, these venerable elders demonstrated remarkable resilience, bearing humiliation and hardship, ultimately witnessing the dawn after the storm. After their vindication, they utilized the political capital accrued through their military achievements and their extraordinary wisdom to establish an unshakable foundation for their families. Today, the four prominent families have transcended their status as mere symbols of power, becoming vital pillars in both the political and business spheres of the capital and even the nation. In the ever-shifting landscape of power in the capital, every action of these four families sends ripples through the lives of many. In a quaint courtyard located in the heart of the capital, the core figures of the Luo family are gathered around a long mahogany table. The atmosphere is solemn and dignified, with all eyes subtly glancing towards the head seat. There, the venerable elder Luo Yuanshan sits upright. His aged yet keen gaze occasionally sweeps towards the courtyard entrance, betraying a hint of barely perceptible anticipation. Today, his granddaughter, Luo Jin, returns home, and the elder has personally arranged a banquet, ensuring that no one in the Luo family dares to be negligent. At last, the figure of the old steward appears at the entrance, his steps slightly hurried. Luo Yuanshan rises abruptly, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Old Chun, where's my granddaughter?" The steward offers a wry smile and bows slightly. "Master, the young lady has just disembarked from the plane. She mentioned feeling fatigue from her journey and wishes to rest first. I have arranged for her to go to the hotel." A sudden silence envelopes the hall, with expressions varying among the attendees. Luo Yuanshan pauses momentarily, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze, but he quickly regains his composure. He waves his hand dismissively. "The girl has traveled a long way. She deserves to rest. It matters not. Let us dine first." However, seated to the right, a middle-aged man, Luo Shengli, the second elder, suddenly pounds the table and stands. "Father, what is this? We are all waiting for her, and she doesn't even show her face. Is there no decorum left?" Before he can finish, Luo Yuanshan's eyes sharpen with intensity, his hand striking the table, causing the dishes to tremble. "Luo Shengli, silence yourself. My granddaughter has just returned. Who are you to criticize? If you cannot wait, you may leave at once." The elder's fury reverberates throughout the hall, plunging it into a tense silence. Beside him, the third elder, Luo Qingya, hastily grips Luo Shengli's sleeve, whispering, "Second brother, refrain from further remarks." Luo Shengli's countenance darkens, yet he ultimately refrains from further defiance, letting out a huff before resuming his seat with a heavy thud. Luo Yuanshan casts a cold gaze around the table before slowly sitting down, his voice flat. "Let us eat." Only then do the guests dare to lift their chopsticks. Yet the palpable sense of oppression in the air lingers unrelentingly. Chapter 46. A shopping excursion with two female executives upon entering the hotel room. Su Heng cast his gaze over the spacious suite, his eyebrows arching slightly. The silk-lined walls exuded a subtle sheen, while the walnut paneling radiated a dignified elegance. The smart home system operated silently, and even the bathroom faucet was adorned with a layer of matte gold, showcasing luxurious details at every turn. Truly, this is Kyoto, where even the hotels are meticulously designed. He casually set his suitcase aside, his tone infused with admiration. Xia Lianxing glanced at him, the corners of her lips curling upwards. "Look at you, as if you've never seen the world before." Su Heng, unfazed, strode directly to the bedside and sat down, patting the soft bedding with his palm and smiling at her. "Come, let us sleep." Xia Lianxing's ears flushed slightly as she clutched her pajamas, glaring at him with caution. "You mustn't do anything untoward. I'm really quite tired. Rest assured, I'll just hold you while we sleep." Su Heng raised both hands in sincerity, vowing to behave. She regarded him with skepticism, grumbling as she changed into her pajamas before quickly burrowing into the covers, wrapping herself securely. Su Heng chuckled softly, extending his long arm to pull her into his embrace, his palm naturally slipping under her collar. Su Heng. Xia Lianxing pressed down on his mischief-making hand, flustered and annoyed. You weren't already. Just let me be. I'm merely giving you a light rub, nothing more. He leaned closer to her ear, his voice low and husky. You sleep your way, I'll sleep mine. How can I sleep like this? She glared at him, cheeks aglow. Su Heng stared at her flushed face and suddenly smiled. How about this? If you kiss me, I'll let you off the hook. Xia Lianxing hesitated for a couple of seconds before ultimately conceding, quickly pecking his lips. It's a promise. No more mischief. Su Heng nodded earnestly, tightening his embrace, and soon, the rhythmic sound of her breathing filled the air. He looked down at her serene, sleeping face, gently brushing a strand of hair aside, silently smiling. Good afternoon, my darling. As evening approached, Xia Lianxing groggily opened her eyes, realizing she was still tightly clutching Su Heng's arm, her cheeks flushing anew. Su Heng propped his head up with one hand, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Awake now? Why are you staring at me? She felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, instinctively shrinking deeper under the covers. Darling, while you were asleep, he deliberately elongated his words, mischief glinting in his eyes. I heard you snoring. You're the one snoring. Xia Lianxing erupted in indignation, reaching out to pinch the soft flesh at his waist, twisting it fiercely. Ouch, ow, ow, ow. I was wrong. Su Heng gasped in surprise, hastily begging for mercy. Xia Lianxing huffed, throwing off the covers and getting out of bed. I'm ignoring you. With that, she stormed into the bathroom to freshen up, not looking back. Su Heng rubbed his waist, just about to follow her to coax her back when a gentle knock echoed at the door. He approached to open it, revealing Luo Jin, who had surprisingly changed out of her typically sharp business attire. At this moment, she donned a simple beige dress, her feet adorned with a pair of pristine white shoes, and her long hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, resembling an innocent university student at first glance. However, the coldness in her eyes exuded an aura that deterred strangers from approaching. Have you rested well? She spoke softly. Su Heng surveyed her from head to toe and smiled broadly. Senior sister, you look best in such attire. Luo Jin shot him a glance of disdain. Do you think I don't wish to wear this? As the president of the corporation, I must maintain a certain image. Unlike you, she glanced at his loose t-shirt and cargo pants with evident disapproval. You are so slack all the time. Su Heng shrugged nonchalantly. Well, I don't have to manage the company. Isn't it better to be carefree? Luo Jin crossed her arms, the corners of her lips curling slightly. You all tidy up. We are going shopping. Upon hearing this, Su Heng's expression changed drastically, and he immediately replied with a serious tone. Senior sister, I must speak frankly. I do not wish to go. It was a jest. Accompanying Xia Lianxing for shopping had already exhausted him, and now, with Luo Jin added to the mix, that would surely be his undoing. Just then, Xia Lianxing emerged from the bathroom, her eyes lighting up upon hearing Luo Jin's words. President Luo, I have long wanted to explore the shopping malls in Kyoto. Luo Jin looked at Su Heng with a smug expression, her brows slightly raised. So, what do you say? Are you coming? Su Heng flopped onto the bed, exclaiming in defeat, no. The two women exchanged knowing glances, instinctively closing in on the bed, squinting dangerously. Su Heng sprang up from the bed in an exaggerated manner, a tragic expression on his face. Fine, let us go. Observing his dramatics, Luo Jin and Xia Lianxing could not help but laugh. Luo Jin affectionately took Xia Lianxing's hand and said softly, Lianxing, from now on, don't call me President Luo. Just call me sister. Xia Lianxing's eyes glistened with emotion as her voice trembled. Sister. Luo Jin gently patted her hand. Don't worry. If he bullies you in the future, just tell me. Xia Lianxing stole a glance at Su Heng and nodded obediently. Su Heng felt a chill run down his spine, his heart lamenting. This time, he was utterly at their mercy. An hour later, at the most bustling shopping center in Kyoto, Su Heng followed the two women with a sense of desolation, already carrying 7 or 8 shopping bags. Luo Jin and Xia Lianxing strolled arm in arm, laughing and chatting as they entered a luxury boutique. The store staff greeted them warmly. "Ladies, how may I assist you?" Luo Jin pointed to a limited edition handbag showcased in the window and calmly instructed, "Wrap that up." Su Hang stood by, his lips twitching as he watched the six-figure price tag being casually dismissed. Luo Jin was always like this when shopping. Whatever caught her, I was immediately acquired, without a second thought to the price. Meanwhile, Xia Lianxing was bargaining with the staff. "Can we lower this discount a bit more?" Although, in the end, the numbers on that black card still astonished everyone at checkout. After all, one was the president of a billion-dollar business empire, and the other was a wealthy heiress from the Xia family. Both were not short on funds. Just as the trio exited the store, a well-dressed young man approached them. "Two enchanting ladies. Welcome to the Galaxy Vortex City." The man's deliberately prolonged tone was rife with frivolity. Behind him, four impeccably suited bodyguards immediately fanned out, discreetly blocking the way. Luo Jin did not even lift her eyelids, as if the scene before her was merely a wisp of air, and she continued forward unimpeded. Xia Lianxing, however, slightly furrowed her brow and gracefully maneuvered around the obstructing bodyguards while linking arms with Luo Jin. Su Hang simply rolled his eyes, hands in pockets, ready to depart. Chapter 47. The jester beneath the resplendent lights of the shopping mall, for bodyguards clad in black, stood like iron towers, completely blocking the path of the three individuals. The man feigned elegance as he adjusted his collar, a disingenuous smile gracing his lips. "There's no need to rush away, my dear guests. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Ziqian of the Li Group, and this very mall is one of our many enterprises." He deliberately flaunted the Rolex Submariner on his wrist, his eyes glimmering with an unsettling intensity as they roamed between Xia Lianxing and Luo Jin. "Whatever you desire today, consider it on me." To his left stood a woman with frosty phoenix-like eyes, the slight upward curve at the corners exuding an innate arrogance. Beneath her high nose, her thin lips were pressed tightly together. Her cascading black hair contrasted sharply with her snow-white complexion, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. To his right, another woman languidly played with her chestnut curls, her willow leaf eyes shimmering like rippling water. A hint of a smile graced her lips, her every movement embodying the allure of a mature woman while concealing an underlying sharpness. The magnetic presence of both women caused even one accustomed to beauty like him to feel his heart race. If only he could take these two enchantresses to bed. The thought sent a thrill coursing through him, even as he maintained a courteous facade. Luo Jin, however, did not deign to acknowledge him, casting a cold glance toward Su Hang instead. "Are you still dawdling? Should we two weaker women take action?" In response, Xia Lianxing playfully pinched Su Hang's waist. "Ah!" Su Hang inhaled sharply, helplessly rubbing the spot she had pinched as he stepped forward. His expression suddenly turned icy. "You have 10 seconds to disappear from my sight." The escalating tension drew the attention of passers-by in the mall, who began to gather in small clusters. Some recognized Li Ziqian, sparking a flurry of whispers. "ISNT that Li Xiao should keep your voice down. His father, Li Junjiang, is a renowned business magnate in Kyoto, and this mall belongs to them. I saw the news about him getting into a fight a couple of days ago. Was he just released on bail? Stop talking. Be careful not to invite trouble." Li Ziqian's expression swelled with arrogance as he listened to the murmurs around him. "E contemptuously servad, Suhan. What business are you in, kid? Do you dare to act recklessly on my turf?" Su Hang glanced at his watch, responding nonchalantly, "Time's up," before the words had fully left his lips. His figure abruptly vanished from sight. In the next instant, the foremost bodyguard, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the chest by a swift kick, sent flying across the room to crash heavily into a Chanel display, shattering the glass showcase with a resounding crash. A collective scream erupted from the onlookers, many hastily retreating. The remaining 3 bodyguards momentarily froze, but their professional instincts soon kicked in as they quickly surrounded Su Hang. One drew a baton from his waist, while another assumed a combat stance. "Seeking death," roared the lead bodyguard, swinging the baton with a whoosh towards Su Hang's head. Unperturbed, Su Hang sidestepped at the last moment, evading the strike. With a swift motion akin to lightning, he seized the wrist of his adversary, executing a clean and decisive shoulder throw that sent the bodyguard crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, his left leg swept back, sending another assailant hurtling away. The last bodyguard, sensing the impending doom, suddenly drew a butterfly knife from his pocket, its blade glinting ominously under the lights. The surrounding crowd gasped once more, with some already pulling out their phones to record the unfolding drama. "Be careful," Xia Lianxing couldn't help but exclaim. However, a cold smile played at Su Hang's lips. In the instant the bodyguard lunged with the knife, he deftly seized the man's wrist, twisting and breaking it with a sharp crack and a cry of anguish, causing the butterfly knife to clatter to the ground. This entire sequence transpired in a mere 10 seconds, leaving all 4 bodyguards sprawled on the floor, howling in pain. Li Ziqian's smile froze entirely, and he instinctively retreated 2 steps, landing unceremoniously on the ground. "Why you stay back?" His voice trembled as he fumbled for his phone. "My father is Li Zhengong." Lo Jin stepped forward deliberately, looking down from her elevated stance at the crumpled Li Ziqian, her red lips parting softly. "Li Zhengong?" Suddenly, she raised her hand, delivering a resounding slap that sliced through the air. Slap! Li Ziqian was sent tumbling to the ground, rolling twice, as 2 bloodied teeth flew from his mouth. Clutching his face in disbelief, he met Lo Jin's icy gaze. "Just a clown," she remarked coolly, her words lingering in the air as she turned, the hem of her dress tracing an elegant arc. Su Hang approached Xia Lianxing, naturally wrapping his arm around her slender waist. "You weren't too frightened, were you?" Xia Lianxing shot him a mock glare. "It's not like I haven't seen you fight before." Yet, she subtly leaned closer into his embrace. Lo Jin had already reached the elevator, glancing back to say, "Let's go." The trio departed with grace, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a stunned crowd in their wake. In the hotel suite, Su Hang collapsed onto the soft bed like a limp rag doll, his legs twitching sporadically. "Oh my heavens," he groaned weakly. 6 hours of shopping. Why do women never seem to tire? Xia Lianxing tugged at his collar with disdain. "Su Hang, get up. How many times must I tell you? No bed until you shower." Seizing the moment, Su Hang rolled over and, catching her off guard, pulled her down onto the bed, planting a loud kiss on her rosy lips. I know, he grinned, bouncing up and heading toward the bathroom while shedding his clothes. "My dear wife is all about hygiene." Xia Lianxing sat up, her cheeks flushed as she organized the shopping bag strewn across the floor. From a bathroom, Su Hang's off-key singing mingled with the sound of running water. She shook her head but still thoughtfully arranged his discarded shoes. The following morning's news. Our station brings you the latest. Li Ziqian, the sole heir of the Li Group, was attacked last night in his family's shopping mall. According to surveillance footage, at the time of the incident, Li Ziqian was conducting a routine patrol of the mall with security personnel in a luxurious residence covering an area of 1,000 square meters. Li Zhengong glared at his kneeling son with a face like thunder, his voice barely containing his fury. "You little beast. I just pulled you out of the clink, and now you've gone and caused trouble again." He slammed his hand onto the coffee table, exclaiming, "Can you not behave for even a single day?" At that moment, a beautiful woman rushed forward, her pearl earrings swaying dramatically with her movements. "Li Zhengong, your son has been beaten to a pulp, and you still scold him?" With tear-filled eyes, she shielded Li Ziqian behind her, declaring, "This life is unbearable. Ziqian, come with mom to your grandfather's house." "Wait." Li Zhengong, irritated, loosened his tie and squatted down in front of his son, demanding, "Now tell me honestly, did you provoke any women again?" Li Ziqian shrank back, his swollen face still oozing blood. "Dad, I wanted to greet those 2 beauties. I truly did nothing and got." "Nonsense." Li Zhengong seized his son's collar, incredulous. "You think someone would strike without cause? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Dad, I swear, I only said a few words." Li Ziqian lamented, his face a picture of despair. Li Zhengong fell silent for a moment, his expression darkening suddenly. "Forget it. Regardless of the circumstances, if we don't reclaim our honor here, who will ever respect me, Li Zhengong, in the future?" Before he could finish, an assistant stumbled into the hall, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Trembling, he leaned in to whisper urgently into Li Zhengong's ear. "What?" Li Zhengong sprang to his feet, astonished. How could members of the Dragon Group show up out of the blue? Chapter 48. The Xia Dragon Group, 3 hours ago. Within the confines of the Luo family's courtyard, dusk enveloped the ancient estate, imbuing the gray bricks and dark tiles with an air of solemnity. Elder Luo sat regally in a grand armchair, his purple clay teacup fracturing with a sharp crack. Have you ascertained the facts? His voice rumbled deeply, akin to thunder rolling across the horizon. The old steward bowed slightly, presenting a stack of documents. Master, we have clarified the situation. This is the information regarding the young scion of the Li family. As Elder Luo perused the files, each page turned deep into furrows etched upon his brow. Abruptly, he slammed his hands down upon the table, erupting, "What a disgraceful scion of the Li family." His eyes widened with fury, the latent ferocity of a battlefield warrior surging forth, flirting with women, fleeing from incidents, drugging, and assaulting. He hurled the documents to the floor, exclaiming, "Such a degenerate, in my day, would have been shot without hesitation." The steward quietly gathered the scattered papers. "Master, the Li family has influence in the capital." "Preposterous," Elder Luo interrupted, kicking over the tea table. "Dispatch the Dragon Group. Go to the Li family and apprehend him. My granddaughter shall not be subjected to such debauchery." "Understood," the steward replied, not daring to utter more, and withdrew with a bow. Elder Luo's chest heaved with fury, his wrath unresolved. The Dragon Group, officially known as the Xia Dragon Group, is a secretive special operations organization directly under the central government. It is rumored that only the most formidable characters gain entry into the Dragon Group, each possessing extraordinary skills. Within the opulent mansion, Li Zhenggang, although uncertain of the Dragon Group's intricate workings, understood that any case involving them pertained either to national security or high-profile figures. The realization sent a chill of sweat cascading down his spine. Just as he prepared to step forward, the grand, intricately carved doors were suddenly thrust open with overwhelming force. 7 men clad in dark, battle-ready uniforms entered with an eerie grace. The dark golden dragon embroidery upon their uniforms shimmered coldly under the light, each scale of the dragon design exuding a menacing gleam. The eyes adorned with a special material that refracted an intimidating light as they moved. The foremost figure stood tall and resolute, his visage chiseled like a blade. His piercing gaze swept through the hall, finally honing in on Li Ziqian with the precision of a hawk. "Take him away." Those 2 simple words sent an icy chill through the entire hall. Li Zhenggang, suppressing his terror, stepped forward to shield his son. "Comrades, I am his father, Li Zhenggang. May I inquire what transgression merits the Dragon Group's personal involvement?" "We are merely following orders to apprehend," the leading man coldly interrupted. In an instant, 2 members of the Dragon Group acted, their specially designed alloy handcuffs snapping shut around Li Ziqian's wrists. Li Ziqian's complexion drained of color, his legs thrashing helplessly as he dragged himself along the ground. "Dad! Mom! Save me!" At this, a beautiful woman lunged forward, exclaiming, "You stop right there." "By what right?" Before she could finish, Li Zhenggang swiftly pulled her back, his iron grip clamping over her mouth. The man slowly turned, the sound of his tactical boots echoing ominously against the floor. His gaze sliced through the meticulously maintained visage of the beautiful woman like a knife. According to Article 7 of the Special Service Regulations, each of his words struck the hearts of the Li couple like ice picks. Should there be any obstruction to the enforcement of the Dragon Team, treat them as accomplices. Once the Dragon Team members departed, the beautiful woman, in a frenzy, pounded her fist against Li Zhengang's chest. "You spineless coward! You stood by and watched as our son was taken away. How can you still call yourself a father?" Li Zhengang retaliated with a sharp slap, sending her sprawling to the ground, his voice hoarse. "Do you know who they are? They are the Xia Dragon Team. Even the scions of the 4 great families can be seized at their whim." The woman sat on the floor, covering her face in shock. Then, "What do we do now?" Li Zhengang, in a fit of agitation, tore off his tie, his eyes bloodshot. "First, we must ascertain exactly whom this little brat has offended. The Dragon Team does not act without reason." He suddenly paused, recalling the 2 beauties his son had mentioned, his face draining of color. Li Zhengong dashed to the doorway, shouting towards the outside, "Bring me the surveillance footage from last night." Mall immediately. His assistant rushed over in a panic. "Boss, the mall surveillance system has been completely non-functional since last night." "What?" Li Zhengong seized the assistant by the collar, demanding, "Say that again." The assistant trembled as he replied. The technical department said, "The surveillance footage was remotely formatted. Even the cloud backup has been cleared." Li Zhengong staggered back 2 steps, his face ashen. It dawned on him that the trouble his son had stirred was likely with an entity even the Li family could not contend with. In a hotel suite, a mist of steam enveloped the bathroom. Luo Jin languidly leaned against the edge of the bathtub, her slender fingers idly stirring the rose petals floating on the surface of the water. Suddenly, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she leisurely pressed the answer button. "Fifth sister." Her voice carried a languid tone after her bath. Shout Chi came the sultry voice of Hua Xiangrong from the other end. "You arrived in Kyoto without telling your sister, leaving me to miss you terribly." Luo Jin rolled her eyes lightly, droplets cascading from her lashes. "How did you find out?" Hua Xiangrong giggled. "As soon as you arrived, you dealt with the young master of the Li family, and now the entire Kyoto is abuzz with it. I heard. The little apprentice heroically rescued a damsel in distress. Quite impressive indeed." Luo Jin tucked her damp hair over her shoulder, water droplets sliding down her collarbone. "Fifth sister, that scion of the Li family brought this upon himself. It is no fault of the little apprentice." "Oh my Hua," Xiangrong laughed heartily. "Is our Shao Qi now protective of the little apprentice? It seems you two have been getting along splendidly lately." Luo Jin sighed softly, her fingers unconsciously swirling the foam in the bathtub. "You should stop with the nonsense." All right, Hua Xiangrong suddenly lowered her voice, laced with a teasing sweetness. "When are you bringing him over for your sister to see?" "I've been missing him terribly." "Tomorrow," Luo Jin replied. Luo Jin scooped a handful of warm water and poured it over her shoulders. For today, she must first pay a visit to the elder. "That's settled then." Hua Xiangrong chuckled lightly, her tone suddenly turning serious. "If you require assistance, do remember to inform your sister." After ending the call, Luo Jin placed her phone on the marble countertop beside her, leaving the bathroom filled only with the soothing sound of flowing water. Amidst the swirling mist, she gazed at her reflection in the water, her lips curving upwards in a subtle smile. Chapter 49. The resolute Luo Jin in the hotel lobby at noon. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon the marble floor. Luo Jin, adorned in a delicate sky-blue chiffon dress, moved gracefully, the hem of her gown swaying gently with her steps. The sound of her nude high heels clicking against the ground accentuated her already statuesque figure. The elderly butler had long awaited them at the entrance with the car prepared. "Senior sister, why must I accompany you?" Su Hang scratched his head, a look of reluctance etched on his face. Luo Jin's lips curled into a slight smile as her slender fingers playfully tapped his forehead. "Ungrateful one, what if someone bullies me?" Su Hang silently grumbled to himself. "You're not someone I can contend with." Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts, instead forcing a smile and asking, "What about Lianxing? Why bring her along?" "What?" Luo Jin raised an eyebrow. "Do you wish for her to remain alone in the hotel? What if something were to happen?" Xia Lianxing, sensing the moment, sighed dramatically, her expression one of feigned grievance. "After all, someone doesn't seem to care about me." Su Hang felt a headache coming on, pressing his palms together in a gesture of supplication. "I was wrong, all right? Both of you." At midday, the trio boarded the sedan in front of the hotel. The bodyguards respectfully opened the car doors while the elderly butler took the wheel, and the vehicle smoothly glided into the bustling streets of Kyoto. The scenery outside the window whisked by in a blur. After approximately an hour, the car came to a gentle halt before an ancient quadrangle. The elderly butler turned off the engine and exited the vehicle, opening the doors for the three. The early autumn breeze carried a hint of chill, stirring a few fallen leaves from the ground. The trio followed the butler through the shadow wall, where more than 10 individuals were already gathered around a round table made of redwood. Luo Yuanshan occupied the seat of honor, and upon catching sight of Luo Jin, his hand gripping the cane trembled slightly. It had been 3 years. The last hurried reunion had not allowed him to fully appreciate this granddaughter before she ventured far away to Jinan to establish her own company due to a wager. Tears glimmered in the elder's cloudy eyes, reminiscent of the tragic past when he lost his most cherished son and his family during a visit, leaving his infant granddaughter unaccounted for. Father. A gentle cough from the second son, Luo Shengli, roused the elder from his blood-stained memories. Shout, Jean. The elder's voice was hoarse as he gestured to the grand chair beside him. Come sit with Grandpa. Luo Jean hesitated for a moment, eventually letting out a soft sigh as she approached and took her seat beside the elder. Just as Su Hang was about to follow, the elder smiled warmly at him. You must be Xiao Jin's junior, right? Come, everyone, take your seats. Thank you, Su Hang replied respectfully, joining Xia Lianxing at Luo Jin's side. The elder placed his wine cup down with a thud, his piercing gaze sweeping across the gathered guests. My granddaughter's return is a momentous occasion. Why does everyone look so somber? At his words, the guests hurriedly forced smiles and raised their glasses in unison. After several rounds of toasting, the elder finally stroked his beard in satisfaction. Xiao Jin, from now on, you should stay at home. Let Grandpa have a good look at you. No need. Luo Jin gently set down her chopsticks, her tone calm. I won't be here for long this time. Seated nearby, Su Hang keenly noticed a fleeting glimmer of something unusual in his uncle Luo Shengli's eyes, which quickly vanished behind his fabricated smile. This won't do. The old man's voice suddenly trembled, his wrinkled hands quivering slightly. At his age, every day is a diminishing gift. How many more times in this lifetime can he see you? Father. Luo Shengli quickly intervened, adopting a gentle tone. Xiao Jin has just returned and is still unfamiliar with the family. She needs time to adjust. With that, he cast a warm smile at Luo Jin, the corners of his eyes crinkling with age. Luo Jin slowly rose, her slender fingers tapping lightly on the table, the crisp sound plunging the grand hall into an abrupt silence. I am here today to clarify a matter. Her voice was cold, her gaze slicing through the assembly like a blade. 3 years ago, the old man wished to pass the family leadership to me, but you all vehemently opposed it. Hence, I made a wager to expand the company to a valuation of 100 billion within 3 years. A cold smile curled at her lips as she produced a document from her handbag, slamming it onto the table. Now I have succeeded. Her delicate fingertip pointed at the conspicuous figures on the document, yet she continued. As for this position, Luo Jin surveyed the room, her eyes sharp as a knife. I do not covet it. You may fight and scramble for it all you wish, but let me be clear. Her voice turned icy. Do not provoke me. A deathly silence enveloped the hall. The old man bowed his head silent. Xiao Jin. Luo Shengli abruptly stood, his face ashen. What do you mean by that? Are you cursing the old man? Second uncle. Luo Jin interjected, her gaze chillingly fierce. Put away your hypocritical facade. I will speak plainly today. She enunciated each word deliberately. If I discover that you are involved in my parents' demise, I will ensure that your head pays tribute to them. Impudent. Luo Shengli trembled with rage, his teacup shattering against the floor. How dare you speak so brazenly? A sneer emerged from the corner where Luo Wangshu sat. You claim to reject this position of leadership. Yet why have you returned? Luo Jin's eyes glinted frostily as she delicately traced the edge of the table. Aunt, once I unearth the true culprit behind my parents' death and personally bring them to justice, I shall naturally take my leave from here. She scanned the assembly, her voice frigid. As for the events of that time, you all know whether there is a traitor among you. Luo Qingye, the third uncle, furrowed his brow. What do you intend to do? No need for concern. Third uncle, Luo Jin replied, a slight smile gracing her lips, though it did not reach her eyes. I have my own methods. Su Hang and Xia Lianxing exchanged glances, both startled by Luo Jin's unabashed audacity, her words piercing to the heart. Enough. The old man slammed his palm on the table, causing the dishes to clatter. What kind of conduct is this? I'm still here. He turned to Luo Jin, his eyes a mix of sorrow and helplessness. Shout, Jin. Since you are resolute, grandfather will not stand in your way. His trembling hand grasped her wrist. If you ever need anything, come to me at any time. Luo Shengli's expression darkened like stormy waters as he slammed the table. Father, listen to what your granddaughter is saying. Does she still consider herself a member of the Luo family? Does she hold us elders in any regard? Su Heng observed quietly for some time, having already discerned the turbulent undercurrents within the hall. The hypocritical demeanor of Luo Shengli was glaringly evident to him. He rose leisurely, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his lips. My senior sister only respects those who are worthy of respect. As for certain creatures unfit for comparison, he deliberately paused, indicating they were hardly worth his attention. If the recent verbal sparring could be likened to a game of dodiju, then Luo Jin's brilliance shone through like a bomb composed of 4 aces and 4 twos. While Su Heng's seemingly casual remark was akin to tossing out a pair of kings, toppling them all. Outrageous! Luo Shengli's fury erupted, questioning the audacity of this impudent boy to meddle in matters of the Luo family. He abruptly gestured, "Come in." 2 imposing figures donned in black tactical masks entered in response. Luo Shengli pointed at Su Heng, commanding, "Throw this insolent brat out." The elderly patriarch's brow furrowed in preparation to protest, yet he caught a glimpse of mockery in Luo Jin's eyes, and in a moment of contemplation, fell silent. The masked men, interpreting the old man's silence as consent, advanced menacingly towards Su Heng. Just as one reached out, Su Heng's form surged forward, executing a whip-like kick with the swiftness of lightning. Bang! The first masked man flew back like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the wall. The second reacted swiftly, closing in with a punch aimed directly at Su Heng's face. Unflinching, Su Heng met the attack with a punch of his own. Crack! Amidst the sound of splintering bone, the masked man spat blood and staggered backward. The expressions within the hall varied. Luo Sanyi's daughter, Luo Yuru, watched Su Heng with brightened eyes, intrigued. Several younger members of the Luo family stood in stupefied shock. A flicker of surprise crossed Luo Shengli's eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. "Kid, you possess some skill." Su Heng adjusted his sleeves, maintaining his smile. "I'm unworthy of such praise." The elderly man wearily waved his hand, his voice hoarse. "Enough, you may leave." He gazed deeply at Luo Jin, his eyes filled with complexity. "Shout, Jin. What I said earlier shall always hold true." Luo Jin gently nodded. "I understand." The 3 turned to exit, and just as they were about to cross the threshold, Luo Jin suddenly halted and looked back. The sunlight streamed from behind her, casting a long shadow upon the ground. "Grandfather." It was the first time she addressed him thus today, tightening Luo Yuanshan's heart. "You should clean up the family's internal affairs." Her gaze swept across those in the hall, her voice soft as a sigh. The current Luo family resembles a gilded apple, externally splendid, yet internally rotten. Luo Yuanshan's grip on his cane tightened, his knuckles paling. Instead of joy at being called grandfather, he felt a chilling dread crawling up his spine. Outside, the autumn wind suddenly rose, swirling a carpet of dry leaves. The old steward stood beneath the corridor, silently sighing as he watched the retreating figures of the 3. Chapter 50. The red-sleeved courtyard. 5th senior sister the 3 returned to the hotel suite, where Luo Jin elegantly seated herself on a single sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, her long legs crossed gracefully. She observed the 2, whose expressions were a mixture of complexity, and raised an eyebrow lightly. "What brings about such expressions on your faces?" Su Heng scratched his head, hesitating as he spoke. "Senior sister, you seem somewhat different today." Xia Lianxing settled beside Luo Jin, taking her hand gently. "Indeed, sister, you never behave like this." Suddenly, Luo Jin let out a soft laugh, her fingertips lightly tapping her temple. "It seems I cannot conceal anything from you two." Su Heng and Xia Lianxing exchanged glances, the latter's eyes widening in realization. "Sister, could it be intentional?" Luo Jin nodded slightly and rose, turning her back to them as she approached the window. "While you were preoccupied with my demeanor, did you not notice the unusual silence of the old man today?" Su Heng inhaled sharply. "Could it be you both have already?" "Indeed, the old man possesses remarkable fortitude." Luo Jin stood at the window, gazing at the myriad of lights in Kyoto. Yet, My final words were also a reminder to him. When it is time to cleanse the clan, one must not show mercy. Silence enveloped the suite, broken only by the flickering neon lights outside. Xia Lianxing unconsciously tightened her grip on her skirt, while Su Hang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Within the Luo family's courtyard, the banquet had concluded, and moonlight poured like water over the bluestone pavement. The old man sat alone in his study, absently rubbing a yellowed family photo. The old butler gently pushed the door open, quietly closing it behind him. "Old Chunt," the old man's voice was hoarse. "What do you think of little Jean?" The butler placed a cup of hot tea on the table, decisive and strategic. "She is truly a reflection of the master in his youth." The old man gave a bitter smile, his frail fingers brushing over the youthful face of his eldest son in the photograph. "I had thought this girl would, after all, cherish familial bonds." Suddenly, he erupted into a fit of coughs. Yet her final words were clearly a warning to me. This old man. The butler paused for a moment. "Master, she ultimately has the interests of the Luo family at heart. After all, regarding matters of the past." "I know." The old man slammed his hand on the table, but then slumped back into his chair. "But they are all my blood." When the old lady departed, what she could not bear to part with were these few little ones. Tears, murky with age, fell onto the photograph. "How can you expect me to take such actions?" The old butler regarded the old man's white hair in the candlelight, and finally spoke softly. "Master, let her go and do what she must." Suddenly, the moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, plunging the study into darkness. The photograph slipped from the old man's hands, landing on the table with a soft thud, splattering a few drops of aged tea. In a hotel suite, the warm yellow light enveloped the large bed. Su Hang, freshly showered, leaned against the headboard, lost in thought. The bathroom door clicked softly, and Xia Lianxing emerged, wrapped in a silk nightgown, her hair surrounded by a mist of steam. Su Hang extended his arm, drawing her into an embrace, his chin resting atop her fragrant hair. "Lianxing, I can't shake the feeling that my senior sister is truly troubled." Xia Lianxing gently nodded within his arms. "Though I'm unclear about the specifics of what transpired back then, those from the Luo family." She recalled the insincere smiles at the banquet, instinctively shrinking closer to Su King. It seemed that everyone, except for the old man, harbored animosity towards her, perhaps fearing that senior sister would return to contest for the family fortune. Su Hang scoffed, his fingers unconsciously entwining in her hair. "Sister Luo is not." Suddenly, Xia Lianxing gasped. "Ah, what are you doing?" Unbeknownst to him, Su Hang's hand had slipped into her collar, vigorously kneading. The soft sensation against his palm made his throat constrict. "Darling, I desire." "No." Xia Lianxing's face flushed crimson, hastily pressing down on his mischievous hand. I have my visitor." Su Hang, struck as if by lightning, stood frozen. "Oh heavens," he lamented, collapsing onto the bed. "Just end me." Xia Lianxing, both exasperated and amused, seized a pillow and hurled it at him. "You rogue, always thinking about that." Her flustered demeanor was particularly enchanting under the light, her playful reproach imbued with a hint of softness. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the dining table. Su Hang was shoveling scrambled eggs into his mouth, while Xia Lianxing sipped her porridge delicately. Luo Jean elegantly joined them, carrying a cup of coffee. A waiter promptly delivered an exquisite breakfast. "Junior brother," Luo Jean remarked, taking a bite of toast, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. "Come with me to meet someone today." "Who?" Su Hang feigned casualness, suddenly finding the sausage on his fork unappetizing. "Fifth sister." Su Hang nearly spat out his orange juice, coughing. "Ah, I believe distance breeds beauty. Perhaps it's best not to go." Xia Lianxing cast him a suspicious glance, continuing to stir her porridge. Luo Jean pretended to reach for her phone. "Then you can tell her yourself?" "No." Su Hang swiftly grasped her hand. "I'll go." "Is that not acceptable?" Xia Lianxing could no longer contain herself. "Why are you so afraid?" "You wouldn't understand." Su Hang woda wo full expression. "Lianxing, please accompany me. I cannot bear this alone." "Absolutely not." Xia Lianxing turned her face away in disdain. For the next 10 minutes, Su Hang employed every ounce of charm he possessed, bombarding her with an array of flowery compliments that sent shivers down Xia Lianxing's spine. "Stop, stop, stop." she said, rubbing her arms where goosebumps had formed. I'm frightened of you. Luo Jin, speechless, set down her coffee cup, a slight smile playing at her lips as she turned to return to her room. At 3 in the afternoon, outside the hotel entrance, a sharply dressed bodyguard approached swiftly. Miss, are you leaving? Hand me the keys. Luo Jin extended her hand. We can manage on our own. The bodyguard hesitated momentarily, but ultimately surrendered the keys to the Rolls-Royce. In the sunlight, the emblem glimmered with a cold brilliance. In front of the Hongqiu Bun in Kyoto, a sleek black Rolls-Royce came to a gentle halt. The door swung open, and Su Hang stepped out, his movements tentative, his gaze flickering like a rabbit prepared to flee at any moment. Be honest, Luo Jin chided, casting a sidelong glance at him, her lips curving into a subtle smile. She approached the intricately carved redwood door and lightly rapped upon it. The brass knocker emitted a crisp sound. Who is it? A voice from within responded, sweet and melodic, with a lilting rise at the end. It's me, Luo Jin replied, just as the door creaked open. A flash of red surged forth like a flame, enveloping Luo Jin in a fragrant embrace of roses. Xiaoqi, at last, you have arrived. I have missed you so much that my heart could melt. Luo Jin gasped for breath, caught in the tight grip. Let go. First, look who is standing over there. She gestured discreetly behind her. Only then did the woman in the crimson dress release her hold, turning her gaze in the indicated direction, where Su Hang was hunched, his face contorted into a grimace that was more pitiable than tears. Chapter 51. The first confrontation between Hua Xiangrong and Xia Lianxing as Hua Xiangrong's gaze danced. It settled upon Su Hang, a playful smile curling her crimson lips. She approached him gracefully, her embroidered shoes barely making a sound, her skirt swaying elegantly. Little junior brother. She elongated the words, her voice sweet and intoxicating. Su Hang felt his legs weaken, his back pressed firmly against the car door. Fifth senior sister. His voice trembled with unease. Xia Lianxing instantly straightened, her posture rigid as she scrutinized the enchanting woman before her. Only then did Hua Xiangrong acknowledge her presence, lightly tapping her ruby lips in feigned surprise. My dear, who is this? Her tone was so intimate it seemed she was addressing her beloved. Boom! Su Hang felt as though struck by lightning. Fifth senior sister, please refrain from such addresses. Before he could finish, Xia Lianxing's hand had already found and pinched the soft flesh at his waist, causing him to gasp in pain. Oh dear! Hua Xiangrong's eyebrows arched in indignation. Why do you torment my dear? Xia Lianxing's gaze was as icy as winter. What business is it of yours? Their eyes locked, the air crackled with tension. Luo Jin sighed, rubbing her temples, already regretting bringing these two together. Caught in the middle, Su Hang felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, resembling a small creature ensnared by a predator's gaze. Hua Xiangrong's lips parted, her voice sultry. My dear, is this your little concubine from outside? No wonder you haven't visited me in such a long time. It appears you've been enchanted by a vixen. Who are you calling a vixen? Xia Lianxing retorted, her delicate features radiating frost. Su Hang hastily interjected, Ladies, please, it's all my fault. He cast a desperate glance at Luo Jin, who merely rolled her eyes in response. Fifth sister, Luo Jin said with exasperation, do not tease him. Hua Xiangrong's slender fingers brushed against Su Hang's cheek, her nails a striking crimson. For now, I shall let you off the hook. She suddenly leaned closer, her breath fragrant as she whispered, should I discover you flirting with other women again? Her finger traced lightly along his waist, sister will help you sever this troublesome root. Su Hang broke into a cold sweat, hastily reaching for Xia Lianxing's hand, but she deftly shook him off. He observed her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her delicate teeth biting into her lower lip, a sight that stirred deep sympathy. My dear, he murmured softly, this is my fifth senior sister. We grew up together, and she simply enjoys jesting. Xia Lianxing turned her face away, refusing to meet his gaze, tears shimmering in her eyes. Luo Jin, feeling the tension, urged, let's all go inside. There's no need to embarrass ourselves at the door. Su Hang firmly grasped Xia Lianxing's hand. She struggled momentarily, but eventually allowed him to lead her inside, keeping her head down in silence throughout. As they entered the main hall, Hua Xiangrong gracefully poured tea for everyone. Amidst the fragrant steam of the tea, Luo Jin took a sip and inquired, "Where is sixth sister? Why is she absent?" "Xiao Lu is still in seclusion," Hua Xiangrong replied languidly, leaning back in her mahogany chair. "She won't emerge for at least 3 to 5 months." Luo Jin frowned slightly. "Is there enough food prepared?" "Fear not," Hua Xiangrong assured, her fingertips tapping lightly on the table. "I have brought 3 full boxes of compressed rations, along with various nutritional supplements. She shan't starve." Su Hang surveyed the surroundings, attempting to ease the tension. "Fifth sister, your residence is truly magnificent." "Indeed." Hua Xiangrong suddenly leaned forward, her crimson lips nearly brushing against Su Hang's ear. "For this estate, my sister has sacrificed everything." She exhaled seductively. "How about you support me?" "I can adopt any position you desire." Fifth sister. Su Hang's face flushed with embarrassment, nearly spilling his tea. "Vulgar." Xia Lianxing interjected coldly. Hua Xiangrong raised an eyebrow. "Oh, a concubine dares to speak back to the primary wife? Look at your flushed ears. I imagine you've already indulged in intimacy with our esteemed gentleman, pretending to be pure." "You." Xia Lianxing's face turned pale. Hua Xiangrong delicately brushed her hair, her laughter enchanting. "When I was entangled with the gentleman, you were probably unaware of your whereabouts." Unable to endure any longer, tears glistened in Xia Lianxing's eyes, rolling down her cheeks. Su Hang's heart tightened at the sight. He swiftly embraced her, his tone unusually stern. "Fifth sister, Lianxing is my fiancé. Do not go too far." Hua Xiangrong was taken aback. She had intended merely to assert her dominance over the girl and vent her frustrations, never anticipating this reaction. With a soft sigh, she crouched down, her tone unexpectedly gentle. All right, little sister, do not cry. How about I allow you to be the primary wife? I can reluctantly take on the role of the concubine. Who would desire to be the primary wife?" Xia Lianxing lifted her head from Su Hang's embrace, glaring at her with reddened eyes. Su Hang, exasperative, rolled his eyes but tightened his arms around her, gently resting his chin atop her head. Hua Xiangrong observed this scene, a flicker of melancholy crossing her eyes, quickly masked by her alluring smile. Luo Jin set down her teacup, the crisp sound of porcelain clashing enveloping the room in sudden silence. Her expression grew serious as she spoke in a low tone. "Let us discuss the matter at hand. I have come to Kyoto primarily to uncover the truth behind my parents' murder 20 years ago." Her fingertips unconsciously traced the rim of her cup. "There is something I have not mentioned. My master informed me that the assassins from that year wore black cloaks and donned featureless masks." Hua Xiangrong's expression shifted dramatically. "Could it be? Have you encountered them, fifth sister?" Luo Jin's gaze sharpened, her body leaning slightly forward. Hua Xiangrong rose, her red dress trailing gracefully as she walked into the study, her slender fingers gliding over the sandalwood shelves until they paused on a dossier with a dark crimson cover. She extracted the document, brushing off the thin layer of dust, and opened the yellowed pages. It was rumored that an organization called Faceless existed, its members clad in black cloaks and wearing featureless masks. However, this organization had vanished from sight a decade ago. "They are formidable?" Su Hang instinctively straightened in his seat. Xia Lianxing had regained her composure, rising from Su Hang's embrace, her gaze intense as she looked at Hua Xiangrong. "According to the records," she spoke solemnly, "the Faceless last struck 10 years ago, targeting the Yi family's prodigy, Yi Mingxian, renowned as a once-in-a-century martial arts genius." The rustling of paper echoed softly as Yi Mingxian passed away, plunging the Yi family into a wrathful quest for vengeance, ultimately drawing the attention of the Dragon Group, who intervened with a fierce crackdown. However, curiously, no results were disclosed afterward. The organization seemed to vanish without a trace. Luo Jintong's pupils contracted. 10 years ago? Yet my parents were involved 20 years prior. She clenched her fists tightly. The victims were all members of the 4 prominent families, which could not be mere coincidence. Hua Xiangrong closed the files with a soft sound, for the Dragon Group to take direct action yet fail to eradicate the roots. The organization's depth is likely unfathomable. Fifth senior sister, Su Hang suddenly looked up. "How can you be certain they still exist?" Xia Lianxing let out a soft hum in his embrace. If they had truly been eradicated, an announcement would have been made to the world long ago. She cast a sidelong glance at Su Heng, noting that the secrecy surrounding the post-war outcomes only indicated. Look at them. Hua Xiangrong's crimson lips curled upwards as she playfully pointed at Su Heng. Now observe your own wooden head. Her gaze shifted towards Xia Lianxing, a flicker of admiration shining in her eyes. The younger sister was rather astute. Xia Lianxing instinctively straightened her back, but upon catching Hua Xiangrong's teasing smile, she shrank back into Su Heng's embrace once more. Chapter 52. The sudden change in Huangshan village. Luo Jin nodded slightly, acknowledging that the pressing matter was to first uncover the clues regarding the faceless one. Hua Xiangrong languidly leaned against the doorframe, her crimson lips curling into a smile. Sister will keep an eye out for you if you need anything. Do not hesitate to ask. Su Heng patted his chest, feeling a flicker of warmth in Luo Jin's eyes. With the support of such cherished individuals, her confidence grew. Fifth sister, we shall take our leave now, Luo Jin declared as she stepped over the threshold first. Once outside the courtyard, Hua Xiangrong suddenly called out to Su Heng. Junior brother, she twirled a strand of hair around her finger. Sister has a small favor to ask of you. Su Heng felt a chill run down his spine. Fifth sister, please go ahead. It's rather cold to sleep alone. Hua Xiangrong feigned a gesture to link arms with him. Would you come and keep sister company tonight? Stealing a glance at Xia Lianxing, he noticed her expression was as frigid as ice, her aura ominously low. Sister, please do not jest. He hastily retreated a few steps, nearly fleeing in panic. Xia Lianxing shot a cold glare at Hua Xiangrong, who puffed out her ample chest in defiance. What are you staring at? I'm older than you, humph. Fuming, Xia Lianxing stormed off, her footsteps heavy with indignation. Hua Xiangrong watched the flustered figures of the two depart, covering her mouth with a light laugh, though a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. By the time the trio returned to the hotel, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. Xia Lianxing dashed into the lobby without a backward glance, her shoes clattering urgently on the polished floor. Sister, Su Heng turned to Luo Jin with a forlorn expression. Could you not say something to help me out? With a soft huff, Luo Jin tapped his forehead with her fingertip. You have sown your own wild oats. It is for you to resolve. After saying this, she gracefully made her way to the elevator, leaving Su Heng standing alone in the night breeze, feeling disheveled. Dejected, Su Heng returned to his room, and upon opening the door, he saw a large bulge under the covers on the bed. The quilt was tightly wrapped, yet muffled sobs could be discerned. Cautiously, he approached, and suddenly, he pressed himself down onto the bed. The sobbing immediately ceased. Go away. Don't touch me, came the muffled cries from beneath the quilt as Xia Lianxing squirmed. My dear, I was wrong. Su Heng softened his demeanor and leaned closer, resting his forehead gently against her back. His voice carried a hint of appeasement. Fifth sister simply enjoys teasing. Then go keep her company. Xia Lianxing abruptly threw off the quilt, her eyes red as a rabbit's. She is so beautiful, and her chest is bigger than mine. Seizing the moment, Su Heng yanked the quilt away. Nonsense. I believe yours is larger. He suddenly froze. Under the light, Xia Lianxing's tear-streaked face, with her nose flushed, made his heart tremble. You rogue. Xia Lianxing grabbed a pillow and hurled it at him, but he deftly pulled her into his embrace. She struggled for a moment before finally succumbing, resting against his chest and quietly weeping. Su Heng gently patted her back, and when her sobs had subsided somewhat, he suddenly cupped her face in his hands. Before Xia Lianxing could react, a tender kiss had already descended upon her lips. Summer Lianxing was initially frozen in place, but then instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. After a long moment, their lips parted. She breathed lightly, her cheeks flushed. Are you no longer angry? Su Heng gently caressed her hair. Summer Lianxing let out a soft hum, yet obediently nestled into his embrace. Are you hungry? Shall we go get something to eat? She tilted her small face up. I want to eat in the room, and I need you to feed me like last time. Su Heng indulgently nodded and pressed the service bell. Moments later, a waiter respectfully knocked and entered. Sir, how may I assist you? He slightly bowed. 2 portions of Australian steak, medium rare, 2 servings of pan-seared foie gras with black truffles, 1 crab fried rice, and a seafood bisque, Su Hang ordered with practiced ease. The waiter noted it down and bowed as he exited. Before long, the dining cart arrived. Su Hang set the exquisite dishes on the round table by the floor-to-ceiling window and then lifted Xia Lianxing into his arms. She gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. "What would you like to eat first?" Su Hang whispered in her ear. Xia Lianxing wiggled her toes and replied, "Anything is fine." Su Hang cut a piece of the beautifully pink steak and brought it to her lips. She opened her mouth and took a bite, her eyes closing in satisfaction. After she swallowed, Su Hang suddenly took a sip of the seafood bisque and leaned down to share it with her. The warm broth melded between their lips, infused with the sweetness of the sea. Xia Lianxing playfully hit him, but he held her wrist, deepening the kiss. As the candlelight flickered, their meal lasted over an hour. Eventually, Xia Lianxing leaned against his shoulder, her fingertips tracing circles in his palm. "I'm full." Her voice was as soft as melting honey. Just then, the phone on the table vibrated, shattering the warm atmosphere in the room. Xia Lianxing straightened up from Su Hang's embrace, glancing at the caller ID before answering. "Xia, what's wrong?" Lin Yu's voice came through, laced with urgency. "President Xia, there's a problem with the Huangshan Village project." Xia Lianxing's expression changed drastically. The Huangshan Village project was a significant undertaking, the first collaboration between the Xia and Luo families, and she had been the one to resolve the initial relocation issues. "What exactly happened?" "It's Li Chong." Lin Yu spoke quickly. He leaked the rumors about the hauntings in Huangshan Village. He asked the project manager who was poached by Xia Group just a few days ago. Xia Lianxing's fingers instinctively tightened. "What's the villagers' reaction?" "So far, it's been stable, but if they can't withstand the pressure and change their stance." Lin Yu hesitated. "Even if the project is completed, the land's value will, I understand." Xia Lianxing decisively interrupted. "Keep the villagers calm. I'll head back tomorrow." After hanging up, she unconsciously rubbed the edge of her phone, her brow furrowing in worry. Noticing her unease, Su Hang gently held her cool hand. "What happened? Do you remember when we pretended to be feng shui masters and went to Huangshan Village?" Xia Lianxing's voice was low and heavy. "The project leader has been poached, and he has disclosed the haunting incident." She bit her lower lip, realizing that your earlier disguise might no longer hold. Su Hang's gaze sharpened. If the truth comes to light, not only will the project fail, but the villagers, upon discovering the deception, will certainly cause an uproar. "I must return to the company tomorrow to handle this." Xia Lianxing rubbed her temples. "I will accompany you," Su Hang replied without hesitation. However, Xia Lianxing gently shook her head. "You should stay in Kyoto with Sister Luo." She looked up at him, her eyes filled with determination. "My investigation into Faceless requires you more than I do right now." Su Hang cupped her face. "Do you truly not want me to accompany you?" "No need, I will finish quickly." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Hang suddenly lowered his head, sealing her lips with his. Xia Lianxing was initially taken aback, but then wrapped her arms around his neck, her fingers sinking deeply into the fabric of his clothing. Chapter 53. The witness of that year. In the early morning at Kyoto Airport, the gentle rays of dawn filtered through the glass facade, illuminating the waiting hall. Su Hang held Xia Lianxing closely in his embrace, his chin gently brushing against the crown of her head. "It's all right," Xia Lianxing said, standing on her tiptoes to tousle his hair. "I will be back." Standing nearby, Luo Jin crossed her arms, her striking features etched with displeasure. She had just fallen asleep the previous night when a frantic knock at her door had startled her awake. This young man stood at the threshold with reddened eyes, insisting that she dispatch the finest guards from the Luo family to Jinan to protect Xia Lianxing, leaving her restless for the remainder of the night. "You must call me every day, understand?" Su Hang cradled Xia Lianxing's delicate face, his thumb gently caressing her skin. She nodded, her nose slightly flushed. "You must think of me. Every day. Every moment." Su Hang pressed a soft kiss to her forehead, his voice a mere whisper meant only for her ears. As the boarding announcement echoed through the hall, Xia Lianxing, dragging her suitcase, turned back to glance at him 3 times. Su Hang stood rooted to the spot, his gaze lingering in the direction of her retreating silhouette until she vanished completely at the security checkpoint. Finally, Luo Jin could no longer bear to watch. Her high heels came down sharply on his foot. Why are you still staring when she's gone? Ouch, sister, be gentler. Su Heng gulped, hopping on one foot, yet unable to resist, stealing another glance at the now empty security passage. In the car, on the return journey, Luo Jin's slender fingers tapped rhythmically on the steering wheel before she abruptly spoke. Doesn't this seem rather coincidental? Su Heng, lost in thought as he gazed out the window, asked, what do you mean? Li Chong is someone I personally promoted, Luo Jin replied with a scoff, pressing the accelerator a bit harder than necessary while overtaking. Knowing him as I do, he would never easily switch jobs. She cast a sidelong glance at Su Heng in the passenger seat. Just when I had a showdown with the Luo family, something happens on that side. Su Heng straightened suddenly. Sister, are you suggesting your second uncle and the others? Just a conjecture, Luo Jin interjected, turning the steering wheel as the tires made a faint screeching sound upon arriving at the hotel entrance. Once Lianxing arrives there, she will naturally discern the truth. Upon returning to his hotel room, Su Heng collapsed into the bedding that still held the lingering scent of Xia Lianxing's perfume. He inhaled deeply. The delicate fragrance of lavender mingled with citrus enveloping him, and he couldn't help but sigh. He lay there, staring blankly at the ceiling. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Though Su Heng maintained his daily routine of eating and personal care, an unsettling emptiness gnawed at him, rendering him listless. Each day, he eagerly anticipated the evening phone call with Xia Lianxing. Yet, even as her familiar voice resonated from the receiver, the intangible distance between them weighed heavily on his chest. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and twilight quietly spread, a sudden knock at the door shattered the silence. Su Heng dragged his feet to open it, revealing Luo Jin standing outside, arms crossed. Sister, is there something you need? His voice came out somewhat hoarse. Luo Jin scrutinized him, raising an eyebrow at his disheveled appearance. You've only been back for a few days, and you've already let yourself go? Su Heng awkwardly scratched the back of his head. It's just, I suddenly find it hard to adapt. Luo Jin snorted lightly. Enough of that. Fifth sister has found some leads. Su Heng's eyes brightened at the prospect of an activity. Let us go. At the entrance of Hongxiu Bin, Luo Jin gently tapped on the intricately carved wooden door. When it opened, Hua Xiangrong appeared in a crimson qipao, her gaze flitting past Su Heng to inquire, where is that little vixen? Fifth sister, Su Heng sighed, rubbing his forehead. Lianxing had to return to the company for an urgent matter. Hua Xiangrong's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she leaned closer to Su Heng. Then tonight, her delicate fingers traced the collar of his shirt, her breath fragrant as she proposed, how about accompanying your sister? The sultry timbre of her voice made Su Heng's ears flush. Let us discuss the matter at hand, Luo Jin interjected coldly, striding into the room. Hua Xiangrong let out a playful hum, casting a flirtatious glance back at Su Heng as she swayed away, the slits of her qipao revealing glimpses of her porcelain skin, prompting Su Heng to quickly avert his gaze. Wiping the fine sweat from his brow, he hastened to catch up with Luo Jin. Once inside the inner hall, Luo Jin took a seat and eagerly inquired, Fifth sister, have you uncovered any leads? Hua Xiangrong elegantly snapped her fingers. Xiaoqi, I recall you mentioning that 20 years ago, your parents were murdered beneath Lingwu Peak in Yun City, and then Master rescued you and raised you in the mountains, correct? Indeed, Luo Jin nodded slightly. But there is a point of contention. Hua Xiangrong unfurled a yellowed map of Yun City on the table. Your mother's family resides to the south of Yun City, yet Lingwu Peak is situated to the north. Her slender fingers traced a line on the map. Why were they found in completely opposite directions? Su Heng pondered aloud. Could it be that fifth sister's mother's family moved? No, Hua Xiangrong shook her head. I believe they were likely being pursued from the start, which forced them to change direction. Luo Jin's gaze sharpened. And then, I had someone investigate all the households near Lingwu Peak from 20 years ago. There were 27 households in total, and we located 22 of them. She paused dramatically, a meaningful smile curling her lips. Among them is a family with the surname Yu, whose elder likely witnessed the incident. Luo Jin abruptly stood, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. Where is he? Patience, Hua Xiangrong replied leisurely, savoring her tea. That elder has gone mad. She set her teacup down, the sound resonating softly. He has been receiving treatment in a psychiatric hospital in Yin City. This pivotal revelation cast a heavy atmosphere over the room. Su Hang couldn't restrain himself from interjecting. Fifth sister, can a madman's testimony be trusted? Hua Xiangrong suddenly pinched Su Hang's cheek, a glint of dangerous allure flashing in her eyes. You little rascal. After all the effort I put into uncovering this lead, you dare to nitpick? She exerted a bit more force, expressing her dissatisfaction with a sharp command. If you are not content, go investigate it yourself. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Su Hang hurriedly pleaded for mercy. I was wrong, senior sister. You are the most formidable. Only then did Hua Xiangrong release her grip with a satisfied hum. Luo Jin disregarded their playful bickering and set down her teacup, stating, We shall depart for Yun City tomorrow. Suddenly, she paused. Her mother's family home seemed to still reside in Yun City. After 20 years, she had never summoned the courage to visit. A leaf spiraled down from outside the window, and she turned her face away, a barely audible sigh escaping her throat. Chapter 54. An unexpected incident before the journey to Cloud City. Su Hang gazed at Luo Jin and softly inquired, Seventh senior sister, in all these years, have you not visited your maternal relatives? Luo Jin paused momentarily, her fingers trembling slightly before she nodded. The old man merely informed them that I'm still alive. She cast her eyes down upon the tea leaves swirling in her cup, adding, he said to wait until I come to terms with everything and return on my own. In the silence, the fragrance of the tea gradually faded. Seventh senior sister, shall we return now? As Su Hang rose from his seat, Hua Xiangrong unexpectedly blocked the doorway. Xiao Qi, you should head back first. Her lips curved into a subtle smile, her fingers already resting on Su Hang's garment. I have matters to discuss with junior brother. Luo Jin's lips twitched slightly, but without turning back, she walked outside. Seventh senior sister, save me. Su Hang's desperate cry was abruptly silenced by the sound of the door closing. In the corridor, Luo Jin quickened her pace, a suspicious flush appearing on her ears, though she pretended not to hear the struggles behind her. Su Hang instinctively crossed his arms, pressing his back against the chair. Fifth senior sister, please don't come closer. Hua Xiangrong gently lifted his chin, her delicate features illuminated by the candlelight. What? Are you afraid that I will devour you? As he instinctively nodded, he caught sight of her narrowed, alluring eyes and hastily shook his head. To his surprise, Hua Xiangrong laughed softly, then turned and seated herself directly in his embrace. The fragrant warmth enveloped him, and Su Hang's arms tightened involuntarily around her. Junior brother, how does senior sister's figure feel? She breathed softly, her jade-like arms encircling his neck. Su Hang's throat tightened, his voice hoarse. Senior sister, I. Suddenly, her icy fingers pressed against his lips, and she leaned closer, whispering in his ear. Shoo! The scent of roses brushed against his ear. Do not speak. Su Hang's body tensed, a response stirring beneath him. He gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Then he felt a warm, soft touch on his earlobe. This final straw shattered his precarious restraint. He abruptly turned his head, their lips meeting in a fervent and lingering kiss. Hua Xiangrong's breath quickened, her delicate hands gliding over his waist. A tempting blush crept across her skin. Her eyes sparkled with a dangerous yet exhilarating light as her red lips nibbled on his earlobe. Murmuring, Su Hang's senior sister likes you. Su Hang felt as if his mind had exploded. He swept her up in his arms and strode toward the intricately carved bed in the inner chamber. As he pressed Hua Xiangrong onto the luxurious quilt, she let out a contented sigh, soon silenced by his passionate kiss. When their lips parted, Hua Xiangrong gasped and tugged at his collar. As Su Hang's garment slid completely off, a flicker of obsession crossed her gaze. With a twist of her waist, she countered his strength, and before Su Hang could react, he found himself subdued. In the moonlight, her figure resembled a flexible barrier, cutting off all his avenues of retreat. With deliberate slowness, her fingers, stained with rouge, began to unfasten the buttons of her qipao. With each button undone, Su Hang's heartbeat quickened. A cry of pain mingled with tears fell. Yet the corners of her lips curled into a satisfied smile. The night breeze brushed against the gauzy curtains, carrying the sounds of their breaths out of the window. Hua Xiangrong wrapped her arms around his neck, and the fabric swayed, producing delicate sounds. Suhang felt utterly intoxicated. As if he had plunged deep into a sea of clouds, his senses overwhelmed, lost to the evening. However, as a woman experiencing forbidden fruit for the first time, she soon found herself unable to bear it any longer. Su Hang, senior sister can't take it anymore. Ah, her voice, laced with a whimper, pleaded for mercy, her nails leaving crimson marks on his back. Yet in that moment, Su Hang was unwilling to relent. His arms tightened instinctively, as he endeavored to drive them further into ecstasy. Hua Xiangrong emitted another moan. Amidst the flickering of the red candlelight, their figures gradually intertwined. Accompanied by a near sob of a scream, Hua Xiangrong completely surrendered, collapsing against him, her fragrant sweat-soaked hair sticking to her flushed cheeks. Su Hang gently laid her back, cradling her in his embrace. In this moment of serene contemplation, he felt akin to the steadfast Lu Xiahui. Even if the likes of Xia Lianxing, Luo Jin, and Hua Xiangrong stood before him with unwavering seriousness, he would merely smile, remaining unfazed. Of course, this was only applicable to the present state he found himself in. Gazing down at the delicate form still trembling in his arms, the ambiguous red marks adorning her snow-white skin tightened his throat. This truly was a grave misstep. He chuckled bitterly, closing his eyes, his fingertips unconsciously entwining a strand of her silky hair. Outside the window, rain had begun to fall, tapping lightly against the panes. The following morning, Su Hang awoke suddenly from a hazy slumber, the enchanting memories of the previous night flooding back like a tidal wave. He jolted upright. The person in his arms stirred, lazily chiding. What are you doing so early in the morning? Vuvuvu, senor sister. Suang stammered, retreating ginaste, I didn't mean to last night. Hua Xiangrong chuckled softly, her arms wrapping around his neck. Senior sister did so willingly. Do not blame yourself. Her fingertips traced circles on his chest. Do not worry. I won't tell that little jealous one. Su Hang swallowed hard. Senior sister, why must you do this? If you miss senior sister in the future, feel free to come find me. She suddenly leaned closer to his ear, her breath fragrant as orchids. With a rush, Su Hang felt a surge of warmth course through him. The vivid images from the night before flashed through his mind, and a sudden heat enveloped him. Oh dear, Hua Xiangrong laughed softly, pulling out a tissue to gently wipe away his nosebleed. Little junior brother, your passion is truly strong. Her fingertip intentionally grazed his lips, leaving a hint of tantalizing crimson. Suddenly, Su Hang recalled something. He hurriedly gathered his scattered clothing. Wu senior sister, hurry, get dressed. Chi senior sister will be here soon. Hua Xiangrong lazily propped her chin on her hand, a teasing smile playing on her lips. What are you afraid of? Her eyes then brightened. How about I help you with little Chi as well? Don't. Su Hang nearly tumbled off the bed, clasping his hands in a plea. Fifth senior sister, please spare me. Hua Xiangrong rose with a delicate laugh, the silk sheets slipping from her snow-white shoulders. She walked barefoot towards the bathroom, casting a flirtatious glance over her shoulder. Cowered as the sound of water began to flow, Su Hang finally exhaled in relief. Once they had completed their morning routines and arrived in the hall, he scratched his head, hesitating as he spoke. Fifth senior sister, should I still address you as such in the future? What? Hua Xiangrong suddenly closed the distance between them, her fingertip poking at his chest. Are you thinking of addressing me as wife? Lowering her voice, she added, if that little vixen at your home hears. Su Hang instantly sibedith, waving his hands in protest. I'd rather stick with fifth senior sister. Fifth senior sister it is. At that moment, a series of crisp knocks echoed from outside the door. Chapter 55, Arrival at Cloud City. Suddenly, a crisp knock resonated from outside the door. Su Hang shivered, his legs turning to jelly, nearly collapsing to the ground. Hua Xiangrong, witnessing his reaction, curled her crimson lips into a playful smile, languidly gathering her disheveled hair as she sauntered toward the entrance. Wait. Su Hang whispered in a desperate attempt to intervene, but it was too late. The moment the door swung open, the icy visage of Luo Jin entered his view. She strode into the hall, her keen gaze sweeping over the blooming Hua Xiangrong before settling on the visibly anxious Su Heng, instantly understanding the situation. Junior brother. Luo Jin approached with measured steps, her voice laced with a dangerous chill. You truly are quite the libertine. Su Heng swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Seventh sister. This. After stammering for a prolonged moment, he ultimately hung his head in defeat, rendered speechless. Hua Xiangrong giggled, linking her arm with Luo Jin's and brushing against her chest ever so slightly. Little seventh sister has always treated you well, so do keep our secret, won't you? She leaned closer to Luo Jin, her breath fragrant otherwise. Sister might just let you experience this intoxicating delight, as well be quiet. Luo Jin's ears flushed crimson as she abruptly shook off Hua Xiangrong's hand. I have no interest in your affairs, but if Lianxing finds out. The sentence trailed off as she cast a meaningful glance at Su Heng. Remembering Xia Lianxing's clear, innocent eyes, Su Heng's heart tightened, and he let out a bitter sigh. Fear not, Hua Xiangrong waved her hand dismissively. If we are discovered, I shall merely endure being the lesser party. Letting her take the lead, Luo Jin suddenly recalled that the three of them were to investigate clues in Cloud City later, and the thought of their night of indulgence made her grimace. Fifth sister, can you even walk? Hua Xiangrong frowned at the question, gently moving her waist. Ugh, I can manage, albeit with difficulty. She shot Su Heng a reproachful glance. If this little scoundrel had been a bit more vigorous last night, I fear I will be bettered in today. Enough, Luo Jin interjected, her face flushed with embarrassment. Let's discuss serious matters. Su Heng, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, quickly chimed in. Yes. Sisters, we should plan our arrangements for Cloud City. Luo Jin shot him a cold glance. It is too late to book a flight. We can only drive. It will take about 7 to 8 hours. All right, then we shall take turns. Su Heng began, but Luo Jin had already huffed in annoyance and turned to leave, leaving only a faint trace of her delicate fragrance behind. Hua Xiangrong leaned against the doorframe, her eyes sparkling. Little junior brother, my lower back is quite sore. Do you not intend to lend me a hand? Su Heng, noticing her slightly pale complexion, felt a sudden softness in his heart. Regardless of whether last night had been impulsive or driven by passion, fifth sister was undeniably his woman. With a gentle sigh, he stepped forward and extended his sturdy arm. Hua Xiangrong's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, wrapping her arm around his as if she were a triumphant cat, nearly hanging off his shoulder. Su Heng, feeling the softness of her touch on his arm, felt his ears grow warm, yet he made no effort to push her away. Walk slower, Hua Xiangrong whispered softly in his ear, her breath fragrant like orchids. It's all your fault for being so vigorous last night. Su Heng's steps faltered, nearly stumbling in sync. Ahead, Luo Jin, who was nearing the entrance, glanced back with a twitch at the corner of her mouth, hastening her pace. On the swift highway, a Rolls-Royce Phantom sliced through the morning mist. Luo Jin gripped the steering wheel tightly, her gaze fixed ahead. Yet the rearview mirror reflected an embarrassing scene. Hua Xiangrong nestled languidly in Su Heng's embrace. Her delicate fingers traced circles on his chest. Little junior brother, I'm so tired. I want to take a nap. Su Heng instinctively wrapped his arm around her shoulder, murmuring softly, go ahead and sleep. Suddenly, Hua Xiangrong tilted her face upwards, her crimson lips brushing against his chin. The kiss seemed to ignite something within Su Heng. He grasped the back of her head. Their lips entwined, the soft sounds of their intimate connection echoing in the serene confines of the vehicle. You too. Luo Jin's grip on the steering wheel tightened, the sound of it creaking under her pressure. Have you no shame? Hua Xiangrong giggled, pushing Su Heng away, her fingertip gliding over the corner of his lip where it had been bitten. All right, little seven is getting jealous. Like a contented cat, she curled into Su Heng's embrace, her eyes fluttering shut as she playfully nuzzled his neck, whispering, I love you, senior sister. You. Su Heng swallowed hard, ultimately exhaling a soft sigh as he pulled her closer. Luo Jin pressed the accelerator to the floor, the speedometer climbing to 160 in an instant. 8 hours later, the Yun City toll station finally came into view. They had taken brief rests at 3 service areas along the way. Although Su Heng volunteered to drive for 2 hours, his unrefined skills caused the average speed to plummet by 40 miles per hour. After all, he was merely a nameless veteran behind the wheel. Eventually, Luo Jin reclaimed the steering wheel, maintaining a steady pace within the speed limit for the remainder of the journey. Above Yun City, the sun shone brilliantly. The car came to a gradual stop in front of a 4-star hotel. Su Heng scrolled through his phone screen. This one seems good, with decent ratings. In the lobby, the crystal chandelier cast elongated shadows of the three. "Hello, how may I assist you?" The attendant greeted with a professional smile. "Three, Before he could finish, Hua Xiangrong pinched him sharply at his waist. "2 suites, the best ones available." Luo Jin turned her face away, suppressing the urge to roll her eyes. Given the circumstances, she could only feign ignorance to the flirtations of the couple. Upon entering the suite, Su Heng surveyed the somewhat dated decor. The conditions are far inferior to those in Kyoto. After all, this is a small city. Hua Xiangrong lazily flopped onto the large bed, her silk skirt cascading like water. She propped her chin up, gazing at Su Heng, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Don't trouble senior sister today. In a few days, I'll teach you some new positions." Su Heng's face flushed crimson, heat rising in his nostrils. "As senior sister, where did you learn all this?" he stammered. Hua Xiangrong suddenly felt a pang of embarrassment. "Well, when I was young, I rummaged through the master's drawer with my elder sister." She nervously twisted the hem of her garment, recalling the tome titled The Secret Art of Yin and Yang Dual Cultivation. "What?" Su Heng's voice rose sharply. Little 6 cast a glance and fled, while little 7, halfway through, also slipped away. Her voice dwindled as she continued. "Neither second sister, nor third sister, nor fourth sister managed to finish it. Only my elder sister and I." Su Heng buried his face in his hands, lamenting if the master were to find out. "Don't worry," Hua Xiangrong said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "We returned it as it was, and the master hasn't discovered anything to this day." Sudendi, Su Heng regenet besideher. His gaze unfocused as he stared at the ceiling. "Senior sister. I feel like such a scoundrel." Hua Xiangrong swiftly turned to lay on his chest, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. "What's wrong? Are you blaming your senior sister for tempting you?" "No." Su Heng painfully shut his eyes. "I blame myself." Hua Xiangrong's body stiffened unexpectedly, her voice trembling. "Then, are you going to abandon your senior sister?" Her once enchanting eyes glistened with unshed tears, resembling a forsaken kitten. Su Heng tightened his embrace. "How could I?" His palm caressed her delicate cheek. Since it has come to this, I shall take full responsibility." Only then did Hua Xiangrong's tense form relax, her eyes reddening. "Senior sister is now yours." She leaned closer to his ear, biting gently with a hint of fierceness. "If you dare to forsake me, I will." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Heng cupped her face in his hands. His fingers traced her exquisite features, finally resting on her rosy lips. "Senior sister." Understanding his intent, Hua Xiangrong's lips curved into a smile as she willingly met his kiss. This kiss was tender beyond measure, starkly contrasting the fervor of their past encounters, yet drawing their hearts closer together. Chapter 56. Qinghe Sanatorium. After a brief respite, the trio emerged from the hotel, enveloped by the twilight that had descended upon Cloud City. At that moment, Su Heng noticed that Luo Jin was carrying a long black bag on her back. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Seventh senior sister, what do you have in that bag?" Without turning her head, Luo Jin replied coldly, "You will know in due time." She paused momentarily, perhaps contemplating that it was merely a precautionary measure on her part. Hua Xiangrong activated her phone's navigation, stating, "This mental health facility is called Qinghe Sanatorium, located in the northeastern suburbs of the city, approximately a 30-minute drive." Luo Jin swiftly glanced at the route and decisively declared, "Let us go." She deliberately chose not to take her conspicuous Rolls-Royce, instead hailing an ordinary taxi. The interior was permeated with a subtle scent of leather. Luo Jin and Hua Xiangrong settled into the back seat on opposite sides, while Su Heng courteously occupied the front passenger seat. "Driver, to Qinghe Sanatorium." Su Heng announced their destination. "Understood," replied the driver, a dark-skinned middle-aged man, as he efficiently activated the meter and set off. "Driver, are you familiar with this place?" Su Heng casually asked. This sanatorium has been around for quite some time. I've heard it was established over 30 years ago. However, it is rather secluded, so not many people visit. Is that so? What is the environment like inside? Suhan continued. The driver chuckled. Well, how pleasant can a mental hospital be? But he hesitated. I've heard rumors over the years that many people have died there, though they are merely superstitious tales. What kind of rumors? Suhang's interest piqued. Oh, just the usual ghost stories. Patients supposedly seeing phantoms at night, which frightens them into a fit, if you ask me. It's not unusual for strange occurrences to happen in such places. Suhang shook his head with a smile. What era are we living in? Young man, as the saying goes, it's better to believe in the existence of the supernatural than to dismiss it, the driver remarked, turning onto the suburban road. In old hospitals like this, there are bound to be oddities. If there are indeed ghosts, one should tread carefully to avoid offending them. In the back seat, Hua Xiangrong and Luo Jin exchanged a glance, remaining silent. The taxi soon halted before the rusted gates of Qinghe Sanatorium. After the three disembarked, the driver turned the vehicle around and departed, the taillights quickly fading into the encroaching dusk. Suhang surveyed the surroundings. The desolate countryside was dominated by a solitary gray-white building. The crumbling walls were entwined with withered vines, and the faded inscription of Qinghe Sanatorium on the iron gate appeared particularly eerie in the dim light. Suddenly, Hua Xiangrong turned and walked toward a hidden alleyway, saying, "Follow me." The trio arrived at a discreet corner, where Hua Xiangrong swiftly sent a message via her phone. After a brief moment, she retrieved a silver whistle from around her neck. The sharp sound sliced through the silence, and moments later, a cloaked figure in dark blue attire materialized at the corner like a phantom. "Master." The masked individual knelt before Hua Xiangrong, voice reverent. At that moment, Hua Xiangrong's demeanor transformed, exuding authority as she inquired, "What is the situation?" "The target is in room 307 of the inpatient building. Everything is as usual." The masked figure replied in a hushed tone. "Dismissed." Hua Xiangrong gently waved her hand, and the individual immediately retreated in silence. Suhang widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Senior sister, what did he just call you?" Luo Jin replied nonchalantly, "Fifth sister is the current leader of Tianji Pavilion." Noting Suhang's continued confusion, she added, "This is a long story. I will explain it to you in due time." Suddenly, Hua Xiangrong leaned in closer, her crimson lips nearly brushing against Suhang's earlobe. "Junior brother, is senior sister impressive?" The earlier authority dissipated, giving way to her alluring demeanor once more. Senior sister is formidable." Suhang's ears flushed crimson as he instinctively took a step back. Luo Jin sighed nearby, clearly at a loss with the two. Scratching his head, Suhang timidly inquired, Where do we get inside?" Luo Jin shot him a glance. "Where do we get in?" "Obviously, we climb over the wall." She deftly rolled up her sleeves. "Are you expecting them to welcome us in an orderly fashion? I thought fifth sister would have arranged everything." Suhang awkwardly gestured toward the front gate, hoping for a straightforward entrance. Hua Xiangrong chuckled softly, ruffling Suhang's hair. "Little seven, don't be so fierce." She deliberately leaned closer to him, teasingly observing how frightened he appeared. Luo Jin watched the two with a twitching brow, her patience wearing thin. In the end, she could only roll her eyes in exasperation, mentally cursing the pair. In the dead of night, with clouds obscuring the moon, the sanatorium lay shrouded in eerie silence. Three shadowy figures effortlessly scaled the high walls, landing lightly on the ground. Following the intel, the trio stealthily approached the inpatient building. The dimly lit corridor echoed with sporadic maniacal laughter and anguished cries, reverberating through the empty hallways. Suhang shivered involuntarily, remarking, "This place is truly unsettling." "Be quiet and keep up," Luo Jin hissed in a low voice. The doors to the inpatient department were tightly shut, their dual locks glinting coldly in the moonlight. Unperturbed, Hua Xiangrong retrieved a black device from her waist pouch, its infrared lens flickering with a faint red glow. "What is this?" Suhang's eyes widened. "The key for unlocking." A smile played at the corners of Hua Xiangrong's lips as her fingers danced swiftly over the device. The thermal imager in her hand emitted a subtle glow. the infrared lens precisely capturing the residual heat on the keypad. The keys touched by human hands temporarily retained a faint thermal signature, with the most recently pressed key exhibiting the highest temperature. The thermal imaging map soon revealed the lingering warmth on the keypad, displaying 6 digits clearly on the screen. With a soft beep, the electronic lock disengaged, and Hua Xiangrong winked at Su Heng. "It's your turn, junior brother." Understanding her cue, Su Heng drew a specially crafted steel wire from his concealed pocket. With a flick of his wrist, in just a few deft movements, the mechanical lock clicked open. The heavy door creaked ajar, and a chilling gust, infused with the scent of disinfectant and decay, swept over them. The trio silently entered, and as the iron door closed behind them, the cacophony of maniacal laughter and cries became distinctly audible. They ascended the staircase. The corridor on the 3rd floor shrouded in darkness, with the iron doors of the hospital rooms glimmering coldly under the moonlight. Luo Jin took a deep breath and stepped forward. Arriving at the door of room 307, Su Heng once again demonstrated his lock-picking prowess, the lock emitting a faint click. The door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit ward where a figure wrapped in blankets lay curled up on the bed. Just as the 3 of them closed the door, the figure on the bed suddenly awoke. About to scream, Luo Jin had already darted to the bedside like a wraith, his slender fingers gently pressing against the person's Adam's apple. The hoarse cry was instantly stifled, leaving only a pair of terrified, wide eyes glimmering in the darkness. Chapter 57. The events of years passed in the moment the mobile phone illuminated the room. A visage etched with wrinkles became visible. The old man recoiled in terror, his murky eyes darting between the 3 individuals. Hua Xiangrong stepped forward slightly, her crimson lips parting. "Do not be afraid, venerable elder. We merely wish to inquire about a few matters." Before she could finish her sentence, the old man fixated on her intently, then turned his gaze towards Luo Jin, his eyes igniting with an unsettling glimmer of greed. He nodded vigorously, his bony fingers clenching the bed sheet tightly, indicating his willingness to cooperate. Luo Jin gently pressed her fingertip against his throat, relieving the pressure on his acupoint. "What do you wish to ask?" the old man croaked. 20 years ago, in Yun City at Lingwu Peak. "What did you witness?" Luo Jin's voice was as frigid as ice. The old man's avaricious gaze roamed over Hua Xiangrong's graceful figure and Luo Jin's delicate features, his murky eyes glinting with lascivious intent. "Ah, that incident from 20 years ago." He licked his cracked lips, chuckling lewdly. "If either of you would spend a night with me, I shall reveal everything." Luo Jin's eyes turned icy, a palpable aura of lethal intent radiating from her. Hua Xiangrong's enchanting smile froze, a flicker of dangerous chill flashing in her gaze. "You seek death." Suhan Beyavid, his figure darting to the bedside like lightning. His iron grip clamped down on the old man's wrist, twisting it sharply. Crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed painfully within the hospital room. The old man opened his mouth to scream, but Luo Jin's finger shot like lightning to his throat, silencing his cries. Hua Xiangrong observed Su Heng's furious demeanor, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her eyes. "Little junior brother, such fiery anger you possess." Su Heng clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles resonating. "How dare this old wretch speak to you in such a manner?" Suddenly, Hua Xiangrong burst into laughter. She leaned closer to him, whispering, "What? Feeling sorry for your senior sister?" The warmth of her breath made Su Heng's ears flush. Senior sister. Su Heng hastily retreated, nearly colliding with Luo Jin, who was preparing needles. Luo Jin produced a purple sandalwood box from her bosom, 9 silver needles glinting coldly in the moonlight. Hua Xiangrong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "It has been ages since I've seen little Seven perform the 9 needles to inquire the heart." Su Heng muttered under his breath, "I've seen it several times already." 10 minutes later, the old man knelt on the ground, his body convulsing, 3 silver needles trembling slightly at his acupoints. Luo Jin looked down at his contorted face, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Is this too much for you?" "Senior sister, that should suffice. Further, and someone might perish," Su Heng remarked, frowning. Luo Jin snorted disdainfully, her delicate hands sweeping. and the 3 silver needles were instantly retracted into her sleeve. The old man collapsed like a rag doll, his trousers thoroughly soaked, repeatedly banging his head in supplication. Luo Jin's gaze turned sharp, her fingertip flashing with the cold light of the needle. "Speak." The old man trembled all over, stammering, 20 years ago. While working in the fields, I stumbled upon a telescope. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. After that, I developed the habit of squatting at the door every day, using the telescope to observe the movements down the hill. The recollection seemed to still haunt him, his cracked lips quivering as he continued. That day was overcast. I took the telescope to look down the mountain, as usual. Suddenly, his murky pupils constricted sharply. I saw a young couple fleeing for their lives. The woman clutched a swaddled baby tightly, and the man was covered in blood. Behind them were several figures cloaked in black. Su Hang exchanged a glance with Hua Xiangrong. Surely, that infant was. What happened next? Luo Jin's voice tightened. The old man's nails dug deep into his palm. That man. He turned and killed 2 pursuers. Blood sprayed high. He nervously glanced around. Then they ran down the middle of the fork in the road. The old man struggled to swallow again, his throat convulsing. I couldn't help my curiosity and continued to watch. His pupils suddenly dilated, his voice turning hoarse. After 7 or 8 minutes, dozens of cloaked figures appeared down the mountain. At this point, he trembled violently. They had no faces. His bony fingers clutched the bed sheets tightly, as those figures split into 3 paths, leaving only one leader guarding the mountain's entrance. Later, the old man suddenly lowered his voice. A young man came, looking remarkably similar to the man who had fled. He nervously glanced around again. That man spoke a few words with the leading figure in black before leaving. I was so frightened that I dared not look any longer. Luo Jin's gaze turned icy. How did you end up here? Since that day, I have nightmares every night. The old man wept, always dreaming of those faceless beings coming for me. My family thought I'd gone mad. And then, Luo Jin's fingers gleamed with silver. The old man suddenly recalled something, his eyes wide with terror. The leader in black. His eyes. They were not human. They resembled scales like a snake. He shook his head frantically. I can never forget. It seemed he discovered I was peering at him. He glanced back at me. The cold light of the silver needle flickered between Luo Jin's fingers as she said coldly, "Think carefully. Is there anything you haven't mentioned?" The old man trembled, shaking his head desperately. "No. Truly nothing more. This is all I know." His bloodshot eyes were filled with fear. "I swear. I have recounted every detail of that day." Luo Jin narrowed her eyes, the silver needle spinning between her fingers. "If I find out you are concealing anything." She deliberately elongated her tone. The old man waved his hands frantically. "I wouldn't dare. Absolutely wouldn't dare." Luo Jin delicately twirled a dark red pill between her fingers, its eerie sheen glimmering under the dim light. "Consume it," she commanded. The old man, trembling, accepted the pill, his Adam's apple bobbing several times before he ultimately swallowed it. It was a poison. Luo Jin's voice was icy. "If you remain tight-lipped, an antidote will be provided in due course. Otherwise," she leaned closer, her crimson lips parting, "in 7 days, you shall bleed from all orifices. Your insides will rot away." The old man prostrated himself frantically, his forehead thudding against the floor with a dull sound. "I swear, I shall reveal nothing." As the 3 emerged from the hospital room, Su Hang could not suppress a whisper. "Senior sister, are we truly letting him go?" Luo Jin's lips curled into a cold smile. "Do you truly believe there will be an antidote?" She gently brushed off her sleeves, revealing that it was a type of goo worm from Yaojiang, set to strike at the midnight hour 7 days hence. The worm would begin to gnaw away at his internal organs. Suddenly, Hua Xiangrong chuckled softly, affectionately linking her arm with Luo Jin's. Little 7 remains as ruthless as ever. The 3 figures gradually faded into the distance, while behind them, in the hospital room, the old man sat collapsed on the floor, utterly unaware of the deadly toxin he had ingested. Chapter 58. Ambush. As the 3 emerged from the hospital building, a biting night wind suddenly swept across the desolate square. Withered yellow leaves danced in the gust, producing a rustling sound. Su Hang felt an immediate tension in the nape of his neck, a chill creeping up his spine. Luo Jin's expression turned serious as she swiftly retrieved a long box made of rosewood from her bag. With a soft click, the lid popped open, revealing a longsword, as clear as autumn water, glimmering coldly under the moonlight. Luo Jin narrowed her cool eyes and inquired, "Do you feel it?" "Yes," Su Hang replied in a low voice, his muscles instinctively tightening. It seemed that we were not the only ones with our sights set on this place. Hua Xiangrong's crimson lips curled into a smile as her delicate hand moved toward the purple dagger at her waist. "Fear not," she assured, her gaze fierce and resolute. "Sister will protect you. One strike for each foe." Su Hang cast a worried glance at Hua Xiangrong. She had only recently emerged from her trials, making her movements somewhat constrained. He silently resolved to shield Fifth Sister, doing everything possible to keep her from engaging in combat. In an instant, Luo Jin's longsword was drawn, its blade shimmering with a menacing glint. Hua Xiangrong twirled her purple dagger with her fingertips, its ethereal light cutting through the night. Su Hang took a deep breath, his wrist turning as a blood-red dagger vibrated in his palm. He scanned the increasingly dense shadows surrounding them with vigilance. Suddenly, swish, 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 a dozen dark figures leapt over the surrounding walls like phantoms. In the moonlight, these individuals were cloaked in pitch black, their faces concealed behind eerie, white, featureless masks. Most unsettling of all, those masks appeared to meld seamlessly with their skin, betraying no visible seams. Each of them bore an array of weapons. At the forefront stood a figure clad in black, distinguished by a unique blue mask. He wielded a long knife, its blade glinting ominously, exuding an aura of impending violence. Hua Xiangrong's pupils constricted as she whispered, "Faceless?" Luo Jin narrowed her eyes, a cold light flickering within, her grip on the longsword tightening instinctively. Su Hang held his breath, his legs slightly bent, his entire being taut like a drawn bow, prepared for the worst. The air felt as though it had solidified into ice. The faceless figures remaining eerily silent, their black robes rustling in the wind. In the blink of an eye, the trio found themselves encircled. The black-clad figures moved silently, forming a flawless circle that sealed off any route of escape. As Hua Xiangrong prepared to make her move, Luo Jin's longsword was already positioned before her. "Fifth Sister, protect yourself." Almost as soon as the words left her lips, the sword transformed into a streak of cold light, aimed straight for the blue-masked figure's throat. "Fifth Sister, take a rest," Su Hang urged, his gaze fiercely fixed on the surrounding masked assailants. Hua Xiangrong bit her lip in resignation, yet a sweet warmth surged through her heart. Su Hang's blood-red dagger spun within his palm. Two black-clad figures struck first. One wielded a short staff, sweeping towards his knees, while another lunged with a dagger aimed at his chest. Su Hang leapt abruptly, the staff narrowly grazing his pant leg. He swung his dagger to parry the thrust, using the momentum to pivot, the blade deftly slicing through one assailant's neck, warm blood splattering onto his hand. Before he could catch his breath, two figures clad in black lunged simultaneously. One wielded a chain, the iron hook slicing through the air with a menacing whistle, while the other brandished dual blades. Launching a relentless assault, Su Hang deftly evaded the iron hook, executing a graceful arc with a short dagger aimed at the lower offensive of the dual blades. The opponent reacted with remarkable swiftness, swiftly altering their stance, crossing the blades to parry the strike. Hua Xiangrong's eyes narrowed slightly, and in a sudden movement, she vanished. A black-clad assailant, poised to launch a sneak attack, felt a chilling sensation at his throat as her purple lightning dagger swiftly severed his windpipe. As blood sprayed forth, she landed gracefully, her skirts unfurling like the wings of a butterfly. The battle grew increasingly intense. Su Hang's garments bore several gashes, blood trickling down his arms. His short dagger danced in a flurry, casting crimson shadows beneath the moonlight. Whenever an opening appeared, he seized the opportunity to counterattack, and wherever the blade struck, blood would inevitably splatter. With Hua Xiangrong's assistance, the black-clad adversaries fell one after another. Meanwhile, Luo Jin's confrontation with the blue-faced adversary had reached a fever pitch. The blue-faced figure's swordplay was treacherous and sinister, each strike aimed directly at vital points. Luo Jin's sword surged with the force of a tempest, each move razor-sharp. The clash of long sword against long knife sparked a cascade of fiery glimmers, their figures moving so swiftly they nearly became phantoms. At that moment, Luo Jin's swordplay shifted dramatically. With a deft twist of her wrist, her 3-foot-long blade entwined around the opponent's weapon like a serpent, the tip piercing through the air toward the enemy's wrist. The blue-faced adversary hastily retreated. In a swift motion, a flurry of concealed projectiles erupted from his sleeves. The sound of clashing metal rang out as Luo Jin's long sword formed a luminous barrier, deflecting the projectiles with finesse. With a nimble leap, she surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. The blade and the glimmering knife intertwined beneath the moonlight, shattering the stone tiles and sending sparks flying. With a deafening crash, both combatants soared into the air, their paths crossing in a breathtaking moment. Upon landing, Luo Jin bore a fresh wound on her left shoulder, while the blue-faced figure collapsed, blood gushing from his chest. As the night breeze swept past, carrying with it the heavy scent of blood, Su Hang returned breathlessly to Huan Xiangrong's side, his body marked by several wounds. Luo Jin approached, cradling her shoulder, droplets of blood falling from her autumn water sword. The last two white-faced adversaries exchanged a glance, then suddenly raised their blades to commit suicide, blood splattering against their pale masks, creating a stark contrast. Su Hang staggered towards Luo Jin. "Seventh sister, are you all right?" His voice was hoarse. Luo Jin, clutching her shoulder, shook her head. "Just superficial wounds." Her gaze swept over Su Hang's injuries, a frown creasing her brow. "What about you?" "It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about." Su Hang Fostais might, only to wince as pain shot through him. Huan Xiangrong hurried forward, examining Su Hang's wounds with meticulous care. "I told you not to overexert yourself." Her fingertips grazed his rib wound with an astonishing gentleness. "Fifth sister, if you're unwell, I must ensure your safety." Su Hang grinned, but was met with Huan Xiangrong's sudden tap on his forehead. Still smiling, she chided, yet her eyes brimmed with concern. Luo Jin looked at the two with a sense of helplessness. "Enough. Let's leave this place quickly." Su Hang furrowed his brow. "With so many corpses, should we not send someone to handle this?" "There is no time," Luo Jin replied, shaking her head. The Luo family was far too distant from here, and she cast her gaze over the multitude of bodies strewn about haphazardly. There were far too many to deal with in a brief moment. Hua Xiangrong gently caressed the Xidian dagger. "It should be fine. They must have disabled the surrounding surveillance before their actions." She glanced towards the direction of the wall. "Let us depart. It is unwise to linger here." Su Hang nodded thoughtfully. The three of them approached the wall and leaped gracefully. Under the moonlight, their figures resembled 3 falling leaves, effortlessly vaulting over the high barrier and vanishing into the vastness of the night. Chapter 59. The faceless game. The night was shrouded in darkness, and a faint scent of medicine lingered in the hotel suite. Su Hang sat bare-chested at the edge of the bed, the ghastly wounds on his sun-kissed skin glaringly conspicuous. Hua Xiangrong, with her delicate fingers, dabbed ointment onto his back with gentle strokes. The coolness of the balm made Su Hang involuntarily flinch, his ears turning crimson as he endured the sensation. Hua Xiangrong chided him playfully, yet her touch remained tender. Standing by the window, Luo Jin folded her arms, the moonlight casting a serene outline of her figure. The injury on her shoulder was simply bandaged, the white gauze strikingly apparent against her dark attire. "Shao Qi," Hua Xiangrong suddenly turned, shaking the medicine bottle. "Why don't you take off your shirt too? I can help you apply the ointment." "That is entirely unnecessary," Luo Jin replied icily. Hua Xiangrong persisted. "Are you sure you don't want to? My technique is quite." "Fifth sister." A glint of cold light flickered in Luo Jin's eyes. All right. Hua Xiangrong raised her hands in surrender, tossing the medicine bottle toward her. "Do it yourself." Luo Jin deftly caught the bottle and turned towards the bathroom. The sound of fabric rustling soon filtered through the frosted glass. About tonight's events, Luo Jin's voice, though separated by glass, remained clear and frosty. "What are your thoughts?" As Su Hang opened his mouth to respond, Hua Xiangrong's fingertip suddenly pressed against a bruise under his rib, causing him to gasp in pain. Be gentle, fifth sister. A sly smile crept across Hua Xiangrong's face, and she finally relented. The trio fell into a brief silence. Su Hang spoke earnestly. We must analyze this step by step. First, the skills of those pale-faced men. His brow furrowed. They did not resemble ordinary assassins, but rather death warriors, specifically those trained with unique skills. The bathroom door swung open, and Luo Jin emerged, clad in a black silk night robe. The collar slightly ajar, revealing the edge of her bandage. Do you remember? She began, her voice dropping to a whisper that Elder mentioned. He saw someone who bore a striking resemblance to my father. Su Hang and Hua Xiangrong exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting the same grim realization that the person resembling her father could very well be her second uncle, Luo Shengli, or her third uncle, Luo Qingye. This notion was too cruel, plunging both into a shared silence. Since time immemorial, nothing has been more painful than the betrayal of kin. This possibility had long lingered in their minds, yet none dared to voice it. And then that faceless leader with serpent-like eyes. Luo Jin suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes flashing with cold determination. Combined with tonight's ambush, it is evident that we are caught in a vast scheme. Su Hang furrowed his brow. Sister, what have you deduced? Hua Xiangrong paused abruptly, her brow knitted in concern. Shao Qi, are you suggesting their target is the four great families? Indeed. Luo Jin's fingers lightly tapped the hilt of her sword, producing a crisp sound. Su Hang rubbed his temples, feeling increasingly perplexed. This had transcended his realm of understanding. You fool! Hua Xiangrong shook her head in exasperation, her fingertip gently poking his forehead. Do you remember what the Faceless did 10 years ago? Suddenly, Su Hang's eyes narrowed, fragments of memory flickering in his mind. The genius of the Yi family was... What was his name again? Yin Mingguan. As he abruptly lifted his head, the moment the name escaped his lips, he vaguely grasped something. Yet that clue slipped away like a fish through his fingers. Hua Xiangrong sighed softly. Let us retrace the events. She rose, pacing back and forth under the moonlight. 20 years ago, the eldest son of the Luo family and his wife were brutally murdered. Her steps faltered suddenly, and present at the scene, besides the faceless one, were also the other direct heirs of the Luo family. 10 years ago, she continued, her voice growing heavier, the most brilliant genius of the Yi family, Yi Mingxian, also fell victim to assassination. Su Hang sat up straight, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. Their target is the first heir of the family? Luo Jin's long fingers lightly tapped the coffee table, producing a dull sound. Indeed, a cold light flickered in her gaze. Thus, if the first heir of a family were to perish, who would benefit the most? Beads of sweat formed on Su Hang's forehead, his throat constricting. Naturally, his brothers. The moment those words left his mouth, a chill surged up his spine. The glint of Hua Xiangrong's dagger reflected coldly in the moonlight. This explains why the faceless one managed to escape amidst the dragon team's full-scale siege. The room fell into a heavy silence. The only sounds were the rhythmic breaths of the three. After a long while, Luo Jin slowly rose, her black robe glimmering coldly in the moonlight. Let us conclude for today. There was a hint of fatigue in her voice, yet it carried an undeniable resolve. Su Hang nodded silently, watching Luo Jin depart. The soft click of the door closing resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. On the bed, Hua Xiangrong lifted the corner of the blanket, patting the space beside her. Junior brother, come here. Her voice was laced with a languid tenderness. After Su Hang lay down, Hua Xiangrong immediately snuggled closer like a cat, the fragrance of her hair wafting gently to his nose. What are you thinking about? You seem so lost in thought. It's nothing. Su Hang gazed at the ceiling. I just find it a bit peculiar. So far, only the heirs of the Luo and Yi families have encountered misfortune, while the Lin and Su families remain unscathed. Hua Xiangrong's delicate fingers traced his collarbone gently. If you can't make sense of it, then don't think about it for now. Let us sleep. Su Hang turned onto his side, studying her exquisite features in the dim light. Sister, does it still hurt? His voice was filled with remorse. Hua Xiangrong's red lips curled into an enticing arc. What? Do you want it? She deliberately leaned in closer, her warm breath brushing against his lips. If you desire it. Sister could manage it with a little effort. Su Heng abruptly pulled her into his embrace. I don't want that. I'm just worried about you. His voice was husky and strained. Hua Xiangrong let out a light laugh, suddenly tilting her head to kiss his lips. Initially, it was merely a fleeting touch, but as Su Heng responded, it deepened abruptly. Her fingertips intertwined within his hair, their breaths growing increasingly frantic. As they parted, Xia Lianxing's lips glistened with moisture, her chest rising and falling violently. Shang's Adam's apple bobbed several times, his voice hoarse. Senior, sleep now. He tightened his embrace, securing her firmly against him, lest he truly. Little rascal, Xia Lianxing nestled into the crook of his neck. Finally, settling into tranquility, her breathing gradually became steady. Shang gently pressed his lips against her cheek and closed his eyes. Outside the window, the dark clouds began to disperse, and a slender new moon shyly peeked into view. Chapter 60. Family visit. The morning light filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a gentle glow upon the bed, where Hua Xiangrong awakened in Su Heng's warm embrace. She gently lifted her head, gazing at the serene profile of her junior disciple, her fingertips inadvertently caressing his noble nose. This comforting sensation stirred a sweet warmth within her heart. Su Heng's eyelashes fluttered as he slowly opened his eyes. Senior sister, what is it? Hua Xiangrong shook her head, a charming smile gracing her lips. It's nothing. She leaned closer to his ear, her breath fragrant as she whispered, I've discovered that I increasingly like you. Su Heng's ears instantly flushed crimson, and he hurriedly sat up. We should get up. He fumbled for his coat, only to be met with a peal of melodic laughter from behind. Hua Xiangrong propped her chin on her hand, observing his flustered demeanor, and suddenly leaned in to peck his lips before gracefully making her way to the bathroom. Left behind, Su Heng sat on the edge of the bed, his fingers unconsciously brushing against his lips, still bearing the lingering scent of her presence. In the dining room, Luo Jin was fixated on her phone screen, her brow furrowed. The morning light cast a golden hue upon her cool features, and her breakfast remained virtually untouched. When the two finished washing up and entered the dining room, Luo Jin was seated alone by the window, her gaze fixed on her phone, her long fingers absent-mindedly stroking the edge of her teacup. Xiaoqi Hua Xiangrong pulled Su Heng to sit across from her and waved to the waiter, requesting 2 servings of Chinese breakfast. Steaming plates of breakfast soon arrived at their table. As Su Heng took a bite of the fried egg, he noticed that Luo Jin had hardly touched her meal. Seventh senior sister, is something the matter? Luo Jin pushed her phone to the center of the table, her voice barely above a whisper. So many people died last night. Yet the morning news is eerily calm. On the screen, the local news headline boldly featured a celebrity scandal. Hua Xiangrong's fork halted midair, her lips pressed together. To clean up the scene in such a short time, she exchanged a glance with Su Heng, realizing that only a professional organization could accomplish such a feat. Could it be? Su Heng swallowed hard. The three exchanged glances, speaking in unison, the faceless. Luo Jin lightly tapped her fingers on the table. That old man is likely in grave danger. Her tone was calm, yet a shadow flickered in her eyes. Seventh senior sister, are we returning to Kyoto next? Su Heng inquired. Luo Jin suddenly fell silent, her long eyelashes trembling. I think. She hesitated for a rare moment. I should visit my mother's family first. Hua Xiangrong immediately took her cold hand in hers. I will accompany you. She turned to glare at Su Heng, a teasing thread in her eyes. You will certainly come along, right? Of course. Su Heng nearly choked on his soy milk, hastily nodding in agreement. Luo Jin's gaze shifted between the two, her usually icy demeanor softening slightly. All right. She nodded gently. We shall depart this afternoon. Yinxing, Ruan family, an elderly woman, sat alone in a wicker chair in the courtyard, her aged fingers gently tracing the mottled patterns on the armrest. In the deep autumn, the sycamore leaves spiraled down, and a withered leaf gently landed upon her knee. She picked up the leaf and caressed it delicately between her fingers, ripples surfacing in her murky eyes. It had been 20 years. The old woman's hoarse sigh blended with the autumn wind. Soon, it would be the anniversary of her daughter, Wan Xiao's death. Ever since both Xiao and her son-in-law, Luo Jianjun, had met their untimely demise, the laughter of her daughter had not resonated beneath this sycamore tree. The elderly lady trembled as she rose, her frail figure casting a long shadow in the setting sun. Over the years, she had dragged this increasingly deteriorating body year after year to pay homage to her daughter. Yet recently, even the stone steps leading up the mountain had become more arduous to traverse, and she wondered how many more springs and autumns she could endure. Thinking of her granddaughter still in this world, her wrinkled hand clenched tightly around her cane. That old scoundrel Luo Yuanshan. Not long ago, he sent word that the child was alive and would return to acknowledge her kin. Yet after waiting, there was still no news, not even a photograph. Coughing violently, she bent over, and once she steadied herself, a spark of fury ignited in her eyes. She resolved to journey to the capital soon. Even if it meant risking her frail life, she would confront Luo Yuanshan directly to ascertain if he was merely toying with this dying old woman. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Wang Yinzhou rushed out from the main hall, a thick coat in hand. "Mother, why are you out again?" He carefully draped the coat over her shoulders. "It's windy outside, and you cannot withstand such exposure." The old woman seemed not to heed his words. Her cloudy gaze fixated on the horizon. "Yinzhou, your sister's Memorial Day is fast approaching." Wang Yinzhou's fists instinctively clenched and then gradually relaxed. "Mother, this year, do you still wish to go in person? The mountain path is so treacherous." "Go." The old lady struck the ground with her cane, producing a resounding thud. "As long as I draw breath, I shall crawl there if need be." At that moment, a sharp female voice erupted from the inner courtyard. "Wang Yinzhou, where have you been, you useless wretch? The rice is half-cooked, and the pot is about to burn." A hint of embarrassment crossed Yunzhou's face as he murmured, "Mother, I must." The old woman waved him off, urging him to hurry. Watching her son hunch his back and hastily depart, the light in her eyes dimmed gradually. The quarrel from the inner courtyard grew increasingly loud. "Why do you care for that old crone? She's nearing the end of her days." "She is my mother." "Mind your tone." "Mind my tone? How can I not? I have served her for so many years. Haven tea, I've been more than dutiful." The sycamore leaves rustled softly as the old woman slowly closed her eyes. A murky tear rolled down her wrinkled cheek, disappearing into the folds of her collar. The autumn wind wailed as it swept through the courtyard, seemingly emitting a silent lament for this aged soul. Just then, a sudden screech of tires echoed from outside the courtyard gate. The old woman paused, her clouded eyes instinctively turning toward the entrance. A middle-aged woman clad in a deep blue robe rushed into the courtyard, breathless and exclaiming, "Madam, the young lady. The young lady has returned." The elderly lady's cane clattered to the ground. Trembling, she rose unsteadily, her wrinkled hands quaking. "Enfant, what did you say? Please repeat it." She suspected that her advanced age had dulled her hearing, or perhaps her yearning had conjured an illusion. Aunt Fong hurried forward to support the elderly woman, tears glistening in her eyes. "It is the young lady. She claims her name is Luo Jin, her father is Luo Jianjun, and her mother is Wan Xiao. Her features resemble those of Miss Xiao in her youth." Instantly, tears streamed down the elderly lady's face, tracing the deep lines of her cheeks. She trembled as she bent to retrieve her cane. "Quick, take me to see," before her words could fully escape her lips. Footsteps echoed from the entrance of the courtyard. Chapter 61. Two slaps Luo Jin, clad in a simple white garment, led the way, followed closely by Su Heng and Hua Xiangrong. The morning light filtered through the gaps in the phoenix tree leaves, casting mottled shadows upon her serene visage. The elderly lady stood frozen in place, her cane slipping from her fingers once more. The resemblance in her brows and features stirred a distant memory, as if she were witnessing her daughter return in the morning glow from 20 years past. Grandmother Luo Jin's voice trembled slightly. She hurried forward and knelt slowly before the elderly woman. "I am Luo Jin, I have returned." The frail hands of the old lady quivered as they caressed Luo Jin's cheek, tracing every contour from brow to chin with meticulous care. Hot tears fell upon their clasped hands. Heaven has eyes. The elderly woman embraced Luo Jin tightly, her voice choked with emotion, nearly rendering her speechless. This is not a dream, not a dream. A gust of autumn wind swept through the courtyard, swirling a few golden phoenix leaves gently around the two women locked in an embrace. Hua Xiangrong discreetly wiped away her tears, while Su Heng turned his face away, his throat constricting with unspoken emotion. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the back courtyard, and Ruan Yunzhou stumbled out. Upon recognizing Luo Jin's face, he stood frozen, as though struck by lightning. Xiao? His lips trembled, and for a fleeting moment, he envisioned his sister from 20 years ago, standing in the sunlight. The spatula he held clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound against the stone tiles. Luo Jin looked at the weathered, middle-aged man before her throat tightening slightly. You must be my uncle, right? I am Luo Jin. Ruan Yunzhou felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and instinctively leaned against a nearby phoenix tree. The rough bark pressed painfully into his palm, assuring him that this was not a mere figment of his imagination. Luo no, little Jin, he stammered, tears blurring his vision. You have finally returned. Before he could finish his thought, a harsh voice erupted from the back courtyard. Ruan Yunzhou, are you deaf, you useless fool? Do you treat my words as mere whispers? The sharpness of her voice sliced through the warm atmosphere like a knife, accusing him of being a worthless failure devoid of both wealth and talent. Marrying you has cursed me for 8 lifetimes. Ruan Yunzhou's countenance turned ashen, fidgeting with his calloused hands. Little Jin, I should. Luo Jin grasped his sleeve firmly, her brow furrowed. Uncle, what is happening? The elderly lady sighed, gently patting the back of Luo Jin's hand. It is your aunt. Do not take it to heart. She is simply hot-tempered, accompanied by the sound of high heels striking the stone tiles. A woman adorned in dazzling jewels sauntered into view, her silk qipao shimmering in the sunlight. The pearls around her neck gleamed with a lustrous fullness, starkly contrasting with the patched, coarse fabric worn by the elderly lady and the faded shirt of Ruan Yunzhou. With a disdainful twist of her crimson lips, she scrutinized Luo Jin with a critical gaze. Oh, what is this performance about? She remarked, her vividly painted nails gesturing dismissively at the corner of her mouth, her discerning eyes sweeping over everyone in the courtyard. The elderly lady trembled slightly as she leaned on her cane, while Ruan Yunzhou lowered his head, hesitant to speak. Luo Jin noticed that her uncle's cloth shoes were already worn at the edges, whereas her aunt's lambskin shoes gleamed with a polished shine. Aunt Fong hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully stating, Madame Luo, this is Miss Luo Jin, the biological daughter of Miss Xiao. Luo Ying narrowed her exquisitely painted eyes, a cold smirk curling her red lips. Biological daughter? Ha! It has been 20 years. Who can discern the truth? The elderly lady shook with anger, her vision darkening, nearly losing her balance. Nearby, Hua Xiangrong quickly supported her. Be quiet. Ruan Yunzhou suddenly erupted, his usually meek demeanor transformed as his eyes blazed with fury. This is my sister's daughter. She resembles her exactly from her youth. Luo Ying disdainfully pouted, I have never seen your sister. How can I know if it is true? Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she pointed a finger adorned with vibrant nail polish at Luo Jin. Perhaps she is an illegitimate child, here to impersonate? The more she spoke, the more she convinced herself of her own cleverness, her voice rising. If you ask me, she is likely here for the Ruan family's fortune. There are plenty of such con artists these days. Su Heng clenched his fists, knuckles whitening. Had it not been for the consideration of her being the senior sister's aunt, he would have kicked her out already. The elderly lady struck the ground heavily with her cane, her frail voice emanating an unprecedented authority. Luo Ying, no matter how mischievous you have been in the past, I have tolerated it. If you dare to bully my granddaughter today, you shall leave this house. Seeing the angry glares directed at her, Luo Ying sulkily pouted. Isn't this for the good of the family? She pulled a tissue from her designer handbag, ostentatiously wiping non-existent sweat. If you ask me, a paternity test would be the safest route. This house is worth a considerable sum, and we cannot let outsiders benefit. Before her words could fully escape, Luo Jin stepped forward. Her cold gaze pierced through Luo Ying like a sword, the chill emanating from her causing the arrogant woman to instinctively retreat a step. Pressured by Luo Jin's stare, Luo Ying stumbled back 2 steps, stammering, What do you want? I'm your aunt. Luo Jin's lips curled into a chilling smile. Didn't you just say I was an illegitimate child? She advanced slowly, each step instilling fear in Luo Ying. What now? Are you acknowledging that you are my aunt? Luo Ying forced herself to stand tall, a flicker of panic crossing her heavily made-up face. Who acknowledged it? You little wretch, slap. A crisp sound echoed through the courtyard as her face turned to one side, her meticulously arranged hair disheveled. Everyone was stunned, even the elderly lady momentarily forgetting to cough. Luo Jin leisurely shook her hand. Since Aunt's words are so foul, let me assist in cleansing them. Luo Ying clutched her rapidly swelling right cheek, her eyes wide with disbelief. You dare to strike me? Slap. Another resounding slap landed on her left cheek. Luo Jin tilted her head slightly and asked, Aunt, are you feeling comfortable now? In a fit of madness, Luo Ying lunged at her, claws outstretched. With a graceful step back, Luo Jin evaded her attack, causing Luo Ying to crash heavily onto the flagstone floor. Her esteemed qipao now dust-laden and her hair disheveled like a wild creature. She lifted her head, her gaze filled with venom, sharp as a poison blade. You wait for me. Stumbling to her feet, she dashed towards the door, one of her high heels left behind in the courtyard. It was then that the elderly lady regained her senses, trembling as she grasped Luo Jin's hand. Xiao Jin, you. Luo Jin turned to support the elder, her tone now gentle, a stark contrast to before. Grandma, do not worry. She cast a glance at the disheveled figure fleeing outside. People like her, if not properly reprimanded, will never learn to restrain themselves. Chapter 62. The past of the Ruan family. Ruan Yunzhou's rough fingers unconsciously stroked the faded edge of his clothing, his voice hoarse. Xiao Jin, uncle. I have embarrassed you. Luo Jin gazed at Luo Ying's hurried retreat, a flicker of coldness crossing her eyes. When she turned to Ruan Yunzhou, her expression softened. Uncle, you speak too lightly. I am more concerned that you may blame me for being too harsh. Ruan Yunzhou rubbed his calloused hands, forcing a bitter smile. Actually, your aunt. He hesitated, casting a glance at the elderly matriarch. The old woman leaned on her cane. A deep sense of guilt etched upon her wrinkled face. It is all my fault. Luo Jin's gaze flickered slightly. As the helmsman of a billion-dollar conglomerate, she instantly sensed the underlying complexities of the situation. Grandma, uncle, she gently suggested, let us retreat indoors and discuss this further. Hua Xiangrong immediately stepped forward, tenderly supporting the elderly lady. Grandma, allow me to assist you inside. The delicate fragrance emanating from her caused the old woman's tense shoulders to relax somewhat. Only then did the elderly matriarch notice the 2 individuals standing quietly to the side, her murky eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Xiao Jin, who are these 2? These are my recognized sister and brother, Luo Jin introduced. Hua Xiangrong's lips curled into a gentle smile as she performed a traditional bow to the old lady. Su Heng then stepped forward earnestly. Grandma, since you are Luo Jie's grandmother, you are naturally our grandmother as well. Please do not treat us as outsiders. The old lady's eyes grew moist once more, her trembling hand resting on Su Heng's sturdy arm. Good. You are all such good children. Suddenly flustered, she exclaimed, but I did not prepare any gifts for our meeting today. Grandma, Hua Xiangrong playfully interrupted, affectionately linking her arm with the elderly lady's. Let's go inside first and discuss it there. Ruan Yunzhou had already hastily entered the house to retrieve several old rattan chairs, prompting Su Heng to rush forward to assist him. Once everyone settled, the old lady took her place in the main seat of the grand chair. Sunlight filtered through the intricately carved window panes, casting dappled light upon her. Luo Jin observed the photo of her mother from her youth on the table, impeccably clean, the frame's edges worn smooth with time. The old lady gazed at Luo Jin's profile as she studied the photograph, momentarily lost in a reverie, as if time had reversed. The slight furrow of her brow and the gentle curve of her lips resonated with the spirit of the girl captured in the frame. Her gnarled fingers instinctively reached toward the air, only to tremble and retract. Murky tears rolled down her deeply lined cheeks. Luo Jin immediately stepped forward, gently clasping the frail hand of the elderly woman. "Grandma, please do not be sad. Look, I have returned, have I not?" The old lady hurriedly wiped her face with her sleeve, forcing a strained smile. "Yes, yes, look at me." She coughed twice, her stooped back reflecting the burdens of age. "Grandma." Hua Xiangrong suddenly knelt down, her rosy skirt spreading like petals on the stone floor. She lifted her delicate face, her eyes shimmering with playful defiance. "If anyone dares to criticize you, I will be the first to stand against it. I shall ensure they understand the great fortune of our beloved grandmother." Su Hang stepped forward, his voice deep and resolute. "Grandmother, rest assured. From now on, with us around, we shall not allow you or uncle to suffer even the slightest grievance." The elderly lady stared blankly at the three young individuals surrounding her. After 2 decades of relentless, gnawing solitude, an inexplicable warmth suddenly filled her heart at that moment. It was worth it, all worth it. The elderly woman's voice, hoarse yet tinged with laughter, was accompanied by tears that flowed more freely. Luo Jin gently inquired, "Grandmother, earlier you mentioned Aunt. Is there perhaps a deeper story behind it?" The elderly lady wiped her tears and sighed deeply. "This matter must begin with the youth of your grandfather and great-grandfather." Her gaze drifted beyond the window frame, as if peering into a distant past. "Back in those days on the battlefield, your great-grandfather shielded Luo Yuanshan from a bullet, sustaining grave injuries and retreating." Her words trailed off abruptly, and she suddenly snorted disdainfully. "That old fool is quite lucky," later earning numerous first-class honors. And after being vindicated, he soared to great heights. A mocking smile appeared on her wrinkled face. At least he had a modicum of conscience, later proposing a betrothal. Su Hang exchanged a glance with Hua Xiangrong, attentively listening to this long-buried tale. "After your parents passed away," the elderly lady's voice choked, gripping the armrest tightly, "your great-grandfather's old wounds flared up, and he did not survive that winter." She suddenly raised her head, her eyes igniting with a fierce hatred. "I returned the money from the Luo family and rejected the job he arranged. My Yuan family does not need Luo Yuanshan's pity. If it weren't for him, your great-grandfather and your mother would not have died." Luo Jin silently clasped the trembling hand of the elderly woman. She could feel the tumultuous emotions raging within her, yet found herself unable to adjudicate the intricacies of this grievance. The elderly lady seemed poised to say more, but was abruptly seized by a violent cough, her frail body swaying like a candle in the wind. Ruan Yinzhou hurriedly stepped forward, his broad palm gently patting his mother's slender back. "Mother, let me speak about the subsequent matters." Ruan Yinzhou rubbed his rough hands together, speaking softly. "At that time, I had just married your aunt. She had a somewhat fiery temperament, but initially, it wasn't this extreme." He cast a glance towards the door. It was only after Mother refused the financial assistance from the Luo family that she... Was it because she resented Grandmother for cutting off her financial lifeline? Luo Jin astutely pointed out. Ruan Yinzhou forced a bitter smile and nodded. Luo Jin lightly tapped the table, suddenly suggesting, "Uncle, would you consider working in my company?" "Huh?" Ruan Yinzhou's head jerked up, nearly spilling the cup of tea in his hands. Your company?" "Yes, my company is in Jinan," Luo Jin replied calmly, as though discussing the weather. "It will be convenient to bring Grandmother along for care." The elderly lady's wrinkled hands gripped the armrest of her chair tightly. "Xiao Jin, what kind of company are you running?" Yinzhou is almost 50. Su Heng couldn't help but interject. "Grandmother, you can rest easy." He smiled proudly. "Sister Luo is the president of the group. When she speaks, no one dares to contradict her." Just as Ruan Yinzhou was about to say something further, a sudden, urgent screech of brakes resounded from outside the courtyard. Immediately, a hoarse male voice thundered with anger. "Is there no decency left? How dare you lay hands on an elder?" With a loud crash, the courtyard door swung open. A man in his 50s, clad in a wrinkled suit, strode in with purpose. Following closely behind him was Luo Ying, her face still marked with redness. The man's hair was streaked with gray, and his beer belly strained against the fabric of his suit. Yet he carried himself with a semblance of military bearing. The elderly lady's expression shifted dramatically. Luo Daong, what are you doing here? Before she could finish, a fit of violent coughing overtook her. Ruan Yinzhou hurriedly supported his mother and whispered to Luo Jin, he is Yingying's elder brother, formerly a section chief in the Armed Forces Department. Luo Cheng approached Luo Jin with a grim demeanor, scrutinizing her from head to toe. So, you are the one who harmed my sister? His voice was low but exuded an oppressive authority cultivated from years within the system. How is it that someone so young can be so brazen? Su Heng quietly maneuvered to stand beside Luo Jin, while Hua Xiangrong, with a smile, toyed with a strand of her hair, her eyes glinting with a cold light. Unfazed, Luo Jin adjusted her cuff. You must be Section Chief Luo. Am I correct? Her tone was chillingly calm. Are you familiar with the details of this incident? Luo Ying, hiding behind her brother, shouted, Brother! Why waste words on this uncultured wild child? Luo Cheng, maintaining his brooding expression, stepped closer to Luo Jin, brandishing his phone from his briefcase. I have already contacted Director Wang at the police station. He narrowed his eyes, his tone threatening. Either you apologize to my sister now, or be prepared to face detention. Chapter 63. A slap in the face. Ruan Yinzhou hurriedly stepped forward, his rough hands anxiously rubbing together. Brother-in-law, we are all family. Let us discuss this amicably. Family? Luo Daong suddenly raised his voice, the flesh on his face quivering. How much suffering has my sister endured since marrying into your Ruan family? How many hardships has she faced? He abruptly pointed at Luo Jin. Now, for this unknown bastard, you want me to negotiate? The term bastard struck like a knife, and Su Heng's gaze instantly turned perilous. He stepped forward slowly, raising his right hand seemingly nonchalantly. Uncle, do you see this? Luo Daong instinctively looked down. But before he could comprehend, a sharp crack echoed. Su Heng's palm landed with thunderous force against his face, sending him flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, revealing 2 broken front teeth within. Brother! Luo Ying screamed as she rushed over. Luo Daong struggled to prop himself up, his eyes dazed and bewildered. How could this seemingly ordinary young man dare to confront him? Su Heng stood with his hands in his pockets, looking down at him. Uncle, was that satisfying? A smirk adorned his lips. If it wasn't enough, I could do it again. Luo Daong glared at them with resentment, pulling out his phone to call for reinforcements. The elderly lady hurriedly approached Luo Jin. Xiao Jin, you all should leave quickly. It will be too late once the police arrive. Luo Daong spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Leave? You could try to kill me if you have the guts. Otherwise, none of you are leaving. Luo Jin gently patted the elderly lady's hand. Grandmother, do not worry. She calmly put away her phone, a faint, almost imperceptible cold smile gracing her lips. Director Luo, feel free to summon your people. I will be waiting. The atmosphere in the courtyard became tense. Luo Jin stood with her arms crossed, observing coldly. The elderly lady and Ruan Yinzhou appeared worried, their fingers nervously twisting the edges of their clothing, while Su Heng and Hua Xiangrong maintained an air of calm, as if watching a farcical play. Luo Ying hid behind her brother, her eyes flickering with both fear and anticipation. The jarring sound of police sirens grew closer, several patrol cars screeching to a halt outside the courtyard. Luo Daong instantly perked up. You're finished. Over a dozen police officers filed in, led by a portly officer with a grim expression. Luo Daong hastened to greet him. Director Wang, it's them. Director Wang raised his hand to interrupt, his gaze scanning the faces of the crowd. Who is Luo Jin? I am. Luo Jin stepped forward. And who struck him? Su Heng casually raised his hand. I did. Just as Director Wang was about to erupt, his phone vibrated abruptly in his pocket. He pulled it out, and upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted dramatically. The director? In a matter of seconds, beads of sweat began to form on Director Wang's forehead. As he ended the call, his face turned ashen, his hands trembling as he held the handcuffs. Director Wang, sweating profusely, stammered, You are from the Luo family of Kyoto? Luo Jin replied with a smile that was neither entirely sincere nor entirely mocking. What? Is Director Wang not planning to take me back? Of course not. Director Wang repeatedly waved his hands, his face ashen. He knew all too well that if he dared to lay a finger on Luo Jin today, he would find himself stripped of his police uniform by tomorrow. Such was the weight of the Luo family in the capital. At this moment, Luo Daong finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his legs buckling beneath him as he nearly collapsed to the ground. His lips trembled incessantly, his countenance as pale as death. Luo Ying sat crumpled on the floor, her mind a tumult of confusion. How could her niece's mother, Ruan Xiao, possess such a formidable background? Suddenly, a realization jolted through her. Luo Jin's father. Indeed, when she married into the Ruan family, Ruan Xiao had already passed away, and the elderly matriarch along with Ruan Yinzhou had steadfastly avoided discussing Ruan Xiao's past. All she knew was that Ruan Xiao and her husband had seemingly perished in an accident. Director Wang wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling that it was unacceptable to simply disperse. He barked an order. Take these two troublemaking suspects back. The officers sprang into action. Luo Daong, like a statue, was hoisted up, and only upon feeling the cold clink of handcuffs locking shut did he awaken from his stupor. Meanwhile, Luo Ying suddenly fell to Luo Jin's feet, pleading. Xiao Jin, I was wrong. Please spare me. Luo Jin observed coldly, unmoved. Seeing no success in her appeal to Luo Jin, Luo Ying crawled before the elderly matriarch. Her voice choked with tears. Mother, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me just this once. The old woman turned her face away, her expression complex. Ruan Yinzhou opened his mouth as if to speak, but upon meeting Luo Jin's icy gaze, he shivered and ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Before long, the sound of police sirens faded into the distance, and the courtyard returned to its former tranquility. Only the bloodstain on the ground, mingled with teeth, silently narrated the events that had just transpired. Luo Jin gently assisted the elderly matriarch into the main hall. Grandmother, she spoke softly, let's return to Jinan. The medical facilities there are superior, and it will be more convenient for me to care for you. The elderly woman settled into an armchair, her gnarled hands tenderly caressing a photograph of her daughter. After a long pause, she shook her head. Xiao Jin, this old body of mine would only bring you trouble. Luo Jin knelt down, grasping the frail hands of the elder. How could it be a bother? The elderly woman pointed towards the window. Your mother's grave is in Yunqing. If I stray too far, I fear I won't be able to see her even in my dreams. Tears shimmered in her cloudy eyes. It is enough for me that you can return to visit me. Su Hang and Hua Xiangrong attempted to persuade her further, but the elderly woman stubbornly waved her hand. Ruan Yinzhou spoke softly. Xiao Jin, rest assured, I will take good care of mother. Luo Jin was silent for a moment before retrieving a bank card from her bag. Uncle, this card contains a modest sum. This is unacceptable. Ruan Yinzhou quickly recoiled, his rough hands brushing against his clothing as if fearing to soil the card. Yinzhou, the elderly matriarch, suddenly interjected. Accept it. It is the child's goodwill. Only then did Ruan Yinzhou cautiously take the card, his hands trembling slightly. Luo Jin rose, adjusting her attire. Uncle, I entrust grandmother to you. She paused, adding, as for aunt, I suggest you consider divorce. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me. Ruan Yinzhou offered a bittersweet smile and nodded, after which they exchanged phone numbers. As they prepared to part ways, the three lingered at the gate, reluctant to say goodbye. The elderly lady and Ruan Yinzhou stood at the entrance, watching as they walked towards the car parked outside. Luo Jin opened the door and glanced back for one last look. The figure of the elderly lady, leaning on her cane, appeared particularly diminutive under the shining sun, while Ruan Yinzhou stood beside his mother, waving goodbye. Inside the vehicle, the rearview mirror reflected Luo Jin's slightly reddened eyes. Su Hang spoke softly. Seventh senior sister, do not be too sorrowful. Once this busy period is over, we shall return to visit grandmother. Luo Jin tightened her grip on the steering wheel and nodded. Hua Xiangrong leaned against Su Hang's shoulder, releasing a quiet sigh. The elderly lady has truly endured much over the years. A profound silence enveloped the cabin. Su Hang tightened his embrace around Hua Xiangrong, while Luo Jin's gaze remained fixed on the increasingly distant ancestral home. amidst the hum of the engine. The old wooden door stood silently, steadfast in its place. Chapter 64. The journey home. Upon returning to the hotel, Luo Jin walked silently into the elevator, his silhouette appearing particularly desolate under the cold, white lights. Su Hang watched as the elevator doors slowly closed, his brow furrowing unconsciously. He stood still, his gaze following the figure that gradually receded into the distance. He instinctively took a step forward, only to be gently restrained by Hua Xiangrong, who grasped his sleeve. "Let Xiaoqi have some time alone," she said softly, her voice tinged with concern. Once back in their room, the warm glow of the lights enveloped the space in a gentle ambience. After freshening up, the two changed into comfortable pajamas and lay down on the soft bed. Hua Xiangrong turned to her side, her delicate fingers tracing the contours of the man's profile. "What are you thinking about?" she inquired softly, the faint scent of shampoo lingering between them. Su Hang stared at the ceiling, his voice low and heavy. "Senior sister, at least she has a home to return to, with her grandmother and uncle." His throat tightened as he continued, "And I don't even know who my parents are." Hua Xiangrong's heart felt as if it had been tugged at. She pressed her face against Su Hang's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. "Silly, we are your family," she replied, her voice both tender and resolute. "I, Xiaoqi, Xiao Lu, and the elder sisters. We are all your closest ones." Su Hang turned his head to meet her gentle gaze. Moonlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, casting a soft halo upon her exquisite features. In that moment, warmth surged within him. "Senior sister, thank you." His voice trembled slightly. Suddenly, Hua Xiangrong feigned a stern expression, pretending to scold him. "Why are you being so polite with your senior sister? You deserve a reprimand." Before she could finish, Su Hang leaned down and captured her lips in a kiss. Initially taken aback, Hua Xiangrong gasped softly, then closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around his neck and passionately responding to the kiss. After a long while, Su Hang reached out to turn off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness, save for the intermingling sounds of their breaths in the tranquil space. Soon, the soft rustle of clothing falling to the floor resonated clearly in the silence. First, her silk nightgown slipped off, followed by her cotton pajama pants, both silently cascading onto the plush carpet. "MMM." Hua Xiangrong suddenly let out a suppressed moan, her voice laced with a hint of yearning. The spacious mattress began to emit rhythmic sounds. At first, her breathing quickened. "Little junior brother, be gentle." Gradually, the rhythm transformed from a tumultuous wave to a prolonged flow, the fabric of her sleeves crinkling as the shadows danced on the bamboo outside, harmonizing with the softening cadence. Moonlight filtered through the curtain, tracing a silver line across the floor, witnessing their intimate entanglement. After an indeterminate amount of time, Hua Xiangrong abruptly arched her head back, letting out a short gasp. In the dim light of the moon, one could see the quilt rise high before slowly settling back down, akin to the calm after a retreating tide. Su Hang cradled Hua Xiangrong's damp, delicate form in his arms, gently kissing her slightly trembling eyelashes. "Senior sister, sleep now." Hua Xiangrong weakly tapped his chest, her voice still imbued with lingering desire. "You little rascal. Next time, you mustn't be so forceful." Her words trailed off into a soft murmur, gradually descending into a satisfied slumber. The following dawn, sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, filling the room with warmth. After a brief wash, Su Hang and Hua Xiangrong made their way to the hotel dining hall. Guests were scattered in small groups throughout the space, the crisp clinking of silverware resonating like a gentle symphony. "Is Xiaoqi still not up?" Hua Xiangrong scanned the restaurant, her brow slightly furrowed. Just as Su Hang was about to respond, his peripheral vision caught sight of Luo Jin approaching slowly. Her softly curled hair fell around her, accentuating her pale visage, which appeared even more haggard. Her reddened eyes and the faint shadows beneath them silently narrated the tale of a restless night. "Seventh sister, you." Su Hang hesitated. Luo Jin forced a smile. "I'm fine." Her voice was somewhat hoarse. "Shall we head back to Kyoto soon?" Hua Xiangrong immediately stepped forward, gently wrapping her arms around Luo Jin's shoulders. "Xiaoqi." She felt Luo Jin's slight tremble, We will always be here for you. Fifth sister. Luo Jin's voice suddenly caught in her throat, as if the strength she had maintained throughout the night was crumbling in that moment. Hua Xiangrong tenderly patted her back. All right now, if you cry anymore, you 1T look beautiful. The diners in the restaurant turned their attention towards them. After all, the sight of two strikingly elegant women embracing and weeping was undoubtedly captivating, especially with a handsome young man standing awkwardly nearby. Su Heng cleared his throat twice, lowering his voice. Sister, others are watching. Only then did Luo Jin come to her senses, hurriedly wiping away her tears. After finishing their breakfast, the trio packed their belongings and set off for home. Outside the car window, the scenery of Yun's city gradually receded. Luo Jin gripped the steering wheel, her gaze occasionally darting to the vanishing outline of the city in the rearview mirror. Her tightly pressed lips quivered slightly, while the knuckles of her hands turned white from the pressure. Meanwhile, Hua Xiangrong, weary from the previous night, soon succumbed to a deep sleep within Su Heng's embrace. As the vehicle cruised smoothly along the highway, the landscape whizzed by in a blur. Suddenly, Hua Xiangrong stirred in her dreams, her red lips parting as she let out a sweet, sultry moan. Junior brother, please don't. The lingering tone was tantalizing. Su Heng froze, his pupils constricting. He fixed his gaze on the slumbering Hua Xiangrong, his mind frantically screaming, Fifth sister, I beg you, please be quiet. Seventh sister is driving up front. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. He mechanically raised his head, meeting Luo Jin's icy stare in the rearview mirror. Her normally serene eyes now seemed to be coated in frost. In despair, Su Heng shut his eyes, wishing he could leap from the vehicle at that very moment. He clumsily attempted to cover Hua Xiangrong's mouth, yet was met with an even sweeter sound escaping her lips. Just like this. Su Heng was momentarily stunned. In the driver's seat, Luo Jin's grip on the steering wheel faltered, and the delicate hue of her earlobes turned a visible shade of crimson. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Su Heng gently patted Hua Xiangrong's back. At last, she quieted down, snuggling closer into his embrace, drifting back into a deep slumber. As afternoon descended, the vehicle finally arrived at the entrance of the Kyoto Hongqiu courtyard. With a decisive brake, Luo Jin exited without a glance back, her posture revealing a hint of urgency. Fifth senior sister, we have arrived, Su Heng called softly. Hua Xiangrong blinked drowsily, rubbing her sleepy eyes. We're here. She glanced at Luo Jin's hasty retreat and inquired with curiosity, what's the matter with Xiao Qi? Why is she walking so fast? Su Heng's eyes twitched slightly, internally lamenting. How was he to explain this? Surely he couldn't confess that she had been whispering sweet nothings in her dream, overheard quite clearly by their driving senior sister. Chapter 65. The accident and the crisis. Su Heng stepped into the hall, only to be met by Luo Jin's piercing gaze, sharp enough to seem as if it could pierce through him. Instantly, he felt a wave of shame wash over him, bowing his head like a child caught in wrongdoing. What is going on with you two? Hua Xiangrong tilted her head, a look of bewilderment adorning her face. Upon hearing this, Luo Jin shot a fierce glare at Su Heng, her fair cheeks flushing with an unnatural hue. Hua Xiangrong's eyes sparkled with sudden realization as she exclaimed, Xiao Qi, do you wish to be with junior brother? Fifth sister. Luo Jin abruptly interrupted, her voice elevated by several degrees. Could you please be quiet? Su Heng quickly intervened to ease the tension. Fifth sister, could you come here for a moment? He led Hua Xiangrong to a corner, leaning in to whisper a few words in her ear. Suddenly, her face flushed crimson to the roots of her ears, and her usually sparkling eyes were veiled by a mist of tears. I, she stammered, unable to form a complete sentence, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Luo Jin crossed her arms with a cold smirk. You two are quite the playful pair. At that moment, Hua Xiangrong wished for nothing more than to disappear into a crack in the ground. Though she often enjoyed light-hearted teasing, being caught in such a situation felt like the most mortifying experience of her life. Xiao Qi. She covered her burning face, her voice tinged with a whimper. Please, don't breathe a word of this. Otherwise, I truly won't be able to face anyone. Luo Jin observed the duo before her, her forehead seemingly adorned with 3 dark lines of exasperation. Clearing his throat, Su Heng attempted to alleviate the earlier awkwardness. Ahem. So what are our plans moving forward? Luo Jin took a deep breath, quickly regaining her composure and returning to her usual calm demeanor. Fifth sister, I need your assistance with 2 matters. She raised her slender index finger. First, the significant events involving the Lin and Su families over the past 2 decades. Second, the detailed circumstances surrounding the murder of the genius Yi Mingxian from the Yi family 10 years ago. I have a nagging feeling that there is more to this story. Hua Xiangrong, having regained her seriousness, responded earnestly. Understood, leave it to me. Just then, Luo Jin's phone rang unexpectedly. She glanced at the caller ID, her brow furrowing. Xiao Yu? What has happened? On the other end, Chun Yu's voice came through in a flurry of urgency and panic. Luo Jin listened intently, her expression darkening gradually, until she finally spoke in a grave tone. I understand. After hanging up, Luo Jin turned to Su Heng with a serious countenance. Lianxing has been in an accident. What? Su Heng sprang to his feet, the chair screeching against the floor. When did this happen? How is she? His voice trembled with evident concern. Calm down. Luo Jin pressed her hand against his arm, which was taut with tension. She is fine, just sustained minor injuries, and is currently being observed in the hospital. Seventh sister, I must return to Jinan immediately, Su Heng declared, making to rush out the door. Luo Jin was already pulling out her phone. All right, I'll book the nearest flight right away. Hua Xiangrong gently grasped Su Heng's other hand, reassuring him, do not worry too much. Lianxing will undoubtedly be fine. Suddenly, Su Heng turned and enveloped Hua Xiangrong in a tight embrace, murmuring, Fifth senior sister, I am so sorry. Hua Xiangrong tilted her face upward within his embrace, saying, Fool, do you think your senior sister is a woman who cannot discern the gravity of the situation? Luo Jin swiftly scrolled through her phone and looked up, stating, the next flight departs in 2 hours. I've already booked a ticket. Su Heng turned to her, asking, Seventh senior sister, would you like to return with me? Luo Jin gently shook her head. You go ahead. I still have some matters to attend to. She paused, her tone turning serious. If anything happens, call me immediately. Su Heng nodded earnestly, then turned back to Hua Xiangrong. He cradled her delicate face in his hands and kissed her passionately, as if pouring all his reluctance into that single kiss. After a long moment, he whispered, Fifth senior sister, I am leaving, his voice slightly hoarse. Hua Xiangrong tenderly caressed his cheek, her eyes filled with a bittersweet smile. Go on. Senior sister has Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi to keep her company. Do not worry. As Su Heng released her and took a final, deep look at the two, he turned and strode away. Hua Xiangrong stood rooted to the spot, watching his silhouette fade beyond the door. Luo Jin approached her side, and the two remained silently in the hall. That evening, outside the VIP ward of Jinan People's Hospital, Chenyu gazed through the glass window at the peacefully sleeping Xia Lianxing. Her slender fingers instinctively clenched. Doctor, how is she? She inquired, her voice laced with uncontainable anxiety. The attending physician adjusted his glasses and reviewed the examination report. The patient has sustained a minor head injury and is currently in a state of coma. However, please rest assured that all indicators are stable, and she is expected to awaken within the next couple of days. Chenyu exhaled a long breath, her taut shoulders finally relaxing. Since Xia Lianxing's return to Jinan, the entire Xia family enterprise had undergone a remarkable transformation. The most obstinate villagers in Huangshan village had been easily persuaded by her. Stalled projects resumed their progress, and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Until this afternoon, when a frantic phone call shattered the tranquility. Xia Lianxing had been in a car accident and was urgently taken to the hospital. The phone suddenly rang, and Chenyu glanced at the caller ID before answering. Hello? Su Heng? Xiao Yu. Su Heng's breathless voice came through. I just got off the plane. Which hospital is Lianxing in? She is in the VIP ward of the People's Hospital. I'm currently waiting outside. All right, I will be there shortly. After hanging up, Chenyu felt a slight relief. However, on the other end, Su Heng's expression shifted dramatically as a message from Luo Jin flashed across his phone screen. Bodyguards missing. Situation is unusual. The elite guards covertly protecting Xia Lianxing from the Luo family were now all unaccounted for. Master, Su Heng yanked open the taxi door, slapping a thick stack of cash onto the dashboard, urging the driver to hasten to the People's Hospital at the fastest possible speed. The tires emitted a piercing screech as the taxi sped away like an arrow released from its bow. The corridor of the hospital, cloaked in the stillness of the late hour past 11, resonated only with the occasional ticking of medical instruments. Chunyu stifled a yawn, idly scrolling through her phone with a sense of ennui. The sound of a cart's wheels scraping against the floor grew louder as it approached. Chunyu glanced up to see a doctor, clad in a mask and a white coat, pushing a medication cart towards her, prompting her to avert her gaze back to her phone. After all, it was quite common for medical staff to traverse this VIP ward where several patients resided. The cart came to a halt before her. "I am here to change the medication for the patient." The doctor's voice was muffled by the mask. Chunyu casually nodded. But at the moment the doctor grasped the doorknob, she abruptly lifted her head. A faint scent of tobacco wafted from the doctor's coat. "Wait," she exclaimed, shoving the doctor's hand aside and positioning herself firmly in front of the door. "Which department are you from? What is your name?" The doctor's gaze suddenly turned icy, his right hand quickly moving toward the pocket of his coat. Just then, tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. "I apologize." The doctor withdrew his hand from his pocket, his tone softening instantly. "I am new here and may have taken a wrong turn." He hastily pushed the cart away. Chapter 66. The reverse scale. Chunyu fixed her gaze on the silhouette of the doctor until the white coat vanished at the corridor's end. A cold sweat beaded in her palms, and her breath quickened involuntarily, fearful that the figure might suddenly return. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from around the corner. Su Heng had finally arrived. "Xiaoyu." Su Heng rushed over, his forehead damp with perspiration. "Where is Lianxing?" Upon seeing the familiar face, Chunyu's taut nerves instantly relaxed, and she slumped onto the bench, gasping for air. Inside, Su Heng darted to the window, peering through the glass to catch a glimpse of Xia Lianxing's serene, sleeping visage, a sharp pain piercing his chest. "Just now." Chunyu's voice trembled, her eyes reddening. A suspicious doctor was about to go in. She recounted her harrowing experience in detail. Su Heng's expression darkened ominously, but he quickly offered Chunyu a gentle smile. "I understand. Thank you, Xiaoyu." Chunyu shook her head, bracing herself against the armrest as she stood. "Now that you're here, I can rest easy. There are matters to attend to at the company tomorrow, so I must return." Su Heng nodded, watching her depart, and the smile on his face vanished in an instant. Mechanically, he retrieved his phone and sent a message to Luo Jin. "Arrived, do not worry." After dispatching the text, he sank despondently onto the edge of the bench. Through the glass, Xia Lianxing's pallid countenance appeared so fragile beneath the breathing mask. Su Heng's fists clenched unconsciously, his nails digging painfully into his palms, yet he felt no pain. Memories surged like a tidal wave. Her face tilted upwards with assurance as they parted in Kyoto, her hair carrying a faint scent of jasmine, and the graceful arc of her skirt as she turned. Each detail was seared vividly into his mind. Resting his forehead against the cold glass, his breath fogged the surface. The corridor's lights elongated his shadow, casting it forlornly upon the empty wall. Su Heng stared intently at the hospital room door, as if by sheer will he could absorb all the suffering meant for the one inside. His Xia Lianxing, his first love, lay there defenseless, while he remained helplessly waiting, like a mere bystander. The following noon, piercing sunlight streamed through the corridor window onto the bench. Su Heng curled his body, eyes tightly shut, the dark circles beneath them betraying a full day without rest. Tap, 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 the crisp sound of high heels approached. Su Heng abruptly opened his eyes, his scarlet gaze cutting towards the newcomer, startling Chunyu into retreating a few steps. "Su-han?" she gasped, hand pressed against her chest. You have been here all this time?" Su Heng remained silent, his bloodshot eyes fixed unwaveringly on the hospital room door. His cracked lips moved slightly, ultimately producing only a hoarse mm. At that moment, a middle-aged doctor in gold-rimmed glasses approached. Chunyu gently touched Su Heng's arm and whispered, "This is Director Tang." the most esteemed neurosurgeon in this hospital. Su Heng abruptly rose to his feet, his tall stature casting a long shadow beneath the corridor's illumination. His voice was hoarse and strained. "Doctor, may I go in to see her?" Director Tang adjusted his glasses, his tone gentle yet firm. "The patient requires rest above all else. According to all indicators, awakening is merely a matter of time. I promise I won't make a sound." Su Heng suddenly grasped the doctor's arm, pleading earnestly. Director Tang hesitated, his gaze lingering on the doorplate of the VIP ward. Inside lay the president of the Xia Corporation. Any misstep could be disastrous. At that moment, Chen Yu stepped forward softly, saying, "Director Tang, this is Ms. Xia's fiancé, the younger brother of the president of the Luo Corporation." Director Tang's eyes widened behind his lenses as he re-evaluated the frail young man before him. He cleared his throat. "I see. Then I must insist that you remain quiet." "Thank you. Thank you, Director." The light in Su Heng's eyes suddenly brightened. He turned eagerly, but, upon grasping the doorknob, instinctively softened his movements, gently pushing the door open as if it were a fragile dream. He carefully retrieved a chair, pausing for a heartbeat before allowing its legs to touch the ground. Once seated, he breathed with utmost caution, fearful of disturbing the figure upon the bed. Gazing at Xia Lianxing's pale, slumbering visage, Su Heng felt as though his heart were gripped by an invisible hand. He regretted not insisting on accompanying her back to Jinan that day, berated himself for failing to protect her, and loathed those who had harmed her. His knuckles whitened as he clenched his hands, yet upon brushing her fingertips, he relinquished all force, daring only the lightest of touches to ascertain her warmth. Time slipped by unmeasured until he reluctantly withdrew from the room, deliberately muffling the sound of the door locking behind him. "Su Heng." Chen Yu observed his bloodshot eyes, her voice laced with concern. "You should rest for a while. I'll keep watch." Su Heng shook his head, his cracked lips forming a strained smile. "I'm fine." He rubbed his temples, asking, "Is there anything to eat? I'm a bit hungry." "Oh my, you haven't eaten yet?" Chen Yu exclaimed, hastily pulling out her phone, her fingers gliding swiftly across the screen. "I'll order something right now. What do you want?" When she looked up, she found Su Heng's gaze inadvertently drifting back toward the ward. Those eyes, usually so vibrant, appeared dim and heart-wrenching at that moment. Just then, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Checking the caller ID, he answered immediately. "Seventh sister. Has Lianxing awakened?" On the other end, Luo Jin's voice was cold yet tinged with tension. "Not yet," Su Heng replied hoarsely, "but the doctor said all indicators are normal. She should awaken soon." A barely audible sigh echoed from the phone. "The last report from the guards was 2 days ago. They said everything was fine. It was my oversight." The usually composed Luo Jin's voice bore an unusual weight of guilt. "Sister, this cannot be blamed on you." Su Heng's knuckles tightened in response. "Sister Wu has uncovered a lead." Luo Jin's voice suddenly turned icy. "It is the handiwork of a killer organization from Jinan, known as Rashoman. The identity of the mastermind remains under investigation." Su Heng's gaze transformed into one of perilous intensity. "Where are they?" Just 4 simple words sent a shiver down Chen Yu's spine. After a few moments of silence on the other end of the line, the response came. "I will have Sister Wu continue the search. You mustn't do anything foolish." The instant the call ended, Su Heng's aura shifted dramatically. Chen Yu, in a state of terror, realized that the man who usually wore a carefree smile now exuded a murderous intent that seemed to chill the very air of the corridor. He slowly tucked away his phone, his fingertips tracing the edge of the screen. Anyone who dares to threaten his woman must be prepared to descend into hell. His beloved star is one of those sacred lines that must never be crossed. For a dragon has a reverse scale, touch it, and one faces death. Chapter 67. The lonely blade of night was profound and somber. Su Heng curled up on the bench outside the hospital room, draped in the coat that Chen Yu had insistently thrust upon him that evening. The window at the end of the corridor reflected the ghastly pale moonlight, casting shadows upon his weary visage. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his mobile phone shattered the silence. He opened his eyes wide, instantly alert upon seeing the words "Seventh Senior Sister" on the screen. "Senior Sister? Is there news?" His voice emerged hoarse and raspy. We have found it. Luo Jin's voice resonated through the receiver. The base of the Rashomon organization lies in a village within the outskirts of Jinan. There are a total of 8 assassins in the organization, led by Mo Chun, a former mercenary skilled in close combat and marksmanship with formidable prowess. Su Heng's fingers whitened as he clenched them tightly. The fifth sister's informant indicated they might be preparing to evacuate. Luo Jin paused. Junior brother. Shall I wait until I reach Jinan too? Senior sister, send me the location. Su Heng interrupted her, his voice low and foreboding, reminiscent of thunder before storm. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Don't be foolish, Luo Jin raised her voice, which was a rare occurrence. You are alone, and Mo Chun is no weakling. Slowly, Su Heng rose to his feet, letting the coat slip to the ground. Through the glass window of the hospital room, he gazed tenderly at the sleeping Xia Lianxing within, his expression astonishingly gentle. Yet the words that escaped his lips were chillingly cold. They have moved against Lianxing. Those simple words caused Luo Jin to momentarily halt her breath on the other end. Senior sister, Su Heng gently traced the reflection of Xia Lianxing on the glass. Do you believe I would allow them to see the sun rise tomorrow? Luo Jin fell silent for a moment before finally responding. Very well, I will send you the location. Be cautious. Senior sister, Su Heng's voice deepened. Send a few capable people to guard Lianxing. I will return shortly. Rest assured, Luo Jin replied decisively. The instant the call ended, Su Heng fixated on the location displayed on his phone, a chilling smile creeping onto his lips. Half an hour later, 3 shadowy figures silently appeared at the end of the corridor. They wore specially designed masks, the elite shadow guards under Luo Jin's command. Guard this hospital room well. Su Heng's voice was as chilling as ice. Not a single fly is to enter. Understood. The 3 responded in unison, their voices as cold as metal scraping against metal. Su Heng strode purposefully towards the elevator, hailing a taxi at the entrance of the inpatient department. To Qingshi Village, how long will it take? The driver glanced at the navigation. If there's no traffic, about an hour. Su Heng tossed a few hundred yuan bills into the air. Will this be enough? Get there as quickly as possible. The driver's eyes lit up, and he slammed on the accelerator. Brother, hold on tight. The taxi sped through the night, the neon lights outside blending into a blurred streak of color. 30 minutes later, the vehicle came to a sudden halt in front of the dilapidated archway of Qingshi Village. As Su Heng settled his fare and stepped out, the taxi bolted away as if spooked, its taillights painting 2 crimson trails in the darkness. He stood at the village entrance, squinting into the shadows where a jumble of makeshift houses lay. The phone screen illuminated, revealing that the target was located in the central, inconspicuous 3-story building of the village. Su Heng silently infiltrated the village, turning into a dim and damp alleyway. At the entrance stood a 3-story building, where 2 burly men loitered, smoking and displaying the unmistakable bulge of concealed weapons at their waists. After contemplating his plan briefly, Su Heng commenced his operation. He stepped out of the alley, nonchalantly retrieving his phone while deliberately raising his voice. Old Zhang, what the hell kind of location did you send me? His voice pierced the stillness of the night, echoing against the decrepit building. Where could a villa possibly be? The 2 muscular men immediately shifted their attention toward him. Pretending not to notice, Su Heng staggered past them, continuing his faux tirade. After traversing a few meters, he abruptly turned around, donning a disarming smile. Gentlemen, is there a villa nearby? My friend mentioned waiting for me here. No idea, beat it. The man on the left waved him off impatiently. Brother, I truly have an urgent matter. Suhangate Grosser. The man on the right unsheathed a dagger. If you don't scram, I'll let you bleed. A glint of cold light flickered in Su Heng's eyes. Is being strong such a remarkable feat? He feigned turning away, but in that fleeting moment of their lowered guard, swish. The crimson blade slid from his sleeve, its gleam flashing as it struck. The left man's throat erupted in a geyser of blood. The right man's pupils dilated in shock. Just as he opened his mouth to scream, Su Heng, like a phantom, closed the distance, his iron grip constricting around the man's throat. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering bone resonated as the man's head drooped at an unnatural angle. Su Heng gently dragged the 2 corpses into the shadows. the bloodied blade glistening in the moonlight, resembling a ferocious beast freshly unleashed. He retrieved a specially crafted steel wire from his pocket, his fingertips deftly manipulating it until a faint click announced the door's silent opening. The dim corridor on the first floor was shrouded in darkness, with 3 rooms aligned in sequence. From the right room emanated a thunderous snoring, as if the very walls trembled. In the middle and left rooms, only the soft, steady sound of breathing persisted. Su Hang held his breath, cautiously approaching the left room's door, fingertips lightly pressing against the panel before silently pushing it open. "Who?" The man on the bed jolted awake, his voice hoarse with sleep. In the blink of an eye, Su Hang lunged forward. His left hand clamped tightly over the man's mouth, while his right brandished the dagger at his throat, its edge shimmering coldly in the moonlight. "Which floor is your boss on?" His voice was a low hiss, each word sharp as ice. The man's pupils contracted in fear, trembling as he pointed helplessly at Su Hang's hand over his mouth, indicating his inability to respond. Su Hang slightly loosened his grip. "Help!" The moment the man opened his mouth, the blade struck like a venomous snake, piercing his throat. Blood gushed forth, and gasping, he quickly succumbed. Outside the corridor, the snoring from the right room continued unabated, drowning out the brief cry for help. Su Hang frowned, flicking the blood from the blade before turning towards the middle room. This time, the man on the bed remained soundly asleep, utterly defenseless. The same method, yet far more successful. At the moment the blade pressed against the throat, the individual trembled and divulged the information. "The boss is on the third floor." Su Hang did not grant him another opportunity to speak. With a swift flick of his wrist, the blade precisely severed the trachea. Blood silently seeped across the sheets, saturating the crevices. The final target was the room to the right, where the thunderous snoring resonated. Upon entering, a corpulent man lay supine in deep slumber, entirely oblivious to the impending danger. Without hesitation, Su Hang thrust the dagger directly into the man's heart, executing the act with unerring precision. The man's snoring abruptly ceased, his hefty form convulsed twice, and then fell into silence. The moonlight remained cold and desolate, illuminating the stillness that enveloped the floor. Su Hang wiped the blade clean and raised his gaze towards the staircase leading to the 3rd floor. There lay his true objective. Chapter 68. Ink Dust. As Su Hang ascended the staircase leading to the 2nd floor, he deliberately softened his footfalls upon making contact with the concrete steps, striving to avoid any sound. The layout of the 2nd floor differed from that of the 1st, featuring 2 rooms on each side, totaling 4 doors. The entire floor was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of snoring, conversation, or even the faintest hint of breathing. This unsettling stillness heightened Su Hang's vigilance. He approached the 1st room on the left, his fingers resting on the doorknob, gently pressing down. Motionless, it was locked. Without hesitation, he turned to the adjacent 2nd room. This time, the doorknob turned smoothly, and the door slid open silently on its hinges. Su Hang slipped inside and swiftly closed the door behind him. Suddenly, a shadow on the bed sprang to life. Su Hang's muscles tensed instantly, his movements as swift as lightning. His left hand clamped firmly over the assailant's mouth and nose, while his right hand thrust a dagger upward at an angle, the blade piercing accurately through the throat. A muffled crack echoed as the assailant's throat shattered, their body convulsing violently twice before collapsing. Warm blood gushed from the wound, soaking Su Hang's wrist. The alertness of these killers surpassed his expectations. Holding his breath, Su Hang quickly covered the corpse with a blanket, ensuring no blood seeped out. He silently retreated to the corridor, poised to turn toward the right room, when his peripheral vision caught something amiss. The previously locked door on the left was now ajar. A chill slithered up his spine like a venomous serpent. In that very moment, he heard the sharp whistle of a blade slicing through the air behind him. Su Hang darted to the side with all his strength, feeling the knife graze his ribs, the fabric tearing at the instant the cold steel pressed against his skin. Using the momentum, he spun around, his dagger carving a fierce silver arc. The assailant stumbled back in haste, the blade barely grazing their throat, leaving a gruesome mark on the concrete wall. Su Hang pressed forward, his knife aimed directly at the heart. The attacker barely managed to block, their dagger clashing with Xu Hang's, sparks flying. In that fleeting moment, Xu Hang changed his tactic, unleashing a powerful kick that struck the assailant's chest with a resounding thud. The assailant flew back like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the concrete wall of the corridor. The wall shook violently, plaster flaking off. The loud crash alerted two killers in the right room, who simultaneously kicked the door open. The corridor brightened as three figures emerged. The assailant on the left wielded twin daggers, while the one on the right gripped a combat knife, reversely. Their gazes converged in the narrow corridor, the air thick with tension. Xu Hang slowly regulated his breathing, twirling his dagger with finesse between his fingers. He sensed the intensity of the two assailant stares fixed on his bloodied blade. It appeared the other brothers had fallen. The dual dagger wielder spoke coldly, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Xu Hang remained silent, slightly bending his knees to assume an offensive stance. He suddenly surged forward, aiming directly for the throat of the dual dagger assailant. The attacker stumbled back in alarm, the blade grazing their neck and leaving a trail of blood. Seizing the opportunity, the assailant on the right lunged forward with their combat knife. Xu Hang sidestepped deftly, his right hand gripping the opponent's wrist with precision, twisting forcefully. Crack! The brittle sound of dislocated joints echoed through the corridor. The military assassin let out a muffled grunt. Yet his ferocity intensified as his left hand clawed towards Xu Hang's face. Xu Hang deftly tilted his head aside, driving his left knee heavily into the opponent's abdomen. Just as he prepared to finish him off, an inexplicable chill coursed through his back. Instinct overtook thought, and Xu Hang swiftly pulled the hunched assassin before him as a shield. Bang! The gunshot rang deafeningly. The assassin, used as a human shield, erupted in a spray of crimson from his chest, his body convulsing violently. Blood splattered onto Xu Hang's face, warm and viscous. Through the slumped figure, he glimpsed a silhouette at the end of the corridor, a gun held aloft, smoke still curling from the barrel. At that moment, heavy footsteps resonated from the third floor. A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard descended the stairs, a blood-stained axe in his left hand and a pistol casually dangling from his right. He spun the gun nonchalantly, then suddenly tossed it to the ground with a crack. Quick to react indeed, the man grinned widely, revealing yellowed teeth, and remarked that an ordinary handgun seemed ineffective against him. Xu Hang's gaze sharpened instantly. Akin to a blade. You must be Mo Chun. Mo Chun shrugged, the axe glinting ominously in the light. Can you enlighten me about our grievances? If it is merely a misunderstanding. His eyes scanned the corpses lining the corridor, his smile unwavering. I can certainly compensate you. Though he feigned calmness, his heart was secretly astonished. Xu Hang's earlier display of skill exceeded his expectations. The immediate priority was to ensure this harbinger of death departed. As for the fallen subordinates, Mo Chun silently scoffed. As long as he remained alive, the organization could be rebuilt at any time. Compensation? Blood dripped slowly from the short blade in Xu Hang's hand. Indeed, Mo Chun stepped forward, his tone earnest. What do you desire? Money? Women? Or something else? He squinted. As long as you articulate it, whatever I can provide, I shall fulfill. Xu Hang gradually raised the bloodied short knife, its tip aimed directly at Mo Chen's throat. I can. A flicker of delight crossed Mo Chen's eyes. What do you want? I desire none of what you just mentioned. Xu Hang's voice was as frigid as ice. Let your life be the compensation, shall we? Mo Chen's smile froze on his face. Are you jesting with me? You were the one who started this jest. Xu Hang's blade remained unwavering. Beside him, the dual dagger assassin could no longer contain himself. Boss, stop wasting words with him. Let us join forces and eliminate him. Mo Chun took a deep breath, the mask of benevolence entirely stripped away. He slowly raised the axe, a surge of murderous intent igniting in his eyes, since he refused to recognize kindness. The blade of the axe shimmered coldly under the light. Then do not blame me. In the instant the crimson shadow of the axe sliced through the air, Xu Hang's heart jolted. What astonishing speed! The short knife was hastily raised in defense, the clash of metal ringing painfully in his eardrums. Mo Chun grinned maliciously, suddenly exerting force. The axe pressing down relentlessly against the blade, the sharp edge tearing through fabric and inflicting a gruesome wound upon Su Heng's left shoulder. With a muffled grunt, Su Heng's legs tightened to their utmost limit, shattering the tiles beneath his feet. In an explosive surge of power, he thrust upward, narrowly deflecting the blade that grazed his neck. A glimmer of cold light flashed. Two dagger-wielding assassins lunged from the shadows, their blades intertwining in a lethal embrace. Su Heng executed a desperate sidestep, yet his right arm was still slashed open, blood instantly saturating his sleeve. Success! The assassins twisted their daggers, aiming directly for his throat. In a moment of rage, Su Heng bellowed, "In the face of death, I shall strip him bare." Suddenly, he twisted his waist and pivoted, his elbow striking out like a cannon shot. With a resounding thud, the assassin's skull cracked, the temple caving in under the force. The assassin's eyes bulged in disbelief, and his lifeless body crumpled like a discarded sack. Montachen's pupilles constricted in shock. He had not anticipated that Su Heng could muster such a terrifying counterattack despite his injuries. Slowly, Su Heng raised his bloodied short knife, its tip aimed directly at Mo Chen's throat. The corridor was littered with bodies, their scent of blood permeating the air. The core members of the organization had been eradicated, leaving only this disheveled leader before him. Mo Chen involuntarily swallowed hard, his atoms apple-bobbing. He could not fathom what deep-seated grudge this young man harbored against him. "I have a question for you." Su Heng's voice was as cold as ice. "If you tell the truth, I shall spare you." A flicker of hope crossed Mo Chen's eyes. "What is it? Who sent you to assassinate Xia Lianxing?" Upon hearing that name, Mo Chen's face initially registered surprise, but it swiftly morphed into a sinister grin. Clenching the axe tightly, he chuckled darkly, "Once you're dead, I shall burn paper to inform you." Chapter 69. Awakening in a swift motion, Su Heng lunged forward, his blood-red dagger aimed directly at Mo Chen. With a cold chuckle, Mo Chen countered with his axe, the sound of slicing wind accompanying his strike. The clash produced a shower of sparks, and both men retreated 2 steps, their palms tingling with numbness. Mo Chen narrowed his eyes and suddenly advanced with a fierce step, the axe blade carving a sharp arc through the air. Su Heng sidestepped to evade, only to discover it was a feint. Mo Chen's axe abruptly changed direction, leaving a crimson line across his left arm. "Ha ha ha!" Mo Chen gloated, flicking the droplets of blood from his axe. That wretched woman should have met her demise long ago in the parking lot. It was sheer luck that she escaped. Rest assured, she will perish soon enough. These words ignited a spark of fury within Su Heng. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and his demeanor shifted dramatically. He surged forward, his dagger moving with such speed that it appeared as mere afterimages. Mo Chen, taken aback, attempted to block, only to see Su Heng change tactics. The dagger glided along the axe handle. With a sharp thrust, the dagger pierced Mo Chen's wrist. As Mo Chen howled in agony, Su Heng executed a spinning kick, sending him crashing to the ground, the dagger poised at his throat. This strike was for her vengeance. Su Heng's voice was as frigid as ice as he pressed down, the dagger fully penetrating Mo Chen's throat. Blood gushed forth, staining the entire corridor crimson. When Su Heng returned to the hospital, weary and battered, dawn was breaking. He leaned against the wall outside the ward, breathing heavily, his left and right arm wounds still oozing blood, soaking the makeshift bandages in vivid red. "Mr. Su." 3 guards, upon seeing his condition, rushed to his side, visibly alarmed. "I am fine." Su Heng waved them off, his voice hoarse. "Is everything inside all right?" The lead guard stood at attention and reported, "All is normal." Su Heng nodded, his taut nerves finally beginning to ease. "You may withdraw. I can manage here." Once the guards departed, he gently pushed open the ward door, careful not to disturb the occupant within. Morning light filtered through the curtains, casting a soft halo upon Xia Lianxing's pale face. Su Heng tread softly to the bedside and slowly took a seat in the chair. "My dear," he murmured, reaching out to grasp her icy fingers. "I avenged you." With those words, the exhaustion of the past few days crashed over him like a tide. He could no longer hold himself upright and succumbed to a deep slumber beside her. His expression, rare in its relaxation, still bore a slight furrow, as if even in dreams he sought to protect the most cherished person in his life. In the gentle morning light, a single crystalline tear silently rolled from the corner of Xia Lianxing's tightly shut eyes, creating a small damp mark on the pristine pillowcase. The following morning, sunlight poured softly through the gauzy curtains into the hospital room. In his dreams, Su Heng hazily sensed the familiar, delicate fragrance enveloping him. He instinctively nestled closer into that warm embrace, reluctant to awaken. It was only when he heard the soft sound of weeping that he jolted awake. Lianxing, you're awake? He looked up in surprise, meeting Xia Lianxing's tear-filled eyes. Her arms gently embraced his head, the hospital gown still stained with undried tears. Su Heng, Xia Lianxing suddenly cried out, pearls of tears cascading down her cheeks. I thought I would never see you again. Su Heng, filled with compassion, tenderly wiped away her tears with his thumb, his voice impossibly gentle. That will never happen. I am right here. Before his words could fully settle, Xia Lianxing had already thrown herself into his embrace, sobbing like a frightened creature. However, this sudden movement inadvertently brushed against the wound on Su Heng's left arm, causing him to involuntarily gasp in pain. Su Heng, you're injured? Only then did Xia Lianxing notice the blood seeping through his shirt, her complexion paling in an instant. Su Heng, suppressing the pain, managed to force a smile. It's nothing, just a minor injury. She carefully avoided the wound, wrapping her arms around his waist and pressing her face against his chest. Su Heng, I'm so sorry. It's all because of me. Su Heng shook his head, holding her trembling form tightly, feeling her genuine heartbeat and warmth, an overwhelming gratitude swelling within him. Thank heavens, my Lianxing has finally awakened. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was gently pushed open, and Xinyu stood at the entrance with a medical record in hand, stunned. President Xia, you're finally awake. Her exclamation faltered upon seeing the two embraced. Xia Lianxing, her cheeks flushed, straightened up from Su Heng's arms, wiping her tears. Xiao Yu, thank you for your hard work. You should thank him, not me, Xinyu remarked mischievously, nodding toward the dark circles under Su Heng's eyes. He has been keeping vigil outside for 2 days and nights. Xia Lianxing turned to Su Heng's weary face, her fingertips gently caressing the shadows beneath his eyes. Her voice choked once more, full. Su Heng smiled as he captured her hand, placing a kiss in his palm. You are my treasure. Who else would I guard if not you? Xinyu rolled her eyes at the display of affection and turned to leave, muttering, fine. I might as well go find a doctor. I can't stay in this wretched place any longer. Once the door closed, Xia Lianxing buried her face deep into Su Heng's embrace like a small kitten. Su Heng tenderly caressed her long hair, softly asking, Lianxing, could you tell me what happened that day? Xia Lianxing lifted her head, a flicker of fear flashing in her eyes. That day, I went to the parking lot to retrieve the car, and just as I reached it, her voice began to tremble. A group of people suddenly rushed out from behind a pillar, and the leader was wielding an axe. Su Heng felt her body quiver and quickly patted her back to soothe her, just as they were about to capture me. Xia Lianxing clutched the hem of Su Heng's shirt tightly. 2 cars crashed in, and several masked individuals emerged. They urged me to flee, saying that my staying would only burden them. Tears welled up in her eyes again. I was so terrified while escaping in the car. I had an accident. Su Heng held her even tighter, his heart aching. It's all right. Don't be afraid. It's all in the past now. Xia Lianxing lifted her delicate face and asked, Su Heng, why have you returned so suddenly? Her senior sister had informed her of his misfortune. Su Heng gently wiped away her tears with his thumb, assuring her, I rushed back the moment I heard. Su Heng, Xia Lianxing nestled closer to him, her eyes sparkling. Seeing you makes me fearless. Su Heng affectionately pinched her little nose and inquired, Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? With a smile breaking through her tears, Xia Lianxing pondered before replying, I crave the meals you prepare. Su Heng nodded with a grin. Very well. Once we return home, I shall cook for you. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was gently pushed open, and Director Tang entered alongside Xinyu. Doctor, Su Heng instantly rose, his voice laced with anticipation. May I take her home to recuperate? Director Tang adjusted his glasses and meticulously reviewed Xia Lianxing's various indicators. Since the patient has regained consciousness and her vital signs are stable, there is no issue with her returning home. He then turned to Xia Lianxing, advising, however, it is imperative to rest quietly, preferably for a few days, and avoid overexertion. Understood. Thank you, Doctor, Su Heng responded gratefully. Xia Lianxing cast a gentle glance at Chenyu. Xiaoyu, I entrust the company's matters to you for these few days. Chenyu pouted, half-jokingly lamenting, how I wish to have a boyfriend like Su Heng. Someone who dotes on me and stays by my side when I'm unwell. Xia Lianxing chuckled at her words. Don't worry, I will definitely introduce you to someone wonderful in the future. Really? Chenyu's eyes lit up, playfully winking. Then I want someone just like Su Heng. Ahem. Su Heng cleared his throat awkwardly, his ears slightly reddening. All right, that's enough. Let's move on. He turned to gather his belongings. Shall we head home? Xia Lianxing instructed Chenyu. Xiaoyu, you should return to the company now. If anything arises, feel free to call me. Got it, President Xia. Chenyu playfully saluted, wishing you both a pleasant journey home. With that, she discreetly exited the hospital room. Chapter 70. Warmth. Upon returning to the villa and pushing open the door, Su Heng found himself momentarily stunned. The entire house was immaculate, the windows sparkling clean. And even the greenery at the entrance was meticulously trimmed. How do you like it? Xia Lianxing proudly lifted her small face. I did it all by myself. With a tender heart, Su Heng gently ruffled her hair. Why didn't you call a maid for help? Absolutely not. Xia Lianxing nestled into his embrace. Nuzzling against him, this is our home. I want to take care of it myself. Fool. Su Heng's voice was so gentle it could melt hearts. Su Heng, I'm hungry. She gazed up at him, her voice laced with playful charm. He lightly flicked her forehead. Go rest in the bedroom for a bit. I'll prepare dinner. No. Xia Lianxing tugged at his shirt, shaking her head. I want to watch you cook. In the kitchen, Su Heng meticulously selected the ingredients. The vegetables in the refrigerator were fresh, undoubtedly prepared by her. He pondered over the menu. Post-hospitalization, it was best not to indulge too much, but still maintain a balanced nutrition. The thought alone gave him a headache. Xia Lianxing leaned against the doorframe, her gaze fixed on his figure. Watching him deftly chop the vegetables and focus intently while stir-frying stirred a deep affection within her. During her unconsciousness, she distinctly recalled every whisper he had uttered in her ear, feeling the warmth of his hand clasping hers. It was these memories that fueled her determination to awaken. Lost in thought, she found herself slightly dazed. Dinner is ready. Su Heng's voice pulled her back to reality. The dining table was adorned with glistening steamed egg custard, vibrant yam and wood ear mushrooms, soft fish porridge, and a sweet shrimp and wintermelon soup. What are you staring at? Wash your hands and eat. He untied his apron. Xia Lianxing obediently washed her hands but suddenly stood on tiptoe. Su Heng, I want you to feed me you. Su Heng chuckled helplessly yet expertly lifted her onto his lap. Before she could fully comprehend what was happening, he had already taken a spoonful of fish porridge, cradled the back of her head with one hand, and pressed his lips against hers without hesitation. The warm porridge flowed into her mouth with that unexpected kiss, leaving Xia Lianxing wide-eyed in surprise, her cheeks instantly flushed. Yet, Su Heng was relentless, ensuring every last drop of porridge was fed to her. Only after confirming she had swallowed did he reluctantly pull back slightly. As they separated, her face was as red as a ripe apple, embarrassedly burying her face in his shoulder. You always do this. Su Heng chuckled softly, stroking her long hair. Don't you like it? I do, came her timid response from his shoulder, making his heart soften. Then shall we have another bite? He teased her deliberately. Xia Lianxing raised her glistening eyes, hesitating for a moment before obediently nodding, though she whispered, be gentle. All right, gentle. Su Heng's eyes brimmed with tenderness as he scooped another spoonful of porridge, blowing on it to cool. This time, instead of feeding her with his mouth, he brought the spoon to her lips. Xia Lianxing suddenly grasped his wrist, summoning her courage to swiftly plant a kiss on the corner of his mouth, whispering, this is your reward. Embarrassed, she buried her face in the crook of his neck, resembling a bashful little ostrich. Su Hang was momentarily taken aback, then let out a soft chuckle, the vibrations from his chest causing Xia Lianxing, nestled in his embrace, to blush even deeper. When did my Lianxing become so audacious? He intentionally teased her, his fingers gently entwining her strands of hair. I didn't tee. Her voice emerged muffled from his neck. You mustn't say anything more. Su Hang adored this side of her, lowering his head to bestow a kiss on her delicate cheek. All right, I want to say another word. Now, finish your porridge. He patiently fed her, occasionally wiping away the remnants of porridge from the corners of her mouth. Xia Lianxing gradually relaxed, leaning against him and taking small bites, stealing glances at him before quickly averting her gaze. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a warm halo around the two of them. Su Hang admired her obedient profile, his heart swelling with tenderness. This was the treasure he would protect at all costs. His little son. Upon finishing the last spoonful of porridge, Xia Lianxing's gaze fell upon Su Hang's arm, wrapped in bandages, and her brow instinctively furrowed. Su Hang, let me see your injury. She reached out, gently touching his sleeve, her voice laced with concern. Su Hang initially intended to decline, yet the determination in her eyes compelled him to smile helplessly. There's nothing to see. It's just a minor injury. However, Xia Lianxing was undeterred, cautiously rolling up his sleeve and gently unwrapping the bandage. Upon seeing the ghastly wound on his left arm, her fingers trembled slightly, and her eyes brimmed with tears. Is this what you call a minor injury? Su Hang attempted to withdraw his hand, but she held on tightly. Lowering her head, she delicately traced the edge of the wound with her fingertips, as if afraid of causing him pain. Does it hurt? She asked softly, her voice choking with emotion. It doesn't hurt anymore, Su Hang replied, using his other hand to tousle her hair. Xia Lianxing remained silent, suddenly lowering her head to gently kiss his wound. Her soft lips, separated by the gauze, pressed against his injury, sending a warm shiver through Su Hang's heart. You fool, she murmured, tears streaming down her cheeks. You mustn't do this again next time. Su Hang chuckled softly, wrapping his right arm around her. All right, I'll heed your words. After tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, Su Hang was about to wash them when Xia Lianxing tugged at the hem of his shirt. Don't move. Your wound can't touch water. But it can't just sit there unwashed, can it? He raised an eyebrow. I'll do it, she declared, rolling up her sleeves and heading toward the kitchen. Su Hang, swift and decisive, pulled her back. He encircled her waist with one arm and gently pressed her onto the sofa. Are you trying to show off, right, after being discharged? Just stay still. Xia Lianxing struggled a couple of times, realizing she couldn't break free, and glared at him in frustration. Then you mustn't move either. Su Hang laughed, deciding to recline and drawing her into his embrace. All right, let us both remain still. Xia Lianxing found herself enveloped in his arms, her cheek resting against his chest. Listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, she quietly extended her hand, her fingertips gently brushing against the bandage on his right arm. Does it truly not hurt anymore? He replied, eyes closed, his chin resting atop her head. Just a little blow, and the pain vanishes. How mischievous. Her ears flushed crimson as she playfully punched him, though her strike lacked force. Su Hang smiled softly, tightening his embrace around her. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window, enveloping them in warmth. Xia Lianxing gradually relaxed, leaning into his arms, her eyelids growing heavy. Shall we take a nap? He inquired softly. She drowsily responded, nuzzling closer to him. You mustn't sneak off to wash the dishes. All right, he chuckled, planting a kiss on her forehead. Sleep now. I will hold you as you do. Chapter 71. Hengyuan Group. Su Hang gazed at the serene visage of Xia Lianxing, unable to resist planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Just then, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. He carefully lifted Xia Lianxing into his arms, tiptoed into the bedroom, and gently laid her on the bed, tucking her in with great care. Satisfied that she remained undisturbed, he quietly exited the room and closed the door softly behind him. Senior sister? He whispered as he answered the call. On the other end, Luo Jin's voice, tinged with amusement, greeted him. I heard Lianxing has awakened. Is she all right? She's fine, just a bit shaken, Su Hang replied, unconsciously softening his tone. Have those assassins been dealt with? Luo Jin's voice suddenly turned icy. Yes, they were all eliminated. Su Hang's gaze sharpened, his voice imbued with a chilling resolve. Luo Jin chuckled lightly. Little junior brother, you truly acted out of righteous fury for a fair maiden this time. Senior sister. Su Hang sighed, rubbing his temples in exasperation. All right, I won't tease you any longer, Luo Jin said, her tone becoming serious. Fifth sister has discovered some news. Emo-chan just returned from Kyoto a few days ago. Kyoto? Su Hang's expression hardened, realization dawning upon him. Could it be the Luo family? Luo Jin's voice grew somber, most likely. Lianxing hasn't offended any significant figures in Kyoto, so it is highly probable that it was orchestrated by my uncle. The mention of her uncle brought a palpable weight of suppressed anger to her words. Su Hang's gaze turned frigid. Senior sister, you know Lianxing is my bottom line. His voice was low, yet it resonated with an undeniable lethal intent. Whoever dares to harm her, I shall take their life. Understood, Luo Jin's tone lightened once more. Well, have I ever impeded you? Suddenly, Hua Xiangrong's languid voice chimed in. Little junior brother, if Lianxing is your bottom line, what about fifth sister? Su Han choked momentarily. You all are my bottom lines. A man's words are but a deceitful charm, Hua Xiangrong teased, her voice sultry and enchanting. Little junior brother, I've been sleeping alone these past few days. It's quite unbearable. I'm longing for your presence. Fifth sister, do exercise some restraint. Don't let seventh sister catch you in a feverish state. Su Han internally lamentiv. As expected, an outraged cry from Luo Jin echoed through the phone. Fifth sister, can you not be more composed? Yet, Hua Xiangrong remained unfazed, laughing even more seductively. Little seven, if you ever experience this feeling, you'd surely become addicted. It truly is an irresistible sensation. She lowered her voice, laced with temptation. How about, when little junior brother comes to Kyoto, I deliver him to your bed. Let you experience it too. Fifth sister. Luo Jin's voice rose in indignation, followed by the abrupt sound of a busy signal. Su Hang stood there, phone in hand, momentarily stunned. Realizing that seventh sister had hung up, he let out a long breath, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Fifth sister's brazen flirtation was more than he could withstand. Regardless of his resolve, he set down his phone, his expression instantly turning steely. If it is indeed Luo Shengli orchestrating events from behind the scenes, even though the Luo family is one of the 4 prominent families in the capital, he will undoubtedly make them pay a heavy price. Suddenly, a sobbing call from Xia Lianxing pierced through the silence of the bedroom. He immediately suppressed his murderous intent and rushed into the room in a few swift strides. There, he found Xia Lianxing curled up beneath the covers, her pallid face glistening with a sheen of perspiration, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. My dear, what is the matter? He quickly enveloped her in his embrace. I had a nightmare, she stammered, clutching at his shirt, her voice thick with emotion. When I woke up and found he gone, I thought, feeling an ache in his heart. Su Hang tightened his hold, pulling her closer to his chest. Silly girl, I am right here. He sensed her trembling gradually subside as she nestled against him. Aware that this was a manifestation of her trauma, he gently cupped her face, planting delicate kisses on her forehead and the tip of her nose. Su Hang, Xia Lianxing murmured absent-mindedly, and as he captured her lips with his, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. In the heat of passion, Su Hang's hand, unbeknownst to him, slipped beneath her clothing, his fingertips gently teasing the blush that adorned her skin. Xia Lianxing's breath quickened, her complexion blossoming with a tantalizing hue, and just as she was lost in the throes of her emotions, Su Hang abruptly halted. Lianxing, not now. He gasped as he withdrew, adjusting her clothing. You still need to recuperate. Perhaps in a few days. With a flushed face, Xia Lianxing buried herself in the crook of his neck, barely audible as she murmured in acknowledgement. Su Hang sighed with a bittersweet smile, holding her tighter as he felt her soft form gradually relax. He gently caressed her long hair, softly inquiring, Lianxing, how has the group been faring during this time? No troubles, I hope? At his words, a look of distress washed over Xia Lianxing's face. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke. Do you remember Li Chong? The one who was in charge of the Huangshan village demolition project? Su Hang nodded, his expression darkening. Yes, what has happened to him? He has been threatened by Xia Group. Xia Lianxing's voice dropped to a whisper. His family has been taken hostage. Su Hang's brow furrowed tightly. Are you certain? Yes. Xia Lianxing leaned closer to him. He came to find me secretly that day, pleading for help for his family. But her voice trailed off as she revealed her uncertainty about their whereabouts, her fear of reporting the matter due to threats that they would harm his family if he did so. Su Hang's gaze turned icy, his voice laced with suppressed fury. This Xia Group, they certainly have some audacity. Suddenly, Xia Lianxing gripped Su Hang's shirt tightly, her voice trembling. Su Hang, I can't shake the feeling that this may be connected to Luo Jia's family. Su Hang's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? I've caught wind of something. She lifted her face, anxiety evident in her eyes. There are forces in Kyoto backing Xia Group. Su Hang fell into silence for a moment before breaking into a gentle smile, ruffling her hair. Do not worry. Since they dare to employ such despicable tactics, we need not hold back. A glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes as he resolved to find a way to rescue Li Chang's family. However, Xia Lianxing hesitated, unsure about the situation with Sister Luo. Fear not, Su Hang reassured her, gently pinching her cheek. Senior sister is not a person who lacks understanding. Only then did Xia Lianxing pout and murmur, I have endured them for several days. I just worry that Sister Luo might misunderstand. Fool! Su Hang affectionately brushed his fingers against the tip of her nose. Nestled in Su Hang's embrace, Xia Lianxing listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her lips curling into a serene smile. Chapter 72. The plan in recent days. Su Hang remained by Xia Lianxing's side without a moment's respite. He spent his days watching television with her and preparing meals, and at night, he held her close as they fell asleep. Xia Lianxing gradually became enraptured by this tenderness, akin to a cat basking in the spring sun, so comfortable that she did not wish to lift a paw. Nestled in his embrace, her heart brimmed with sweetness. She found herself increasingly unable to part from this man. Meanwhile, Su Hang endured his own torment. Each day, he held the fragrant softness of her in his arms, yet struggled to suppress his impulses. Heaven knows how torturous it was for him. But gazing upon her recently restored visage, compassion ultimately triumphed over desire. That evening, the sound of water in the bathroom ceased. Xia Lianxing, wrapped in a bathrobe, stood before the mirror, tilting her head as she dried her hair, her damp locks cascading down her snowy neck. The steam enveloped her cheeks in a rosy hue, reminiscent of cherry blossoms in bloom. Water droplets trailed down her graceful neck, disappearing into the subtle curves of her form. Su Hang, lying on the bed, swallowed hard. He approached her, his voice low and husky. Darling, let me help you dry your hair. Xia Lianxing turned to him with a smile, her lips curving upward as she obediently handed him the hairdryer. Su Hang's long fingers wove through her tresses, gently teasing them as warm air brushed against her ear, sending a delightful shiver through her. She could not help but shrink her neck slightly. Don't move, he instructed solemnly, his fingertips tenderly caressing her hair. Xia Lianxing closed her eyes in bliss, surrendering to his ministrations. When the last strand of hair regained its smoothness, Su Hang set down the dryer and suddenly spun her around. Ah? She gasped in surprise, not yet comprehending, when his lips fiercely captured hers. His kiss was both fervent and urgent, as if a repressed yearning had finally found its release. Xia Lianxing found herself pressed against the sink, her bathrobe having slipped to reveal more than she realized. His hand ventured beneath the garment, grasping her softness, his fingertips teasingly exploring, causing her entire being to tremble. She wished to plead for mercy, but with her lips invaded, only fragmented whimpers escaped her. After what felt like an eternity, Su Hang finally released her lips. He scooped her up in his arms, and she buried her face in the crook of his neck, her voice barely a whisper. Su Hang, turn off the lights. He responded with a low hum, reaching out to switch off the light. Click! Darkness enveloped the room, leaving only the mingled sounds of their breaths and the intimate whisper of lips entwined. As Su Hang's advances intensified, Xia Lianxing initially attempted to resist, but soon she was overwhelmed. The bed shook gently, mirroring the tremors of her fluttering eyelashes. As night deepened, only the sound of their breaths filled the bedroom. Xia Lianxing lay languidly in Su Hang's embrace, her hair tousled against her flushed cheeks, her chest rising and falling with fervor. "You, bad man," she murmured weakly in complaint. Su Hang, satisfied, pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, his large hand lingering on her smooth back. He chuckled softly, akin to a cat that had stolen a morsel, reveling in his triumph. Xia Lianxing, both embarrassed and vexed, pinched his waist, yet found herself too fatigued to muster any strength to lift her hand. She resembled a tamed creature, nestled obediently in his embrace, allowing him to shower her with tender kisses. "Good night, my darling." Su Hang pulled the silk blanket over them, drawing her closer into his warmth. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a gentle silver glow upon the entwined pair. As dawn broke, Su Hang stirred from his slumber in a daze. He reached out to embrace her, only to grasp at emptiness. Beside his pillow lay a note, adorned with the elegant script of Xia Lianxing. "I've gone to work. There's congee in the pot, already warmed for you," the note concluded with a playful smiley face. A smile involuntarily graced Su Hang's lips as his fingertips traced the little drawing. He rose leisurely and, after freshening up, lifted the lid of the thermos pot on the stove. Century egg and lean meat congee still steaming, accompanied by a plate of golden pan-fried dumplings. Morning light filtered through the sheer curtains onto the dining table. Su Hang set down his chopsticks and dialed a familiar number. The call was quickly answered, and Luo Jing's cool voice came through. "Why are you calling so early? What's the matter?" Su Hang succinctly recounted the situation as conveyed by Xia Lianxing. There was a brief silence on the other end before Luo Jing inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "I wish to make contact with Li Chong," Su Hang replied, his fingers unconsciously tapping the tabletop. "I will promise to help him save his family and have him act as our insider." "All right, I'll have fifth sister investigate." Luo Jing responded with efficiency. Su Hang furrowed his brow slightly. "Senior sister, there's something I fail to comprehend. Given the Luo family's influence, why go to such lengths to deal with the Xia Corporation?" "There are two reasons." Luo Jing's tone suddenly turned colder. "First, Luo Shengli is not yet the head of the family. The old master still holds sway. Secondly, he cannot afford to leave any incriminating evidence, nor provoke the old master's displeasure." A flicker of understanding crossed Su Hang's eyes. "I see. Fifth sister is here. I must go," and the call abruptly ended. Su Hang held his phone, momentarily taken aback. In Kyoto's Hongxiubian, Hua Xiangrong emerged barefoot from the corridor, observing Luo Jing hastily ending her call, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Little Seven, who are you talking to?" So, secretive Luo Jing tucked her phone in her pocket, replying indifferently, "You know? Then why did you hang up when you saw me?" Hua Xiangrong placed her hands on her hips, her fiery red dress swirling. "Sister wanted to chat with the little junior brother for a while." Luo Jing glanced at her, unimpressed. "You can call him yourself." "I want to call him. That ungrateful little brat." Hua Xiangrong stomped her foot in frustration, the silver bells on her wrist jingling. "Once he went to Jinan, he forgot to contact me. I wasted my affection on him. He asked you to investigate the whereabouts of Li Chong's family. If he doesn't want me to, then forget it. Why does he order me around?" Suddenly, Hua Xiangrong flung herself onto the bamboo couch, dramatically covering her face and pretending to cry, peeking through her fingers to gauge Luo Jing's reaction. With a resigned sigh, Luo Jing rubbed her temples. "Fifth sister, will you help or not?" Hua Xiangrong flipped upright, a glint of mischief in her eyes. "I will help, however." She leaned in closer, whispering a few words into Luo Jing's ear. In an instant, the earlobe of Luo Jing was tinted with a deep crimson, and she abruptly pushed her away, exclaiming, "Fifth sister, you, however." Hua Xiangrong laughed with exuberance, her dark tresses cascading over her shoulders. "When the time comes, I shall certainly make sure that the little junior disciple returns the favor with interest." Suddenly, she leaned closer to Luo Jing, her breath fragrant as orchids. "Little Seven, don't you agree?" The teacup in Luo Jing's grasp clattered to the table. In a flurry, she rose to her feet and fled towards the door, as if pursued by some monstrous flood from behind. The sound of Hua Xiangrong's tinkling laughter echoed through the corridors of Hongxiubian lingering in the air. Luo Jin's steps quickened, as though something dreadful were chasing her. Chapter 73. The disappearance of the Su family in the dimly lit underground parking lot of Xia Group. Li Chong mechanically pressed the car key. The sound of the car door unlocking echoed painfully in the vast garage. He heavily sank into the driver's seat, tossing his briefcase onto the passenger side with a dull thud. Sigh. He rubbed his temples, fatigue washing over him as he closed his eyes. Ever since confessing to General Manager Xia, he had received neither assistance nor a clear rejection. His wife and daughter remained missing, yet he dared not report it to the police. Those individuals were not motivated by money. They were purely extorting him. He feared the police, unwilling to wager his family's lives. With this thought, Li Chong's fingers trembled slightly around the steering wheel, despite having complied with their demands. General Manager Xia was exceptionally capable, swiftly resolving the fundamental issue. Now, those people delayed in releasing his family, and he felt like a cornered beast, utterly helpless. Suddenly, a series of knocks on the window startled Li Chong, causing him to jump. He turned sharply, peering through the window to see a young man in a white t-shirt standing outside, wearing a cryptic smile. Li Chong's pupils constricted, his heart racing. How could this stranger appear here? Su Hang raised his hand, signaling him to exit the vehicle. Li Chong hesitated for a moment, then rolled down the window, his voice tinged with caution. "Who are you?" "General Manager Xia sent me to find you," Su Hang replied calmly. Li Chong's eyes brightened, his voice rising in excitement. "General Manager Xia is willing to help me?" "Yes," Su Hang nodded, "but there's a condition." "What condition?" Li Chong's tension returned instantly. Su Hang leaned against the car roof, lowering his voice. "Though your betrayal is rather despicable, General Manager Xia, considering your coercion, is willing to overlook it. His condition is that you become our informant at Xia Group." "An informant?" Li Chong's throat tightened. "What exactly will I need to do?" "General Manager Xia will contact you with the specifics," Su Hang remarked, observing the turmoil on Li Chong's face with a cold sneer. "What? Being used like a pawn while your family is held captive doesn't stir any resentment in you? But my family is still in their hands." Li Chong tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Su Hang straightened up, asserting, "Rest assured, once I locate their whereabouts, I will notify you. For now, simply follow General Manager Xia's instructions." He paused, adding, "If I rescue them, you return with what we desire. If I fail, you act as if nothing occurred. Regardless, you stand to lose nothing." Li Chong remained silent for a long moment before finally nodding. "All right, it's settled then." Upon returning to the villa, Su Hang pulled out his phone and sent a message to Xia Lianxing. Mission accomplished. He leaned back on the sofa, exhaling deeply. Now he needed to contemplate how to rescue Li Chong's wife and daughter. Meanwhile, within a secluded estate in Kyoto, Luo Shengli leisurely savored the Preaching-Ming Longjing tea, its fragrant aroma wafting through the air, while a middle-aged man clad in a deep gray Zhongshan suit leaned forward to report. After absorbing all the information, he gently tapped his fingertips on a rosewood table. "That girl, named Xia Lianxing, indeed possesses some remarkable skills." The man in gray, standing opposite him, inclined his body slightly. "The Luo Shengman should have been eradicated." "Chief, shall I personally pay a visit?" Luo Shengli shook his head, the teacup rotating in his palm. "If you move, the old man will be immediately informed." He narrowed his eyes. Now was not the time to openly confront. The tea reflected his somber countenance. 20 years had passed. The old man had always kept his elder brother in mind. Luo Shengli tightened his grip on the teacup, his knuckles paling. Aside from the overt guardians of the Luo family, the true source of apprehension lay in the shadow guards under the old man's command. This secret force, which answered solely to the family head, had long been coveted by him, but remained elusive. Perhaps it was best to deliberate further. He set down the teacup, producing a soft sound. In the red-sleeved courtyard, the scent of sandalwood lingered. Luo Jin sat poised before the tea table, her delicate hand grasping the kettle as the water cascaded like silver threads. Hua Xiangrong hurriedly entered the inner chamber, her garments stirring a gentle breeze. "Xiao Qi," she exclaimed, her expression unusually grave, her voice tinged with urgency. "I have uncovered something of great significance." Luo Jin nonchalantly placed the teacup down and raised her gaze. Fifth sister. Take your time. There's no rush. Hua Xiangrong seized a cup from the table, drinking several gulps to steady her breath. Lowering her voice, she continued, 20 years ago, in Kyoto, there were actually 5 prominent families standing alongside the current 4. However, later on, one of those families mysteriously vanished. Luo Jin furrowed her brow at this revelation, but did not respond immediately. She understood Hua Xiangrong's temperament and knew that her fifth sister would not bring up such a long-buried matter without cause. Hua Xiangrong quivered slightly as she set down her teacup, whispering, "This matter is exceedingly confidential. Back then, the central government issued a gag order, and all informed parties signed non-disclosure agreements. I have utilized all my connections to uncover this. The family in question bears the surname Su." With a sharp sound, the lid of Luo Jin's teacup slipped from her grasp. Her pupils constricted. "Fifth sister, are you implying?" Hua Xiangrong met her gaze directly. "If my memory serves me right, your junior disciple is precisely 20 years old this year?" Luo Jin's fingertips unconsciously grazed the edge of the teacup, recalling that her own parents had also perished 20 years ago. Her voice grew hoarse. What truly transpired 20 years ago? The specifics remained unclear. Hua Xiangrong shook her head, revealing only that the Su family had once wielded immense power, with its members occupying significant positions. A third of Kyoto as financial affairs flowed through their hands. The year the elder Su passed away, she paused meaningfully, which was indeed 20 years ago. Luo Jin suddenly raised her gaze. "Fifth sister, I remember you mentioning that woman first appeared 20 years ago as well." Hua Xiangrong nodded solemnly, her red lips pressed together. The room fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the lingering aroma of tea. Luo Jin gently tapped the teacup with her fingertips. "Sister 5, regarding this matter, it would be prudent not to inform our junior disciple just yet." Hua Xiangrong furrowed her brow slightly. "Should we notify Sister 3 and Sister 4 for assistance?" Luo Jin pondered for a moment. "There is no need for that at this time. They have only just established themselves in the Dragon Group. It would be unwise to contact them hastily." Suddenly, Hua Xiangrong recalled something, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. Your esteemed second uncle sent someone to my Tianji pavilion today, seeking to investigate the background of Xia Lianxing." A flicker of cold light appeared in Luo Jin's eyes as she sneered. Unable to touch me, yet they wish to target Lianxing. What a clever scheme to make me retreat. Rest assured, Hua Xiangrong said, playing with the jade pendant at her waist. I instructed my subordinates to provide false intelligence. Luo Jin's expression turned serious. Sister 5 dispatched several capable individuals to closely monitor every move of my second uncle. Hua Xiangrong smiled slightly. Consider done. Chapter 74. The Dawn of Commercial Warfare. The business arena of Jinan is engulfed in a haze of conflict, as a commercial rivalry between the Xia Group and the Hengyuan Group has transformed into a silent war. Leading financial media outlets inundate the public with extensive coverage, making this corporate battle a topic of widespread discussion. In the court of public opinion, the Xia Group enjoys an unequivocal advantage, bolstered by the illustrious Luoshi Group. The formidable business queen, Luo Jin, known for her astute and decisive methods, stands at the helm of Luoshi. Coupled with the icy, resolute president of the Xia Group, Xia Lianxing, this dream team captivates all. Online forums buzz with fervent discussions about this commercial conflict. The Xia Group is poised for victory if Luo Jin intervenes. Hengyuan is bound to falter. Xia Lianxing is renowned as a business prodigy. In casual conversations, people delightfully speculate. I hear Hengyuan has hit a brick wall this time. With Luoshi backing the Xia Group, defeat is out of the question. Let us see how Hengyuan Group navigates this predicament. Securities analysts readily issue buy ratings, and retail investors scramble to acquire Xia Group stocks, as if victory is already assured. Even the most conservative financial magazines predict that the Xia Group will triumph with overwhelming superiority. However, Hengyuan Group has astoundingly overturned everyone's expectations through sheer audacity. They have illustrated that wealth can indeed wield immense power. Hengyuan's chairman, Tang Jia, has unleashed a suffocating strategy of commercial strangulation. 1. Supply chain disruption. Purchasing all upstream suppliers of the Xia Group at prices exceeding the market by 30. 2. Price war. Consistently pricing similar products 20 lower than Xia while maintaining equivalent quality. 3. Close competition. For every Xia store opened, a Hengyuan outlet shadows it closely. 4. Talent poaching. Luring away Xia Group executives with triple the salary. What? You mentioned cost concerns? Chairman Tang Jia of Hengyuan would declare that he feels no remorse, as it is not his money being spent. This lopsided commercial strangulation is breathtakingly straightforward. Hengyuan's products are perpetually 20 cheaper. For every new Xia outlet, a Hengyuan sign appears across the street. Consumers will not turn away from savings. Within a mere week, the results are staggering. Daily revenue at Xia Group stores plummets by 70. Core business lines near collapse. Stock prices hit consecutive limits, with market value evaporating by nearly 1/3. In the luxurious lakeside mansion, Su Hang watches helplessly as Xia Lianxing grows increasingly gaunt. She has recently taken to leaving at dawn and returning late into the night, her fatigue becoming more pronounced. Each time he hears the sound of a key turning in the lock late at night, he springs to his feet. As he sees Xia Lianxing enter, her weary form barely able to muster the energy to speak, his heart feels as though it is being constricted. In the realm of commerce, where the stakes are as high as on a battlefield, he remains merely a man skilled in driving, utterly ignorant of the intricacies of corporate warfare. Is there still no news from the fifth sister? Su Hang paced back and forth, his agitation palpable. At this moment, his sole focus was to expedite the rescue of Li Chang's family and subsequently negotiate for those vital internal documents. Li Chang had already made a pact with Xia Lianxing. The instant there was any word regarding his family, he would return to the Xia Group with all the materials he had gathered during this period. The mere thought of it made him clench his fists tightly. In the upper conference room of the Xia Group, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could condense into droplets. Xia Lianxing gently massaged her temples, her gaze sweeping across the anxious faces of the board members present. The data curve projected on the screen plummeted like a sheer cliff, the glaring red seemingly mocking all her efforts over the past few days. She had exhausted every commercial strategy at her disposal: price adjustments, promotional events, brand marketing. Yet, her adversary was relentlessly affluent, akin to bricks being hurled at her, leaving her dizzy and reeling. Casting her eyes downwards at the staggering figure on the report, she felt an unexpected urge to laugh. This was not mere competition. It was as if someone were driving a tank over her bicycle. An elderly board member, his hair a stark white, tremblingly stood. General Manager Xia Wei truly cannot compete with Hengyuan. If this continues, the group may. What is your implication? Director Chun? Xia Lianxing raised her gaze coldly. Should we seek reconciliation? Director Chun wiped the sweat from his brow. If it comes to it, we may have no choice but to file for bankruptcy protection. Xia Lianxing cast him a scornful glance. In the past, she would have vehemently rebuked such cowardice, scolding these spineless individuals until they could not lift their heads. Cowardly rats of Jiangdong, surrendering at the first sign of trouble. But at that moment, she opened her mouth only to find she lacked the conviction to counter. She surveyed the board members, her voice trembling slightly. Do you all feel the same way? Silence spread like a contagion. Finally, another board member rose slowly. General Manager Xia. What Director Chen said is not without merit. With that, one after another, board members began to stand. Xia Lianxing felt a heaviness in her chest, her fingertips icy. Suddenly, a series of crisp knocks shattered the oppressive atmosphere. The door swung open, revealing Luo Jin clad in a sharply tailored business suit, her 7-centimeter Jimmy Choo heels clicking confidently as she strode in. Xia Lianxing nearly blurted out Sister Luo, but quickly corrected herself. Luo. Director Luo, what brings you here? The board members exchanged apprehensive glances, holding their breath. Their hearts raced. If the Luo group had come to sever ties, the Xia Group would truly be doomed. Luo Jin scanned the room, a composed smile gracing her lips. There is no need for alarm, everyone. She paused, her voice ringing clear. I am here to inform you that the Luo Group will fully support the Xia Group. We will stand firm in this business battle. For a brief moment, The conference room fell silent before erupting into enthusiastic cheers. Several elder board members were moved to tears. Having the Luo Group as a steadfast ally meant they still had a fighting chance in this war. Before long, the conference room returned to silence as the last board member gently closed the door. Xia Lianxing finally shed the facade of composure she had been maintaining and softly inquired, "Sister Luo, weren't you in Kyoto? What brings you here so suddenly? If I don't come back, it seems your little ancestor will bombard my phone." Luo Jin replied with a helpless smile, lightly tapping her forehead. Xia Lianxing felt a slight flush on her ears. She had been extraordinarily busy these past few days, scarcely finding a moment to exchange a word with Su Hang. "All right," Luo Jin said as she pulled out a chair and opened her notebook. "The pressing matter at hand is to devise a strategy for retaliation." The screen displayed a comprehensive battle plan. "Since Heng Yuan wishes to play, let's engage them in a grand game." Chapter 75. Fury on the other side. Su Heng finally received intelligence from Huaxiangrong. It was highly probable that Li Chang's wife and daughter were imprisoned in a private villa owned by Tang Jie in the outskirts. Without delay, he set off and drove to the destination. In the distance, a solitary European-style villa stood on a hillside, surrounded by dense woods, with only a winding mountain road leading to its entrance. Su Heng turned off the engine and slipped into the shadows of the trees. The night breeze rustled through the treetops, masking the sound of his soft footsteps. The information from his fifth senior sister was unequivocal. Li Chang's wife and daughter were last seen in this vicinity. The villa's walls towered 5 meters high, yet to Su Heng, they were as insubstantial as air. He held his breath, attuned to his surroundings, and upon confirming that no one was present, he vaulted over the wall into the courtyard. The moment he landed, the distinct sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from afar. Su Heng swiftly concealed himself in the shadows behind a column. 3 fully armed guards patrolled, their flashlights sweeping across the yard. Once their footsteps faded, Su Heng quietly followed, navigating through the winding corridors. He soon found himself in a spacious back garden. Rock formations jutted out like jagged teeth, and an artificial lake shimmered under the moonlight. Utilizing the cover of night, Su Heng conducted a rapid search within the villa. He deftly climbed through a second-floor window, inspecting each room. The master bedroom, study, and guest rooms were all devoid of life. The living room, kitchen, and storage areas on the first floor revealed no suspicious traces either. Strange. Su Heng furrowed his brow, surveying the garden. He had scoured the entire villa, yet found not a single soul. Under the moonlight, the rocks, water feature, and pavilion lay eerily silent, devoid of any anomalies. Just then, footsteps and voices emerged from a distance. Su Heng quickly concealed himself behind a rock formation, holding his breath. A few guards ambled closer, one of them carrying a food container. Hidden in the shadows of a rock, Su Heng's breathing was barely perceptible. Not far off, several guards gathered to smoke and chat. "Old Han, it's time to deliver the meal." One guard passed the food container. "If the person starves, we'll be the ones in trouble." Old Han nodded, accepting the container, and slowly approached a rock formation. He fumbled between the stones for a moment, and surprisingly, the rock slid aside, revealing a deep staircase. Su Heng's eyes widened. No wonder he had found no one after searching the villa. The hidden chamber lay concealed beneath this rock formation. He held his breath, watching Old Han's figure disappear at the staircase's end. The night breeze rustled through the courtyard, the bamboo leaves whispering softly. Seizing this opportunity, Su Heng glided through the shadows of the rocks, each step precisely placed in the blind spots of the surveillance. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. He halted behind the last rock formation, casually picking up a small stone and flicking his wrist. Bang! The sound of splashing water pierced the stillness of the night. Who? The guards turned in unison towards the source of the noise. In a flash, Su Heng had already darted behind them. With lightning speed, his hand struck out. 2 guards received swift blows to their necks, letting out muffled groans before collapsing to the ground. As the 3rd guard reached for his firearm, a swift gust of wind swept past his head. The precise elbow strike from Su Heng struck his temple. Darkness enveloped the guard as he collapsed. Su Heng deftly caught the falling handgun and concealed the 3 unconscious bodies behind rockery. The entire operation, from the ambush to the cleanup, transpired in less than a minute, restoring silence to the night. He descended the stairs briskly. The damp air gradually filled with the piercing cries of a woman and the shrieks of a child. The scene in the basement rendered his blood cold. The guard, known as Old Han, was forcefully pinning a woman to an iron-framed bed. Beside them, a girl of about 6 or 7 cried out, "Don't bully my mommy." Her voice was hoarse from weeping. Old Han's grip tightened around the woman's throat, his nails digging into her flesh, leaving deep crimson marks. With his other hand, he violently tore at the woman's neckline, the fabric-esque ripping sound echoing painfully in the basement. Old Han sneered as he drew a dagger from his waist, the blade glinting ominously before the little girl's eyes. "Move again, and I swear I'll pierce your daughter's eyes." The woman trembled violently, tears streaming down her cheeks. She bit her lip until it bled, yet she dared not struggle further. The little girl was so frightened she could scarcely make a sound, her face turning blue from suppressed sobs. Su Heng's eyes flared with murderous intent. Like a wraith, he slipped behind Old Han, his left hand clamping down on the wrist wielding the knife. A sharp twist followed. Crack! The sound of breaking bones was muffled by the woman's stifled sobs. Just as Old Han prepared to scream, Su Heng's right hand had already seized his throat. "Enjoying the chokehold, are we?" Su Heng's voice was icy, sending shivers down the spine. His fingers tightened like a vice, Old Han's face shifting from red to purple, his eyes bulging as his legs kicked wildly in the air. With a sickening crack, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle. Like disposing of refuse, Su Heng flung the corpse into a corner, his gaze still simmering with rage as he turned. The woman's eyes widened in terror, about to scream. Su Heng swiftly covered her mouth, whispering, "Do not be afraid. I am here to save you." After feeling her rigid nod, he released her. "You are Lu Qing, wife of Li Chong?" Lu Qing nodded vigorously, her eyes misty with tears. At that moment, the little girl stumbled over, her innocent face marked by a vivid red handprint. "Mommy," she cried, throwing herself into her mother's embrace. It's okay. Lu Qing held her child tightly, trembling as she pointed towards Su Heng. "It was this, Uncle, who saved us." The little girl looked up, her voice quavering, "Thank you, Uncle." Su Heng's lips twitched as he crouched to meet her gaze, sternly instructing, "Call me brother." He gestured to his own face, attempting to preserve his dignity. The little girl glanced nervously at her mother, then stole a glance at Su Heng, whispering, "Thank you, brother." A hint of satisfaction flickered in Su Heng's eyes as he lowered his voice. "Li Chong sent me to rescue you." Lu Qing suddenly trembled violently, desperately covering her mouth as tears cascaded down her cheeks like a broken dam. The prolonged days of captivity had gradually eroded her hope. Each night, in the stillness, she would embrace her daughter, weeping silently, even beginning to doubt whether her husband had abandoned them. At this moment, upon hearing Su Heng's words, Lu Qing felt a pang in her chest, as if something within her had shattered and was now being pieced together anew. Those restless nights, the agony gnawed at by despair, all transformed into scalding tears at this instant. It turned out he had never given up on us. This realization made Lu Qing tremble all over, not only from the guilt of her delayed understanding, but also because the rekindled hope burned too fiercely. She tightened her embrace around her daughter, as if to convey this belated warmth to the child in her arms. Su Heng waited in silence for a moment, allowing her emotions to settle before speaking in a deep voice. "Time is of the essence. I will scout ahead and return immediately after ensuring it is safe." He crouched down, bringing his gaze level with the little girl's, and whispered, "Little one, you must not make a sound, understood?" The girl blinked and softly replied, "Brother, my name is Liaya." "Very well. Yaya is the best." Su Heng gently ruffled her hair. "You must remember what your brother said." Liaya nodded vigorously, her small hand gripping her mother's clothing tightly. Su Heng gestured for the mother and daughter to remain where they were and proceeded to the exit. He pressed himself against the wall, ascending the steps cautiously, each movement deliberate and careful. The moment he stepped through the dark door, the night breeze brushed against him. The courtyard remained silent, the only sound being the rustling of the wind through the artificial hills. Chapter 76. Reunion. As Su Heng was about to turn around to greet Lu Qing and her daughter, a gunshot suddenly erupted behind him. Instinctively, he rolled to the side. The bullet grazed the hem of his clothing and struck the ground, sending a spray of gravel into the air. Bang! 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 The relentless gunfire shattered the night's silence. With his palms pressed against the ground, Su Heng executed 3 swift backflips, the bullets trailing closely behind him, leaving a series of pockmarks on the stone tiles. He swiftly slid behind a decorative rock, his right hand deftly retrieving a short knife from his sleeve. 7 or 8 armed guards surged out from the villa's entrance, their dark muzzles all aimed at the direction of the rock. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads, and their hands trembled slightly. Su Heng's agility in evading bullets was nothing short of extraordinary. Leaning against the rock, Su Heng's breathing was unervingly steady. He caught sight of a half-man-high decorative stone by the pool and made a decisive choice in an instant. The lead guard with a scruffy beard signaled tactically. 2 guards crouched low and began to approach cautiously, weapons drawn. Suddenly, Su Heng burst forth from behind the rock, his movements blurring with astonishing speed. The guards fired in a frantic rush, bullets whistling past him, yet they were always a beat too late. He deftly propelled himself off the decorative stone at the pool's edge, soaring into the air. Utilizing the momentum of his rotation, he hurled the short knife, which glimmered like a flash of cold light. With a sickening thud, the knife pierced the chest of the leading guard. Before the others could comprehend the situation, Su Heng appeared like a specter before the corpse, swiftly retrieving his bloodied blade. Fire! Someone shouted. The guards frantically squeezed the triggers of their weapons. Su Heng seized the lifeless body as a shield, but still, a bullet struck his left shoulder, instantly saturating his sleeve with blood. As the gunfire momentarily ceased, he cast aside the riddled corpse, and a short knife traced a lethal arc in the moonlight. Charging into the fray, Su Heng resembled a god of war. Wherever the blade flashed, guards fell one after another. When the last enemy collapsed, Su Heng staggered to a knee, the wound on his shoulder burning fiercely, surrounded by a grotesque tableau of bodies exuding the stench of blood. He gasped for breath, yet his grip on the knife remained unwavering. In the basement, Lu Qing clutched her daughter tightly, listening to the cacophony of gunfire above, her nails digging deep into her palm. Each gunshot resonated like a hammer, striking her heart. No matter how formidable the young man was, how could he possibly contend against so many armed foes? Despair surged over her like a tidal wave. The thought of falling into the clutches of those beasts again, to suffer the same humiliation as today. Lu Qing trembled, overwhelmed by despair. She instinctively reached for the shard of glass hidden in her clothing, but upon seeing her daughter's tear-filled eyes, she despondently released her grip. "Mom," the Yaya called timidly. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Lu Qing recoiled in terror, only to see Su Heng striding toward her, clutching his bleeding shoulder. You're injured." Lu Qing rushed forward, embracing her daughter. Su Heng quickly scanned the basement entrance. "Just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. We need to leave quickly." 3 figures swiftly traversed the courtyard, with Su Heng leading the way and Lu Qing closely following, cradling her daughter. Beneath the veil of night, they quietly departed along the winding path of the artificial hill. Before long, they arrived at the tree-lined avenue that bordered the villa. Su Heng retrieved his phone and promptly dialed Luo Jin's number. As soon as the call connected, he spoke urgently. "Senior sister, send someone to assist immediately. I can't hold on any longer." Upon detecting the urgency in his voice, Luo Jin remained composed, inquiring, "What is your exact location?" Su Heng quickly sent his real-time coordinates and leaned against a tree, gritting his teeth as he tore open the sleeve of his shirt to apply a rudimentary bandage to the wound on his shoulder. "What should we do now?" Lu Qing clutched her daughter tightly, her voice trembling with fear. "We wait for reinforcements," Su Heng replied, fighting through the pain. "My people will arrive shortly." Liao looked up with innocent curiosity, asking timidly, "Brother, does it hurt?" Su Heng, enduring the sharp agony in his shoulder, crouched down and managed a weak smile. "It doesn't hurt, Yaya. Don't worry." He gently ruffled the little girl's hair. It was then that Lu Qing snapped back to reality, awkwardly asking, "By the way, we still don't know your name." Her voice dwindled as the day's harrowing events left her in a daze, causing her to forget to inquire about her savior's identity. "You'll find out soon. But first, we need to find a place to hide. Su Heng glanced at the time and stood up, leaning against the tree for support. Lu Qing nodded eagerly, following closely behind him with her daughter in her arms. The trio swiftly concealed themselves in the dense shrubbery by the roadside. Su Heng leaned against the trunk while remaining vigilant, applying pressure to his wound to staunch the bleeding. The night breeze rustled through the treetops, creating a soft, whispering sound. In the office of the president of the Xia Corporation, Luo Jin hung up the phone, her fingers tapping lightly on the desk. From Su Heng's frantic tone, it was evident that he had likely sustained further injuries. However, she had already dispatched 2 shadow guards for support, so the situation should not be dire. Xia Lianxing looked up anxiously. "Sister Luo, will Su Heng be all right?" Her voice was laced with palpable concern. Luo Jin donned her coat, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. "Don't worry, that kid is remarkably resilient. Even cockroaches would call him ancestor." She tossed the car keys to Xia Lianxing. "Let us return to Minghu Haoding and wait. Oh, and be sure to bring Li Chang along." Xia Lianxing quickly pulled out her phone, her fingers deftly gliding across the screen. 2 hours later, at the entrance of the Minghu Haoding Villa, a black commercial vehicle screeched to a halt, its tires screeching against the pavement. The door swung open, and Su Heng stumbled out, clutching his bleeding shoulder, while 2 shadow guards carefully escorted the still frightened Lu Qing and her daughter. "Su Heng, wife, Yaya." The voices of Xia Lianxing and Li Chang rang out simultaneously. Li Chang surged past the others, enveloping his wife and daughter in his arms, weeping like a child in that moment. A faint smile broke through Su Heng's pale face as the little girl in Lu Qing's arms rushed toward her father, tears streaming down her cheeks. As Xia Lianxing beheld the blood seeping from Su Heng's shoulder, tears cascaded from her eyes. Without a second thought, she threw herself into his embrace, her hands clenching tightly onto his garment. Su Heng gently patted her back, his voice soft and reassuring. "It's all right. Just a minor injury, nothing to worry about." He whispered, "Please get up, everyone is watching." Xia Lianxing buried her face in his chest, muffling her response, "I won't." 2 shadow guards, in perfect synchrony, turned their gaze skyward, feigning a profound interest in the night sky. Luo Jin stood nearby, arms crossed, a faint smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, Li Chang held his daughter with one arm, while tightly embracing his wife with the other. Lu Qing, her eyes glistening with tears, pointed towards Su Heng. "He saved us. If it weren't for him." Her words faltered, choked by the haunting memories that sent shivers through her. "It's all right. It's all right." Li Chang gently soothed his wife's back. He then turned and approached Su Heng, bending his knees as if to kneel. Su Heng quickly supported him with one hand. "Please don't." He glanced at Xia Lianxing in his arms and smiled. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Su Heng, the fiancé of Manager Xia." Li Chang had already suspected as much, especially seeing Xia Lianxing nestled closely against him. Lu Qing stepped forward, deeply bowing. "Su Heng, thank you." Luo Jin clapped her hands, interrupting the poignant scene. "All right, no need to linger at the door. Let us continue inside." She looked at the bloodied Su Heng and the tear-streaked Xia Lianxing, shaking her head with a light chuckle. Tonight is indeed quite lively. Chapter 77. The counterattack begins in the study of the villa. The lighting was soft and gentle. 2 shadowy figures clad in black adeptly tended to Su Heng's gunshot wound on his shoulder. Although they were not physicians, their years of combat experience rendered them proficient in managing such injuries. Xia Lianxing stood nearby, her hands clenched into fists. She observed the bloodied bandages being replaced repeatedly. It was not until the deformed bullet clinked as it fell into a metallic tray that she breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously took an alcohol swab to disinfect the wound. Upon returning to the living room, the group had already gathered around. The 2 shadowy figures completed their task and departed silently, as though they had never existed. Li Chang extracted a thick stack of documents from his briefcase and neatly divided them into 3 piles on the coffee table. "General Manager Xia, General Manager Luo, these are the core secrets of Hengyuan," he stated. He gestured to the first pile, comprised of the essential information regarding their 20 most significant clients, including contact details and collaboration specifics. His finger then moved to the second pile, These are the complete evidence chains for the smuggling of contraband over the past 3 years, including shipping orders, customs records, and bank statements. Finally, he pointed to the third pile. This is a list of potential shareholders who have long harbored dissatisfaction towards Tang Jia. Luo Jin's slender fingers delicately flipped through the documents before suddenly pausing on a page, a sharp smile gracing her lips. This list of shareholders. It is quite comprehensive. She raised her gaze to Li Chong, a glimmer of approval in her eyes, indicating that her decision to promote him had indeed been astute. Xia Lianxing nodded slightly, her finger tracing a financial report. This evidence of smuggling is sufficient to bring Xia Group to its knees. Li Chong adjusted his glasses, his gaze humble yet confident behind the lenses. It is my honor to serve both esteemed presidents. The trio swiftly entered a focus state, unfurling a strategic map on the coffee table. Luo Jin circled several names of shareholders with her crimson nails, while Xia Lianxing annotated critical timelines with a fountain pen. Meanwhile, Su Hang sat cross-legged on the carpet, performing a trick for Yi in which he transformed his ear into a coin. He exaggeratedly produced a coin from the little girl's braids, prompting her to clap and laugh, the sound of her silver laughter echoing throughout the living room. Lu Qing leaned against the sofa, her gaze tender as it shifted between her husband's confident demeanor and their daughter's innocent smile. She discreetly wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. In that moment of tranquility and happiness, she nearly forgot the nightmare she had endured in recent days. In the office of the chairman of Xia Group, Tang Jia sat on an expansive leather sofa, the city lights outside reflecting off his somber face. He had just received a report that left him restless. All the guards tasked with protecting Li Chong's wife and daughter had been slaughtered, and based on the evidence at the scene, it was likely that only one assailant was responsible. This news filled Tang Jia with horror. He promptly picked up the encrypted phone on the desk and dialed the direct line to Kyoto. The voice on the other end was calm, assuring him that there was no need for concern as top-notch experts had been discreetly assigned to safeguard him. Despite receiving assurances from Kyoto, a lingering sense of unease persisted in his heart. After ending the call, Tang Jia approached his desk, fixated on the open financial report of the Xia Group. To win over Li Chong, Tang Jia had made the exceptional decision to promote him to the position of vice president, offering a generous salary and benefits. Yet, even with such measures, he remained apprehensive, which led him to covertly control Li Chong's wife and daughter as leverage. Li Chong indeed possessed remarkable business acumen and had contributed significantly to Xia. Now, the thought of this capable aide potentially defecting back to the Xia Group filled Tang Jia with agitation. However, upon observing the steadily declining figures in the Xia Group's report, that anxiety gradually morphed into confidence. Given the current trajectory, this business war would likely conclude within a fortnight, and he would emerge as the ultimate victor. As 2 days swiftly passed, Xia Group's capital offensive grew increasingly fierce. Just when everyone believed the Xia Group was on the verge of collapse, an explosive piece of news suddenly swept through the business community of Jinan. Xia Group was accused of large-scale smuggling of contraband, a severe violation of customs regulations. Even more shocking was the claim that the General Administration of Customs and the Public Security Bureau had officially launched an investigation. The online discourse was rife with speculation. Is this true? Can such a large enterprise as Xia really be involved in smuggling? Who cares? As long as the prices are low, the store remains open, and purchases continue unabated. Yet, none realized that this was merely the first lightning strike before the storm. In the top-level conference room of Xia Group, the air was so thick it felt as though it could condense into droplets. Tang Jia sat at the head of the table, his expression as grim as iron. Just the night before, definitive news from Kyoto had robbed him of sleep. The General Administration of Customs had officially initiated an investigation. Should the evidence prove irrefutable, cold handcuffs and a lengthy prison sentence awaited him. Around the conference table, a dozen core executives sat rigidly, even their breaths deliberately muted. Tang Jia stared at the overwhelming news reports on his tablet, veins bulging at his temples. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, he hurled the tablet to the ground, the shattering of metal and glass resonating painfully in the silent room. A collective shiver rippled through the attendees, with some instinctively shrinking back. Tang Jia slammed his palm on the solid wood table, the impact causing it to hum. His eyes blazed with fury, yet his voice was as frigid as ice. Li Chong, that traitorous wretch. I elevated him to vice president, and he dares to betray me. His piercing gaze swept across each executive present. Who leaked the secrets of the Group's founding to him? A pin drop could be heard in the conference room. The executives bowed their heads. Some nervously rubbed their fingers, while others swallowed hard, yet none dared to speak. Tang Jia turned to his assistant, lowering his voice even further. Have all the evidence been thoroughly disposed of? The assistant immediately bowed, assuring him, Chairman, rest assured. All ledgers and electronic records have been completely destroyed. The customs authorities will find not a trace. Tang Jia slowly rose, his hands resting on the conference table, his gaze slicing through each attendee like a blade. Ladies and gentlemen, we find ourselves aboard the same vessel, he declared. His voice, measured yet compelling, sent a chill through the room, emphasizing the notion that their fates were intertwined, each success shared and each misfortune borne together. I earnestly hope that none of you will make any irrational decisions. The executives nodded vigorously in agreement, some even subconsciously swallowing hard. After the meeting adjourned, Tang Jia sat alone in the empty office. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city lights began to twinkle, yet he felt an icy discomfort permeating his being. His fingers absent-mindedly traced the edge of the desk as a dreadful thought lingered persistently in his mind. Just how many core secrets had Li Chong acquired during his tenure as vice president? Chapter 78. The capital siege in the residence of the Luo family in Kyoto. Luo Shengli delicately lifted a chess piece and gently tapped it on the board. Checkmate. The middle-aged man across from him gazed at the now hopelessly lost position, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. Sir, Tang Jia just called, stating that the customs will certainly find no evidence. Do you think we should? Luo Shengli softly placed his teacup on the Wangwali wood chess table, producing a barely audible sound. You are focusing solely on the present. This approach is inadequate. One must think 3 steps ahead. He traced the chess piece with his fingertip, asserting, regardless of whether evidence exists, I am convinced they are hiding other lethal moves in the shadows. Should I ask my old comrade at customs? The middle-aged man tentatively suggested. Unnecessary. Luo Shengli interrupted with a raised hand. At this juncture, if the opponents still dare to show their cards, it signified that the outcome was already determined. He gently toppled the fallen king on the board. Tang Jia's move had already met its demise. The study fell into silence, enveloped by the lingering scent of sandalwood. The middle-aged man stared at the fallen piece, ultimately lowering his hand in resignation. In the brightly lit conference room of the Xia Group, dozens of commercial elites from the Luo and Xia families gathered, filling the spacious room to capacity. Xia Lianxing and Luo Jin occupied the primary seats. Before them lay a semicircular arrangement of numerous monitors, their fluctuating data curves casting shadows that danced across the walls. Su Heng sat quietly to the side, though he was utterly perplexed by the intricate charts. He remained focused on observing everyone's actions. Of course, he would never admit that his presence was solely to accompany Xia Lianxing. Is everything ready? Luo Jin inquired, perusing the documents in her hands with a steady voice. Xia Lianxing nodded slightly. All contingency plans are in place. We await the net to be cast. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense and heavy. The elites understood that in the coming days, their every meal and rest would occur here, where each command could send ripples through the external business world. Some unconsciously rubbed their palms together, while others meticulously verified data, yet excitement sparkled in every pair of eyes. Luo Jin raised her wrist, the exquisite watch's hands poised to align. She lifted her hand, and the room fell into complete silence, save for the hum of the dozens of operating machines. The operators' fingers hovered above their keyboards, eyes fixed intently on the screens. Lianxing, Luo Jin's voice resonated clearly in the silence. Will those shareholders from Hengyuan take action? Xia Lianxing's lips curled slightly, though they have not given a definitive answer. She tapped her tablet, retrieving several files. These were seasoned players who would undoubtedly switch sides the moment Heng Yuan showed signs of faltering. Luo Jin nodded in understanding, suddenly rising from her seat. Her voice, though measured, caused the atmospheric pressure in the room to plummet. Commence operations. These four succinct words instantly lowered the tension in the conference room. The first step, released the news across the entire network. In the subsequent step, the focus shifted to short-selling the stock of Heng Yuan Group. In an instant, the rhythmic clatter of keyboards erupted like a torrential downpour, with streams of data frantically scrolling across dozens of screens. The storm was finally on the verge of commencing, as Luo Jin issued the command. Scandalous revelations regarding Heng Yuan Group began to surface across major forums, implicating high-level executives in financial misconduct and falsification of operational data. If these accusations were mere slander, Luo Jin's faction would undoubtedly face repercussions. However, should the investigation substantiate Heng Yuan's transgressions, they would be met with the wrath of the law. The truth remained shrouded in ambiguity. Yet the regulatory response was remarkably swift. The day following the announcement, an investigative team descended upon Heng Yuan Group. Analysts noted that this decisive action was intricately linked to the comprehensive evidence chain provided by whistleblowers. The regulatory body's prompt mobilization was undoubtedly facilitated by Luo Jin's machinations behind the scenes. As news reverberated like a thunderclap, the market was plunged into a state of panic. The colossal short-selling capital injected by two major conglomerates surged through the stock market like a tsunami. Heng Yuan Group's stock price plummeted sharply after the opening bell, crashing by 10 within a mere 10 minutes, erasing over $20 billion in market value. Amidst the tumult, a mysterious influx of funds attempted to stem the tide, yet was akin to a drop in the ocean, swiftly engulfed by the overwhelming selling pressure. Tang Jia sat in his office, fixated on the glaring red figures on the screen, his fingers trembling involuntarily. Once abundant cash flow had been severely depleted due to the ongoing commercial strife and a sudden supply halt from Kyoto. He watched helplessly as the K-line chart representing Heng Yuan Group plummeted like a cliff, powerless to intervene. This was merely the onset of calamity. The following morning, an even more devastating descent commenced. As investors opened their trading software, they were greeted by Heng Yuan Group's alarming green waterfall line. This stock, once revered as an invincible myth, had transformed into a hot potato in the eyes of many. In the trading hall, a cacophony of urgent exclamations erupted. Sell quickly. Liquidate everything. If you don't sell now, it will be too late. Panic spread like a contagion. Retail investors frantically clicked the sell button, fearing that a delay of even a second would lead to total ruin. This once coveted stock had now become a curse to be avoided at all costs. On the large screen, Heng Yuan's stock price continuously refreshed at a downward limit, resembling an endless descent. Compared to its historical peak, Heng Yuan Group's stock had plummeted a cumulative 30, subsequently entering a phase of extreme volatility. Some daring investors began tentatively to seek bottom-fishing opportunities, believing the foundation of this venerable giant remained intact and its strength should not be underestimated. However, when the opening bell rang on the third day, the stock price once again nosedived by 12, showing no signs of abating. The fierce battle between bulls and bears on the trading floor reached a fever pitch, with every minute fluctuation tugging at the nerves of countless individuals. After 3 consecutive days of bloodshed, the psychological defenses of investors holding Heng Yuan stock were on the brink of collapse. Luo Jin and Xia Lianxing adeptly seized upon the prevailing atmosphere of panic, directing their team to maintain relentless pressure. On the 4th day of trading, the stock price of Heng Yuan Group plummeted once more in a dramatic fashion. The consecutive 4-day decline had utterly shattered the last vestiges of hope among investors. Seasoned traders began to reluctantly part with their assets, even amidst significant losses, compelled to divest their substantially depreciated shares. Within the trading hall, the air was thick with a chorus of sighs intermingled with curses. Curse it! This decline is utterly devastating. Cut losses, I must exit. By the 5th trading day, the stock price of Heng Yuan Group had experienced an aggregate decline of 70 from its historical peak. Yet, this capital hunt was far from reaching its conclusion. Chapter 79. The curtain falls in recent days. Luo Jin and Xia Lianxing scarcely close their eyes. Both immersed in their screens for prolonged stretches, their gazes unwaveringly fixed on the monitors, fingers incessantly dancing across the keyboards. Su Hang stood nearby, his heart heavy with concern, offering silent massages to their shoulders in a modest attempt to alleviate some of their fatigue. Under a relentless barrage, Xia Group had crumbled, akin to a fish on a chopping block, devoid of any means to turn the tide. Luo Jin rubbed her temples and turned to Xia Lianxing, inquiring, "Lianxing, what is your assessment of the current timing?" Xia Lianxing glanced at the data, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "It is nearly time." Luo Jin nodded, her gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd. Noting the absence of dissent, she issued the final directive. Shortly thereafter, the Xia Group commenced its clandestine acquisition of Xia Group's shares, proceeding with utmost caution and discretion to avoid alerting any adversaries. Their strategy was to instill in Tang Jia a sense of false hope, leading him to believe there remained a path for redemption, rather than provoking a desperate fight for survival. In addition to surreptitiously amassing market shares, Xia Lianxing personally arranged meetings with several major shareholders of Xia Group. She presented an offer exceeding the market price by 50%, her fingers lightly tapping the table. Her tone composed. "This is the most favorable price the Xia Group can extend. I advise you all to seize this opportunity for a dignified exit." The shareholders exchanged glances, ultimately signing the contract. As they exited the conference room, one shareholder extinguished his cigarette with a fierce twist, gritting his teeth. "Had I known Luo Jin and Xia Lianxing would be this ruthless in their collaboration, I should have sold everything at the peak of the stock price." Another offered a wry smile. "Let's just be grateful we can mitigate our losses now." They were acutely aware that Xia Lianxing's willingness to increase her offer was already a generous concession. Should they delay and allow her to unveil her subsequent strategies, they would likely find themselves unable to retain even the slightest remnants. In a mere span of 7 days, the Xia Group swept through the market with an unstoppable force. Not only did they acquire 25 of Xin's circulating shares, but they also seized an additional 26 from various shareholders with remarkable efficiency. When the final transfer agreement was signed, the conference room erupted in a long-suppressed cheer. Tang Jia had possessed the right of first refusal for the shares being sold, yet at this moment, he could only clutch the now-defunct notification of that privilege tightly. His support from the capital in Kyoto had long since withdrawn, and his financial chain was on the brink of collapse. This once mighty business magnate was experiencing the bitter taste of powerlessness for the first time. He had believed that, with the backing of Kyoto's elites, confronting the Xia Group would merely be a game of certain victory. In retrospect, every attempt to undermine Xia Lianxing and each calculation against Luo Jin had turned into blades cutting back at him. What gnawed at him even more was the realization that the true force driving him to the brink was not the vengeance of Xia Lianxing and Luo Jin, but rather the nonchalant statement from the influential figure in Kyoto, "This ends here." It was akin to discarding a pawn, with explanations rendered unnecessary. Yet, what recourse did he have? Could he dare to confront that influential figure? In the end, he could only watch helplessly as 26 of his shares transitioned to the Xia name. At this moment, the dust settled. The Xia Group merely needed a board resolution to demand Tang Jia relinquish his position as chairman. The name that once dominated the business world now departs in silence. For the Xia Group, this is not merely a victory, but a flawless strategic maneuver. The business network of Xia Group complements the Xia Group splendidly. Logistics channels, customer resources, technological patents. Each asset has found its most suitable position in Xia Lianxing's meticulous planning. "President Luo, President Xia." Yu abruptly burst through the door, urgency lacing his voice. "I've just received word. Tang Jia has been detained by the police on suspicion of smuggling." Luo Jin raised an eyebrow. "When did this occur?" "Just an hour ago," Yu replied, though he sold 30 of his shares to the Credit Suisse Consortium 3 days prior for a sum of 20 billion. The expressions in the conference room varied. Credit Suisse Consortium? That second-tier consortium that has remained lukewarm in the industry? Su Hang leaned back in his chair, nodding slightly. A wise choice indeed. He knows how to secure his escape route. Luo Jin examined the documents with a stoic demeanor, while Xia Lianxing gazed thoughtfully out the window. Tang Jia proved to be quite decisive, living up to his reputation as a seasoned player in the business realm. This clever maneuver not only safeguarded his assets, but also ensured a comfortable life post-incarceration. As the news of Xia Lianxing's formal appointment as the chairwoman of Hengyuan Group spread, the business community in Jinan erupted with excitement. Financial headlines, business magazines, social media, all platforms fervently reported this monumental acquisition. Following the acquisition of the Xia Group by Luo Jin, Hengyuan Group followed suit, becoming a new piece in the commercial puzzle of the Xia Group. Luo Jin and Xia Lianxing, the unrivaled duo of Jinan's business scene. The capital gambit of the beautiful CEO, the story behind Hengyuan Group's change of ownership. The media headlines grew increasingly sensationalized. The influence of the two young female CEOs reached its zenith at this moment. Business elites either revered or envied them, with many male entrepreneurs regarding them as idealized figures of desire. At this moment, Xia Lianxing, the business queen admired by countless individuals, was nestled in Su Hang's embrace. Sleeping soundly, her long eyelashes cast a delicate shadow across her face, her breath steady and elongated, causing her chest to rise and fall gently. The relentless business battles of recent days had finally come to a close. She could finally shed the guise of a strong woman and, like an ordinary girl, drift into serene slumber in the arms of her beloved. Su Hang carefully adjusted his position, fearful of disturbing the slumbering figure in his arms. Gazing at her weary yet tranquil visage, his eyes brimmed with tenderness and affection. The next morning, the morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the tangled sheets with two intertwined silhouettes. Xia Lianxing awoke to the familiar warmth, Su Hang's arm securely wrapped around her waist. Just as she contemplated turning over, the person behind her gently pressed her back into his embrace. Su Hang's lips brushed against the bite mark on her nape, his voice laced with danger. "President Xia, you were not so lacking in vitality last night." Xia Lianxing's ears instantly flushed crimson. The memories of being compelled to call him husband surged forth, and she lifted her foot to kick him, only to have Su Hang deftly seize her ankle. His fingers provocatively caressed the inner side of her calf. If it were to be known that the ice-cold president of the business world was so fierce in bed. "Su Hang." She grabbed a pillow and hurled it at him, but he skillfully pushed her into the downy comforter. In the morning light, Su Hang loomed above her, his disheveled black hair framing his face. His shoulders and neck bore the marks she had left behind, yet his gaze was tender beyond measure. "The porridge is simmering in the clay pot. Let us rise and partake of breakfast." Suddenly feeling a wave of affection, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pouted. "Su Hang, I want you to carry me." Su Hang lowered his head, kissing the curve of her collarbone. "At your service, my esteemed president." Chapter 80. Preparations before leaving for Kyoto with the conclusion of the Hengyuan Group. The landscape of Jinan's business community has been irrevocably altered. Following the acquisition of Hengyuan Group, the Xia Group has seen its market value double, fortifying Luo Jin's capital investments even further. Xia Lianxing stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of the president's office, the morning sunlight streaming through the glass, illuminating her delicate profile. "Are you truly not coming with us to Kyoto?" Su Hang asked as he embraced her waist from behind. Xia Lianxing turned to face him, resting her cheek against his chest, and softly replied, "Someone must remain in Jinan, and the integration of Hengyuan's business has only just commenced. I cannot leave yet." Su Hang tightened his embrace, nuzzling his chin against the top of her head. "Darling, what if I miss you?" Xia Lianxing lifted her head, narrowing her eyes playfully. "Isn't your fifth senior sister in Kyoto? You could seek her out." "Everyone, the Xiaoquihua class is now in session. Please pay attention to the topic. It is evident this is a perilous question. If he replies that he won seek her out, Xia Lianxing will not only doubt him, but also feel he is being dismissive. Just think about it. She is your fifth senior sister. Would you truly not seek her? That would be a lie. If he responds that he will seek her out, Su Hang would meet a tragic fate on the spot. As an experienced individual, Su Hang's mind raced for 0.5 seconds before a mischievous smile spread across his face. He gently grasped Xia Lianxing's chin, and kissed her directly. Xia Lianxing was caught off guard, her breath momentarily taken away, but she quickly wrapped her arms around his neck, reciprocating this unexpected kiss until she found herself gasping for air. Su Hang murmured, "How about I don't go to Kyoto? I can stay in Jinan with you and leave the matters with 7th senior sister to fate." A flicker of joy passed through Xia Lianxing's eyes before she regained her composure. "No, matters concerning Luo Jie are of greater importance. You need not concern yourself with my affairs. But I cannot bear to part with you," Su Hang said, rubbing his nose against hers, his voice muffled. Xia Lianxing's heart softened, and she reached up to tousle his hair. "All right, once I finish my tasks, I will come find you." Su Hang gazed at her, suddenly serious. "Lianxing, I love you so much." Xia Lianxing froze for a moment, then buried her face in his embrace, her ears burning crimson. Su Hang quietly sighed in relief, a smile gracing his lips. This moment was perfectly executed. Everyone, have you learned from this? If so, please give a like. Upon returning to Minghu Houting, Su Hang stared at his phone screen, his thumb repeatedly hovering over 5th senior sister's number. Taking a deep breath, he finally pressed the call button. This call had been long overdue. Since returning from Kyoto, he had first dealt with the assassins from the Rashomon incident, then rescued Li Chong's wife and daughter, and even endured a gunshot wound. Following that, he had been embroiled in the business conflict with Hengyuan Group. Although he felt he had little to contribute, during that critical juncture, he lacked the resolve to reach out to her. Of course, all of the above were merely excuses. Su Hang smiled bitterly, rubbing his temples. What truly left him hesitating was the sharp tongue of the 5th sister. He knew her all too well. The mere thought of her uttering some indiscreet words during a phone call that might reach Xia Lianxing sent a shiver down his spine. Today, it was rare for Xia Lianxing to be in a meeting at the office, allowing him the rare opportunity to make this overdue call. As the phone connected, the moment was met with Huaxiangrong's tearful inquiry. "You heartless wretch, why did it take you so long to call? Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting?" Su Hang felt a pang of guilt. He understood he was in the wrong, and at this moment he needed to soothe her. "5th sister, I was shot in the shoulder a few days ago, and the wound still aches. He feigned weakness." That dog of a man was attempting to divert the topic with his injury. Yet Huaxiangrong was not as easily fooled as Xia Lianxing. Her sobs were intermittent as she exclaimed, "Excuse? Just because you're hurt, you can't call? Have you forgotten about me?" A bead of sweat formed on Su Hang's forehead. "5th sister, I was wrong." There was a sudden silence on the other end, and her sobs gradually ceased. "When are you coming to Kyoto?" "In a few days, once 7th sister wraps up her business." Huaxiangrong's tone shifted to a syrupy sweetness. "Little junior brother, I put in a great deal of effort to find Li Chong's wife and daughter. How do you plan to thank me?" "5th sister, what do you want?" Su Hang's voice faltered noticeably. "Wait until you come to Kyoto." Huaxiangrong elongated her words, each syllable laced with a teasing undertone. "Then, you must properly compensate me. I want a full recompense." Su Hang froze. As a seasoned veteran in these matters, he understood compensation all too well. After hanging up, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, suddenly realizing that the trip to Kyoto might be more perilous than he had anticipated. Time flew by, and soon 5 days had passed. In the conference room at the top of the Luo Group, Luo Jinxiu delicately tapped her slender fingers on the table, her gaze fixed on Li Chong across from her. "Promoting you to vice president may come as a surprise to many. However," she stated calmly, "I believe you will not disappoint me a second time." Li Chong's eyes glistened with unshed tears as his hands instinctively clenched. "President Luo, I will never forget the tremendous kindness you and President Xia have shown me." "Remember," Luo Jinxiu stood, looking down at him from her elevated position, "trust is like glass. Once shattered, it is difficult to piece back together." Li Chong nodded solemnly, the determination in his eyes speaking volumes. The following day, at the airport terminal, a bustling crowd surged through the space as announcements for boarding echoed over the loudspeakers. Su Hang held Xia Lianxing tightly in his embrace, resting his chin atop her head, inhaling the faint scent of jasmine from her hair. Luo Jinxiu stood nearby, arms crossed, discreetly rolling her eyes behind her sunglasses. Xia Lianxing lifted her head from his embrace. Her eyes slightly reddened, Yet she maintained a serious expression as she earnestly cautioned, "You must not flirt with others over there, nor engage with other girls, and you must." Her voice gradually diminished, her small hand unconsciously clutching the corner of Su Hang's shirt. "I understand, my dear," Su Hang replied, lowering his head to plant a gentle kiss on the tip of her nose, his tone both tender and sincere. "And also," Xia Lianxing sniffled, "you must call me every day." "Of course," Su Hang smiled, playfully pinching her cheek. The boarding announcement echoed once more, and Xia Lianxing bit her lip, finally stepping back a pace from his embrace. You should go now," she said, her voice trembling slightly, as if it took great effort to utter those words. With a heart full of compassion, Su Hang wiped away the unshed tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. "I will wait for you in Kyoto." Xia Lianxing nodded vigorously, striving to muster a smile. "I will come find you soon." She stood rooted in place, gazing dreamily at Su Hang and Luo Jin as they walked towards the security checkpoint, until their figures vanished completely into the throng of people. Chapter 81. Fifth Senior Sister. Please refrain from driving. In the heart of Kyoto, within the confines of the Luo family's courtyard, Luo Yuanshan reclined leisurely in a grand armchair, savoring his tea. The elderly steward stood respectfully beside him, reporting, "Master, the young lady has returned to Kyoto today." Indeed, Luo Yuanshan set down his teacup, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. "If my memory serves me right, in 3 days, it shall be Xiao Jin's 24th birthday, correct?" "You are not mistaken, master." The steward inclined his body slightly. Luo Yuanshan stroked his beard, chuckling softly. "That girl likely doesn't even recall her own birthday. This time, we must celebrate it properly." He paused, his tone taking on a note of authority, informed the Yi family. "Let that old fellow Yi Zhantian bring his younger generation as well, so they may recognize the jewel of the Luo family." The steward hesitated for a moment, then quietly ventured, "Master, should we also invite members of the Lin and Su families?" At this, Luo Yunshan's brows furrowed, the teacup in his hand momentarily stilled. Since the upheaval 2 decades ago, the Luo family had severed ties with these two clans. The room fell into a profound silence. Only the gentle rustle of bamboo, leaves outside, could be heard. After a long pause, the elder sighed, "Very well, extend the invitation to them as well." His gaze turned icy. "Let them witness my granddaughter, lest they become blind to her worth in the future. I shall attend to it at once." The steward bowed respectfully and withdrew. Once his footsteps faded, Luo Yuanshan retrieved a weathered photograph from his pocket. The image depicted a youthful officer, exuding vigor, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Luo Jin. The old man caressed the photograph, murmuring, "Jianjun, rest assured, I shall look after your daughter." The upcoming birthday celebration was not merely a festivity for Luo Jin, but a proclamation to all of Kyoto. The eldest granddaughter of the Luo family has returned. As the sun descended, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom glided to a halt before the entrance of Hongqiu Courtyard. As Su Hang stepped through the threshold, a flash of red darted toward him. "You heartless wretch!" Hua Xiangrong leaped into Su Hang's embrace, her crimson dress swirling gracefully in the air. Su Hang instinctively caught her, feeling the astonishing softness of her waist in his palm, the familiar scent of roses enveloping his senses. Smack! A playful punch landed on his chest as Hua Xiangrong looked up, her eyes slightly reddened, yet feigning a fierce glare. "That S for not calling. For disappearing on me." Just as Su Hang was about to explain, the sound of clicking high heels approached from behind. Luo Jin passed by them with an impassive expression, striding swiftly toward the hall. Su Hang gently released his embrace. "Fifth senior sister, let's proceed inside." Hua Xiangrong, however, tightened her hold, burying her face against his shoulder. "Just a little longer, let Shaoqi wait." She nuzzled against his chest in a playful manner. With a sigh of resignation, Su Hang wrapped his arms around her waist once more. Suddenly, Hua Xiangrong rose on her toes, her soft lips pressing against his without warning. Su Hang instinctively tightened his embrace, his palm resting against her delicate waist. The sweet fragrance between their lips momentarily disoriented him, leading him to deepen the kiss unwittingly, until both individuals found themselves slightly breathless. Hua Xiangrong gently withdrew, Her crimson lips parted, and she whispered softly into his ear, "Little junior brother, this is merely interest." Her fingertips traced circles upon his chest, insinuating that there would be principle to discuss later that evening. She deliberately emphasized the word principle. Su Hang felt on the brink of tears. "Senior sister, please, no more of this reckless driving. The speed is far too overwhelming. I truly cannot bear it." The two entered the grand hall. Luo Jin sat regally in a master chair, her long legs crossed, her fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. She cast a cool, frosty glance at Su Hang as he entered. Instantly, he felt a chill run down his spine, compelling him to obediently lower his head and take a seat in the farthest chair. Hua Xiangrong leaned against Su Hang's shoulder, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Little Seven, shall you come over tonight? We could have some fun." "Fifth sister, you must know when to stop." Luo Jin abruptly stood, her ears burning crimson. She inhaled deeply, attempting to maintain her composure as she adjusted her clothing. Though her fingers trembled ever so slightly, her once indomitable poise crumbled before Hua Xiangrong. Pouting, Hua Xiangrong replied, "Isn't this just concern for you?" Luo Jin sighed, exasperated. "Fifth sister." Seeing the tension rise, Su Heng quickly interjected, "Senior sister, we should focus on the important matters at hand." Only then did Hua Xiangrong cease her playful antics, adopting a serious demeanor. "All right, I shall no longer tease you. I have made some progress on the two matters you asked me to investigate." Luo Jin's gaze sharpened. "Speak." "First, regarding the Lin and Su families," Hua Xiangrong set her teacup down. "Over the past 20 years, they have maintained a remarkably low profile." She cast a meaningful glance at Luo Jin, adding that there had been no other peculiarities. Luo Jin's eyes flickered, their gazes meeting briefly before parting. Hua Xiangrong continued, "The second matter concerns the cause of Yi Mingxuan's death a decade ago. I discovered that he fell in love with a woman shortly before his demise, after which she vanished." Luo Jin immediately pressed, "Were you unable to ascertain her identity?" "She was not of Chinese descent," Hua Xiangrong replied, shaking her head. Su Hang interjected, astonished. "A foreigner?" "Her name was Xiao Tianyina, a national of the Eastern Isles," Hua Xiangrong elaborated. 10 years ago, she arrived in Kyoto as an exchange student and fell in love with Yi Mingxian. However, the Yi family vehemently opposed their relationship, which caused quite the uproar at the time. Luo Jin's expression turned sharp. "Is Yi Mingxuan's death connected to her?" "Uncertain," Hua Xiangrong shrugged. "All I know is that she vanished without a trace after his death." "Talp, talp." Luo Jin's fingers unconsciously drummed against the table as she murmured, "Eastern Isles. Easter Isles." At that moment, her phone rang unexpectedly. She glanced at the caller ID and pressed the answer button. "What is it?" After a brief exchange on the other end, Luo Jin replied calmly, "I understand." Upon hanging up, Su Hang, curious, inquired, "Senior sister, what has happened?" "The old man is planning to host a birthday banquet for me in 3 days." Luo Jin spoke softly, and Hua Xiangrong's eyes brightened. "Xiao Qi, it seems you have never truly celebrated a birthday since you ascended the mountain, have you?" The trio simultaneously fell into reminiscence. All three were orphans taken in by their master, and the day they arrived at the mountain was considered their new birthday. The 8 siblings relied on one another until each eventually descended the mountain to forge their own paths. Suddenly, Su Hang exclaimed indignantly, "Fifth sister, seventh sister, you have no idea. On my 20th birthday, Master directly sent me down the mountain. Had it not been for seventh sister's kindness, I would have nearly ended up on the streets." Luo Jin could not help but chuckle, recalling the sight of him devouring his meal when she found him. Hua Xiangrong tilted her head and asked, "Xiao Qi, will you attend this birthday banquet?" Luo Jin hesitated for a moment. "I suppose I shall. If I don't go, the old man would lose face." She cast a glance at Su Hang. "You will accompany me." "Huh?" Su Hang was taken aback, then quickly realized, "Seventh sister, you intend to use me as a shield, don't you?" "Xiao Qi, I also want to go." Hua Xiangrong immediately clung to Luo Jin's arm. Acting coyly, Luo Jin's lips twitched. "You may go, but do not speak recklessly. Xiao Qi is the best." Hua Xiangrong joyfully planted a kiss on her cheek. Luo Jin rolled her eyes in exasperation, yet could not conceal the warmth blooming within her heart. Chapter 82. Senior Sister, spare me as the night deepened. Luo Jin glanced at her watch and rose to adjust her attire. It's getting late. I must return to the hotel. Su Hang instinctively stood up to follow, but was interrupted by a soft whimper. Hua Xiangrong's eyes brimmed with tears, her slender fingers clutching his clothing, biting her lip in silence. Senior sister. Su Hang stammered, frozen in place. Perhaps we could meet another day. Luo Jin abruptly turned, her icy gaze piercing through them before she strode away without a backward glance. She walked swiftly, her high heels clicking chaotically against the marble floor, nearly tripping in her haste. Hua Xiangrong immediately leaped into his embrace, her pale blossom-like face upturned. Junior brother, do you not love your senior sister anymore? Su Hang felt his temples throb. Is it all right if I stay with you? That's much better. Hua Xiangrong's expression transformed from displeasure to delight as she settled into his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. How about accompanying senior sister for dinner? With the warmth of her presence enveloping him, Su Hang's heart skipped a beat. What are we having? Hua Xiangrong grinned mischievously and suddenly jumped off his knees. Today, senior sister will cook. With that, she turned and glided towards the kitchen, her red skirt tracing a graceful arc. Su Hang, seated at the dining table, suddenly felt an ominous premonition creep upon him. As moments ticked by, dish after dish was soon presented. The first course, vibrant green chives wrapped in golden egg flowers, a delightful aroma wafting through the air. Su Hang sighed in relief, gazing at the homely dish, contemplating how splendidly his senior sister could cook. Little did he know the gravity of the situation. The second dish, garlic roasted oysters, were brought to the table, the meat sizzling, the garlic fragrance overwhelming. Su Hang froze, his throat tightening involuntarily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The third dish, translucent yam slices and glossy black fungus gleamed in the dish. His pupils constricted suddenly. The foreboding feeling surged like a tide, and his hand, clutching the chopsticks, began to tremble slightly. As the fourth dish of goji berry stewed lamb appeared before him, Su Hang felt his mouth twitch uncontrollably, his legs trembling beneath the table, as if sitting on pins and needles. Hua Xiangrong gracefully perched on his lap, her delicate fingers clutching a jade soup spoon, bringing the steaming, rich broth to his lips. Eat while it's hot. Su Hang's forehead glistened with sweat. Senior sister, please spare me. If I finish all this, I fear I shall be battling until dawn. Hua Xiangrong's eyes filled with tears. You ungrateful little thing, senior sister has worked so hard. Su Hang accepted the bowl of soup. I'll eat. Is that not enough? Wait. I wish to feed you. Hua Xiangrong's gaze sparkled as she deftly picked up a quivering piece of lamb and placed it in her mouth, her pearly teeth nibbling delicately. Suddenly, she leaned forward, her warm, fragrant breath enveloping him. In despair, Su Hang closed his eyes, opening his mouth to receive her offering. The warm sensation, infused with medicinal herbs, glided smoothly across his palate. He instinctively chewed and swallowed when suddenly Hua Xiangrong ensnared his neck, her soft lips descending heavily upon him. Her tongue pried open his teeth, the sweet, lingering aroma of lamb wafting forth. Amidst their entangled lips and tongues, Su Hang felt a deafening roar in his ears. Even his breath faltered. Once their lips parted, Hua Xiangrong delicately licked the corner of her mouth, inquiring, "Is it delicious?" In a daze, Su Hang nodded, only to realize that another succulent piece of lamb had been offered to him. The sheen of oil still clung to Hua Xiangrong's lips, glistening enticingly under the light. As the last spoonful of soup was fed to him, Hua Xiangrong's lips were slightly swollen, yet she continued to nibble playfully on his lower lip, asking, "Little Junior, are you full?" Su Hang gazed at the empty plates that littered the table, a sense of deja vu washing over him. Such retribution. He sighed heavily, finally grasping the humiliation that Xia Lianxing must have felt when he had forced her to feed him. Hua Xiangrong, still engrossed in playing with his collar, remained oblivious to his complex expression. Su Hang's arms instinctively tightened, drawing her waist closer. "Senior sister, am I too greedy?" Hua Xiangrong paused, looking up at him in surprise. Why the sudden question? I don't know. Su Hang's voice was muffled, feeling both guilty towards her and Xia Lianxing. Silly Hua Xiangrong chuckled softly, tapping his nose with her fingertip. Senior sister is not competing with the main consort for jealousy. Why are you so anxious? Su Hang furrowed his brow. I'm just afraid that Lianxing would be heartbroken if she found out. Don't worry, Hua. Xiangrong winked mysteriously. Senior sister has her ways. What ways? Su Hang's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Want to know? Hua Xiangrong suddenly frowned. Oh dear, my waist is so sore. Su Hang immediately understood, his long fingers gently pressing against her slender waist. Let me give you a massage. His technique was remarkably skilled, and Hua Xiangrong closed her eyes in delight. After a while, she sweetly remarked, my shoulders are sore too. Su Hang took a deep breath, resignedly moving behind her. Let me massage your shoulders. Hua Xiangrong relished his ministrations, suddenly turning to wrap her arms around his neck. Senior sister wants something I will give you. Su Hang started, but abruptly realized. No, wait. Oomph. Hua Xiangrong pouted, pushing him away. Then I want to tell you. Su Hang softened his tone, gently shaking her arm. All right, dear senior sister. Please tell me. The image of Xia Lianxing with red-rimmed eyes and bitten lips flashed in his mind, his heart tightening painfully as if gripped by an invisible hand. Hua Xiangrong noticed his troubled expression and suddenly burst into laughter. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered a few words. Su Hang's eyes lit up, slapping his thigh in realization. Of course. How'd I not think of that? Senior sister, you are brilliant. Hua Xiangrong smiled, playfully tapping his nose. Little junior, close your eyes. Su Hang cast her a doubtful glance, yet obediently shut his eyes. In the next moment, soft lips gently pressed against each other, imbued with a subtle fragrance of roses. The two tumbled onto the sofa, their breaths intertwining, their lips and teeth mingling. Chapter 83. Night rain and red sleeves. In the fleeting moment when thunder rumbled, torrential rain cascaded down. The intricately carved window frames of Hongxiu being rattled under the relentless assault of raindrops, yet could not drown out the intermittent gasps echoing from within. In the bedroom, two silhouettes writhed and entwined beneath the silk quilt, the wooden bed creaking under the weight of their fervor. Junior, brother, Hua Xiangrong's delicate fingers, stained with crimson, sank deeply into Su Hang's back, leaving faint traces on his skin. Unbeknownst to them, the battleground had shifted to the hall. Hua Xiangrong supported herself against the Zeton tea table, her waist arching with a breathtaking curve, ebony hair cascading like a waterfall. The tea set on the table clinked melodiously as a jade-green teacup tumbled to the ground, shattering into several fragments. Outside, lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating her perspiring visage, which bore a look of enchantment. As a wailing scream erupted from the kitchen, Su Hang gritted his teeth and swept her into his arms. Hua Xiangrong writhed like a fish out of water, her golden hairpins clattering as they fell. The sounds of the quilt's tumble persisted until the early hours of dawn, before finally subsiding. Su Hang tucked the now slumbering Hua Xiangrong under the covers, lying down with a lingering sense of fulfillment. Just before closing his eyes, his mind recalled Master S saying, "There are no fields ruined by tillage, only oxen worn to death." He finally comprehended the profound expression on his Master S face when he had uttered those words years ago. As the morning light began to filter in, Su Hang slowly awakened. In his embrace, Hua Xiangrong breathed softly, her silken hair strewn across the pillow, her exquisite features still adorned with a lingering blush. The scenes from the previous night vividly replayed in his mind. The battleground had shifted 3 times, and he had unlocked both the kitchen and the living room. He had intended to extend the battlefield to the bathroom, yet the maiden in his arms had already exhausted her strength, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she pleaded for mercy. Remembering how she had insisted on feeding him those delicacies the day before, he felt both exasperated and amused. Leaning down to plant a gentle kiss atop her head, Hua Xiangrong murmured softly, snuggling closer into his embrace. Su Hang tenderly patted her back, ensuring she could sleep more soundly. At noon, sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, causing Hua Xiangrong's lashes to flutter before she finally opened her eyes, only to find herself alone. "You ungrateful wretch." She propped herself up with the quilt, her satin-like black hair cascading down her shoulders. Struggling to rise, she faltered as her toes brushed the carpet, her legs buckling beneath her, nearly sending her to the floor. Fortunately, she managed to grasp the bedpost in time. Faint scratch marks still visible on the intricately carved mahogany. It seemed last night, when pressed against this very post, she had been equally disheveled. Biting her lip, Hua Xiangrong limped toward the bathroom, gazing into the mirror at her disheveled self. With eyes sparkling and hair in disarray, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Though she appeared a mess, the corners of her eyes and brows were filled with allure. After freshening up, she gently caressed the fading marks on her neck. Suddenly, she felt warmth envelop her waist. Unbeknownst to her, Su Heng had appeared behind her, his arms encircling her delicate figure, his chin resting on her shoulder. "You ungrateful wretch, where have you gone?" She feigned a stern expression. She went to prepare a meal, concerned that her senior sister might wake up hungry. Su Heng's breath brushed past her ear. Hua Xiangrong leaned into his embrace, murmuring, "Senior sister's legs are weak. I can hardly move." Su Heng chuckled softly and suddenly swept her into his arms. Hua Xiangrong gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Their gazes locked, and she couldn't help but smile at the proximity of his features. Later that afternoon, when Luo Jin arrived in the hall, she happened to see Hua Xiangrong gracefully leaning against the doorframe. The latter's steps were unsteady, her eyes tinged with a lingering blush, and her fair neck bore several suspicious red marks. Following closely behind was Su Heng, who appeared refreshed and brimming with confidence. Luo Jin's heart skipped a beat. She could easily surmise what had transpired the previous night. Hua Xiangrong approached languidly, enveloped in a sweet rose fragrance. "Xiao Qi, sister can't withstand the little junior's advances alone." She playfully tapped Luo Jin's collar. "When will you come to assist me?" "Wu Jia," Luo Jin exclaimed, pushing her away, her ears flushing crimson. "You, stay away from me." Coughing, Su Heng nearly choked on his tea, hastily setting the cup down. "Wu Shiji, please." Hua Xiangrong pouted in feigned grievance. "Where was your seriousness last night when you were toying with me?" Luo Jin held her forehead, exasperated. "Wu Jia, could you possibly tone it down a bit?" Hua Xiangrong giggled behind her hand. All right. Noticing the unfolding scene, Su Heng quickly shifted the topic. "Seventh Shiji, did you come here for something?" Luo Jin shot him a cold glance. "What? Am I not allowed to visit if there's nothing on my agenda? Afraid I might interrupt your little escapade? Do you find me bothersome?" Hua Xiangrong pinched Su Heng's waist, twisting it playfully. "Don't be angry, Xiao Qi. Sister will help you teach him a lesson." "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Su Heng gasped, pleading, "Two senior sisters, I was wrong." Luo Jin let out a light huff, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Wu Jia, how about we go shopping tonight?" With that, she cast a meaningful glance at Su Heng, a faint smile playing on her lips. Yes, yes." Hua Xiangrong clapped her hands in excitement, her eyes gleaming. "I've been bored ever since Xiao Lu went into seclusion." At her words, Su Heng shivered, cold sweat trickling down his back. The terrifying experience of accompanying Luo Jin and Xia Lianxing on a shopping trip still haunted him. He forced a smile that was more painful than a grimace, his voice trembling. "Sisters, I feel a bit tired today. Perhaps you could." Before he could finish, the two enchanting figures had encircled him. Luo Jin crossed her arms, while Hua Xiangrong tilted her head, both echoing. Could you repeat that?" Su Heng's throat tightened, feeling as though their piercing gazes were dissecting him. He straightened his back, his voice suddenly rising. "What I meant to say was, what time shall we depart? I will prepare right away." With that, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Hua Xiangrong leaned closer to Su Heng, her breath fragrant as she whispered, "Junior brother, there's no need to be so anxious." She extended her pinky finger, assuring him, "Sister promises that once we procure what we desire, we shall return home." A genuine smile adorned Su Heng's face as he replied, "What you say is true, sister." Yet internally, he rolled his eyes, thinking, "I can't trust you at all." Luo Jin turned her gaze towards Hua Xiangrong and inquired, "Is there any sign of sixth sister emerging from her seclusion?" Hua Xiangrong shook her head, "No. Little sixth likely won't be out anytime soon." Su Heng asked, "What is sixth sister's current strength?" She should be at the mid-level of the extraordinary after her seclusion. Hua Xiangrong chuckled softly. At that point, she could easily overpower you with a single hand. Su Heng coughed lightly. Indeed, sixth sister possessed the highest talent among all the senior sisters, yet her demeanor was exceedingly cold. She rarely spoke more than 10 words in a day. With a sigh, he turned his gaze towards the distant stone gate. Chapter 84. Yi Tianxi after dinner. Luo Jin lazily reclined against the back of her chair, her hand gently caressing her abdomen. Fifth sister, your culinary skills have truly improved, she remarked. Hua Xiangrong proudly lifted her chin. Indeed, last night, my junior apprentice praised my cooking to the skies. Su Heng's expression stiffened as he sensed Hua Xiangrong's gaze upon him, quickly mustering a smile. Yes, indeed, last night's meal was absolutely exquisite. Luo Jin raised an eyebrow. Oh, was it even better than usual? Hua Xiangrong's eyes sparkled with mischief as she smiled brightly. Little seven, I shall prepare a special feast just for you one day, and I assure you, it will be to your satisfaction. Luo Jin nodded in anticipation. Oh, I shall look forward to it. Su Heng silently covered his face, lamenting inwardly. Seventh sister, once you experience that lavish banquet, you will truly understand the meaning of regret. Luo Jin gracefully rose, adjusting her skirt. Let's take a stroll to work off some of our meal. Just as Hua Xiangrong was about to agree, she suddenly raised an eyebrow. Junior brother, what are you doing? Both turned to see Su Heng, a serious expression on his face, performing deep squats, occasionally stretching his legs. Luo Jin. Hua Xiangrong stifled a laugh. Is it really necessary? Su Heng sighed deeply, standing up as if marching to battle. Let us go. As night enveloped Kyoto like ink, the neon lights shimmered vibrantly. On the broad Chang'an Street, the throngs of people flowed like a river, and the traffic was incessant. The dazzling lights illuminated the city as if it were day, showcasing the grandeur of the capital of Huaxia. The trio strolled down the street, forming a captivating scene. Luo Jin donned a flowing gown of moonlight white, exuding an aura of frosty elegance. Hua Xiangrong, in her fiery red dress, was alluring and enchanting. The two stunning beauties walked side by side, drawing the attention of passers-by, some even stopping to admire them. Su Heng walked alongside them, his tall stature of 185 meters and handsome features making him a notable presence in his own right. Yet, under the brilliance of Luo Jin and Hua Xiangrong, he felt somewhat overshadowed. He helplessly rubbed his nose, thinking that accompanying these two sisters for an outing was indeed a considerable pressure. Isn't that President Luo of the Luo Group? Someone exclaimed amidst the crowd. The Luo Group? The one that has recently gained fame in Jinan? Another explained. I heard President Luo and President Xia of the Xia Group are known as the peerless duo in the business world. As Su Heng listened to the chatter, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. Humph. Hua Xiangrong suddenly stamped her foot in indignation. My sister is so beautiful, yet they don't praise her at all. She playfully pinched Su Heng's arm in frustration. Luo Jin shook her head in amusement, her voice tinged with indulgence. Fifth sister, do not be upset. If you find anything you like, I shall cover the bill. Little seven is the best to me. Hua Xiangrong's face lit up with joy. She shot a glare at Su Heng. Unlike some people who don't even know how to comfort others. Su Heng, what have I done to deserve this? Upon entering the mall, Luo Jin confidently produced her bank card. Fifth sister, choose whatever you like. Hua Xiangrong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Well, I shall not be polite then. In a flurry of her flowing red dress, she joyfully dashed towards the jewelry counter. 3 hours later, Su Heng found himself burdened with a multitude of heavy shopping bags in his left hand, while his right hand clutched an almost empty cup of milk tea. Originally, it was Hua Xiangrong who had consumed half of it, explicitly warning him not to take a sip. Yet now, only a few forlorn pearls clung to the bottom of the cup. Sucking eagerly through the straw, Hua Xiangrong's delicate brows furrowed in frustration. You little apprentice, she exclaimed, pinching his cheek. How dare you steal my milk tea? Su Heng replied indignantly, fifth senior sister. How can you unjustly tarnish my reputation? He shook the empty cup as if to assert his innocence, claiming it had evaporated on its own. Before he could finish, she tugged at his face, rendering him speechless. A soft chuckle escaped Luo Jin, who had been trying to contain her laughter, only to quickly regain her composure, pretending to admire the new arrivals in the window display. Meanwhile, a young man in an exquisite suit stood at the back of the crowd. His face was as refined as jade, and the expensive watch on his wrist gleamed coldly under the lights. He was fixated on Hua Xiangrong and Luo Jin, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Such beauty, truly a breathtaking sight, he murmured to himself, unconsciously licking his lips. Adjusting his tie, the man stepped forward with an eager stride, blocking Hua Xiangrong's path and presenting what he believed to be his most charming smile. "May I have the pleasure of knowing this beautiful lady?" Hua Xiangrong did not even glance up, gracefully sidestepping him as her red dress swayed elegantly in the air. Feeling awkward, the man turned to Luo Jin. "Mississippi," he began, only to be met with a cold glare. "Leave. Please, don't misunderstand," he stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "I merely wish to make a friend." With both ladies showing no interest, he turned to Su Hang, his tone betraying a hint of envy. "Brother, you are truly fortunate." Noticing the man's courtesy, Su Hang offered a wry smile and lifted one of his heavy shopping bags. "You see only the glamorous surface. The hardships behind it are not for outsiders to know." "I am Yi Tianxi, may I ask?" The man began but was cut off. "What are you still doing here?" Luo Jin's icy voice interrupted. "Are you quite familiar with him?" Started Su Hang hurriedly followed. Hua Xiangrong affectionately linked her arm with Luo Jin's, casting a radiant smile over her shoulder at Su Hang, playfully winking and sticking out her tongue. This smile struck Yi Tianxi like a bolt from the blue, leaving him rooted to the spot. As he watched the trio move further away, he clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. The jealousy surging within him threatened to consume him entirely. Upon returning to the red-sleeve courtyard, Su Hang collapsed onto the sofa, resembling a dried-up salted fish, too weary to even lift a finger. Hua Xiangrong sipped her tea and suddenly remarked, "That gentleman who approached us today is no ordinary person." Luo Jin looked up intrigued. "Do you know him, fifth sister?" The young master of the Yi family, Hua Xiangrong, with a subtle smile upon his crimson lips, is none other than the legitimate grandson of Yi Zhantian. His reputation appears to be quite respectable, as there are no whispers of any malevolent deeds attributed to him. Luo Jin's gaze turned frosty. Should he dare to provoke? It matters not if he belongs to the Yi clan or any other. "Oh dear." Hua Xiangrong elongated her tone, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. "Why is our little Qi in such a foul mood today?" Su Hang, lounging on the sofa, interjected, "Wasn't there an indiscreet fellow the last time we went shopping with Lianxing and senior sister Qi?" It comes to mind now," Hua Xiangrong exclaimed, clapping her hands, her eyes sparkling. "Our little junior brother was quite the sight then, single-handedly taking on 10. She teased with a deliberately saccharine tone. Su Hang merely turned away, presenting the back of his head to her. Hua Xiangrong huffed lightly, but upon seeing him exhausted like a lifeless fish, she chose to show him mercy. With enthusiasm, she rummaged through her shopping bags, luxury items strewn across the floor. Tonight's escapade had surely cost no less than 700,000 or 800,000. Luo Jin picked up her own shopping bags and remarked, "Fifth sister, I shall take my leave now." Hua Xiangrong replied without lifting her head, preoccupied with admiring her newly acquired jade bracelet. Luo Jin surveyed the chaotic scene with a resigned shake of her head before departing. As she closed the door, she faintly heard Hua Xiangrong asking, "Little junior brother, do you think this necklace suits me?" To which Su Hang responded, his voice devoid of energy, "It suits you perfectly." Chapter 85. The birthday banquet. On this day, the courtyard of the venerable Lord Luo was adorned with vibrant decorations, hosting a banquet that gathered nearly all prominent figures of Kyoto. Among the distinguished guests were the heads of the Yi, Su, and Lin families. A rare occurrence, as the four great families had not convened in such a manner for a considerable time. However, the most captivating revelation was the unexpected return of the Luo family's long-lost granddaughter, who had been missing for 20 years. Every guest had meticulously prepared lavish gifts. For those receiving an invitation from the Luo family, were indeed influential individuals capable of stirring the very ground of Kyoto with their presence. Within the banquet hall, waiters weaved through the crowd. Representatives from the Yi family occasionally glanced towards the entrance, while members of the Su and Lin families engaged in hushed conversations. An unspoken understanding prevailed among all. The evening's focal point was the enigmatic young lady of the Luo family. Lord Luo Yuanshan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his aged gaze sweeping over the gathering, a glimmer of sharpness concealed within his eyes. Yizhan Tian approached, leaning heavily on his cane, his voice booming. "Old Luo, today, I'm giving you the respect you deserve. Where's the Maotai? Hurry and bring it out." Luo Yuanshan chuckled and retorted, "You old fool. There will be plenty of wine today. I won't let you drink me under the table." "Grandfather." A young lady in her 20s tugged anxiously at Yizhan Tian's sleeve. "The doctor just said last week that your liver is not well." Yizhan Tian waved her off dismissively. "Ling Shuang, today your grandfather is in high spirits. Just a couple of drinks." Yi Tianci leaned against the column, idly swirling his wine glass. He had no desire to attend such gatherings and had been dragged along by his grandfather. Su Shichang and Lin Song sat upright at the table, the two family heads having not interacted with Luo Yuanshan for many years. Their presence today was merely a matter of courtesy, a nod to his status. In the backstage changing room, Luo Jin stood before the mirror in an elegant black evening gown, her long neck gleaming under the lights like polished jade. "Wow." Hua Xiangrong leaned against the vanity, her lips slightly parted. "With such a look, even I am tempted." Su Heng, arms crossed, leaned against the doorframe, his eyes sparkling. "Indeed, she is stunning." Luo Jin adjusted her cuffs in the mirror, too indifferent to spare them a glance. "Miss, the time has come." A servant gently knocked on the door. Luo Jin took a final look at her reflection, inhaled deeply, and pushed open the intricately carved wooden door. As she stepped out, her gown flowed behind her like ink on water. The moment Luo Jin entered the banquet hall, all guests collectively held their breath. The black evening gown accentuated her ethereal figure, her frost-like skin glimmering under the lights. Her phoenix eyes swept across the assembly with a subtle grace, every movement exuding an innate nobility, truly a vision of unparalleled elegance. Following her were Su Heng and Hua Xiangrong, who, despite drawing less attention, still attracted a few discerning gazes. Yi Tianci stared in astonishment at Luo Jin, nearly dropping his wine glass. It dawned on him that she was the long-missing granddaughter of the Luo family. No wonder she radiated such extraordinary poise. As his gaze swept over Su Heng and Hua Xiangrong behind her, he furrowed his brow. "Who are these two?" "Old Yi." Luo Yuanshan laughed heartily. "How's my granddaughter?" Yi Zhantian stroked his beard and nodded. "Indeed, indeed." Suddenly, he noticed his grandson staring intently at Luo Jin, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. "I say, old Luo, why not let Tianci spend more time with your girl? Perhaps we could even become in-laws." "You old rascal, always thinking of good things." Luo Yuanshan chided with a laugh, yet his gaze subtly assessed Yi Tianci. This young man was quite impressive, and among the noble offspring, his reputation was indeed commendable. Perhaps an alliance through marriage was not out of the question. Seeing Luo Yuanshan appraising Yi Tianci, Yi Zhantian's face broke into a broad smile. "What do you think? Does my boy measure up to your granddaughter?" Luo Yuanshan, uninterested in the old man's banter, raised his hand and beckoned. "Xiao Jin, come over to Grandpa." Luo Jin gracefully approached, followed closely by Su Heng and Hua Xiangrong. Yi Zhantian squinted and barked at his grandson. "You rascal, why aren't you coming here?" Yi Tianci shrank his neck and hurried forward. Luo Yuanshan stood and raised his glass, his voice booming. "Thank you all for gracing my granddaughter's birthday banquet with your presence. This girl has been wandering for 20 years, and today she finally returns to the Luo family." The guests rose in unison, applauding. "Enjoy your meal and drink. I ask for your forgiveness if I am lacking in hospitality." The old man tilted his head and downed his drink, declaring, "I shall drink first as a sign of respect." Everyone raised their glasses, and the banquet hall filled with the clinking of cups, the atmosphere instantly becoming lively. Luo Yuanshan looked fondly at Luo Jin. Xiao Jin, today Grandpa has prepared a grand gift for you. He gestured toward the entrance. Look over there. The guests turned to see an elderly lady with silver hair approaching slowly. She was clad in an exquisite silk qipao, accompanied by an unremarkable middle-aged man. Grandma! Luo Jin exclaimed joyfully, rushing forward to link her arm with the elders. The elderly lady gently stroked her hair, chiding, "This time, Luo Yuanshan has finally not deceived me." She cast a glance at the middle-aged man beside her. "Yinzhou, bring the gift." Yuan Yinzhou smiled and presented an exquisite gift box. "Xiao Jin, happy birthday. Uncle." Luo Jin's eyes glistened with tears. Luo Yuanshan waved from a distance. "Xiao Jin, bring your grandma over to sit." The elderly lady huffed. "What's the rush? Does this old man think waiting a bit will cost him anything?" Though she grumbled, she allowed Luo Jin to lead her forward. After the elderly lady sat at the main table, Hua Xiangrong immediately moved closer, affectionately linking her arm with her. "Grandma, do you still remember me?" The elderly lady chuckled, pinching her cheek. "You little girl, although Grandma is getting older, I am not yet senile." "Hee hee. I knew Grandma loves me the most." Hua Xiangrong playfully leaned her head on the elder's shoulder. Su Heng approached somewhat shyly. "Grandma, good boy," the elderly lady said kindly, patting his hand. "Of course, Grandma remembers you." Feeling bashful, Su Heng scratched his head, his ears turning slightly red. This heartwarming scene drew the attention of the surrounding guests, who turned their gazes in unison. Chapter 86. A test of wits. Luo Yuanshan smiled at the elderly matriarch, saying, "Mother-in-law, it has been quite some time." The old lady, however, maintained a stern demeanor and replied, "Luo Yuanshan, I am here today for Xiao Jin. I have nothing to discuss with you. At our age, let us not quarrel in front of the children." Luo Yuanshan gestured dismissively. The old lady turned her head away, ignoring him. "Grandmother," Luo Jin gently urged. The old lady's expression softened instantly. "Ah, Xiao Jin, you are the most well-behaved. Seeing you calms my spirits." Luo Yuanshan cleared his throat. "Xiao Jin, if I recall correctly, you're still not in a relationship, are you?" Luo Jin frowned. "Grandfather, please speak plainly." This remark immediately captured the attention of everyone present. The guests leaned in, for the romantic affairs of the Luo family as eldest daughter were of great significance to the entire business community of Kyoto.